Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After horrific events disrupted the peaceful and unhurried lives of the residents of the small town of Maymay in the southern Philippines, Lovella Magwad was finally granted permission by law enforcement to clean her own home, which had been the scene of a terrible crime. As she wiped down the surfaces, she recalled how these rooms were once filled with prosperity, stability, laughter, and warmth. And then, someone ruthless took her two children's lives in a cruel and inhumane manner, leaving the shadow of tragedy over all familiar life. Lovella found it difficult to touch the pieces of furniture that still held her children's memories. Cleaning, on the other hand, diverted her attention away from her intense emotions, giving her a brief sense of control over the house's organization. And she found temporary relief from the emotional pain in this control because she also has an adopted daughter, Janice, who miraculously survived the terrible massacre and requires her strength. In recent days, the grieving mother could only cry, scream, curl up in a ball, and withdraw into herself for long periods of time, despite realizing how difficult it must have been for Janice, the only witness to the crime, to get to her foster daughter's room. Lovella focused on cleaning. Suddenly, she discovered an ID card that should not have been in the girl's room. The ID belonged to a 17-year-old boy named Merlin. Lovella immediately went to the police station to report the discovery. Janice had previously reported 3 burglars, so the ID most likely belonged to one of them. She stated that the police officers listened carefully to the woman, and that the ID did help bring the crime closer to being solved. They were not surprised at this point. They were fairly certain who and why killed Gwen and Louis Magwad on December 10, 2021. On September 22, 2013, long before the events at the Mudguard's home, a 9-year-old girl stood on the dock, unable to bear the lack of parental love, care, poverty, beatings, and physical hunger, staring hopelessly into the water. A lonely, quiet child caught the attention of a passing woman. When asked what she was doing here alone and if she needed help, the girl looked up and quietly replied, "My name is Janice Sibyl, and I do not have any parents. And for some reason, I can't remember anything." The woman concluded that the child had suffered a shock that caused her memory loss. Perhaps something terrible happened to her. The woman took the girl to the nearest police station and was assured that the child would be cared for. Janice was placed in temporary custody while authorities searched for her parents. Time has passed. The search resulted in nothing. The girl had no memory of her life, and no one had ever reported her missing. After a while, the girl was officially recognized as an orphan and placed in the permanent care of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, which did not sit with the child at all. For the first time, she had plenty of food and clothes, as well as lots of friendly adult attention. As it turned out, Janice had not lost her memory. However, the child's defense mechanisms, having experienced so many traumatic events, push away memories of family and home. Being an orphan meant starting a new, better life. That is what she did. Even then, Janice had her first, albeit incomplete, experience with how to behave in such a way that others want to help. Unfortunately, the events of 2013 were not a one-time ticket to a new life, but rather a mechanism for achieving her goals. Others recognized Cruz and her love, Elma Magwad, as a well-meaning married couple. Cruz taught at the local high school, and his wife ran an elementary school. A couple raised 2 lovely children. Incredibly intelligent, Gwen, an 18-year-old beauty, participated in every extracurricular activity and was a Girl Scout. The girl aspired to be a doctor and was willing to put herself to the test. In her senior year of high school, she enrolled in a preparatory medical program. Louis, 16 years old, became the soul of any company he joined. He was easy to get along with, open to new experiences, and a talented musician and artist. This young man demonstrated a high level of responsibility, enjoyed assisting others, and aspired to become a lawyer. Pet parents were proud of their children, assisted them with everything, and encouraged their plans and desires. The family lived a modest lifestyle, attended church, and did charitable work. Glenn met Janice at one of the church's charity events, where she served as a nanny for the children. The girls became instant friends, then best friends overnight. They were nearly the same age and had a lot of fun. They frequently shared dance videos on TikTok and devised creative ways to spend their time. Louis enjoyed taking part in their activities. It didn't take long before the three of them became best friends. Janice's brother and sister asked why she was working instead of going to school, and she explained that she was an orphan. Her parents died of illness when she was very young, so she has always relied solely on government assistance. In order to purchase something for herself, she has to work part-time instead of studying. The girl complained that the couple who hired her paid her very little, and the money she received was only enough for food, and she had to work almost around the clock. Later, Janice repeatedly expressed her concerns about the future to her new friends. Since she is about to turn 18, she will lose some social benefits reserved for minors, and she may not even be able to pay for housing. Education and a successful career are all but forgotten. Gwen, moved by her friend's plight, decided to help her and went to her parents. She told them about a new acquaintance's tragic life and asked them to adopt Janice so she could have a place to live and study. She assures the parents that everyone will benefit. Janice would be able to obtain an education, share housework, and assist Louis with his homework. The gods were skeptical at first. They worked as teachers, had a low income, and couldn't afford another child. In addition, there was no extra room in their house. Janice Louis even offered to sleep on the living room couch, giving up his room. The parents couldn't stand their daughter, and their sons repeatedly asked and agreed. The Emma gods officially adopted Janice in July 2021, enrolling her in school and giving her their last name. Janice turned out to be an intelligent and polite young lady. She accepted all of the house rules. Cruz and Lavella wanted their children to grow up to be responsible and disciplined individuals who understand the value of work and money, so they brought them into the household. Janice received the exact same amount of housework as her sister and brother. The girl gladly performed her share of the duties and was always respectful of her foster parents. To express her gratitude to the family, she would occasionally get up early and prepare breakfast for everyone. The couple realizes they have not only helped the girl as Gwen had requested, but they have also unexpectedly gained a second daughter, albeit a very old one. Janice even called her parents on December 10, 2021, at 2:58 in the afternoon. Cruz, who was checking his middle school homework, received a phone call from a neighbor who advised him to hurry home but not to panic. Janice posted a strange message on Facebook. "Your house appears to have been burglarized." Cruz immediately put work on hold, called his wife, who was also working at the time, and rushed home. On the way, he attempted to call his children, but they did not respond. The worried father drove home at high speeds. At around 3:15 p.m., he was more concerned about the safety of his children than the money in the house. Cruz drove up to the house. The door to the house seemed to be locked, so he went to the back door, walked around the house, and then entered through a second door. Everything was a mess. Cruz went from room to room, calling the children by name. When he entered the living room, he noticed something that no parent should ever see. Louis and Gwen lay on the floor, bloodied. Louis lay in the living room, his hands tied behind his back, a towel stuffed in his mouth, and scars covering his body. He found his eldest daughter, Gwen, near the bedroom door. Her entire body was covered in wounds and blood. They were definitely dead, with a noise in his head and absorbent cotton legs. Cruz realized there had to be a third person in the house. He began screaming as hard as he could. "It's Janice." Cruz heard a quiet voice announce that Daddy was turning around. Cruz was relieved to see Janice alive and hugged her. Noting that her hair was wet, he questioned why it was wet, and the girl responded that she had just gotten out of the shower and, as a result of the water, had not heard his call. Of course, her distraught father thought her response was strange, but he concluded that Janice wished to wash away the horror she had witnessed. After all, many people exhibit unusual behavior when confronted with shocking circumstances. After ensuring she was unharmed, the man called the police. Police found a hammer, a baseball bat, a knife, and a broken wine bottle near the victims. In most cases, having multiple ways to commit a crime indicates that there is more than one perpetrator. The police handed over all of these items to the appropriate officers, hoping to find fingerprints on them before searching the house and gathering evidence near and around it. They also advised Cruz and Lavella to thoroughly inspect the items to determine what was missing. The officers conducted a thorough interview with Janice, the sole survivor. She explained that she and Gwen were in the room, while Louis was in the living room, When they heard screaming and the sounds of a fight, she and Gwyn ran over to see what was going on and discovered two masked robbers beating Lewis with a hammer and a baseball bat, as well as a third man holding a knife. They were terrified of what they saw. They revealed themselves with a muffled shriek. One of the thugs ran after Gwyn. According to Janice, he did not notice her. She took advantage of the situation by running into the small bedroom, locking the door, and hiding under the bed. She lay there in shock, not daring to move. When she regained consciousness, she texted her mother, Lavella, and requested assistance. But her mother didn't respond. She was afraid to call the police because she didn't want to give herself away by ringing the phone or speaking. So, 12 minutes after texting her mother, she posted messages requesting assistance on her Facebook page. Help. There are strangers in my home. I can only hide in my room right now. I do not want to die. One of those messages was seen by a neighbor who called Cruz 3 days after the terrible event, which shocked all residents of the town with its unfathomable cruelty. On December 15, the Philippine police established a special investigative team comprised of the best staff and specialists. The investigation team stated that a large amount of evidence and clues have been collected, and the case is currently classified as robbery and murder. However, they do not rule out other versions and will conduct a thorough investigation. According to other theories, the members of the investigation team expressed a growing belief that Janice was the key figure in the crime. Specialists compared evidence from the crime scene and witness statements to Janice's and discovered several significant discrepancies, leading them to classify the girl as a suspect rather than a witness. First, nothing was missing from the house, which seemed strange considering the three bandits were planning a robbery. Cruz and Lavella stated that all valuables and money were in place. Despite the fact that the house had been turned upside down, only Gwyn's cell phone remained missing. Second, the investigators discovered a plastic bag containing bloody pants and a shirt in a creek near Cruz's home. It was determined that the bloodstains on the clothing belonged to the murdered men. It appeared that the perpetrator, or one of the perpetrators, changed into clean clothes and fled following the murder. That is, he was unusually calm after committing the crime, which suggests premeditation and planning. A robbery went wrong, resulting in multiple murders. The perpetrator would most likely have panicked and attempted to flee as quickly as possible, rather than wasting time looking for clean clothes and changing clothes. Given that the murdered men's parents did not confirm that any articles of clothing were missing, it is highly unlikely that the perpetrator threw the bloody clothes into the stream behind the house. Furthermore, there were signs at the scene indicating that the crime was emotional rather than cold-blooded. The brother and sister's bodies contained an excessive number of wounds and fractures. Gwyn even had a ear ripped off. The majority of the injuries were to her face. The autopsy lasted 2 full days. Such a scene appears to be motivated by anger, vengeance, or jealousy, rather than calculating. The perpetrator was clearly furious. The nature of the crime suggested a personal grudge killing. Third, the forensic medical report stated that the older sister died before the younger brother, which contradicted Janice's testimony because the younger brother was attacked first, and with as many wounds as Janice described, he was unlikely to outlive his sister, who had been bleeding for quite some time. Fourth, the murder weapons belonged to the family. The perpetrators had not brought them with them. The head of the family owned the hammer, which he kept in the laundry room drawer. Cruz was confident that only his eldest daughters, Gwyn and Janice, knew where the hammer was kept. According to the parents' testimony, the baseball bat discovered at the scene belonged to their youngest son, who had kept it on the second tier of the bed under a blanket. Burglars who are suddenly caught off guard should not run around the house looking for a hammer and bat hidden in unexpected places. They either bring their own murder weapons or use available ones. It turns out that only the people who lived in the house knew where the 2 key tools for this crime were. Cruz and Lavella had alibis. That leaves Janice, who knows where the hammer and baseball bat are kept. Louise gave her his room, so she was aware of the unusual location of the item. So, even if she wasn't the murderer, she was likely an accomplice because the perpetrator wasn't alone. Fifth, when Lavella received a text message from Janice requesting assistance, she called back right away, but Janice did not answer and later stated that after not receiving a response from her mother, she published a Facebook post. Dispatch data confirmed Lavella's Facebook post was quite long, and the emoticons did not fit with the behavior of someone who was afraid to move. Sixth, shock and panic could not justify taking a shower rather than calling the cops. A person is usually most vulnerable in the shower, and the water muffles the sound of approaching footsteps. So why did Janice shower and wash her hair, despite her claim that she was afraid of the 3 unknown men, because they might not leave? If Janice was confident that the burglars had left and was not afraid to alert them by making noises, why didn't she call the police before taking a shower? Most importantly, the autopsy revealed that Gwyn and Lewis died around 2 p.m., which means Janice waited about 48 minutes to text her foster mother and an hour to post on Facebook. The room she hid in had been ransacked. It appeared that the perpetrators had examined every corner of the small room but had not noticed. Janice, how could this be? By the time Lavella entered the police station with Merlin's ID, the lab report had already been received by the investigation team. Janice's fingerprints were found on the murder weapons, a hammer and a baseball bat. Of course, the implements could have carried the prints of the people who lived in the house. However, given the other inconsistencies, she was the primary suspect. Janice was taken to the station for formal questioning on December 18. She was informed about the ID she had discovered, the results of the forensic examination, and all of the inconsistencies. Janice immediately confessed to the crime, which surprised the detectives. She admitted that she and Merlin had killed Gwyn and Lewis. Janice and Merlin were arrested shortly after making their confession. The only missing item from the crime scene was discovered among the young man's belongings. Both young men were charged with first-degree murder and committed to juvenile detention without bail. It is unclear how Janice and Merlin met or what their relationship was. It is only known that Merlin was the same age as the girl and worked in the church, preparing everything required for church services. The young people were Facebook friends. After studying their correspondence, investigators discovered that they intend to murder Gwyn and Louise on December 1. That occurred 10 days before the tragedy. Cruz and Lavella were distraught and couldn't believe what was happening. Janice had always appeared quiet and well-mannered. They kindly took her in and treated her as if she were their own daughter, and their children adored her like a sister. Why? Why would she do such a thing? Janice attributed it to her envy of Gwyn, a wealthy and family-oriented parent. She was envious of Gwyn's easy success. In her opinion, the adoption was nothing more than cheap sympathy and a way for family members to validate themselves while exploiting her difficult life. I felt like a stray dog who had been picked up. If the mug gods had known how Janice truly felt, they would have attempted to help her understand, but they did not. Janice skillfully concealed everything behind niceness, and she made breakfast not out of gratitude, but because she felt obligated to. Janice was furious about all of the housework the gods made her do, believing them to be hypocrites who treated her like a servant rather than a daughter. The town erupted with outrage as soon as Janice's confession was made public. The residents couldn't believe that a 17-year-old orphan girl could commit such a heinous crime. As the outrage grew, people began to compare her to the heroine of the film Orphan, resulting in a drop in adoptions. The investigation team looked into Janice's background and discovered her mother and 2 younger brothers. It turned out Janice was not an orphan. Her family was extremely poor when she was a child. Her father gambled all of the family's money. The family was almost always starving. In 2013, the girl ran away from home while standing on the pier. She accepted the assistance of a concerned woman out of desperation. Having previously received food and warmth, for the first time in her life, she realized that the best solution was to forget about her parents and brothers forever. Her family was not looking for her. The lack of an extra mouth made their lives easier, but there was no money for searching. Perhaps her mother secretly wished her daughter was in better circumstances. Since then, Janice has realized that pretending to be an orphan is profitable because it allows you to get sympathy, food, and clothes instead of hunger and beatings, and she cannot be blamed for coming to that conclusion. Since learning the truth about the difficult childhood, the motivation has become clearer. Nobody could have predicted how far the Magwad family would go in adopting a traumatized and possibly mentally unstable child. When Janice told Gwyn about her difficult life and the impending lack of payments and housing, she had fully expected an invitation to stay at her friend's house. She was used to playing on sympathy and was willing to pay for cleaning and caring for Lewis. However, the girl did not expect the Magwad family to go so far as to adopt. It exposed numerous childhood traumas. Her entire time with the Magods had been spent observing other children's normal lives, longing for them while also feeling her own inferiority, abandonment, and carefully constructed psychological defense mechanisms. She was used to surviving and knew exactly how to do it. She suddenly had it all, everything she'd ever desired, having never received enough care and love from her relatives. She had no idea how to accept such care or how to experience well. At her new family, she found it difficult to accept kindness as natural. She was constantly searching for a catch. She felt the usual fear about the future, but it was not reflected in reality. Her own experiences and emotional wounds influenced the care and love she gave to her adopted daughter. Instead of reassurance, Janice experienced tension. She wasn't sure how to be a daughter, but she knew how to be a hired worker. She explained to herself what was going on while completing the assigned tasks. This house really wanted a free worker, not a daughter. Everyone was just acting noble and reveling in their generosity. Tension turned to hatred and a desire for vengeance after being treated like a picked-up stray dog. The better Janice's family treated her, the more resentful she became. She felt strange and was envious of Lavella and Gwyn. Lavella's love for her daughters made Janice jealous. Unable to deal with such emotions, love and care became a source of fear and hatred. She became enraged and frustrated, feeling even more inferior and misunderstood. This distorted perception fueled a desire for vengeance against those she believed had simply taken advantage of her trust. Numerous studies in child psychology emphasize the importance of psychological support for children who have been through difficult times and emotional trauma, particularly during the adoption process. Unfortunately, no one knew about Janice's past and the emotional traumas she had endured. The desire to assist the orphaned girl became a nightmare for them, a good family that was ruthless and irreversible. Gwyn and Lewis were interred in a private cemetery on December 20, 2021. More than 1,000 people attended the funeral, and everyone expressed their grief. Janice and Marilyn were tried separately, but the young men received identical sentences of 32 years in prison, with no chance of parole. When they are released from prison, they will be in their 50s, with a full life ahead of them. Gwyn Lewis Cruz and Lavella will no longer be victims of a horrific crime that has permanently shattered the Magwad family. Their act of kindness has been repaid in the most horrific way possible. It is extremely difficult to maintain kindness and strength after surviving the horror. Nonetheless, Cruz and Lavella succeeded. In August 2022, the couple opened a restaurant in memory of their late children, serving their favorite dishes. The couple is undergoing psychotherapy and intends to use their business to honor Gwyn and Lewis' memory. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The dramatic story began in 1995. The bodies of two lovers were discovered on the shores of Juliet Lake in Georgia. It took authorities nearly 2 years to identify and apprehend the criminal. The final word in this case was spoken 18 years after the crime was committed. Juliet is an unincorporated community and census-designated place in Monroe County, Georgia. Just a few days ago, the new year of 1995 arrived, and many people were still in the holiday spirit. However, it was a difficult time for a local sheriff who had grown accustomed to believing that his job was easy. On January 3, a man called the police to report that he discovered 2 lifeless bodies while walking near Juliet Lake. The sheriff and his deputy went to the crime scene. You can get a sense of Juliet's size by looking at the sheriff's office. Nothing more serious than a fight or theft has occurred here. That's why the sheriff and his deputy were astounded by what they witnessed. There was a white Honda on the lake's shore, with the man's body inside, and it wasn't far away. The body of a young woman lay on the ground. You didn't have to be an expert to recognize that both of them died from gunshot wounds. There were personal belongings of the victims inside the car, including their documents, which revealed that the male body in the driver's seat was 22-year-old Grant Patrick Hendrickson. Michelle Lee Cartagena, 19, was the second victim in this violent crime. The state police were notified of the incident. Soon, officers from the Major Crimes Unit arrived at the lake, along with forensic experts. The first thing detectives noticed, which could have been a motive for the crime, was Michelle's partially exposed body with her skirt pulled up. Based on the location of bullet holes on the car's body, detectives assumed that the criminal opened fire on the couple while they were inside. Grant was hit with 3 bullets. Unfortunately, he had no hope of survival. Michelle was shot twice and was presumably conscious when the criminal pulled her out of the car. The position of her body, with her legs spread wide open, indicated that the criminal may have wanted to take advantage of her helplessness, but did not, as life had left her. Forensic experts discovered dark mucus on the insides of her thighs, which turned out to be saliva containing chewing tobacco particles. The saliva samples were sent to the laboratory for analysis. During the investigation of the crime scene, the police discovered significant evidence, specifically bullet cases of 2 different calibers, 13 220 .3 caliber casings and 4 9mm casings. If 2 types of weapons were used in the crime, it is possible that there were 2 criminals. When Grant and Michelle's families learned what had happened, they were both shocked. They had no idea who or why would want to do this to their children. Grant, like Michelle, was his parents' only child. Michelle Lee Cartagena was born May 2, 1975, in Monterey, California. She was a member of the school marching orchestra band, the top singles tennis player, the softball team captain, and a member of the National Honor Society. Michelle spent her free time volunteering with the Red Cross Society and the Animal Welfare Association, as well as visiting the elderly. Her father described her as a gifted and talented woman full of love and life, who aspired to be a doctor so that she could help others and contribute to society. Grant Patrick Hendrickson was born September 20, 1972, in Macon, Georgia. He enjoyed fishing, golfing, canoeing, and camping. He, like his girlfriend, was involved in community life and began volunteering at Macon's Museum of Arts and Sciences at the age of 15. Those who knew the couple assumed that their active lifestyles attracted them to one another. Who could have committed such a cold-blooded crime? Residents of Monroe County were concerned for their safety because the man who had dealt with a young couple by the lake was still free and could strike again. Michelle did attend Mercer University. Grant was in his 5th year while Michelle was in her 2nd year. They'd been dating for a little more than a year and had already planned their future together. We are about to have a wedding. Detectives had to figure out who ruined their plans when their relatives couldn't name anyone who would wish them harm. The investigators traveled to Mercer University in Macon. I was talking to Grant and Michelle's classmates. The officers hoped to learn something useful for their investigation. Michelle and Grant were both in good standing at the university, had no conflicts with anyone, and were generally described as pleasant, caring individuals. The detectives suspected that the crime had been committed by a man who had feelings for Michelle but was rejected, but this theory was not confirmed and was pushed to the sidelines. As a result, visiting Mercer University provided the police with no information that could have assisted them in locating the criminal. Detectives discovered that Grant and Michelle visited a restaurant on January 2 while reconstructing the chronology of events leading up to their deaths. Following a meal, they went to the cinema. After the film, they went to a vacation camp at Juliet Lake. This camp was open 24 hours a day and featured a boat launch, parking lot, small dock, and picnic tables. The public could use these places for free, so there was no personnel or security. On the night of the crime, there were other people in various parts of the lake. Some of them claimed they heard loud popping noises, but because it was January 2, they mistook the sound for firecrackers. Someone also stated that he saw a 1980s Hendrickson leaving the parking lot at high speeds. Meanwhile, experts extracted DNA from saliva found on Michelle's thigh. However, at the time, the DNA database was in its infancy. The U.S. Congress passed the DNA Identification Act in 1994, allowing the FBI to create a national DNA database of convicted criminals, as well as separate databases containing information about missing people and forensic samples collected from crime scenes. That is why there was nothing to compare the DNA sample extracted from Michelle's saliva to. It could only have yielded a match if directly compared to the criminal's DNA. The survey of employees at the restaurant and cinema that Grant and Michelle visited before their deaths yielded no results either. There were no conflicts or unusual circumstances at either location. The authorities speculated that Grant and Michelle could have been unintentional victims or had crossed paths not long before they died. The detectives saw no other explanations. The young couple studied diligently. "We are not associated with any shady individuals and do not use illegal substances." And the fact that the criminal did not take any money or other valuables from the car indicates that the crime was motivated by something other than greed. The state forensic lab determined that the weapons used in the crime were most likely an AR-15 rifle and a 9mm Ruger pistol. The police interviewed over 100 people, and a few dozen potential suspects were ruled out after voluntarily providing DNA samples for comparison. As a result, the investigation has come to a halt more than a year and a half after the crime in the fall of 1996. Agent Randy Upton of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation took over the case. After thoroughly studying the case, he decided to take a different approach and began looking for the criminal himself, as his predecessors had. But for his weapon, which he used in the attack on Grant and Michelle, Agent Upton went to Macon's largest gun store and requested a list of people who had purchased an AR-15 rifle between 1985 and 1985. Now the agent had a list of 108 names. He began calling people on the list, telling them that they would be extremely helpful to the investigation if they allowed their weapon to be examined and provided a DNA sample for analysis. Most people readily agreed to cooperate. Following the appropriate tests, the list of potential suspects began to shrink. On November 27, 1996, Upton called Andrew Allen Cook, 22, who was also on the list. In conversation with Andrew, Agent Upton explained the purpose of his call and requested permission to examine Cook's rifle. Andrew replied that it was impossible because he sold it in April 1994, 8 months before Grant and Michelle died. However, according to gun store records, Andrew Cook was unable to sell his rifle in April 1994 because he had purchased it in August of that year. Agent Upton realized his interlocutor was lying. When Upton asked Cook to provide his DNA sample, he said he needed to speak with his father, an FBI agent, first. And then he hung up. Upton immediately realized that Andrew Cook could be the person he was looking for. It was discovered that 5 months after Grant and Michelle's deaths in May 1995, a cook pawned his rifle at one of the gun stores. The police also discovered that in December 1993, a Cook's acquaintance purchased a Ruger pistol on his behalf because he was too young to do so himself. He sold the pistol to one of his friends in July 1995, just after pawning the rifle. To summarize what has been said, he got rid of both his rifle and pistol 6 months after the deaths of Grant and Michelle Andrew Cook, which was far from a coincidence. The more the police learned about Cook, the more they were confident that they were on the right track. As it turned out, shortly after Grant and Michelle's deaths, he not only disposed of his weapons, but also his car, a 1987 Hendrickson. This vehicle fits the description of a car found near the crime scene. Cook worked in a diaper factory, which Agent Upton decided to visit. Andrew was not at work, but the agent spoke with a friend and colleague. According to court documents, a colleague reported that they recently discussed the worst thing they had ever done, and Andrew stated that he shot someone with a rifle. The colleague didn't believe the story but wanted to know why he did it. The cook responded that he wanted to see if he could get away with it. The colleague also stated that Andrew chewed tobacco frequently. Another friend testified that in late November 1996, the cook told him he needed to leave town because it was getting too hot. Agent Upton began looking for Andrew Cook, who had not lived in his parents' home in several years. Randy Upton contacted his father on December 4, 1996, and set up a meeting. John Cook was indeed an FBI agent with 29 years of experience. During the meeting, Agent Upton explained to John that he is investigating the crime committed at Juliet Lake, which is why he wishes to speak with his son Andrew, but cannot locate him. John became aware of Grant and Michelle's case through the media. He himself did not take part in the investigation. He told Upton that he does not consider his son a suspect, but he promised to find him and speak with him. Later that day, John was able to reach Andrew on the phone. He informed his son that the detective in charge of the Juliet Lake case was looking for him and inquired whether he knew anything about it. His son's response turned his entire life upside down. Andrew told Daddy, "I can't tell you. You're one of them. You are a cop." When John Cook asked the next question, he prayed that his son would say no. "Were you the shooter?" he asked. After a brief pause, Andrew replied yes. He told his father that one night, while fishing at Juliet Lake, the couple drove there and he got into an argument with the driver. According to him, Grant threatened him with a pistol. He became enraged, took his rifle, and did something that could not be undone. John Cook asked his son to contact the authorities, but Andrew replied that he would just disappear. John was stunned by his son's story. It was extremely difficult for him, but he remained professional. The next day, John went to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office and informed them about his son's confession. At the time, no one knew Andrew had been arrested in the neighboring county that morning for shooting deer and turkey outside of the hunting season. He introduced himself under an assumed name, but it became clear when Agent Upton learned that Andrew Cook had been arrested. He traveled to Jones County to speak with him. Upton was unaware of this the day before. Andrew confessed everything to his father. After arriving at the Jones County Sheriff's Office, Upton introduced himself and asked Andrew Cook to answer a few questions. He replied, 2 years have passed, and you still have nothing. I once owned a Honda. I once owned a rifle, and I used to have a Ruger, but now you're trying to set me up. He then stated that if they called his father and found him a lawyer, he would confess everything. Andrew was delivered to Monroe County. The sheriff allowed John Cook to speak with Andrew one-on-one. When John hugged his son, both of them cried. John expressed his disbelief that Andrew had told him the truth, to which Andrew responded that he was not fishing that night and that when he arrived at the lake, the victim's car was already there. Grant and Michelle didn't notice how he approached the car with his rifle and opened fire. Then, he claims he fired a few more shots from his pistol before pulling the woman out of the car to confuse the cops. He spat on Michelle on purpose to ensure that the police couldn't find him using his name. Andrew Cook was charged in the case involving Grant Hendrickson and Michael Lee Cartagena. In addition to Andrew's confession, police have identified the current owners of the rifle and pistol he used during the crime. A forensic ballistic examination revealed that Michelle and Grant were killed with the same firearms. Andrew's DNA was also tested, and it matched the sample extracted from Michelle's saliva. The trial started in 1998. John Cook spoke at the trial. He repeatedly apologized to Grant's and Michelle's families, but he also stated that his apologies would not bring them peace. He claimed that he dedicated his entire life to his service and had no idea how evil had consumed his son. On March 19, 1998, Andrew Cook was found guilty. He was sentenced to death, and after Cook exhausted all of his appeals, the execution date was set for February 22, 2013. The State Board of Pardons and Paroles met 3 days before this date, on February 19, 2013, to consider a clemency appeal filed by Andrew's attorneys on his behalf. The attorneys attempted to persuade the board that Andrew is mentally ill and requires treatment. After considering the appeal, the State Board decided against clemency. On the day of Andrew's execution, February 22, 2013, his family paid him a visit in prison to say goodbye. He was also able to order his final meal. He ordered steak, baked potatoes, fried shrimp, lemon pie, and soda. As he was strapped to a gurney in the death chamber, he said his final words, "I'm sorry, but I'm not going to ask you to forgive me. I couldn't even do it myself." He thanked his family for their support and presence, and he apologized for taking so much away from them all. The injection was given at 11:08 p.m. 14 minutes later, Andrew Cook, 38, was pronounced dead. Following the execution, Grant's mother, Mary Hendrickson, stated that she had been waiting for justice for 18 years. She added, "I believe that was the devil's work. When all this was going on, I was just thinking to myself, well, the devil will not win. He's not going to win my heart. He's not going to win my heart. He is not going to win." On June 21, 2023, the media reported that John Cook had died at the age of 81. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about a story that happened in Pennsylvania in 2014. Jessica Paget, 33, left work to send a fax but never returned. Her family filed a missing person report. CCTV footage helped to solve this case. What happened to the woman was so shocking that the jury refused to watch the video evidence presented by the prosecutor during the trial. Jessica was born on December 15, 1980. The woman has lived her entire life in Pennsylvania. She was a very energetic and cheerful child, and her parents, Thomas and Danielle, divorced when she was still a child. Jessica's mother soon married another man, and she considered him her second father. After graduating from high school in 1998, she attended college to study preschool education. Jessica met Michael Paget during her college studies. They began dating and eventually lived together. During their 8-year relationship, the couple had 2 children. However, they decided to marry only in August 2014. Some sources also claimed that they had another child, Michael's son, from a previous relationship. Michael was a caring father and husband. However, as with any other family, the couple's relationship had its ups and downs. Nonetheless, Jessica was pleased with Michael. And then, 4 months after the wedding, she went missing. She spent 2 years working at a kindergarten in Northampton. She enjoyed this job because she loved children and knew how to quickly establish a common language with them. The children liked Jessica and enjoyed spending time with her. On November 21st, 2014, she took her older children to school before heading to work with her younger son. The latter led to the same kindergarten where Jessica worked. It was a normal day, with no signs of trouble. Jessica approached the administrator at lunchtime and requested permission to leave work for a short time in order to send a fax from her mother and stepfather's home in a rural area near Northampton. The administrator allowed her to leave. Jessica traveled by car, leaving her son in kindergarten. She was supposed to return within half an hour. However, an hour passed and Jessica did not return. Her coworkers became concerned and began calling her, but she did not respond. An hour later, the kindergarten administrator contacted Michael and asked if he knew where Jessica was, stating that she had left work for a while but never returned. Michael said he was at work and had no idea where his wife was. He also stated that he would try to contact her himself. Michael immediately began calling Jessica, but every call went to voicemail. It wasn't like Jessica, who never missed a call from her family. Michael decided to call his wife's mother, Danelle Bittner, who was in Florida, and see if Jessica had contacted her. But Danielle made no contact with her daughter that day. As a result, she became very concerned. She was also aware that not answering the phone was unusual for Jessica. Danielle told Michael to call her husband and Jessica's stepfather, Greg, and speak with him. But, as it turned out, Greg did not see or speak with Jessica that day. The relatives became increasingly worried with each passing minute. After hundreds of unsuccessful attempts to reach her daughter, Danielle went to the airport and purchased a ticket for the next flight to Pennsylvania. Michael called the police 4 hours after Jessica left work to report his wife missing. He stated that Jessica would never have abandoned the children voluntarily. As a result, he was concerned that she had suffered a terrible fate. The police immediately launched an investigation, sending Jessica's description to every station in the surrounding cities. Jessica was approximately 5 feet, 4 inches tall and weighed 130 pounds. She had brown hair, hazel eyes, and a tattoo of a footprint on her shoulder. The last time someone saw her, she was dressed in gray sweatpants and a black hoodie with the words duck, duck, goose on the front and staff on the back. They checked all local hospitals and morgues, but no one fit the description. Detectives were trying to figure out where the mother of 3 children might have gone. They questioned her co-workers, but everyone agreed that Jessica had no enemies. Both the children and their parents adored her. They also mentioned that Jessica seemed fine when she left work for lunch. They noticed nothing unusual about her behavior. 2 hours after Michael reported his wife missing, police were able to track Jessica's phone signal. According to the data collected, her phone was about a mile away from the kindergarten where she worked. This data was not completely accurate because there is always some error when determining a phone's location. Nonetheless, the police knew where the signal was coming from. It had already become dark outside when they began their search. In one of the parking lots, officers discovered a white Subaru Outback. It was Jessica's car. The car was empty and unlocked. Her purse contained documents and bank cards. The keys were in the ignition, and Jessica's phone was on the passenger seat, near her purse. There was no evidence of a crime in the car. At first glance, the police were required to answer several questions. Where's Jessica? What made her abandon her car and valuables so close to the kindergarten where she worked? The police required CCTV footage to answer these questions. The back wall of the store across the street was equipped with a CCTV camera. It captured the location where they discovered Jessica's car. The police entered the store and asked the manager to show them the recordings. While reviewing the footage, they noticed Jessica driving into the parking lot shortly after 1 p.m., getting out and standing at the driver's door for a while. After this, she left and never returned. The investigators couldn't figure out why Jessica left her documents, phone, and keys and vanished. Could she have gone into hiding voluntarily? Jessica left her car and walked between these two buildings to another parking lot. She then vanished, as there were no cameras present. The investigators watched the recording on a small OLED monitor in the store. As a result, they created a copy of the video to show at the station on a modern, large screen. The Northampton Police Department was small, so they had to enlist the assistance of the Pennsylvania State Police to organize the search. They distributed flyers featuring Jessica's image throughout Northampton and surrounding cities, as well as via the media and social networks. State police detectives began retracing the events that led up to Jessica's disappearance. The first thing they did was talk to the kindergarten staff once more. After learning that Jessica had left work to send a fax from her mother's house, the detectives went there to find answers to their questions. This house was about 4 miles from the kindergarten, so the journey took about 10 minutes. Upon arrival, the detectives spoke with Danielle and her husband Greg, who informed them that Jessica had the keys to the house and could come at any time. Danielle was in Florida on the day she went missing, and Greg was also away. Every sent fax is recorded in the device's usage history. However, Greg's fax machine turned out to be faulty, so it was unclear if Jessica was at her mother's house that day. Perhaps she chose to use another fax machine. However, this does not explain why she left her belongings in the car. Next, the detectives decided to speak with Jessica's husband, Michael. He claimed that on the day his wife vanished, he was the first to leave the house. A friend picked him up and they went to work together. They checked Michael's statement because it is common for a husband to be involved in his wife's disappearance or death. Meanwhile, they formed a search party. The media reported Jessica's disappearance and asked anyone with information to contact the police. 2 days have passed since the woman's disappearance, and the police have no new leads. To find out if Jessica had arrived at her mother's house, the detective began looking for surveillance cameras along the way. There was only one road that led to her mother's house. Next to this road, there was an Exxon gasoline station. It of course had security cameras. If Jessica was going where she said she was going, she should have been captured on this camera's recording. Watching the video, the detective spotted Jessica's car. She drove there around 12:56 p.m. It was only a few minutes from the gas station to her mother's home. She had to drive back quickly because the fax machine was not working. I checked the recording to see if her car drove in the opposite direction. The officer noticed something strange. Just 14 minutes later, the car reappeared in the video. Her white car drove through the gas station at high speed, eventually leading the police to her car. And Jessica's driving style was unusual. She could have driven straight, but instead she turned towards the gas station and drove onto the other side of the road without stopping. She then drove to the city center and parked her car there. The only plausible explanation was that Jessica was in a hurry and there was a red traffic light at the intersection, so she drove through the gas station and ended up on another road with a green light. After that, she abandoned the car in the parking lot, where a police officer later discovered it. The investigators discovered something new while reviewing the footage of Jessica leaving her car. Jessica's height was 5 feet and 4 inches, and she weighed 130 pounds. However, the person who exited the car was significantly taller and heavier. The experts estimated Jessica's height to be between 5 feet and 11 inches and 6 feet and 3 inches based on the height of her car. When the police investigated the abandoned car, they discovered that the driver's seat was as close to the steering wheel as possible. This position would make sitting behind the wheel uncomfortable for anyone taller than 5 feet, 11 inches. However, the police discovered an explanation for this. After getting out of the car, the person bent down and, according to the detectives, moved the seat as close to the steering wheel as possible, attempting to give the police reason to believe Jessica was driving. But who was the tall person? Michael's height turned out to be about 6 feet. The police summoned the man for questioning. He stated that he was not involved in the disappearance of his wife, whom he said he cherished. He, like before, claimed to be at work when the kindergarten staff called him. Detectives interviewed Michael's co-workers and obtained a report on the geolocation of his phone on the day Jessica disappeared. He was not lying. Michael was at work when his wife disappeared, so he is not on this recording. It was the 4th day since Jessica's disappearance, and it's hard to imagine how stressed her children must have been. Their lives were not the same. The search continued but produced no results. The investigators were perplexed when they rewatched the video of someone getting out of Jessica's car. Once again, the officers discovered something new. A minute after the unknown person vanished behind the building, a white SUV, possibly a Ford, was left behind. Jessica's stepfather, Greg, matched the height description and drove the same vehicle. Greg was asked by the police to come to the station for a few questions. The man was stunned to learn that he had been named as a suspect in his stepdaughter's disappearance. He stated that he left his car for repair at one of the service centers, and that day, a neighbor brought him there to pick up his Ford. After that, he stopped at an Exxon gas station to eat something. The same gas station provided the police with the CCTV footage. Greg was unaware of this, though. After reviewing the video again, investigators noticed him driving past the Exxon gas station 2 minutes after leaving the parking lot. He didn't stop for lunch, and Greg lied. Could the man Jessica referred to as her father have been involved in her disappearance? After speaking with the man's neighbor, the detectives discovered she did not drive him to the car service. It meant that Greg's entire story was a lie. Putting all of the facts together, the investigators determined that Greg was home when Jessica arrived to send the fax. Perhaps something happened, and Greg drove Jessica's car to a parking lot in the city center. A group of police officers visited the man's home. Danielle, Jessica's mother, gave the police permission to inspect the house. One of the officers went directly to the fax machine and discovered that Greg had lied about it not working. Furthermore, the device usage history confirmed that Jessica did send the fax. As a result, she was at her parents' house on the day she went missing. A trash can in the basement contained blood-stained napkins. Greg's home shoes, discovered in a dumpster on the street, also had dried blood on them. Danielle told the police that Greg had called the garbage company the day before and asked them to pick up the trash she hadn't given. However, she remembered that the trash can was not yet full. Very likely, that's how Greg got rid of the evidence, specifically the cleaning products and rags. The police interrogated Greg again, informing him that they knew all of his statements were false and that they had discovered evidence in his home. They also stated that they knew Jessica was in his home on the day of her disappearance. Following that, the man began talking. Gregory Graff, or simply Greg, told investigators that when he arrived home on the afternoon of November 21st, he discovered Jessica's car in the driveway and bloodstains on the carpet. He claims she was already dead when he returned home. He stated that he panicked and was afraid to call the police because he knew no one would believe him. He drove Jessica's car to a parking lot in the city center before returning home. Graff claims that Jessica died because she owed someone money. Gregory Graff had told yet another lie. Detectives discovered that Graff purchased adult toys the day before Jessica disappeared. They were tired of hearing Graff's nonsense, so they asked him directly where he had placed his stepdaughter's body, claiming that an autopsy would provide answers to many questions. Graff changed his testimony once he realized he'd been caught. He explained that he was at home watching adult videos when Jessica arrived and asked if she could send a fax. Graff stood behind her as she used the computer. He said he was aroused and desired his stepdaughter. Without saying anything, he took out a gun and shot her in the back of the head. Then he moved Jessica's body into her bedroom and drove her car to a city center parking lot. His Ford was standing near the car service, where he had previously left it for minor repairs. That is why he went there. After getting out of Jessica's car, He adjusted the seat so that everyone assumed she was driving. His next words shocked the investigators. When he got home, he turned on the video camera and placed it next to the bed. Then you'll understand what I mean, even if the phrase sounds strange. He recorded a video of his interactions with his stepdaughter. Jessica, as you are aware, is no longer alive. The police later discovered the video on Greg's computer. He then claimed to have wrapped her body in a blanket and hidden it in a ravine near his home. After that, he returned home and started cleaning. Graff stated during the interview that he wished he could get help. "I'm not actually a bad guy," Graff told Pennsylvania State Police Corporal Jeffrey Smith. "I just lost my mind following the confession." He discussed how his life had changed since the crime. "I lost everything." Graff stated that my business was my home in Florida, my dogs were my wife, and he then mentioned his family and parents, but he never mentioned Jessica's death. As a result, Danielle discovered both that her daughter had died and that her husband was responsible. But what Greg had done to the body went beyond the woman's imagination. Following Graff's arrest, authorities released an official statement. "Unfortunately, we have some sad news to share today. Jessica Paget died. She is a victim of homicide." Northampton County District Attorney John M. Morganell stated, "We are still a little hesitant to believe the defendant's version of events. However, we have reason to believe that there was a will motive in this whole situation. Unfortunately," he said. According to Morganell, the prosecutor's office reviewed all of the evidence to determine whether Graff planned the attack. Through a statement issued by the Pennsylvania State Police, Paget thanked law enforcement, the media, and the public for their efforts. "The loss of Jessica has left us devastated. She was a stunning, vibrant young woman who was adored by her family and friends. The world is less bright today." According to the statement, Gregory Graff, 53, was charged with taking Jessica Paget's life. At this stage of the investigation, some speculated that when Jessica arrived, Greg attempted to persuade her into intimacy, but when she refused, he was afraid of exposure and killed her. But there was no way to prove this because Jessica had no defensive wounds on her body. She died of a single wound to the back of the head, which supported Greg's testimony. According to Pennsylvania law, the man could face the death penalty. However, because Jessica was dead when he committed the second part of his heinous crime, the prosecutor's office had no authority to seek the death penalty for him. After examining Greg and Jessica's computers and phones, the police discovered no evidence of a connection between them other than the stepfather-stepdaughter relationship. The trial started in 2015. District Attorney John Morganelli stated that Philadelphia Attorney John McMahon, Jr., never filed the results of Gregory Graff's mental health evaluation. McMahon claimed he had Graff evaluated for an insanity defense, but Graff did not have diminished mental capacity, so McMahon did not use the evaluation at trial. Danelle Bittner said she learned about her daughter's disappearance on November 21st, while in Florida shopping for carpets for her new home. When Graff picked her up at Lehigh Valley International Airport on November 22nd, he said everything would be fine. They would find her. At one of the court sessions, the jury was required to watch a 6-minute video of Greg's heinous crimes. He used adult toys that he'd purchased the day before. The jury did not want to watch the video, but the judge insisted they do so before making a decision. Graff's lawyer attempted to prove that it was not a planned crime and that his client committed a third-degree crime rather than a first-degree crime. As a result, Northampton County District Attorney John M. Morganell made the difficult decision to show the jury a 6-minute video recording captured by Graff. Morganell stated that Graff pleaded not guilty to both charges. It left him with no choice but to present all of his evidence to convince jurors that the crime was premeditated. "The Commonwealth had to show you what he did." Morganell said in his closing argument that it wasn't pleasant. "It wasn't tasteful, but we had to show you what he did. Criminals aren't exactly geniuses, which is one advantage." Morganell claimed they make mistakes. The jury took only 6 minutes to reach a unanimous decision. Gregory Graff was found guilty of killing Jessica and abusing her body. The court sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The judge asked him if he had anything to say. Graff replied, "No, sir, I'm just really sorry." Following the sentencing, the judge recommended that the jury seek psychological counseling. Following the verdict, Jessica Paget's husband, Michael, stated that it has been difficult to move on without the only woman he has ever loved and to raise 3 children alone. She was the most wonderful person you had ever met. He told reporters that Danielle had filed for divorce. However, there were complications, so she had to go to court. Gregory Graff, 55, who appeared in court via video feed from his Pennsylvania prison cell, refused to sign documents granting him 25% of his joint assets with Danielle Bittner. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll talk about a story that happened in England. On Sunday, November 14, 2020, one surveillance cameras caught 34-year-old Alexandra Morgan at a gas station near Cranbrook, Kent. Nobody has seen her since. 4 days later, her parents reported her missing to the police. The investigation revealed many secrets that were hoped to remain hidden. The truth turned out to be far more terrifying than anyone could have anticipated. Alexandra Morgan, as she was known to her friends and family, was a single mother with 2 children ages 4 and 11. They lived in Wellesley, Cranbrook, in Kent. She did not maintain relationships with her children's fathers. It wasn't easy for her to raise them alone. According to some sources, Alexandra was a dog groomer. People described her as a dynamic and ambitious woman who wanted her children to have everything they required. She wanted a better life for them and took several steps to make it happen. Alexandra arranged a meeting with her parents on November 13, 2021. She left her 2 children with them, claiming she was going on a spa vacation with friends. She said she'd be back in 3 days. Alexandra's parents became concerned on November 17 when she failed to pick up her children. She did not respond to any calls or texts. It was not like her. After several unsuccessful attempts to locate their missing daughter, the parents were forced to contact the police. Kent police said Alexandra Morgan's disappearance was suspicious, so they investigated it as a possible crime. At the start of the investigation, the police attempted to determine which spa Alexandra planned to visit. She told her parents she was going with friends, and the police wanted to know who they were. At the time, the investigators had no idea what they would face while searching for Alexandra. While searching for the woman, police obtained video footage from a gas station in Cranbrook. That was the last place anyone saw her. Her white Mini Cooper was the key to determining her location. On November 14, she refueled her car, purchased some items, and left. At first glance, there was nothing unusual about this video. Rose Macaulay, the gas station manager who has been friendly with Alexandra for 17 years, was present when she purchased 10 pounds of gas and ordered a coffee and snack on the morning of her disappearance. Rose believes no one knows what happened to her or where she went. Her car hasn't been seen since then, which is a complete mystery. My friend and I looked around Hastings for it, but couldn't find anything. Alex never feels embarrassed. So I don't think she's afraid to come home. I'm just hoping nothing bad has happened to her. I just hope she is okay and shows up. It's very worrying. Alex arrived that Sunday looking very well, dressed, with a full face of makeup, her hair done, and nice clothes on. She was more dressed up than I had ever seen her before. And she arrived unusually early in the morning. Alex appeared to be in a good mood, smiling as he interviewed Alexandra's friends. The detectives discovered that in 2018, she posted information on social media about a stalker who followed her every move. In another post from 2019, she shared an image with the words, "Hello, stalker." Alexandra wrote, "Stop stalking my page. Lovelies." It's rather sad. Not only that, but you're making it clearer by the day, as we're not even friends on Facebook. There is nothing to see here, pal, unless you continue. Oh, please share your antics for all to see. Have a beautiful day. Investigators were now looking into whether these messages had anything to do with her disappearance. According to a police spokesman, Alexandra's failure to contact her family is completely out of character, and the case is now being investigated as a possible murder. While we conduct our investigation, I urge anyone who has seen Alexandra or her white Mini Cooper with a black roof to contact us. If you think you saw Alexandria or something suspicious but are unsure, please call and let us know. Alexandra was described as a slim woman with brown shoulder-length hair and a height of about 5 feet, 6 inches. She was last seen wearing a green knee-length quilted coat, a black top, ripped blue jeans, knee-high black boots, and a silver necklace. People can disappear without leaving any traces or clues for the police. Many missing person cases remain unsolved. But this time, things were different. Alexandra Morgan left a digital trail that eventually led the police to discover what happened to her. Furthermore, it revealed some shocking information. Alexandra hoped to improve her financial situation. To accomplish this, she began working as an escort and advertised her services on the internet. However, her family and friends were unaware of it. Women working as escorts are among the most vulnerable groups of people. Everyone, including the police, is aware of this. They never know who their next client will be. An ordinary person who, for whatever reason, has decided to pay for such services, or a maniac looking for a target. The investigators discovered that Alexandra had scheduled a meeting with her regular client prior to her disappearance. They arrested this man. At the same time, the police representative's statement made it clear that Alexandra had died. According to a Kent police spokesperson, detectives from the Kent and Essex Serious Crime Directorate are investigating the disappearance of a woman from Sissinghurst and arrested a man on Thursday, November 25, 2020. 1. A 40-year-old man from East Leonards-on-Sea has been arrested on suspicion of murder. Kent police officers with assistance from Sussex Police are conducting searches in 3 locations in Hastings and East Leonards-on-Sea as part of their efforts to locate Alexandria. Residents can expect a heightened police presence in the area as investigations continue. They arrested Mark Brown. He was a construction worker who married and had a son. His family was unaware that he was leading a double life. Before she disappeared, Alexandra had met him several times. According to Sussex Police, he intends to buy her a Mini Cooper. Their first meeting occurred on June 8, 2021, after Brown discovered her on an adult website. It happened at her home in Sissinghurst, near Cranbrook, Kent. Everything went well at the time, and they saw each other occasionally on June 21. Almost 2 weeks later, they met again. Alexandra went to a small bridge farm near Hastings, Kent, that Brown rented for meetings with women and other purposes. Throughout August and September, they met 7 more times, and Alexandra had no idea she was falling deeper into a trap. On October 23, 2021, Brown texted her to see if she was interested in a risk-free business transaction he was offering. The proposal was for £100,000 for 3 to 5 days at a hotel, where he would guard a new ID, a straight car, and shopping money. All he needed her to do was go out for a cigarette, grab some cash, and buy some things. This is a testament to her character. Alexandria's online searches following this proposal demonstrated her desire to improve her children's lives. One of the searches was for the minimum deposit on a house in 2021. A variety of other searches revealed Alexandra's desire to start new businesses with the money she would make. Among the internet searches were, how much can you make running a sunbed shop in the UK? How much tax would I pay on $100,000? Alexandra told her parents she was going to the spa with her friends, but she was actually going to meet Mark Brown on the farm. She left the house on November 14, and CCTV footage showed her buying gas in Cranbrook at 7:20 a.m. She arrived at Little Bridge Farm at about 8 a.m. 8 a.m. 3 days later, on November 17th, Brown relocated Alexandra's car to her home on Hurst Lane in St. Leonards, having previously replaced her license plate with a fake one. Alexandra's mother contacted the police on November 18 after her daughter failed to pick up the children and stopped answering calls and texts. On November 23, the police discovered CCTV footage that showed Alexandra's car following Brown's Jaguar on the road to Little Bridge Farm. Kent police blocked access to the farm and began questioning Brown. He admitted he had met with Alexandra. However, he stated that she left after 45 minutes. He stated that the police could take his fingerprints and a DNA sample 2 days later, on November 25. They arrested Brown, the primary suspect in the Alexandra Morgan case. But before we go any further, and before I tell you what happened to her, let us go back to when Alexandra had no idea Mark Brown existed. Lee was 33 years old and a mother of 3, but she didn't have custody of her children. Leah was an animal lover who cared for a horse, 3 goats, 2 dogs, a mastiff named Duke, and a Pomeranian named Lady. On March 25, 2018, Mark Brown contacted Leah through an escort website where she advertised her services. Brown and Alexandra Morgan met on the same website. A few years later, at the end of 2018, Brown and Ware had begun dating and renting an apartment together. When her lease expired 6 months later, she moved into Brown's yard at Little Bridge Farm and lived in a shipping container. Brown compared their relationship to a roller coaster. As it turned out, Leah led a chaotic lifestyle. She was a benefit claimant who received weekly payments into her account, which Brown frequently withdrew for her. She had a history of illegal drug use and mental health issues. However, many people claimed she was working hard to obtain custody of her children. While describing her daughter, Leah's mother claimed she was an angel. She added that, while Leah had never enjoyed school, she had always preferred her animals. Brown and Ware had a 3-year relationship before she vanished without a trace in May 2020. 1. Leah spent the evening of May 5th. In the early hours of May 6, I was with a friend and convicted drug dealer Jack Tyler. They took the substances together. That evening, they had an intimate relationship. This was the last time anyone saw Leah. Her last outgoing call was on May 7 at 8:55 a.m. The police believed she died that day. 2 weeks later, Mark Brown returned to the website and met Leah on June 8, 2021. A month later, she vanished without trace. Alexandria met Brown for the first time in her home. The meeting went well. She regarded Brown as a reasonable and generous man, but Alexandria had no idea that just a month before, another woman in a relationship with Brown vanished without a trace. During the investigation, detectives discovered extremely revealing messages sent by Brown. He sent them to his high school girlfriend 5 days after meeting Alexandra Morgan. However, the messages were not about Alexandria. They were discussing Lee. This is what they said. "I'll be very careful how I word this. It happened again not long ago, while disposing of something. It's an extremely unpleasant task. An old oil drum, 5 liters of diesel, and there's not much left. It gets extremely hot and glows almost white. My heart, mind, and soul are heavy with the consequences of my actions. I'm a psychopath with a conscience." It's a joke, actually. Thus, investigators began to suspect Alexandra Morgan's death, and more frighteningly, that she was not Mark Brown's only victim. A spokesperson for the Sussex Police Major Crime Team stated that despite extensive investigations, "We have not found Leah or her body and are asking for the public's assistance in locating her or anything related to her disappearance." After Brown was arrested on November 25, 2021, police searched his farm. They discovered a barrel inside which someone had recently burned something. Experts examined its contents and discovered bone and tooth remains. The laboratory examination confirmed that these were Alexandra Morgan's remains. In a joint statement, Neil Kimber of Kent Police and Andy Wolstenholme of Sussex Police said, "Our thoughts are with the families of Alexandra and Leah during this difficult time. While we have located Alexandra's remains, we have yet to find Leah, and our investigations are ongoing. We urge anyone with information about Leah or Alexandra to contact us immediately." Leah is described by police as a slim white female standing 5 feet 6 inches tall with very long black hair and blue eyes. They suspected she had tattoos of a dragon on her right leg, Chinese writing on her right leg, Chinese writing on her right hip, and a fairy sitting on a flower above the name Ryan on her right leg. The search at Brown's farm lasted approximately a month, concluding on January 7, 2022. The police discovered the bones of a Pomeranian in the pond, along with a weight tied to its collar. Investigators believed it was Leah's dog, which Brown cruelly abandoned following Leah's death. Although police were unable to locate Leah Ware's remains, Brown was charged with her death on February 1, 2022. They had previously charged him with the murder of Alexandra Morgan. Throughout the interrogation, Brown denied the charges against him. However, when they informed him of the evidence that showed he had burned Alexandra Morgan's body, he admitted her death. Yet, Brown insisted that Alexandria had died as a result of an accident. The trial of Mark Brown started on October 17, 2022. During the court proceedings, new details about these two cases emerged. The jury discovered that Brown withdrew money from Leah Ware's bank account on a regular basis following her disappearance. Following Leah's disappearance on May 7, 2021, Brown collected her prescription medication and withdrew money from a cash machine every week using her new bank card. They delivered the card to his sister Cheryl's address. He would then place the cachet and medication in a horse box belonging to their pet. Birdie's prosecution lawyer, Duncan Atkinson, detailed several times in the weeks following Leah Ware's disappearance how Brown took £200 from her account, the maximum allowed in a transaction. This resulted in Leah's balance dropping from over £2,000 to £45. In July 2021, jurors were informed that Brown withdrew £200 from Leah's account twice shortly after transferring £200 to his own account. When asked why he did this, he explained that he probably used her £200 and then replaced it. At the time, someone owed me £430, so they most likely paid me back. Atkinson stated that the withdrawals from Leah's account had nothing to do with her and everything to do with you. Is this a coincidence? She died after receiving her new bank card. Brown responded, I'm not sure what you're getting at because as far as I know, she is not dead. Atkinson asks if we're running away. Ms. Where's the money? Were you? You knew Leah was in a situation where money wouldn't help her, Brown responded. I'm not sure what planet you live on. Leah wished Brown would leave his wife for her. This was stated by one of her friends during testimony at the trial. Perhaps it influenced Brown's decision to commit the crime. During the trial for Alexandra Morgan's death, Brown stated that her death was accidental. He claimed Alexandra slipped and fell on a tool, injuring her head in the workshop he rented at Little Bridge Farm. He claimed he ran over to her and discovered there was a lot of blood. As a result, he grabbed a towel and attempted to stop the bleeding from her head. When he moved her head to place the towel underneath, there was more blood. Prosecutor Duncan Atkinson objected, claiming that when you first saw her, she had collapsed on her back. There is already a lot of blood on her head. So before you do anything else, it's clear that she's hurt, needs assistance, and requires a doctor. That is absolutely obvious, Brown responded. Yes, but I was panicked, and the first thing I did was grab a towel to help stop the bleeding. She had already left by that point, and I made it a priority to perform CPR because I couldn't find a pulse. I did not call an ambulance because my first priority was to stop the bleeding and then check for a pulse. There is no point in calling an ambulance. If it is not going to arrive on time, the first priority is to stop the bleeding. Brown stated that he was certain Alexandra Morgan had died after performing CPR and holding a mirror to her mouth and nose to check for breathing. In the 5 minutes that followed, he used jumpers to keep blood from flowing out from under the workshop door, went outside to vomit, and grabbed his phone from either his car or jacket pocket to call the emergency services. He then decided to cover it up, saying, I wrapped Alex in a sleeping bag and wrapped a towel around her head to keep more blood from coming out. I had a dead escort on my workshop floor. How would it look like? How would I prove she had an accident? It was a foolish thing to do. It was the worst mistake I'd ever made in my life. Brown then decided to dispose of Alexander's body with an incinerator he had built out of an old oil drum earlier that year and used on a regular basis to burn waste. He said, I'd heard urban legends about people burning bodies, and I didn't want anyone to find a body dumped somewhere. Thus, Brown claimed that he had nothing to do with Lee's disappearance and believed she was still alive. Alexandra's death was allegedly accidental. However, during the trial, the court heard testimony from Brown's boss, Alan Downs. The man claimed Brown warned him that the police might come for him and arrest him. The conversation took place on November 24. When Downs asked what the police might arrest him for, Brown said it was a double murder, and this was a critical point. With this response, Brown implied that Lee had died and that Alexandra Morgan had not died in an accident. However, Brown denied using such language. He responded, No, I said I was going away for 25 years. I'm not sure where he got the double. I stated that I would be arrested for one murder. I did not say double. When asked who he had killed, Atkinson responded, Who? The answer should have been no one. Brown responded, The answer should have been yes. But that was not what I expected to happen. I can't prove I didn't kill Alex, and I didn't expect anyone to believe me. This is why I did what I did. They were both mothers and daughters. among other things, to their families and friends, and they died in the most tragic of circumstances. Both fell into the clutches of an evil maniac. They abandoned children and devastated families. Throughout the murder trial in Hove Crown Court, the jurors learned about Leah Ware and Alex Morgan's lives, including their upbringing, children and relationships, work and passions. Jurors also heard attempts to change their names from Brown to, as the prosecutor put it, Black, creating a false picture of the women. People should remember Lee and Alex Morgan for smiling and enjoying life. Both deserve to be remembered by their loved ones for their many qualities. On December 1, 2022, a jury of 10 men and 2 women convicted 41-year-old Brown on all counts. Judge Nicholas Hilliard stated that this is clearly a serious case, with devastating consequences for the victims' families. He stated that the court would sentence Brown to life in prison, and he would have to decide on the minimum prison term, or whether he would ever be eligible for parole. The judge also stated that if Brown decided to reveal what he did with Leah Ware's body, he would consider it during sentencing. However, Brown passed up this opportunity. Before the judge handed down his sentence, Rebecca Martin, Leah Ware's mother, delivered a victim impact statement. She claimed Brown is continuing his sadistic torture of our family's lives by refusing to tell us what happened to her. She died because Mark Brown sought to satisfy his depraved desires. He dominated and manipulated every aspect of her existence. When he'd had enough, he discarded her like a piece of dirt. The court also heard from Alex Morgan's parents, who described her as bright, energetic, and determined to succeed. She faced challenges, but she was overcoming them and looking forward to the future with her 2 children, whom she adored. On January 13, 2023, the court sentenced Mark Brown to 2 life sentences. He will be eligible for parole in 49 years. Judge Hilliard, who sentenced Brown in his absence after he refused to appear in court, stated, "No sentence I pass is any measure of the lives lost. Nothing can correct what the defendant has done. That's not possible. His conscience is unaffected by what he has done." Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Paula Andrés Salazar was born on September 6, 2015. In Venezuela, her mother, André Bermudez, was from Maturin, Monagas. Her father, Leonor Salazar, was from Tucupita, a town in the state of Diamaquiro. The couple decided to immigrate to Ecuador with their child Paula in September 2016, 1 year after her birth. They hoped for a better life for themselves and their daughter. A month after moving to Ecuador's capital, Quito, the family's relationships deteriorated for a variety of reasons. Andreina broke up with Leonardo and moved to Cuenca, Ecuador's 3rd largest city. She took Paula with her. Her best friend's mother lived in Cuenca, and she kindly offered to let her and the girl stay in the house while they looked for another place to live and work. Leonardo, the girl's father, returned to Venezuela to his hometown of Tucupita after a breakup and later immigrated to Trinidad and Tobago. Leonardo had been disabled for quite some time. The man's left arm was completely paralyzed following an accident he had suffered while riding a motorcycle at a young age. The man's inability to use his left arm made it difficult for him to find a good job, even in Ecuador's capital. After moving to Cuenca, Andreina almost completely stopped communicating with Leonardo, only informing him once that she had taken a job on a farm in Tucupita. Andreina began a new romantic relationship with Washington Andrés Amara a few months after her separation from Leonardo. Andrés was a local Ecuadorian, and more importantly, he owned the farm on which Andreina worked. Andreina grew up in a wealthy family. Andreina moved to the area with Paula when she was a year and a half old. Andrés and Andreina welcomed a child on April 7, 2019. With a new baby, the family became happier and more united. However, everything changed when an event occurred on March 27, 2020, which completely altered the lives of everyone involved. At the time, the family was doing well, enjoying each day, and everything was going well on the farm. On one such day, everything appeared to be going well. Andrés took Paula and drove her to the flower plantations. The girl became dizzy and vomited while on the way. Andrés had no choice but to visit a public restroom. As soon as he and the girl entered, Paula vomited again. He decided to leave her alone for a few minutes and return to the car to get a change of clothes, because the girl's clothes were all dirty. When Andres returned, he discovered Paula lying with her head in the toilet bowl. The men rushed the girl out, attempted first aid, and quickly transported her to the hospital. When the 4-year-old girl was handed over to the doctors, she showed no signs of life. According to the doctor, Paula has died. After the doctors on duty performed an initial examination and assessed the girl's condition, they discovered that Andres' story was riddled with inconsistencies. For example, the doctors determined at first glance that the girl had bruises on her body and face, which could not be explained by the information her foster father provided. In such cases, medical professionals must notify the police. Indeed, the circumstances indicate that shortly after the police arrived, Andres was arrested as a suspect in Paul's murder. Although Andres claimed Paula drowned in the toilet bowl, the autopsy revealed something much darker. First and foremost, the tests revealed that the girl had been dead for approximately 24 hours when she arrived at the hospital, which contradicted the man's version of events. Paula's foster father claims that he administered first aid and cardiopulmonary resuscitation just minutes before transporting her to the hospital. The autopsy revealed that the girl died as a result of several broken ribs, multiple microtraumas, a cracked spine, and sepsis. Paula's death was clearly not an accident, as her small body contained numerous recent and old injuries. Leonardo Salazar, the girl's father, learned of Paul's death on March 33, several days after the events. His mother, who was still in Venezuela, had informed him of his daughter's death over the phone. She learned it from Andreina's friend. It should be noted that after Leonardo left Ecuador, Andreina began a new relationship. She ended all communication with him. That is why, for 3 days, Leonardo was unaware of her tragedy. Until that point, he could only see her in the photos Andreina and his mutual friends had sent him. In addition, Andreina blocked Leonardo from all social media platforms, preventing him from communicating with Paula. She also cut off communication with almost all of Leonardo's relatives. Andreina even turned almost all of their mutual friends against the girl's birth father, informing them of his refusal to communicate with Paula, preventing Leonardo from learning of his daughter's death. However, Andreina's family informed him of a different cause of death. They told him about Paula, who died from COVID-related complications at the time. Ecuador, like the rest of the world, was placed under quarantine due to the pandemic. At the time, there were almost no deaths from the coronavirus in the country. Leonardo was undoubtedly suspicious that his daughter had died from COVID, so he immediately began researching virus-related deaths in Ecuador. These statistics were shared on social media and news sites. Leonardo immediately noticed that there were no children among the few coronavirus victims in Ecuador. Leonardo's relatives assisted him in his investigation, and one of them promptly sent him a newspaper article about the arrest of Andres, who was suspected of killing Paula. Leonardo then started calling Andreina every day, but it wasn't until 10 days later that she decided to call him back herself. During that conversation, Andreina rather coldly informed Leonardo that Paula had died of COVID and that she couldn't give him any more information because her lawyers had forbidden her to do so. Leonardo went on to create a Facebook page dedicated to Paula, as well as an Instagram profile called Justice for Paula, with the help of an acquaintance. The published posts sparked a massive backlash on social media. Their primary goal was to bring those responsible for his daughter's death to justice on the same day that Andreina called Leonardo. She arrived at the morgue to begin preparing for her daughter's funeral, despite the fact that the prosecutor handling the case requested more time to investigate the body. However, the girl's funeral took place on April 10, 2020. Andreina simply refused to allow a second autopsy on the girl because of the information she shared on social media. Andreina's friends and acquaintances contacted Leonardo and informed him of Paula's sad life in the years preceding her death. Leonardo had the majority of the information they possessed, which was based on isolated recordings of conversations, photos, audio recordings, and other similar items. Witnesses claim that since Paula's mother moved in with Andres, the girl has been abused by both her stepfather and her mother. Andrea not only allowed her daughter to be treated this way, but she was also directly involved in the entire situation. Everyone claimed that they only saw Paula happy and cheerful when she was playing alone in front of her stepfather. The girl appeared depressed, shy, and suddenly became very frightening. The little girl once told people that she was aware that her mother and stepfather had beaten her for misbehaving. She even confessed to it as a form of punishment. Andres pushed her, and she hit her head against the wall. Paula described her stepfather as a monster, and she was clearly terrified of him. The little girl had nightmares all the time, and she had insomnia since she was a child. A couple initially preferred that the girl, who was 2 years old at the time of moving into the stepfather's home, fall asleep alone. She frequently cried, but no one paid attention to her. In addition, her mother and stepfather forced her to tuck in by herself. Furthermore, her mother Andreina had taught her how to cook since she was 2 years old. This was absurd. Paula was forced to cook her own breakfast and dinner because her mother preferred to sleep in the mornings and take a break from the baby in the evenings. She just didn't want to take care of her daughter. Not only that, but Andreina was unconcerned about the girl having to deal with baking on her own, despite the dangers at the preschool where mother had placed Paula, a girl who constantly complained of leg and back pain and frequently stated that she could not walk. Her constant complaints, as well as the bruises on her body, compelled the teacher to take her to the medical center. Following an examination, they concluded that the girl was mistreated in her family. Teachers contacted the special police organization to investigate the girl's abuse of her family. Officials took up the case and decided to send the girl somewhere she could be safe while the investigation was ongoing. As a result, on October 16, 2019, Paula was temporarily transferred to her uncle Andreina's brother. A hearing on the case was scheduled for December 4, 2019. Unfortunately, the teacher scheduled to testify did not show up, and for whatever reason they were unable to attend this hearing. As a result, it was decided to hold a retrial on February 27, 2020. However, this time, all of us teachers simply did not show up. The court was forced to dismiss all charges against Bola's parents, and she was eventually returned to her mother. Exactly 1 month later, on March 27, the girl died, and it is unclear why the teachers refused to attend either of the two hearings. It is speculated that Andreina bribed the teachers or simply persuaded them that, while the girl had some issues with her parents, they were not liable for what she said about them. Following Paula's death, Andres was placed in protective custody during the investigation, but he soon appealed the decision. As a result, on June 12, 2020, the judge issued the restraining order and determined that demand could be released to house arrest. However, during the hearing, which was held via video conference, Andres announced that he was withdrawing his appeal. At the time, Leonardo was still running a social media campaign. He also asked his subscribers for financial assistance to travel from Trinidad and Tobago to Ecuador. He intended to file a complaint against Andreina. Andreina had not yet been charged and was free, according to Paula's mother, but it was too late. Fortunately, Leonardo was able to obtain adequate financial assistance as well as free legal advice from two Ecuadorian lawyers, Oswaldo and Alejandro, who generously offered him their support and assistance in the lawsuit. Leonardo had to cross the border between Trinidad and Venezuela, risking his life by floating on a raft and then crossing the entire border from Natchering to San Cristobal. He had to book private transfers because the pandemic had canceled all services, and he couldn't take his usual route to Ecuador due to the pandemic. Venezuela's maritime and land borders were closed, leaving only a few regular flights to 4 or 5 countries in the months that followed. Once Leonardo arrived in the state of Táchira, he had to cross the border into Colombia over treacherous terrain. He then took a bus to Hipaluxo and continued through the hills and plains until he arrived at the Rumichaca Bridge, which connects Colombia and Ecuador. Leonardo then took a cab and drove to Quito on June 30. He met with a lawyer as soon as he arrived, and the deceased girl's father filed a complaint against the ex-girlfriend, who was also named as a suspect in Paula's murder. On July 6, 2020, Envious was found to be addicted, and the woman appeared in court, where it was determined that she should not be held in custody, that a house arrest would suffice, and that she must report to justice twice per week. As a result, Andres and Andreina were each charged with murder. In November 2020, the maximum punishment under Ecuador's penal code was approximately 13 years in prison. The first hearing in the case was held at the time, and a specific date for the start of the trial had yet to be announced. During the hearing, Leonardo's attorney expressed concern about Andreina's possible escape, citing her previous attempt to commit suicide with bills. They also applied for Andreina. to delay it with an electronic monitoring bracelet. The judge granted the lawyer's request and reduced the number of days the suspect had to appear in court to once per week rather than twice. However, a few days later, Andrena insisted on reconsidering the decision to wear an electronic bracelet. On November 16, an additional hearing was held to reconsider these decisions. Undoubtedly, all of these details slowed the trial, but the judge was able to set a date, which was set for December. The trial of Andres and Andrena did not receive extensive media coverage. However, much of the information made its way onto social media, and some of the facts went unreported due to the pandemic, which was a major topic in the media. The trial started on January 14, 2021. At the time, no decision had been made on Andrena's alternative forms of imprisonment, and Andres was held in the regional detention center during a closed-door trial in which no media representative was present. In addition, some participants joined the hearing via video link. According to the doctor who performed the girl's autopsy, Paula had nearly all of her spinal discs rebuilt. Some of her ribs were broken, while others had fused. This indicated that the girl had previously broken ribs, which had eventually healed on their own. She also had nail stigmata, a condition in which the nails grow into the skin, resulting in bruises and scratches on her face, body fluid buildup in her lungs, scars on her head, and serrations on her column. According to the assessment, it was the later injuries that caused the infection to spread and eventually lead to sepsis, which resulted in death. The autopsy report also confirmed that Paula had died about 24 hours before Andres took her to the hospital. The number of internal and external injuries reflected the little girl's abuse, as well as her guardian's carelessness, as they had never taken her to the doctor. Furthermore, the girl was malnourished, underweight, and too small for her age, as well as having mineral and nutritional deficiencies due to Paula's injuries. Andrena, the girl's mother, attempted to persuade her family friends that the child suffers from a variety of psychological issues, which have resulted in a proclivity for self-torture, which Paula used to draw attention to herself. According to the girl's mother, when her younger brother was born, Paula lost parental attention, stopped sleeping at night, and tried to manipulate everyone by crying. The trial also revealed that in October 2019, when Paula was supposed to remain in her uncle's custody under the board's decision, she instead stayed at her parents' house and only slept at her uncle's house for a few nights. In other words, if the police organization's measure did not have the desired effect, it was possible to establish that the girl began to be abused in 2017, only a few months after Leonardo's departure from Ecuador. It most likely began as soon as Andrena started dating Andres. More than 40 accusing party witnesses testified at the trial, confirming that Paula was subjected to abuse for at least 3 years of her short life. Andrena stated at the final hearing before the verdict was handed down that she accepted full responsibility for the child's abuse. The woman claimed she had beaten Paula with a belt and, on occasion, her fists. Through this statement, a girl's mother attempted to shift blame away from her husband. She stated unequivocally that he was innocent, had nothing to do with it, and had never mistreated Paula. Andrena also admitted that she chastised her daughter for causing problems with her new husband. Breaking up with her new husband meant returning to the streets and losing the financial stability she could only find with him. Her daughter's well-being came last. After learning about Paula's life situation, the judges were concerned about the couple's newborn son, but unlike Paula, this child was never abused. It must be established that Andres has chosen to exercise his right to remain silent and has never made a statement about the incident since being arrested. By February 3, 2020, Paula's trial had concluded, and the couple had been sentenced. Both defendants were convicted of murdering the girl, and the maximum sentence for this crime is 13 years. Leonardo's original attorneys and the accusing party demanded the maximum punishment for the perpetrators, but the chief judge decided to consider an aggravating factor, namely that Paula was only 4 years old, implying that she could not defend herself against her attackers as a result of a judge sentenced Andrena and Andres to 17 years and 4 months in prison. According to Ecuadorian law, convicts have 3 days to appeal their verdict. So, despite Andrena's 17-year and 4-month prison sentence, the couple was expected to file an appeal right away. She is still on house arrest while Nuss is in jail. The woman did, in fact, take advantage of her right to appeal, so the higher court must now confirm her prison sentence. In the meantime, the woman continues to follow the original measures. This is not the case for Andres, who was arrested while visiting the hospital with a dead girl. Undoubtedly, the fact that Andrina is still at large is causing public outrage and anger, particularly the anger of Leonardo, who is concerned that the woman will take advantage of the situation to avoid justice. If you were shocked by this story, please remember to subscribe to the channel. There are other equally shocking stories. From our end, we express our condolences to Paula's father and wish him the time he needs to recover from his terrible grief and obtain justice for Paula. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we look at a story from 2003 in the American state of North Dakota. On November 22, 2003, Drew Shodin, 22, was walking to her car after finishing her shift and talking on the phone with her boyfriend. The conversation was abruptly interrupted. Drew's boyfriend paid little attention to this, which he later regretted deeply. The young woman was soon featured on national television, and her experiences influenced a change in US law. Drew Katrina Shodin was born September 26, 1981 in Minneapolis, Minnesota. She was the younger of Alan and Linda's 2 children. Drew's parents divorced when she was 3 years old, but they remained friends until she was 10. Linda and her second husband, Sid Walker, raised her and her brother Sven in a comfortable home on Whitefish Lake, which is known for being one of Minnesota's most scenic vacation spots. Drew excelled in high school, becoming an honor student, joining the golf team, and being voted homecoming queen in 1999. But her true passion was for art. Her homeroom was filled with sketches of rock star models and friends. After graduating from high school, she attended the University of North Dakota in Grand Forks, a city of approximately 50,000 people. Friends described Drew as someone who loved life and was always willing to help others. Drew often traveled around the country, but her dream was to visit Australia, which she planned to do in the spring of 2004. To save money for the event, Drew worked 2 jobs in her spare time: a sales associate at Victoria's Secret and a waitress at a nightclub in Grand Forks. On Saturday, November 22, 2003, Drew's shift at the Victoria's Secret store in Columbia Mall ended at 4 p.m. Later that day, she was scheduled to work at a nightclub. Before leaving the mall, Drew decided to go shopping and purchased a purse from a specific store. She called her boyfriend Chris Lang as she walked to her car in the parking lot. Suddenly, after Drew said, "Okay," the call was disconnected, but Chris did not give it much thought. He did not call back because they were not discussing anything important. About 3 hours later, Chris's phone rang again, this time from Drew. When he answered it, he only heard noises, such as the wind and phone buttons being pressed. 3 weeks later, in an interview with a television station, Chris described the thoughts that raced through his mind when his conversation with Drew was cut short. "I was unaware of the urgency of this phone call at the time," he said. "I never thought this would happen. There was no sense of urgency. It was simply a cell phone call that was cut off for a variety of reasons. I had no idea this terrible thing was happening." Drew was living in a college dorm, sharing a room with her friend Meg Murphy. Around the same time, Chris got a strange phone call. Meg received a call from the nightclub, where they were trying to figure out why Drew hadn't arrived for work and wasn't answering the phone. She was a responsible employee who always arrived at work early, so her absence immediately raised concerns. However, Meg had no idea where Drew was and was surprised that she hadn't shown up for work, so she went looking for her friend Meg. She first called mutual acquaintances, then the local hospital, where she was informed that Drew had not been admitted. "I called the police around 9 p.m. because I couldn't find anything out." Knowing Drew worked at Columbia Mall, a police officer was dispatched to the location. At this point, the mall had already closed. Driving around the parking lot, the officer noticed Drew's car. After inspecting it, he discovered that the car was unlocked. There was no evidence of a struggle or other crime. A black nylon sheath for a folding knife was discovered on the ground near the car. It was unclear whether it was related to Drew's disappearance. However, such a discovery was not encouraging. Papers, a wallet, and a new purse purchased that day were found on the car seat, implying that even if Drew had committed a dirty deed, it was not a robbery. Neither the friend's boyfriend nor his parents knew where Drew could be, so investigators began to suspect a kidnapping. First and foremost, have detectives checked out Chris Lang. He was almost immediately ruled out as a suspect because he lived in Minnesota, 300 miles from Chris in Grand Forks. The police discovered that one of Drew's phone calls was abruptly cut off, and the second was made a few hours later, when noises and the sound of a button being pressed could be heard. The detectives arrived the next day when the mall where Drew worked was open to review the security camera footage. As it turned out, there were no security cameras in the parking lot where the missing girl's vehicle was parked, but, thankfully, there were several security cameras inside the mall. Detectives went through the footage and discovered a scene in which Drew went into one of the local stores after work and bought herself a purse. She was calm and not in a hurry to go anywhere. At 4:55 p.m., she was wearing a pink sweater and carrying a jacket. Drew paid for her purchase at the register before putting on her jacket and leaving the store. On her way out, she called Chris. The call was made at precisely 5 p.m., and as we now know, at 5:04 p.m., Drew and Chris's conversation was abruptly cut off after she sat down. Okay, knowing that the call was cut off after 4 minutes, one of the detectives decided to try an experiment. He set a 4-minute timer and began walking slowly from the store where Drew had purchased her purse to the parking lot where her car was parked. When the alarm went off, indicating that 4 minutes had passed, the detective was in the parking lot near where the car was discovered. This indicated that something occurred while Drew was in her car. However, as previously stated, there were no cameras overlooking the parking lot, making it difficult to investigate. Drew's disappearance drew media attention, and as a result, a large number of people learned what had happened to her, many of whom resolved not to be indifferent to someone else's misfortune. In addition to police officers, more than 1,000 volunteers helped in the search for Drew. Officers from the FBI also joined the investigation. Drew's last phone call was traced to the small town of Fisher, Minnesota, which is only a 30-minute drive from the mall where she worked. As you can see on the map, the area surrounding these two towns is covered in fields. Police used helicopters, all-terrain vehicles, horses, and dogs to investigate these fields. The landowners were asked to inspect their properties themselves, but the results were inconclusive, and no leads were found at first. The search radius grew with each passing day, and 4 days later, an ominous discovery was made. A boot was discovered under a bridge in Crookston, and a roommate reported that Drew had left the house wearing those boots on the day she went missing. Forensic investigators confirmed that the shoe belonged to the missing girl. Crookston is a small town with fewer than 10,000 people. It is approximately 30 miles from Grand Forks where Drew vanished. Further searches in the Crookston area produced no results because there was nothing of investigative interest to be discovered. A $20,000 reward was initially offered for information that could help determine Drew's whereabouts, which was later increased to $140,000. At this point, the only clue that could lead to Drew was surveillance footage from Columbia Mall. The detectives sat down again to review hundreds of hours of footage from various cameras, but this time they decided to focus on Drew. They speculated that whoever abducted her may have been following her and appearing in the videos. The investigators spent hours watching the monitors before spotting the person who had piqued their interest. They noticed a man walking aimlessly through the mall. He didn't buy anything and appeared to be more interested in the people around him than in the merchandise for sale. At 3:41 p.m., he sat on a bench near the mall exit and watched people walk by. After about 10 minutes, he stood up from the bench and, wearing black gloves, walked out into the lobby, where he looked into a camera hanging overhead. This photograph was taken 72 minutes before Drew's conversation with her boyfriend was interrupted, and she vanished. Investigators noticed that the man only got up from his seat and walked away after a blonde woman passed him carrying a grocery cart and heading toward the parking lot. The detectives did not believe this was a coincidence. Rather, they believed that the man had chosen an appropriate victim and followed her. The woman's identity was unknown, but police were aware that only one person, Drew Stoden, had gone missing from the mall parking lot that day. Given the slight resemblance between Drew and the woman this suspicious man was following, it has been suggested that if the kidnapper was indeed this man, and if he had failed to kidnap this woman, his next target could have been Drew. She had left them all around 5 p.m., when it was already dark, potentially giving the perpetrator an advantage. At this point in the investigation, the case involved 3 cities: Grand Forks, where Drew was kidnapped; Fisher, where her phone was last active; and Crookston, where the shoe was discovered. With this information in mind, the FBI began reviewing the records of all registered sex offenders from the cities and surrounding areas. When the photos in the files were compared to the image of the suspicious man from the mall, only one man met all of the criteria, and that was Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., who had a lengthy criminal record of committing crimes against women. The 50-year-old man had spent the previous 23 years in prison. Rodriguez was the second oldest of 5 children, born in Laredo, Texas, in February 1953. 2 migrant workers, Dolores and Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., claimed to have had an unhappy childhood, describing his home life as unpleasant because his parents were harsh on him and unreasonable in their demands. His family moved from state to state for 15 years before settling in Crookston in 1963. Rodriguez became increasingly isolated as he grew up, exacerbated by language barriers. His preferred language was Spanish, and he struggled with English, which made school particularly difficult. He eventually dropped out of school in 9th grade and started working as a laborer at the American Crystal Sugar Company plant in Crookston. Rodriguez claimed that he was molested by older women in his youth, which he blamed for his hostility toward women. In October 1974, at the age of 21, he asked a woman for a ride home, but instead directed her to Crookston's driveway, where he grabbed her by the throat and attempted to force her to please him. The following month, he approached another woman sitting in a truck outside a Crookston movie theater. He threatened her with a knife and took her to a remote location in the countryside, where he forced her to have sex with him. Then in 1979, he attempted to kidnap a 69-year-old high school English teacher. While out walking in Crookston one night, the woman fought back as Rodriguez attempted to force her into his car. In a fit of rage, he stabbed her with a knife in her elbow and abdomen, but she managed to escape and flee to safety. The woman, who was artistically talented, was able to create a composite sketch of Rodriguez that closely resembled him, resulting in his capture. He was convicted of attempted kidnapping and aggravated assault and served a 23-year prison sentence before being released in May 2003. He had been released from prison 6 months before Drew disappeared and was classified as a third-degree sex offender, which meant he was at the highest risk of reoffending. Before being released from prison, Rodriguez and his family expressed their concerns to Minnesota Department of Corrections officials. Even his family feared that he was reverting to his old ways. Despite their fears, Alfonso was released after serving his full sentence. After his release, Rodriguez lived with his mother in Crookston, only a few miles from the bridge that should be recalled. Another disadvantage for Drew was the discovery of his shoe. The detectives decided to speak with Alfonso Rodriguez, who of course denied any involvement in Drew's disappearance. The man confirmed that he was at the Columbia Mall on the day she went missing, claiming that he had gone to the movie theater and seen the film once in Mexico. What he didn't realize was that no movie theaters in Grand Forks were showing the film that day. Police searched Rodriguez's car and realized with regret that Drew was most likely dead. At this point, it appears unlikely that we will find Drew alive. Grand Forks County Sheriff Dan Hill told reporters that he believes the mission is more of a recovery than a rescue at this time. Dark red dried stains were discovered in several locations inside Rodriguez's car, which forensics later determined to be Drew's blood drops. According to the affidavit, blood was found on the passenger side rear window, the back seat, and other areas of the passenger compartment. The blood did come back. It was a DNA match to Drew. The sheriff discovered a folding knife in the trunk that matched the sheath found in the parking lot next to Drew's car using DNA from his toothbrush. A receipt was also discovered, indicating that Rodriguez purchased this knife, complete with sheath, from a hardware store located several hundred yards from the parking lot where Drew vanished. Although Drew was not discovered alive or dead, investigators gathered sufficient evidence to charge Rodriguez. The man was arrested 8 days after she went missing on December 1, 2003. Rodriguez, who was imprisoned in Grand Forks, claimed he had no involvement in Drew's disappearance and refused to speak with law enforcement or provide information about her whereabouts, despite the evidence against him. During a brief bond hearing several days ago, Bail for Rodriguez's release was set at a staggering $5 million. While he remained silent in custody, the search for Drew continued unabated, focusing on these 3 towns. The abundance of snow in the area made the searchers' work more difficult. This is an unprecedented move. During a press conference on December 9, the governors of North Dakota and Minnesota promised to help with the search for Drew by hiring several hundred National Guard members and other state employees. North Dakota Governor John Hoeven stated that Drew's disappearance has affected everyone in North Dakota, and Minnesota Governor Tim Pawlenty expressed his pride in the community's cooperation and collaboration with police officials. Despite all efforts, there were no results, and due to worsening weather conditions, the authorities decided to call off the search. In the spring, the intensive search continued. Those looking for Drew hoped to find her as the winter snow began to melt. After 5 months of searching, they were eager to get Drew home. Finally, on April 17, 2004, Drew's body was discovered. It lay in a field in Crookston, just a few miles from the bridge where the boot had been discovered. Drew's family was overcome with grief after learning of the heartbreaking discovery. Her father told reporters, "We were waiting for that call. And when that call came, we all stopped living for a moment. It was her parents' worst nightmare, and it would follow them for the rest of their lives." The field where the body was discovered had already been searched, but due to the large drifts, they were unable to locate it immediately. Drew was naked below the waist, making the motive for the crime clear. Her hands were tied behind her back, with a rope around her neck and a cut. Under the rope, there were remnants of a plastic bag, indicating that the bag had been placed over Drew's head and then tied around her neck with a rope. Hair matching Rodriguez's DNA was discovered on Drew's jacket. Before her death, the young woman had been brutally beaten and repeatedly stabbed. The medical examiner identified 3 possible causes of her death. It was either suffocation due to the cut on her neck or hypothermia, the 3rd possible cause. After months of silence, Drew's family was finally able to say goodbye to her on April 24, 2004. The mourning ceremony was attended by approximately 1,500 people. North Dakota, where Drew was kidnapped, abolished the death penalty in 1975, and Minnesota, where the body was discovered, did not use it as a punishment either. However, because Drew had been transported across state lines, the crime was considered a federal crime, and thus the prosecutor's office had the authority to seek the death penalty against Rodriguez. On August 30, 2006, Alfonso Rodriguez Jr. was convicted in the Drew case, and the jury recommended that he be sentenced to death on February 8, 2007. During the hearing, Judge Ralph Erickson told the unconfessed Rodriguez that his senseless and violent actions made the jury's decision difficult. Alfonso Rodriguez Jr. became North Dakota's first person sentenced to death in nearly a century. On June 28, 2013, after 6 years on death row, Rodriguez confessed to kidnapping and murdering Drew. However, the story does not end here. Ralph Erickson, the district judge who sentenced Rodriguez to death, became a U.S. Court of Appeals judge, and at the age of 21, he overturned his own conviction of Rodriguez and ordered a new sentencing phase. Rodriguez's guilt is beyond doubt, as evidenced by a variety of DNA tests. In this case, the death penalty is at issue. Erickson overturned the death sentence, citing, among other things, defense attorney's failure to properly examine Rodriguez's mental health and forensic expert Michael McGee's testimony, which the judge admitted misled him. This is the expert's testimony, which stated that Rodriguez violated Drew's sexual integrity within 24 to 36 hours of her abduction. There was no direct evidence to back up this claim, such as Rodriguez's seminal fluid on Drew's body. According to the judge, the expert expressed an opinion that was not supported by the facts, which misled the judge and influenced his decision. Nonetheless, in overturning the death sentence, Erickson noted that even in the absence of Rodriguez and his seminal fluid, the circumstances in which Drew's body was discovered, naked below the waist with her hands tied behind her back, indicated a sexually motivated crime. Judge Erickson stated that the failure to examine Rodriguez's mental health, both generally and at the time of his crime, violated his constitutional rights. After Rodriguez died, his sentence was overturned. The federal prosecutor's office issued a statement indicating that they would seek the death penalty for him again. However, 2 years later, in 2023, the prosecutors abandoned their plans and accepted Alfonso Rodriguez's death sentence, which was commuted to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The United States of America issued a statement to that effect through Max Schneider, United States Attorney for the District of North Dakota, withdrawing the notice of intent to seek a death sentence against defendant Alfonso Rodriguez Jr., which was filed on October 28, 2004. Schneider stated in a March 14 court filing that the United States will no longer seek the death penalty in this case. My thoughts today are with Drew Joden's family, especially her parents, Linda Walker and Alan Joden's side Schneider. They're genuinely good people and loving parents who, in the aftermath of an unimaginable loss, have worked closely with our office for nearly 2 decades. We continue to wish them the greatest level of peace possible. I'd also like to commend the trial team, which included former U.S. Attorney Drew Wrigley, as well as our office's appellate attorneys and support staff. They have consistently upheld the Department of Justice's high standards throughout the last 2 decades with their work on this tragic case. As a result of their efforts, Mr. Rodriguez has been convicted of murder and will remain so. The directive to withdraw the death notice has altered how the United States Attorney's Office will handle this case. What will not change is that Mr. Rodriguez will die in a federal prison. This case prompted changes in sex offender registration laws. On July 27, 2006, President George W. Bush signed the Adam Walsh Child Protection and Safety Act, which included Drew's legislation. Drew's law changed the name of the National Sex Offender Public Registry to the Drew Joden National Sex Offender Public Website, which informs the public about the whereabouts of registered sex offenders across state, territory, and tribal boundaries. On June 22, 2013, it was announced that Alfonso Rodriguez had been transferred from a death row prison in Terre Haute, Indiana, to Coleman's high-security facility in Centerville, Florida. This appears to be his final resting place. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Sumner family case has been buried alive. The worst betrayal is that of a loved one who has enjoyed unending love and trust. Despite the pain, bitterness, resentment, and disappointment, many people manage to cope and continue with their lives. But what if the betrayal is discovered on the deathbed, and the realization is the last thing a person experiences in life? That is the basis for the horrifying Sumner family story. Even experienced criminalists with extensive experience, who've seen everything in their practice, were moved to tears by this case. Despite the initial death sentence imposed on them, the subhumans who committed this heinous crime are still alive and actively attempting to appeal the court's decision. But let's start at the beginning and try to figure out how a young girl whom the spouse, Sumner, loved and cared for as if she were their own daughter, decided to treat them so brutally. Carol Alfred was born and raised in Charleston, South Carolina, and James, her high school sweetheart, is simply Reggie Sumner. They shared the same age, had known each other since childhood, attended the same school, and were in the same grade. Their friendship and childhood affection gradually turned into sympathy. The school children didn't notice how close they were getting. In 1959, when the teenagers were 15 years old, they began a romantic relationship, and friends noted how beautiful and harmonious they were as a couple. And later in life, James and Carol kept joint photos of themselves when they were young, happy and ahead, as if they were waiting for a long and happy life for the two of them. It was the first time in their lives that their emotions were intense and mutual. The young people were practically inseparable both at and outside of school, and they seriously considered marrying as soon as they turned 18. Their parents supported their children's decision, and we have nothing against their marriage. But life had a very different outcome, a long separation in 1962. The lovers graduated high school but did not have time to marry. A few months later, James was called up for military duty in the Army. He and Carol decided to postpone the celebration until he returned home, and they also agreed to send each other regular letters. Time passed, the separation dragged on, and in the mid-60s, the young man was sent to a hotspot in Vietnam, after which contact with him was severed. Carol didn't know if her lover was still alive because he stopped writing to her. Carol decided to pursue her studies while also working at the Charleston Air Force Base. She married a few years later, but her first marriage ended quickly, and the couple had no children together. The young woman married a man named Richard in 1975, and their only child, a daughter named Rhonda, was born in 1977. However, the second marriage also failed because the husband abused hot drinks and frequently raised his hand against his wife. Around the middle of the 1980s, Carol couldn't stand her husband's constant abuse, so she took her daughter and filed for divorce. But Richard did not leave his ex-wife alone. He literally pursued her, attempting to ruin her life, and in 1987, he succeeded. He purchased a handgun with ammunition. And after another large dose of alcohol, I went to deal with the ex-spouse. Offered rang the doorbell, and Carol unknowingly opened it for him. Rhonda, 10 years old, stood behind her in the room. However, the presence of his daughter did not deter the drunken father, who pulled out a gun and shot Carol several times right in front of the child. He then got into his car, drove to a deserted area, pulled out his gun, and shot the remaining bullet into his temple, killing him on the spot. Carol was lucky to survive because neighbors heard the gunshots and the child's desperate cries and immediately called an ambulance and the police. The young woman was on the verge of dying. She lost a lot of blood and was considered critical for several days. Carol underwent a number of complex operations, including blood transfusions, and gradually recovered. But she became completely blind in her right eye and was permanently disabled near the end of the 1990s. Her health has once again deteriorated significantly. She didn't feel good. I lost a noticeable amount of weight and experienced extreme pain and weakness. After a thorough examination in the hospital, she was diagnosed with liver cancer, which was disappointing news. In 1987, when doctors were fighting for her life, Carol's body was accidentally carrying the hepatitis C virus, which she was unaware of and did not treat. As a result, the virus that infected her liver ravaged it for years, causing cancer. Carol's condition, however, was stabilized as a result of treatment and carefully chosen supportive therapy. She had to take her prescribed medications on a daily basis for the rest of her life, as well as have regular medical checkups to make necessary adjustments to her treatment. Carol lost her job at the Air Force Base after receiving serious gunshot wounds. With cancer added to her list of disappointing diagnoses, she was unable to work physically or stand for extended periods of time. So Carol accepted a position as a call center operator for a cable TV company in her hometown of Charleston. James, on the other hand, did not have the opportunity to report for quite some time after arriving in Vietnam. The war dragged on. The man was severely injured, nearly losing his leg, and spent an extended period of time in hospital. His name was mistakenly included on the lists of the deceased, so even his relatives assumed he was no longer alive. The summoner was fortunate enough to live and return home years later. Carol's connection had long since been lost. She had relocated, married, and believed her first love had died in a hot tot. James soon married, but his injuries from the war caused him to develop diabetes and a number of other chronic diseases. He was never able to be a father. A few years later, the marriage ended, and he has been living alone ever since. James took a job as a simple laborer on the local railroad and stopped expecting pleasant surprises in life. The voice seems painfully familiar. Carol was going about her business as usual in the fall of 2000, answering phones and advising customers. When the young woman answered another such call, she recognized a voice that sent shivers down her spine. She recognized her first high school love right away, but she was afraid of making a mistake because she assumed James had died. Carol answered all of the customer's questions before suddenly turning to him and saying his full name. There was silence on the other end of the line, and the man inquired timidly about how she knew his name. Carol burst into tears in response, revealing that she was the girl he had dated in high school and had once planned to marry. For the next few minutes, they both cried into the tube, unable to say anything. They then discovered that they still lived in their hometown and agreed to meet the following evening at the meeting. According to Rhonda, 38 years later, her mother returned home from work that day, excited, looking like a lovesick schoolgirl, and talking nonstop about James. Carol prepared for the date the following day by trying on dresses and applying her hair and makeup. Carol realized she was no longer the youthful beauty. James Sumner remembered her as such. but she wanted to look good and reclaim her former lover's heart. It was an exciting meeting for both of them. As the couple had not seen each other in 38 years, they talked about everything in the world and couldn't stop. They talked about their lives' ups and downs, failed marriages, work, health issues, and how happy they were when they were together. Their old emotions flared up again. James and Carol were eager to make up for their lost years. They began to see each other daily. And after only a few weeks, they decided to move in together and begin living together. 5 months later, Carol married and moved into her husband's home in the Riverland Terrace neighborhood. Family life and disruptive neighbors. The couple first lived in their hometown of Charleston, South Carolina. They were in love, happy, involved in the details of daily life, and reverently cared for each other because they were both young and had health issues. James has known the Cole family for many years, and they live next to the couple. Stephen, the head of their family, had previously fought in Vietnam, was severely injured, and was confined to a wheelchair. Natalie, his wife, went missing at work and did not return home until much later, preferred to spend time with friends in a bar. Tiffany, their daughter, was left to her own devices from a young age, frequently hanging out on the street with nothing to do and no money for even small pocket change. Tiffany was still in high school and in good spirits when James and Carol first moved in. Carol immediately sympathized with the neighbor girl. She genuinely felt sorry for the schoolgirl, who had been rejected by her own mother, Carol, for 5 years in every way possible. Tiffany invited her to join her family for lunch and dinner, which were both delicious. She would occasionally buy the girl clothes and even give her money for minor expenses. Carol treated her as if she were her own daughter, showering her with affection and attention. When the Sumners decided to sell their car brand, the Chevrolet Lumina minivan, Tiffany asked if she could pay in installments. Because the girl had no money and needed the car, the couple agreed to give her the vehicle for next to nothing. The agreed upon amount was ridiculous, divided into a dozen payments spread over a year, a forced relocation, and a mysterious disappearance. In early 2005, the Sumners decided to relocate to the sunny state of Florida. It was a forced measure because both spouses' health had deteriorated significantly, and doctors recommended that they relocate south and closer to the ocean. They were both retired at the time, so they made the decision to make a significant life change. Carol and James sold their spacious Charleston home and purchased real estate in Jacksonville, Florida's largest and most populous city. They also bought a new Lincoln Town Car. The couple was overjoyed and settled into a new environment, making plans for their future lives together. Carol called her adult daughter Rhonda every day, telling her about her life and sharing her thoughts and plans. As a result, the girl was surprised and excited one day in June 2005. Her mother did not call or respond to her calls. At first, Rhonda pushed the negative thoughts away and hoped that everything was fine with her mother and husband and that they would call her soon. The following day, however, the situation remained unchanged. Rhonda called her mother on James' cell phone every half hour, but the phones were no longer operational, and the answering machine on her home phone went off, but all messages went unanswered. On the third day, Rhonda decided to drive herself to another state to see how her mother and stepfather were doing. She left early in the morning and drove for approximately 5 hours before arriving at Sumner's house. The absence of a car was the first thing Rhonda noticed, but it was far from the only oddity. When the girl approached the front door, she discovered that it was ajar. The house was quiet, with a light on in one of the rooms. Even though the sun was shining brightly outside, Rhonda called out for her mother and James, but there was no response. Then she went into the kitchen, where she discovered a table set for two with food that appeared to have been there for at least 3 days. It appeared that the owners had gathered for dinner, but had abruptly abandoned the meal and gone elsewhere. In addition, the house itself was a complete mess. With items strewn about and some doors and cupboards left open, it appeared that something had been searched for. But what was it, and who was it, and who was it, on the couple's bedside table? Some medications were essential to them. There were their mother's cancer pills, which he took 3 times a day, as well as a bottle of insulin, which James took hourly. In addition, the couple's cell phones were completely dead. Rhonda realized that without their medications and cell phones, her mother and stepfather would be unable to leave the house, let alone for an extended period of time. So she immediately called the police to report the incident. Strange imposters. The couple in their car were promptly added to the wanted list, and Carol and James' bank cards were blocked the same day. The first few days of the search produced no results, and neither the Sumners nor any witnesses on the trail could be located. However, on June 12, several events occurred simultaneously, allowing the police to track down the criminals. First, a man called one of the banks, identified himself as Mr. James Sumner, and complained that his card had been blocked and he was unable to withdraw cash. When the bank employee checked the card information, he immediately suspected something was wrong. He offered Mr. Sumner to personally contact the nearest bank branch to resolve the issue. However, almost a few minutes later, the man hung up from the same number. However, in another bank, a woman named Mrs. Carol Sumner called and reported a similar problem with the card being blocked. When asked to come to the bank in person, she flatly refused, claiming that she couldn't do so due to health issues, but was in desperate need of money right now, and asked for access to her savings, which was of course denied. The information about the calls, as well as the recordings of the calls themselves, were immediately turned over to the police the same day. They were played to Rhonda at the station, who confirmed that the voices were not her mother's or stepfather's. This was obvious from the start, as both spouses were in their 60s, and their voices sounded too young. The police assumed that the imposters were directly responsible for the Sumners' disappearance. They either kidnapped the couple and held them captive or killed them. The missing couple's car was discovered abandoned on a deserted road in a wooded area a few days after being extorted for information about bank accounts and cards. There were no signs of blood or struggle in the cabin. Experts discovered hair and sweat marks in the trunk, which turned out to be both spouses. When the police investigated the couple's bank transactions, it became clear that they had been kidnapped in the trunk of their own car, and there was little hope of finding them alive. It turned out that money had been deducted from their card several times after the Sumners stopped contacting their daughter. After reviewing the ATM surveillance footage, it was discovered that the money was withdrawn by a young man who could not be identified. In addition, a request was made to trace all calls from the number used by the imposters to call the bank. The SIM card was purchased without a contract with prepaid time shortly before the spouses disappeared. It was not possible to determine the buyer's name in this case, but it was discovered that on June 6, a call was placed from this number to a car rental company. As it turned out, a guest at one of the hotels rented a Mazda RX-8 in the name of Tiffany Cole, and it was in this car that an unknown young man later drove to Adams and withdrew money from the Sumners' cards. He deducted $1,000 from the woman's card and nearly $3,000 from her husband's card. Investigators discovered that they had previously mentioned a Mazda RX-8 parked at a hotel in Charleston, thanks to beacons installed in all rental cars to track their location. A capture team was immediately dispatched, and they literally broke into the room where the attackers were resting, celebrating their impunity. Young thugs. The room was literally littered with packages and receipts from different stores. Clothing, gadgets, video games, cosmetics, perfumes, and a large quantity of expensive alcohol were among the items purchased. A girl and two guys were inside, clearly unprepared for police arrival. Tiffany Cole, 23, her boyfriend Michael J. Jackson, 24, and 19-year-old Allen Wade were all present. Handcuffs were snapped around the young men's wrists, leaving them looking surprised, confused, and even scared. All three were taken to the police station and separated into different rooms for questioning. However, at first, they pretended not to understand the accusations or simply remained silent. A search of the room revealed Sumner's bank cards, the couple's laptop, some of Carol's jewelry, James's expensive coin collection, the keys to their Lincoln Town car, and pawn shop receipts in the name of Tiffany Cole. Following several hours of interrogation, Mrs. Sumner and Tiffany were able to pawn some of the stolen jewelry and spend the money with friends. Tiffany was the first to speak after the irrefutable evidence discovered in the hotel room was presented. The girl sobbed and claimed that she and her friends robbed the elderly couple but did nothing else, before fleeing and spending other people's money. She also admitted that they had another man with them, 19-year-old Bruce Kent Nixon, whom they paid $300 for assistance and never saw again. As it turned out, Bruce agreed to go to the crime because they promised him a specific amount. After that, he spent all of his money on illegal substances. The guy was easy to find because he lived in Charleston and had no intention of fleeing or hiding. He was arrested right at his parents' house for a careless remark and a devious plan. Bruce realized the consequences of his crime and agreed to cooperate with the police in order to avoid the death penalty. What the young criminal said caused horror and frostbite on the skin. It all started in May 2005. Tiffany went to the Sumners to make the next payment on the car she bought 6 months ago. The girl always approached them personally because they are welcoming. Carol and James invited her to stay for a night or a few days, fed her delicious food, and even gave her gifts. As she came with friends, there was always enough room in the house and at the table. Tiffany arrived this time with her new boyfriend, and the two of them were graciously invited to dinner. And because it was late, the couple spent the night at Sumner's house. During the meal, the Southerners discussed how they settled in their new surroundings, and Carol inadvertently mentioned that they had nearly $100,000 left over after selling the Charleston house, allowing them to live for themselves in their old age without depriving themselves or worrying about anything. Carol's words effectively sentenced herself and her husband to death. Tiffany and Michael looked at each other, and during the night, while at the couple's house, they began to plan how they would obtain this impressive sum of money. They said their goodbyes and returned to South Carolina, where in a few weeks, they discovered accomplices who distributed roles and responsibilities and began to realize the plan behind criminal confessions. Tiffany rented an inconspicuous car on June 6, while Bruce and Alan stole 4 shovels from somewhere. They drove together to the Jacksonville suburbs, where they chose a deserted spot in the woods and began digging a deep hole that would become the Sumners' grave. Tiffany went to a hardware store on the morning of July 8 and purchased rope and duct tape, which he distributed to her accomplices. That evening, Bruce and Alan knocked on the prospective victim's door, pretended to be in need of assistance, and requested permission to make one phone call from their home. Carol thought these young men were strange, but she let them in anyway, figuring they needed help. When they got inside, they immediately attacked the defenseless woman and her husband, who ran to her screams and threatened them with a toy gun. The couple's hands and feet were tightly bound with duct tape, blindfolded, and interrogated about money and valuables in the home. Under torture and death threats, the couple gave the intruders all of the information about their bank accounts and the PIN codes for their cards, hoping that their lives would be spared. However, once the bandits had the necessary information, more people entered the house. They assisted in dragging the couple into the house's backyard and stuffing them into the trunk of their family car, which was driven by Alan and Bruce. Tiffany and Michael drove a rented Mazda Rex 8. In the event that they encountered a police patrol on the way who intended to stop the car with the couple in the trunk, the second car should have diverted their attention to itself by accelerating rapidly. They are blatantly breaking the rules. However, there was no one in their path, and both cars arrived at the scene safely. In the trunk, James was able to free his arm and remove the bandage and duct tape from both his and his wife's faces, preventing her from suffocating. But they didn't have time for anything else. What was their surprise, bewilderment, and shock when the trunk lid opened and the couple recognized Tiffany and her boyfriend, who had recently visited them. The Sumners were led several dozen meters through the woods to a grave prepared for them, which they then pushed into. The couple pleaded for their lives, but the young criminals decided to kill them in the most brutal way possible and bury them alive. Bruce stated that they covered them with earth for about an hour. Throughout the process, the bound elderly people cried, confessed their love to one another, and said goodbye. The spouses died of suffocation, as revealed by a later examination, and pieces of soil from their mouths, respiratory tracts, and even stomachs were discovered. After completing their gruesome task, the outlaws abandoned the Lincoln in the woods and returned to town in a rented car. They went to Sumner's house and took everything valuable they could find before returning to South Carolina and spending the loot. However, 2 days later, stolen cards were blocked. After another 4, all of the criminals were arrested, tried, and convicted. Bruce Nixon was the only one who admitted his guilt from the start and agreed to cooperate with the investigation in the hopes of receiving leniency. He was the one who showed them the spouses' graves and told them in detail what happened that terrible night. Tiffany claimed that her boyfriend Michael was the perpetrator of the crime, who had gone insane after learning about the Sumners' vast fortune. After the house was sold, her lawyer insisted that the girl was a wingman and had no direct involvement in the murder. Jackson and Alan Wade preferred to remain silent, but the evidence spoke volumes for them. Tiffany Cole's innocence was not believed by the jury because she participated in the development of the criminal plan, rented a car, and devised a diversionary maneuver in case they were suddenly pursued by police. They assisted in digging the spouses' graves, and after renting stolen items from the pawn shop, they were eager to spend the money. This was demonstrated by a large number of photos she took wearing the purchased clothes and in a limousine rented by the criminals to celebrate their success. As a result, Bruce Nixon received a life sentence with no possibility of parole. Jackson, Tiffany, and Alan Wade received the death penalty. The criminals filed numerous appeals and grievances, but they were all denied, and the sentence remained unchanged, with the exception that in 2023, 18 years after their heinous crime, the same death sentence was never executed. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at what happened in 2019 in the English town of Yarm. Yarm is a small town in North Yorkshire with a population of about 10,000 people. Luke Jobson was on his way home from a fun night out with friends in the Keys. But things didn't go as planned. A chance encounter permanently altered his and his family's lives. His disappearance sparked an incredible response from the Teesside community, who banded together to help find the popular 22-year-old. Unfortunately, the search was in vain. Luke's death devastated a close-knit community, and tributes were paid to him from all over Teesside, as well as from the worlds of sports and entertainment. Luke, who attended St. Patrick's Comprehensive and Harewood primary schools in Thornaby, was months away from becoming an electrical and mechanical engineer. Following 4 years of study and an apprenticeship, he was a handsome and popular man who excelled in sports. Luke used to play football for Thornaby Central, where he was a center forward. One coach referred to him as the fastest thing on 2 legs. His father, Stuart, also described his love of clothes and looking his best, adding that he would always tell me if my shirt had a crease in it. He took pride in his appearance. He adored his clothes, and he was spotless. If I wanted to go anywhere with him, he would inspect me thoroughly. He was proud of his physical appearance, but he was also beautiful on the inside. He was a very genuine person. On Saturday, January 26, 2019, Luke and his friends visited one of Yarm's most popular nightclubs, the Keys. As previously stated, Yarm is a small town, and the only nightlife available was on the High Street, where the Keys still work today. As you can see, the street is quite busy. There are numerous establishments here. Luke was at the Keys on Saturday night, but he never got home. His parents attempted to call him on Sunday morning, but the young man did not answer. Furthermore, none of his friends knew where he could be. His family issued an urgent appeal on Facebook, and dozens of people joined the search for him. The first official word that police were looking for Luke came later on Sunday. According to a Cleveland police spokeswoman, Luke has not returned home or communicated with family or friends, and they are extremely concerned because this is unusual for him. Police have asked members of the public for private CCTV or dashcam footage from the area. Shortly before Luke Jobson went missing, the police became aware of a possible conflict involving him. According to reports on social media, he got into a fight with several people. All this occurred around 2 a.m. in front of the nightclub. The last time anyone saw him was around 2:15 a.m. near Yarm School. The police, of course, began investigating this information, but the priority at the time was the search for the missing young man. Luke's girlfriend, Donnie Ord, made a desperate plea on social media, claiming she was going through a nightmare and begging anyone with information to report it. Luke's cousin Jake appealed to all concerned individuals on Facebook for assistance in the search. He wrote, "Surely someone knows where Luke is. He can't simply disappear." The final scene involves running away from a gang of lads on Yarm High Street. On Sunday, friends and family began looking for Luke near the river in Yarm, a search that quickly grew into a large-scale operation. On a bitterly cold Monday morning, hundreds of people gathered in the Yarm School parking lot to help with the search. Many people did not know Luke personally, but the response to a Facebook appeal demonstrated Teesside at its best. Cars full of people slowly entered the park. Many others arrived on foot, dressed warmly for winter, ready to do whatever it took. In the end, over 300 people came to help. In total, 18 large groups searched areas as far away as Preston Park, Stokesley, Coatham and Early Nick and Hilton. Specialist police search teams also scoured the banks of the Tees near Yarm School, but at 1 p.m., everyone involved in the search learned the devastating news that everyone feared. Despite the heroic efforts of emergency personnel and Luke's family and friends, the search ended tragically. They canceled the search after police discovered a body in the river. OT's Cleveland police said a body discovered in the river at Yarn by officers searching for missing Luke Jobson has been confirmed as that of the 22-year-old. Our thoughts are with Luke's family and friends during this difficult time, and specially trained officers will continue to support them. Following Luke's death, his parents, Lisa Jobson and Stuart Banks, paid a moving tribute to their son. They described him as a popular and ambitious young man who adored the gym. Lisa, his heartbroken mother, said, "Me and his father are very proud we created someone like him. I could not have asked for a better son. We want to celebrate everything he has accomplished and who he is. We want everyone to remember him for good." Luke's death triggered a phenomenal outburst of emotion on T's side. Tributes from friends and loved ones flooded social media as people were heartbroken by his unexpected death. On Tuesday evening, a large crowd gathered in Yarm to observe a vigil in his memory. Everyone lit candles and added ribbons to their social media profiles to commemorate his passing. Nearly 1,000 people attended the vigil, and the family expressed their gratitude for the public's assistance in the days following Luke's disappearance. The gathering featured a fireworks display and the crowd singing Robbie Williams' Angels. People left a large number of ribbons, balloons, and flowers in his memory near the site of his death. Pop star Robbie Williams was among those who paid tribute, tweeting, "Luke Jobson, rest in peace, Brother X." Furthermore, football matches were held in Luke's memory to raise funds for the charities chosen by his family. Danny, Luke's girlfriend, added that she was living a nightmare after his death. In a heartfelt tribute on Instagram, she wrote, "Nothing will ever take away my pain. The most gentle, loving, and well-liked boy I've had the pleasure of being with is trying so hard to be strong, but it feels like I'm still in a dream and haven't woke up. Thank you for all your memories. I'll make you proud. You were just too good for this world. I always love you, Luke." When investigating Luke's death, the police interviewed a large number of people, including those who were in a nightclub that night. Soon after, the police obtained CCTV footage which confirmed earlier reports of a conflict between Luke and other guys that night. Let us take a look at this recording. Luke wears gray t-shirts and white sneakers. You can see how several aggressively inclined people begin walking in his direction after he says something to someone. Everything ends with Luke fleeing and several people pursuing him. Almost immediately after Luke's disappearance, word spread that he died as a result of a confrontation. While speculation about what happened spread on social media, the police only mentioned reports of an altercation prior to his disappearance. Initially, they arrested 6 teenagers, 3 boys aged 16 and 3 aged 18 on suspicion of killing Luke Jobson. They soon released everyone, and the detectives resumed their investigation. The case's new development did not occur until January of the following year. Cleveland police said 5 people between the ages of 17 and 20 had been charged with using or threatening unlawful violence, but not taking Luke's life, and would appear in court soon. One of the teenagers, a 17-year-old who has since turned 18, has never been publicly identified due to age-related legal restrictions. The 4 others include Edwin Taha, 20, who refused to admit he started the fight. Ryan Alpay, 19, denied that there was a fight, as did Ali Abdulmajid, 19, who refused to admit his guilt, and Hamid Asif, 18, who also denied that there was a fight. Unfortunately, I couldn't locate his image. According to reports, Edwin Taha is the gang's leader in England and Wales. The law states that a person is guilty of fray if he uses or threatens unlawful violence against another, and his conduct is such as to cause a person of reasonable firmness present at the scene to fear for his safety. If two or more people use or threaten unlawful violence, their combined conduct must be considered for the purposes of subsections 1 and 3. For the purposes of this section, words alone cannot constitute a threat. Given what we see on the video, particularly Luke running away, there is no doubt that he was concerned about his safety. And, as we'll see later, the threats against him weren't just verbal. However, before we can learn more about the events that led up to Luke Jobson's death, we must first understand what caused the conflict that night. However, there is no definitive answer to this question because none of the suspects responded. It is also unclear where Luke's friends, with whom he had attended a nightclub, were at the time of the argument. The recording made available by the police does not answer this question. Based on what we see in this recording, we can assume Luke did not intend to leave the club. After all, he is dressed in a t-shirt. His jacket was inside the establishment. Police released footage showing Luke confronting the gang before being forced to flee for his life. His superior athleticism enabled him to outrun his pursuers. That might have been the end of it. However, Taha and the other future defendants returned to the nightclub, got into the Abdul Majid Volkswagen Golf, and met up with Luke near the school. They got out of the car, and Taha sprayed Luke's face with an unknown substance, most likely pepper spray. It caused him to lose his vision. Attempting to escape, Luke climbed over the wall and entered the Yarm school grounds. Their CCTV cameras caught him as he entered the boathouse. Unfortunately, no one ever saw Luke again, a man who cherished life and strived to be the best he could be. So, after Taha pepper sprayed Luke's face, the gang got back in their car and drove away. It's unclear if Luke knew where he was going. But, given that he did not attend this school, and that the tear gas had left him disoriented, it is unlikely that he knew where he was going. If this is the case, he may have fallen into the water while inside. Let me remind you that these events occurred in January, when the water in the river was extremely cold. According to the police, only Luke entered the boathouse that night. Luke never got out of there. 2 days later, police discovered his body in the water near the school. The young man died due to drowning. As previously stated, all of the suspects have refused to admit guilt. None of them were in custody before the trial began. They released Edwin Taha on bail. Edwin Taha and Ali Abdulmajid changed their minds and admitted fault in the fight. During the first court hearing on September 28, 2020, pathologist Dr. Nigel Cooper and Dr. Jennifer Bolton performed an autopsy and announced the findings during the trial. The toxicology report revealed that Luke had consumed alcohol prior to his death. The amount he drank was likely to cause obvious signs of intoxication in an average social drinker. Furthermore, they discovered traces of a prohibited substance that he had consumed some time before his death. The court heard that having alcohol and a banned substance in his system would have made him more vulnerable to the effects of hypothermia. There were no injuries that contributed to his death, and no injuries that suggested an assault had occurred. He also had no natural diseases that caused his death. There was also no sign of inflammation in his eyes. The report stated that there was no pathological evidence that he had been sprayed with a substance prior to his death. Witnesses, however, confirmed that Luke had been pepper sprayed and was having difficulty walking and seeing. The inquest also heard how Taha returned to the high street and boasted to onlookers that he had pepper sprayed Luke. During the inquest, Senior Coroner Claire Bailey determined that Luke was rendered unconscious by the use of pepper spray. The court announced its decision in October 2020. Lisa Jobson fought back tears as she read a statement in Teesside Crown Court. Miss Jobson compared the gang that surrounded her son before chasing him through Yarm High Street to a pack of wolves when asked whether young criminals face justice for their actions on the night her 22-year-old son Luke died. She stated that Luke was loved, cared for, and protected from the day he was born. He was our world and our only boy. We couldn't have asked for a better son. We were really close. He was loving, caring, and beautiful on the inside and outside. He warmed the hearts of everyone he knew because he was kind, gentle, and genuine. He walked into a room and lit it up. He had good friends from various backgrounds and cultures, all of whom were good people. He had no nasty bones in his body. He enjoyed life. He was upbeat and always strived to do his best in everything he did. He was constantly anticipating events and making plans. We miss Luke every minute of the day. The pain we experience never goes away. Our lives have been destroyed, and we will never be the same again. This should never have occurred. Luke was 22 years old when his life was cut short. His life was only beginning. That night, in that car, you were all out to hurt Luke, and he was fleeing for his life. He was alone, scared and vulnerable. You all behaved like a pack of wolves hunting him down. I knew Luke was attempting to flee from safety. He was heading to his aunt's house, and you all prevented that from happening by getting to him in that car. You understand exactly what you did. When you sprayed our boy's eyes and face, causing Luke pain and suffering, you were completely evil. We'll never forget what Luke had to go through that night. None of you have had the courage to admit what you have done to our son. Knowing your faces, or the last faces of terror our son had to see on this earth, is a living hell, and the fact that he could not flee safely is torture. We wish someone could take away all of our pain and bring Luke back, but no one can. We're angry, sad, and bitter. You've transformed us into something completely different from what Luke stood for. Whatever happens to each one of you will never be enough. I, Luke's father, and his sister will be serving life sentences. At the trial, Abdul-Majid's lawyer stated that his client was unaware that Taha was carrying pepper spray. He stated that his plea is based on the fact that he was unaware that his co-accused possessed pepper spray. Only one person in the dark realized they had a weapon, and it wasn't Mr. Abdul-Majid. He had not expected the victim to be assaulted with a weapon. During the hearing, his lawyer stated that his client had a difficult childhood. But can that be an excuse? His lawyer claimed he made the wrong decisions. On that night, something was said that sparked everything. It doesn't matter because what happened should never have occurred. He acknowledges this through me today. The lawyer defending Taha, John Nixon, told the court that his client and his brother had arrived in the UK from France when he turned 4 years old. He couldn't speak any English. He stated that when he was 10 years old, their mother abandoned them to return to France, and they were placed with a foster family. In Stockton, Judge Howard Krause informed the couple that neither of them was legally liable for Luke's death. However, if he had not been chased down Yarm High Street, he would not have entered Yarm High School or the boathouse, nor would he have drowned in the River Tees. On October 30th, 2020, Edwin Taha, 20, was sentenced to 21 months in prison after pleading guilty to a fray. He was also sentenced to an additional 4 years and 4 months in prison on drug charges. A second man, 19-year-old Ali Abdulmajid from Corvus, Stockton, admitted to fray. The court imposed a 15-month sentence with an 18-month suspension. He admitted to driving the car that pursued Luke at Teesside Crown Court. The court also ordered Abdulmajid to complete 300 hours of unpaid work. Following the hearing at Teesside Crown Court, the senior investigating officer, Temporary Detective Chief Inspector Sarah Robinson, stated that a police investigation revealed that an altercation occurred on Yarm High Street before Luke was pursued by a group of males in a vehicle. When these men caught up with him, Luke was sprayed in the eyes with a noxious substance, which had a negative impact on him. Whatever the intentions of the males who pursued Luke that evening, his family is now without their beloved son and brother, and the impact on his entire family is immeasurable. Nothing can ever bring Luke back. However, now that the criminal case has been concluded, we hope that this brings some sort of closure for his family and that they can now look forward to moving on with their lives. The prosecution dropped charges against 19-year-old Ryan Alpay. Hamada Asif is 18 years old. To conclude, I'll quote Chris Atkinson of the Crown Prosecution Service. Following the sentencing in October 2020, Chris Atkinson stated that, while Taha and Abdulmajid have been sentenced for these charges, our thoughts are with Luke Jobson's family, who will undoubtedly face a particularly difficult time. While we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that both men had an affair with Luke prior to his death, there is no evidence linking their actions to the tragic events that occurred following their attack. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at what happened in the US state of Georgia. Nobody has seen the 31-year-old Indiana lawyer since 7:17 p.m. On February 24, 2022, a surveillance camera captured her outside her mother-in-law's home in Johns Creek. The police and her family have made significant efforts to determine where Sierra went and what happened to her. Sierra Locklear of Cleveland, Georgia, was a cheerful and ambitious woman. Sierra wanted people to take her seriously. Her mother, Kelly Locklear, said so. She was tough. She followed in the footsteps of her mother, who was a paralegal. She became a lawyer. Sierra grew up in Georgia and aspired to live in Atlanta one day. Kelly, a Georgia native, claimed that Atlanta had always been her plan. To get there, Sierra had to leave Georgia. She attended the University of Tennessee for college before attending law school at Florida State University. Sierra eventually became a lawyer and specialized in insurance defense. Kelly described her daughter as following: she overcame and pushed through. Kelly also stated that she was happy, energetic, and loving. She was extremely motivated in her career. Sierra met Xavier Breland on Tinder in October 2020, and their relationship quickly took off. The couple married after 6 months. Sierra was already pregnant at this point. According to court records, Sierra assisted Xavier with his legal issues with his ex-wife. After some time, the newlyweds decided to relocate to Carmel, Indiana, to begin their new lives there. Sierra started working at a law firm and had a son named Jackson at the end of 2021. From the outside, Xavier and Sierra seemed like the ideal couple. However, their relationship problems began shortly after they met. Shelby Campbell, Sierra's cousin, said the couple's problems began after their first date. Sierra informed Xavier that she did not want to continue communicating with him, but her future husband was not the type of person who could handle rejection. Instead, if Xavier showed up uninvited to her apartment and sat near her door, he began sending her threatening messages because he noticed her with another man. Sierra threatened to contact the authorities if he did not stop. Finally, she gave him another chance. 6 months later, they were married. Shelby and Sierra were best friends who texted each other daily. Sierra expressed her feelings to her, stating that she was afraid of her husband. For example, one of her messages read, "Well, I'm struggling with it in a big way. I don't want to give up on someone I love and abandon him and our family. However, I believe that the behavior is deteriorating. So, if this is how things are now, how will it be in the future? Furthermore, he used to feel bad when he said ugly things. And lately, he's not even sorry for his actions. He's blaming me for it, as if I did it because you forced me to." Sierra stated that her husband would be held responsible if anything happened to her. Shelby claimed she often told Sierra to leave her husband, but Sierra understood that if she was going to leave, she needed to do so strategically. Here is another screenshot of Shelby and Sierra's text conversation. Sierra was obviously afraid of her husband. Shelby Campbell stated that the texts she shared were only a few examples of what was going on between Sierra and her husband. She called the police several times. The police were called to her home in both Georgia and Indiana several times. Campbell stated that by the time the police arrived, she would have calmed down enough to tell him where she was lying. Shelby claimed that after one of those incidents, an investigator called Sierra's mother and informed her that he knew she was lying about what was going on when she called 911, and that he had seen the same pattern many times before. He was worried about what would happen to her. Sierra was preparing to leave her husband. She opened a secret bank account and transferred money there. The messages had a strong impact on the woman. Sierra stated that she loved her husband but couldn't afford to stay in the relationship. Her parents, Kelly and Nick Locklears, were aware that their daughter's family situation was far from ideal. They wanted Sierra to break up with Xavier and assured her that she could always return to a safe place, i.e., her home. Sierra's fateful trip to Georgia began when she and Xavier loaded their baby and large dog into Sierra's 2017 white Volkswagen Tiguan and drove 11 hours south. According to her family, Sierra arrived at her parents' home on February 19th. She spent the night with family members who hadn't seen her since she moved to Indiana. It seemed like a quick trip to see her family. However, Ciara decided that she would no longer return to Indiana. Xavier was also interested in the trip because his mother lived in Georgia. However, he was unaware that Ciara would not return. She informed her mother that she was going to find work in Georgia. She had also informed her parents that her husband's abusive behavior was escalating and that she was getting divorced. Ciara showed up at Nick and Kelly's home in Cleveland, Georgia, on Saturday, February 19th. The woman remained at her parents' house until Sunday. It had been a long time since we had seen each other. She reiterated that she wanted to divorce her husband and would not return to Indiana. On Sunday, February 20th, Ciara left her parents' house to pick up her son Jackson from her mother-in-law's house in Johns Creek, Georgia, which is about an hour away. Shelby Campbell stated that one of the last texts she received from her cousin read, "I'm at Xavier's mom's house, he won't give me Jackson, so I'm waiting for him before I leave." On Monday, February 21st, at 11:17 p.m., Ciara texted her father Nick, "I'll be back in the morning if that's okay, of course." "It's okay. You don't need to ask," Nick responded to her. Nick stated that the next day, when he had not heard from Ciara, he attempted to contact her again, and she said everything was fine. She mentioned that she had felt a little sick. Nick said he contacted her again on Wednesday to see if she was feeling better. He did not get a response. He texted her again on Thursday, February 24th. No one replied. By Friday, the Locklears were concerned because Ciara had not responded, which was unusual. Then, on Saturday evening, February 26th, Nick received a call from an unknown Indiana number. "I didn't immediately panic because I assumed they were still in Georgia," Nick said. "So I responded, and they said it was the police, and that's when they informed me she was missing." The policeman stated that Ciara's husband had reported her missing. The family was shocked. They assumed Ciara was still in Georgia, even though she had not responded to their messages, which was unusual for her. Shelby Campbell is perplexed as to why he did not contact anyone to inquire about her safety. "He did not contact anyone. He did not make us aware at all." After speaking with the Carmel police, Ciara's father called her, and Xavier answered. That is how Nick described his brief conversation with his missing daughter's husband. I asked, "If Xavier, tell me the truth. What is going on?" Ciara told me that if anything happened to her, you were responsible, so just tell me the truth. He then hung up, telling me to go to hell. Nick then called Xavier's father, who lived next to Ciara and Xavier in Carmel. The father responded, "No, I never saw her," as Nick had said. According to a press release issued on March 2nd by the Carmel Police Department in Indiana, Xavier Breland reported Ciara as missing to their office on Saturday, February 26, 2022. During the investigation, detectives discovered a video recording that showed Ciara's last known location. On February 24th at 7:17 p.m., she was at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia. Nothing unusual happens during the video. According to the official missing person report from the Carmel Police Department, Ciara left their home in the Brookstone Park of Carmel subdivision in Carmel, Indiana, shortly after 10 p.m. On February 25th, walked to the nearby store. She was reportedly wearing a black top and purple shorts in temperatures nearing 20 degrees that night. According to police, Ciara never arrived, and there is no surveillance video of her entering the store. They were also concerned because she had left her phone, work phone, and burner phone behind, along with her ID, credit cards, and 5-month-old son. Family members stated that she had a burner phone to contact them in an emergency. There was no evidence of Ciara's return to Indiana. Her family knew she wanted to stay in Georgia. Furthermore, Ciara would not have left without informing them. Even more suspicious was that she had abandoned her 5-month-old son. Her mother thought it all sounded absurd. Kelly Locklear stated that her daughter confessed to her that the couple was having serious financial problems and accused her husband of being abusive to her and using their child as leverage to get her to stay with him. Kelly said she and her husband knew their daughter was dead after police called to report Ciara had gone missing, leaving her child behind. "She is definitely gone," Kelly said. "That was the first thing my husband said when police called after Xavier reported her missing, and the officer said she had left without bringing the baby. She refused to take a shower or let anyone else watch the baby. Kelly described Sierra as a devoted mother who lived to care for her son. She claimed Sierra awoke every hour or two to check on her son, who had a rash. So when they said that, my husband said, No, there is no way my daughter would not do that. If that's the case, and you're telling me she's missing, and the baby isn't with her, then my daughter died. Kelly said she would not leave him. On February 28, 2020, 2 days after reporting Sierra missing, Xavier noticed police officers at his door. According to court documents, a firearm was accidentally discharged at a home on Baldwin Lane. Xavier told investigators he was moving a Christmas tree in the garage when he heard a gunshot and bolted out. He then returned to the garage, found the gun, and unloaded it. He called the police and reported the incident. The investigators discovered 2 different guns in his home. The police did not reveal whether there was any evidence that Xavier was involved in Sierra's disappearance. However, his criminal background was quickly revealed. According to court records, Xavier was convicted on felony burglary charges in 2005. It was also unusual that Xavier reported his wife's disappearance only the next day, after she allegedly failed to return home after going to the store. A few days after the police received a missing person report, Xavier was identified as a person of interest in his wife's disappearance. They arrested him on unrelated charges. Police discovered that he had an outstanding warrant for aggravated stalking in Kuwait County. He was extradited to Georgia to face the charges. According to court records, he placed a tracker inside his daughter's stuffed animal to track down her mother, his ex-wife. The case arose from a custody dispute between the former couple. On Friday, 2 weeks after Sierra went missing, police volunteers, family, and friends searched several Johns Creek neighborhoods. Their focus was on neighborhoods along Medlock Bridge Road, where police suspected Sierra had traveled during her stay in Georgia. In addition to handing out flyers, the Johns Creek Police Department installed electronic signs at 2 locations along Kimball Bridge Road, requesting public assistance. They've also contacted several commercial electronic sign companies to help spread Sierra's image and information throughout Metro Atlanta. The family asked anyone who saw the white 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan with the Georgia plate RMB 5869. During that time, contact the police. The license plate of the vehicle was framed by the Florida State University Law School. The police said that forensic investigators searched the car for evidence and then released it. Sierra's last known location was at her mother-in-law's house in Georgia, so the police assumed her disappearance was related to something that happened in this house. They traced Xavier's route back to Indiana, but couldn't confirm Sierra was in the car. Xavier was the only one who stepped out of the white Volkswagen at gas stations and shops. It is unclear how much cooperation Xavier Balin's mother provided during the ongoing investigation. However, law enforcement officials confirmed that evidence was collected from the residence using a search warrant in their pursuit of answers. Investigators from Johns Creek used forensic professionals and cadaver dogs to conduct the search. The emphasis was on finding potential bloodstains, signs of a struggle, or any other clues that could shed light on the events surrounding the couple's visit. Despite the use of a canine unit, authorities reported that the search yielded no discernible scent trail at the residence. The specifics of the evidence gathered during the search remain unknown as the case is still being investigated in March 2022. Investigators obtained a jailhouse video that shows Xavier Braylon telling his children that Sierra would not be returning home because she had been kidnapped. It contradicts his statement to the Carmel police about her disappearance. "Someone kidnapped my wife." He told one of his children at the end of the call, "You know what it means to kidnap an adult, she isn't coming home." However, Xavier was booked into the Coweta County Jail in Georgia on March 16, 2022. After being extradited from the Hamilton County Jail for aggravated stalking, the case was unrelated to Sierra's disappearance. The charge stemmed from a child. At the time, the woman he stacked had a restraining order against him. In August 2022, he was found not guilty. However, he was arrested again and extradited to Indiana. This time, the charge was for unlawful possession of a firearm by a serious, violent felon. At Brooklyn's initial hearing, he pleaded with the judge to reduce his bond to a level his mother could afford. The court reduced his bond to $35,000. While prosecutors wanted it increased to $50,000, all I needed was an opportunity to get my life back on track, Breland informed the judge. Breland stated that he could get a job as a truck driver if he was released from jail. After reviewing the case, the judge set the bond at $100,000. In February 2023, Xavier Breland was released after posting bail. This court decision had consequences, which I will discuss later. He was repeatedly interrogated about Sierra's disappearance but denied any involvement in it. His version is unchanged. She disappeared after going to the store. Several locations have been suggested for the search for evidence in Sierra Breland's disappearance. Georgia alone has over 85,000 acres of state parks, nearly 2 million acres of land managed by the United States Department of the Interior, and more than 300,000 acres of undeveloped land. Fulton County contains 440 acres of parks. There are also hundreds of thousands of acres of railroad and utility easements, both active and inactive. Georgia has 37,295,360 total acres. Approximately 15% to 20% are covered in vegetation. Sierra Breland and her husband drive through areas other than Tennessee, Kentucky, and Indiana. According to Johns Creek Police Lieutenant Gregory Todd Hood, if we knew her exact last known location, we would direct the investigation accordingly, without going into detail. Kelly Locklear stated that law enforcement has gathered evidence and statements from multiple states, but they are essentially pieces of a puzzle without a complete picture. Some items were removed from Xavier's mom's home, according to court documents from a civil case in which Xavier's mother sued Xavier's sister. Crime scene investigation removed the carpet and mattress from Xavier's mother's home on April 21, 2022, as part of their investigation. According to documents from the familial civil dispute, 5-month-old Jackson was placed in state care immediately after Xavier Breland's arrest on March 1st. Sierra's parents, Nick and Kelly Locklear, have since been able to spend time with the baby and are working to bring him back to Georgia. Multiple organized searches have been conducted over the last year, some of which targeted specific areas, but no one knows what happened to the new mother. As investigators continue to piece together the facts, officers have been busy handing out flyers and even using electronic signs to raise awareness. The police describe Sierra as being 5 feet tall, weighing approximately 120 pounds, and having blonde hair. She has 3 small trees tattooed on her ring finger, a Florida State arrow on her left wrist, and a sunburst on her back left rib cage. The couple was driving a white 2017 Volkswagen Tiguan with the Georgia tag RMB 5869. The Florida State University Law School frame encircles the license plate. Anyone who saw her or her car in February is asked to contact the police. Xavier is the only person of interest that police have publicly identified since Sierra's disappearance, but no charges have been filed. Her family is adamant that he knows what happened to her, and that he is the only one who can provide the answers they require to find closure. Finally, let Sierra rest in peace. Kelly Locklear believes Sierra's body may be in Georgia, Tennessee, Kentucky, or Indiana. She is pleading with woodsmen and fishermen to keep an eye out in those states and to contact law enforcement if they have any information. Sierra's parents have now been granted custody of the couple's child, as I previously stated. If Xavier Breland was released on bail in a case involving illegal firearms, the trial was scheduled for December 28, 2023. But Xavier Breland did not appear in court, and his whereabouts are unknown. A rearrest warrant has been issued in his name, and law enforcement is working hard to find him. This latest development complicates the already perplexing case of Sierra's disappearance. The warrant describes Xavier Breland as a black man standing 6 feet tall, weighing 160 pounds, with brown hair and green eyes. The FBI has joined the search for the missing woman, but her body has yet to be found. This, combined with Xavier's recent disappearance, has resulted in numerous unanswered questions. Kelly Locklear, Sierra's mother, has publicly stated that she believes Sierra feared Xavier and had no intention of returning to Indiana with him. With both individuals missing, the case has become even more urgent. The trial for Xavier's gun charge has been postponed several times, and law enforcement and Sierra's family are now asking the public for help. They are looking for any information that can help them find Xavier and Sierra in the hopes of shedding light on the strange circumstances surrounding their disappearances. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video investigates a story that occurred in 2014. The case of Charlie Scott, a 27-year-old young woman, drew the attention of some of Hawaii's most prominent television stations, becoming one of the most high-profile cases in the state's history. Carly Joanne Charlie Scott was born on November 24, 1986, in California, USA. She was Kimberlyn and Robert Scott's daughter. Her family members referred to her as Charlie, so I'll use that name from now on. Charlie had several sisters with whom she was extremely close. After her parents' divorce, she was raised by her mother and stepfather. Charlie and her family had been living on the Hawaiian island of Maui for several years by 2014. Charlie was about to graduate from cosmetology school and hoped to open a beauty salon for dogs. She was very fond of dogs and owned 2 of them. Charlie had some difficulties in her life, which I will discuss later, but she was a happy and optimistic young woman with a positive outlook on the future. Charlie lived in Makawao, Oahu with her 2 dogs and was last seen on February 9, 2014, at a family gathering in Haiku at her sister's house, about 6 miles from Makawao. Charlie was supposed to see her family the next day, but she failed to show up. Her mother, Kimberlyn, became concerned when she couldn't reach Charlie that evening, so she and her other daughter, Phaedra, drove to Makawao. When they arrived at Charlie's house, it was already around 9 p.m. It had been 24 hours since they last saw her. Kimberly's first observation was that her daughter's vehicle was not in the driveway. Charlie had a silver 1997 Toyota 4Runner with Hawaiian license plates and a lead skull embedded in the grille. The front door was locked, but the window remained open. So Phaedra snuck into the house and unlocked the front door for her mother, allowing Kimberlyn inside. The house was orderly, with everything in its proper place. Kimberlyn and Phaedra searched every room, but there was no one in the house except one of the dogs. Charlie had disappeared, along with her other dog, Nala. This was an unusual situation because Charlie had never left without informing any of her family members. Her family's anxiety was growing by the minute as they were unable to reach Charlie. None of her friends knew where she was either. Kimberlyn had always maintained contact with her family, which gave her a bad feeling. Charlie was 5 months pregnant, which made the situation even more concerning. Pregnant women rarely disappear unless something bad happens to them. Charlie's disappearance was reported to the police. Charlie and Stephen Capobianco met in 2009 and were together for 2 years in Makawao, Oahu, on the stunning Hawaiian island of Maui. While the red-headed Charlie was obsessed with her boyfriend, Stephen told his friends they were only roommates and avoided taking pictures with her. Their relationship was complicated, and no matter how harshly Stephen treated Charlie, she was willing to completely forgive him. Charlie had broken up with Stephen several years before her disappearance, but she remained desperately in love with him. Stephen had found a new girlfriend, but he kept a secret relationship with Charlie, so they remained intimate even after their breakup. When Charlie, 27, tried to move on, she discovered she was pregnant with Stephen's child. Her maternal instincts kicked in, and she was eager to be a mother. When she discovered she was having a boy, she named him Joshua. However, Stephen, 24, was not eager to become a father. They visited a family planning center together to discuss terminating the pregnancy. Stephen insisted that Charlie have an abortion, but she chose not to do so and decided to raise the child alone. When he discovered this, he became extremely angry. Charlie did not force Stephen to marry her. She was simply overjoyed about becoming a mother. Charlie's decision was supported by her family, and we are prepared to provide her with any assistance she requires. Kimberlyn alerted the police about her daughter's disappearance. She also revealed to investigators that Charlie was 5 months pregnant and had a strained relationship with the child's father, Stephen Capobianco. Charlie had an app on her phone that allowed her family to track her location, When Kimberlyn attempted to do so, she discovered that the last time Charlie's phone was active was on date night, February 9. Charlie was supposed to return home to Makawayo Wow after spending the day in Haiku at her sister's house. However, she took a completely different path. She took the Hana Highway towards Hiko, and the last time her phone was active, she was 30 miles from home. Charlie saw no reason to drive there. But Kimberlyn knew her daughter was willing to comply with any request from Stephen. When she filed a missing persons report, Kimberlyn informed investigators that Stephen Capobianco may have been involved in Charlie's disappearance. Kimberlyn and Charlie's sister Phaedra, unwilling to sit idle, got in their car the next morning and drove toward Haiku on the Hana Highway. The Hana Highway is extremely dangerous, with sharp turns, descent, and one-way traffic sections. Nothing was discovered where Charlie's cell phone was last active. It was just a stretch of road with no reason or location to stop. Kimberlyn and Phaedra would find convenient places to pull over, get out of the car, and shout Charlie's name, implying that she had gone off the road. They also called out for Charlie's dog, Nala, hoping that she would appear from within the woods. Kimberlyn was looking for her daughter. The police went to Stephen's house to speak with him because Charlie's family had identified him as a possible suspect in the case. Stephen informed detectives that he had seen Charlie but was unaware of her disappearance. He said his car broke down in a remote part of Maui, so he called Charlie and asked her to come and help him. Stephen's car broke down approximately 3 miles from where Charlie's cell phone was last active. Stephen stated that Charlie helped him start his car, after which they drove in the direction of Makawo for a while. According to Stephen, he drove up front while Charlie followed behind him in case his car broke down again. At one point, he lost sight of Charlie's car in his rearview mirror, but he didn't think much about it. Assuming he was driving too fast and Charlie had fallen far behind him, he returned home and has not spoken to her since. The first disturbing discovery came 2 days after the disappearance. Charlie's dog, Nala, was discovered in Haiku, approximately 13 miles from where her cell phone was last active. After examining the dog, investigators determined that Nala had been transported to Haiku by someone. If she had traveled 13 miles over the rugged terrain on her own, her paws would have been marked and scuffed, but they were fine. Meanwhile, the police had expanded the search area, but the number of officers available was limited. As a result, Kimberlyn requested assistance from the Maui community in finding her daughter. Hundreds of volunteers responded to the request. Flyers featuring Charlie's picture were distributed throughout the island, and detectives urged anyone with information to come forward. The fact that Charlie was pregnant heightened the urgency of the case. On April 12, one of the volunteers made a startling discovery that stunned Charlie Scott's family. A car belonging to her was discovered completely burned out 10 miles from her home and far from where her phone was last used. When volunteers discovered the vehicle, it lay on its side. The only thing that reassured Charlie's family in this situation was the absence of any remains in the car. This gave her the hope that she was still alive. Perhaps someone stole her car and decided to burn it. While the police inspected the car for clues, Charlie's family, with the help of volunteers, investigated the location where her phone had last worked. The area was a stretch of terrain with thick and rugged vegetation, no footpaths or anything like that. Shortly before sunset, a discovery indicated that Charlie was no longer alive. Phaedra identified a CD on the ground as her sister's, and Charlie's t-shirt was next to it. Additionally, her shirt and skirt were discovered. It was obvious that this was not a car accident. Charlie's belongings were found 20 miles away from the burned-out car. When the police learned of this discovery, the investigation into her disappearance changed dramatically. Stephen Capobianco was the last person to see Charlie alive, and when word spread around the island that her belongings had been discovered, Hawaii news broke. Malika Lincoln called him to ask what he thought about it. Stephen agreed to answer questions and gave a brief interview in which he discussed his relationship with Charlie and how their last encounter went. Capobianco declined to have his voice recorded, so the interview was published. His text message, "This interview will be void," was overheard and presented as a phone conversation for your convenience. However, as I mentioned before, this is a reconstruction of the conversation. Malika Lincoln of Hawaii News interviews Stephen about the ongoing search for Charlie, his ex-girlfriend. Stephen discusses his relationship with Charlie, including occasional hookups and their connection over the years. He describes the events of the night Charlie went missing when she dropped him off at his truck and he drove ahead of her, losing sight of her near Twin Falls. Despite failing a polygraph test, Stephen denies any involvement in Charlie's disappearance and is concerned for her safety. He discusses his cooperation with the police and the suspicions raised by Charlie's family. Stephen expresses his hope for Charlie's safe return and mentions his participation in the search efforts. Stephen did not immediately check on Charlie's whereabouts after she went missing, but instead texted her the next morning, assuming she was working. The police later arrived at his house, informing him of her parents' missing person report and mentioning him as a possible lead. Stephen willingly participated in police questioning and took a polygraph test, but he doubts its accuracy after allegedly failing. Despite being a prime suspect, the police haven't given him much information. Nrala, Charlie's dog, was with her when she picked up Stephen, but Stephen isn't sure how she was discovered later. He is perplexed by the discovery of Charlie's torched car. Stephen expresses his only wish for Charlie's safe return and denies any involvement in her mistreatment. While concerned about his own safety, he prioritizes Charlie's well-being. Stephen hopes Charlie will be found, and he expresses his love for her as well as his unexpected desire to become a father. He recalls talking about baby names with Charlie and expressing his preference for a boy. Although he is unsure of the baby's gender, he believes Charlie may have hoped for a girl. Stephen waits for updates after Charlie's car is discovered without receiving a call from the police. Stephen mentions that, while a friend informed him that Charlie's car had been found, the police did not contact him. He acknowledges that someone may have set him up, but he denies any wrongdoing. He sees Charlie's family as the only potential adversaries because of their strained relationship. Despite this, he believes they were thrilled with Charlie's pregnancy. Stephen doubts Charlie will leave without her dogs and dismisses the possibility of her leaving voluntarily. He speculates on potential enemies, but defers to Charlie's family for more information. He is still committed to finding Charlie but has chosen to assist independently rather than participate in search parties due to hostility from her family. As a result, Stephen realized he was the primary suspect in this case. He was the last person to see Charlie alive, and he did not want to be a father. However, could Stephen's reluctance to become a father have been enough motivation for the crime? Charlie's family paid close attention to her skirt. They had no doubt that Stephen Capobianco was responsible for her disappearance. Her skirt had numerous cuts on it, particularly in the stomach area, prompting the detectives to draw some very firm conclusions. The search concentrated on the area where Charlie's belongings were discovered. The police and her family realized they were unlikely to find her alive, but the reality was far more shocking. One police officer discovered a jawbone, followed by smaller fragments. The next morning, a team of investigators set out to find Charlie's remains, and they quickly made several more discoveries. These included a tongue, piercing pin, several strands of long red hair, and fingernails. 9 days after Charlie's disappearance, it was discovered that the jawbone, hair, and fingernails were hers. Charlie was officially declared dead, and this came as a huge blow to her family, who were mourning not only Charlie but also her child. The forensic team examined the jawbone and discovered more than a dozen cuts, leading them to believe that whoever killed Charlie intended to dispose of her body piece by piece. The police and her family searched for months, but found nothing else. The cause of Charlie Scott's death could not be determined, but one thing was certain. Stephen Capobianco was the only suspect. When questioned by the detectives, he stated unequivocally that he had no intention of becoming a father and denied any involvement in his ex-girlfriend's death. Charlie's skirt had 27 slits, all concentrated in one spot, which investigators believed was no coincidence. However, a single motive was insufficient for an arrest, so the police concentrated their efforts on Charlie and Stephen's phone records. Stephen had been in the area where Charlie's remains were later discovered, just hours before Kimberlyn reported her daughter's disappearance to police. His and Charlie's cell phones were close together, but then Charlie's phone was turned off and never recovered. Phone records also revealed that Stephen had visited the area where the remains were discovered at least 3 times. This evidence suggested that Capobianco made a false statement when he told the police that he returned home after Charlie assisted him with his car. Detectives speculated that he burned Charlie's car to eliminate evidence of the crime. Stephen Capobianco was arrested 5 months after Charlie disappeared. He was charged with Charlie's murder, specifically the second degree, as well as second-degree arson. He pleaded not guilty to both charges. Hawaii has no laws that punish the death of an unborn child, so Stephen was not charged with anything related to this. Capobianco went to trial after more than 2 years. The prosecution faced the challenge of having only circumstantial evidence. However, the prosecution presented new DNA evidence a few days before the trial began. During the investigation, genes with distinctive dark red stains were discovered. DNA testing confirmed that the stains were Charlie Scott's blood. The genes fit Stephen Capobianco's size, but that is not all. A short black hair was also discovered in the pocket, and DNA analysis revealed that it belonged to Stephen. This linked him directly to Charlie's death. However, this evidence was submitted after the deadline, and the judge ruled that Stephen's genes and hair could not be used as evidence at trial. Thus, the judge dismissed the only irrefutable piece of evidence. Stephen's chances of getting away with his wrongdoings have significantly increased. The trial went on for 6 months. During the trial, Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Robert Rivera told jurors that multiple stab wounds in the abdomen area of Charlie Scott's skirt demonstrated that Capobianco caused her pain. At a court hearing, Charlie's father, Robert Scott, stated that despite his best efforts, he was unable to break free from his anger and revenge. It turns out, it's an innate human trait in me. He described it as very strong. If the courts and justice system fail to provide this, who will? If this retribution is not met, I will exact it myself. Having said that, some things have crossed the line. John Apo, Robert Scott Polk's defense attorney, was struck in the face with his finger. "You should be ashamed of yourself, and I will spit on you." According to Scott, the judge then asked the sheriff's deputies to remove Robert Scott from the courtroom, stating that this was inappropriate. On December 28, 2016, a jury found 27-year-old Stephen Capobianco guilty of all charges. He was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years for killing Charlie Scott. He received another 10 years for setting fire to her car. Since the court sentenced Capobianco to 2 consecutive sentences, his minimum sentence is 50 years before he is eligible for parole. Capobianco did not testify at his trial. Kimberlyn stated after the sentencing that she thought prison time was about the best Hawaii could offer. She claims it does not compensate her family for the loss of her daughter and unborn child Joshua, but it does provide some peace of mind. "I think we're glad we made this decision," she said. "I'm not completely unhappy. I'd like life to truly mean life. However, in our state, life sentences are typically for 20 years. So 40 years is a small way of recognizing the lives he took away." Another issue Charlie's parents faced was that the fragments discovered were not legally considered bodies and were held as evidence in the case, so the family was unable to remove them and bury them properly. Kimberlyn and Robert saw the remains for the first time in 2020, following a public memorial outside the Maui Police Department's Forensic Center, where they are kept as physical evidence. Flowers, photos, and an ultrasound image of her unborn son were among the emotional tributes left outside the forensic building. Following the public ceremony, her parents were given the opportunity to privately view her partial remains, including her jawbone. Robert and Kimberlyn stated that they will seek a change in the law and will continue to look for ways to give their daughter a proper burial. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we will look at a case that occurred in Minnesota. In 2013, Kira Steger, 30, worked as a store clerk at a mall-based clothing store. She was enthusiastic about her job and never missed a shift. So, on February 23, 2013, she did not show up for work. Her coworkers became worried. They attempted to contact Kira, but she did not return their calls or text messages, and the police were quickly informed that she was missing. Kira K. Steger was born on November 19, 1982 in Des Plaines, Illinois. She was Marcy and Jay's daughter. Steger described her as a lively, dedicated, and affectionate daughter. Kira worked for 2 Mall of America stores Wet Seal and, most recently, Delia's. Kira considered her co-workers to be more than just friends, they were like family. Kira had a unique talent for identifying people's strengths that they themselves did not notice. She envisioned and hoped for a bright and peaceful future. Unfortunately, all of her dreams came to an abrupt end when Kira mysteriously vanished. On Thursday, February 21st, 2013, Kira worked a shift. Her co-workers reported that she had been feeling well and planned to go to a nice restaurant with her husband after the store closed. Kira and Jeffrey Trevino met 3 years ago and immediately struck up a romantic relationship, which eventually led to a wedding. Overall, Kira and Jeffrey appear to be a happy and stable married couple. There may have been occasional disagreements between them, but everything was kept within their immediate circle. At least 2 days later, on Saturday, February 23rd, no relatives, friends, or co-workers knew about them. When Kira failed to show up for work, her co-workers were concerned because such behavior was unusual for her. She was punctual and strict with herself, and others would never tolerate being late or not sticking to her schedule. After failing to reach Kira, her co-workers contacted Jeffrey, who had no idea where his wife had gone. Kira had left the house the previous morning and had not returned since. Kira had a habit of disappearing for a day or two at a time, so he wasn't worried. She would spend the night at a friend's house or visit a relative unannounced. One factor that could have caused concern was the bad weather that day, as it had been snowing heavily. Jeffrey suggested that perhaps something had happened to her along the way. Perhaps her car became stuck and her phone battery ran out of charge. On the same day, after not hearing from his wife, Jeffrey filed a missing persons report and contacted Kira's family. Her family members were taken aback by their loved one's mysterious disappearance, which was a devastating blow to them. After receiving a missing persons report for Kira Steger, detectives immediately went to work, as is customary in such cases. The investigation began by questioning the spouse and searching the immediate surroundings. This was no exception. Detectives went to Jeffrey's home to speak with him. Jeffrey told detectives that he and Kira planned to spend time together on Thursday. They had dinner, talked, bowled, and then left the mall. According to Jeffrey, he and Kira immediately went home because Kira wanted to watch a movie. Jeffrey also told detectives that his wife left their home the following day, a Friday, around 8:30 a.m. An event was scheduled at work, and her presence was mandatory. He noticed nothing unusual about her behavior. Jeffrey thought it was normal for Kira to disappear on occasion, despite the fact that he had no idea where she was or who she was with. They'd been having relationship problems for a few months, Jeffrey explained. However, he did not consider it serious or alarming. Consider them to be minor conflicts that occur in all families. The detective began asking Jeffrey who Kira might be staying with and if she had a lover. The man refused this suggestion because he had personally asked Kira about it and received a negative response. Jeffrey describes his wife as someone he truly loves and trusts. The investigators relayed all of the information they gathered about Kira and her car to the on-duty patrols. The detectives went to the Mall of America to confirm the credibility of Jeffrey's statements and possibly find some clues. The Mall of America ranks among the world's largest shopping malls. It is located in Bloomington. It includes 520 stores and theme parks. There is an ocean area movie theater, a golf course, and much more. As a result, it's unsurprising that the mall is outfitted with numerous security cameras. Knowing what time Kira had left work on February 21st, the detectives investigated that moment. The footage showed nothing unusual. Jeffrey's account proved accurate. He met Kira after work, and they spent some time at the mall before heading to the parking lot and driving away. There were no arguments between them, and the evening appeared to have gone well. Nothing is worse than waiting without knowing what is going on. And with each passing day, Kira's anxiety about her life grew worse. After not hearing from her and growing tired of waiting for a cure, his family traveled to Bloomington to assist with the investigation. They printed flyers with her pictures on them, posted them on poles, and handed them out to passers-by on the street. Their goal was to draw as much attention as possible to the search for Kira. They realized they couldn't just stand by and had to do everything they could to find their loved one. The wild, curious family was handing out leaflets, and the investigators continued their investigation. When officers interviewed the couple's neighbors, they discovered a surveillance camera installed on one of their homes. The camera rotated sideways, and one of its angles captured Kira and Jeffrey's house. Thus, the investigators requested that the homeowner copy the camera footage for them in the hopes of uncovering some clues. Meanwhile, investigators received records from a cell phone company, which provided them with a new lead. According to his phone records, she was dating someone other than Jeffrey. He turned out to be Ryan Go, the manager of the store chain where she worked. They had an intense and long-term relationship and communicated frequently. Police discovered Ryan was out of state, and while the search for Kira was ongoing, Ryan was driving to Colorado. This man was highly relevant to the investigation, because, in addition to having a romantic relationship with Kira, he relocated out of state around the same time she vanished. Maybe it was just a coincidence, or perhaps things were completely different, and his escape concealed something. The investigators would be responsible for determining the answer to that question. Regardless, the detectives were able to reach Ryan, who agreed to appear for questioning in Colorado, where he was asked numerous questions. He stated that he last contacted Kira while driving across South Dakota and texted her. These text messages were sent shortly before Kira disappeared. Detectives discovered that Kira had communicated with her new lover while dining with her husband. The correspondence made it abundantly clear that Kira was growing apart from Jeffrey. The investigators examined Ryan's phone to determine his location in relation to the cell towers and reviewed his credit card statements. He appeared to be completely out of it that evening and had no way of being connected to solve his disappearance. He was released and removed from the suspect list on that basis. The message's timestamps revealed that Kira was still texting Ryan when she arrived home with her husband. However, their conversation ended at 11:44 p.m., and their curious phone has since been inactive. Meanwhile, another team of investigators was preparing to examine video footage from the surveillance camera installed at Kira's neighbor's home. This camera covered most of the street, sweeping left and right. However, it was turning far too quickly. And this made observation difficult because if the investigator spotted something suspicious, the camera would immediately rotate to the other side. Jeffrey and the curious house were only seen for a few seconds. As the camera shifted to the right, Jeffrey explained that after dinner and bowling, he and Kira returned home, watched a movie, and went to bed. However, when investigators reviewed the video footage, they discovered that Kira's car reversed into the yard shortly after 2 a.m. Because of the poor quality of the footage and the camera's constant movement from side to side, it was difficult to tell exactly what was happening on screen at the time, but the car soon drove away from their house. Jeffrey attributed the night drive to Kira's request that he pump gas in her car before her commute tomorrow, so he headed to the gas station. Interestingly enough, his story was true. He was actually seen at the gas station around 3:30 a.m. However, the detectives discovered that after leaving the gas station, he did not return home but instead proceeded to the highway for unknown reasons. It's unclear where he's going next. The neighbor's camera did not record him returning home, but this could have been a coincidence because it rotated constantly. Thus, it is theoretically possible that Jeffrey returned home later in the day, when the camera was facing the opposite direction. When investigators examined the footage further, they discovered that the curious Chevrolet drove away at 9:21 a.m., but there was no way to tell who was behind the wheel. On Saturday, February 23rd, police received a missing person report, and the police department received a call on Monday, February 25th. Two multi-story parking lots near the shopping center where Kira worked are available for reporting the discovery of a suspicious vehicle. Security guards noticed that a specific car had been parked there for several days and requested a tow truck. The tow truck driver examined the car before picking it up and discovered suspicious-looking red smudges on the trunk lid. He then called the police. It turned out to be a white Chevrolet. There wasn't much blood, just a few minor stains, but it was present. That was an extremely bad sign. Kira's purse, which was recovered from her abandoned car, contained divorce court forms that appeared to have been downloaded from the internet. In addition, the investigators noticed a small, dark item lying in the snow behind the car. When they got closer, they noticed a rolled-up trunk mat with dark stains on the reverse side. DNA testing revealed that it was Curious Digger's blood. With regret, the investigators realized Kira was most likely no longer alive. Her family and friends were devastated by this horrific discovery. Their last hope of seeing Kira again was dashed. But this sparked a slew of questions in their minds. How did she die? Did she suffer? Who could have resented her enough to take her life? The absence of care in his body exacerbated the situation, as it was much more difficult to bear the grief that had befallen them without it. The detective's top priority was now to identify the person who had abandoned the vehicle in the parking lot. The car left the house at 9:21 a.m. About 20 minutes later, the mall's cameras caught it. There were no cameras in the lot where the car was found, but there was a camera pointed at the path leading to the car. The camera was near Kira's car. After reviewing the camera footage, the detectives noticed that a few minutes later, the white Chevrolet drove into the parking lot. The footage showed a man with a hood covering his head. It was fairly cold, and the man's hoodie didn't seem unusual, but the detectives wanted to know where he was going. The hooded man was seen crossing the street and walking to a taxi stand, where he spoke briefly with one of the drivers before getting into the car and driving away. Based on the time the hooded man interacted with the driver, the police were able to determine which company owned the cabs parked in the shopping center's parking lot. The police were able to easily identify the license plate number of that particular vehicle. All of the cabs were outfitted with GPS tracking devices, revealing that the hooded man finished his trip a block away from Kira and Jeffrey's house and then exited the vehicle after paying cash as it left the neighborhood. The cab was caught in the lens of the same camera that had captured some of Kira and Jeffrey's home footage. After 2 minutes, a hooded man entered the scene. The low resolution of the video made it difficult to see his face, but what stood out was the white logo on his hoodie. As the investigators continued to watch the footage, they noticed the hooded man walk into the house where Kira and Jeffrey lived. Kira had gone missing, making it almost certain that the hooded man was Jeffrey. After obtaining a search warrant, law enforcement officers proceeded to the house. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary, unremarkable house, but this was only the first impression. Under closer examination, the criminalists discovered dark red stains in the spouse's bedrooms. There were a few stains on the wall beside the bed, and approximately 100 on the mattress. It was clear that the bedroom had recently been rearranged and cleaned. When the forensics team sprayed luminol, the floor carpet practically glowed. It had many bloodstains that could not be seen with the naked eye. Those stains originated in the bedroom and spread to the other side of the house. Forensics confirmed that the blood was unusual, which convinced investigators that she was no longer alive. Aside from searching the inside of the house, police examined Jeffrey's car. Despite the fact that there was no blood in the car and no evidence of a struggle, they were able to discover something interesting. Jeffrey's car contained a gas station receipt from an hour and 40 minutes before Kira's car was left in the mall parking lot. The receipt indicates that the purchase was made with Jeffrey's card. Detectives went to the gas station to review the security footage. The video shows Jeffrey filling up his car, then going inside and withdrawing money from an ATM. This footage provided a glimpse of Jeffrey's face and revealed that he wore a logo on his jacket in the chest area that resembled the logo on the man seen earlier. Jeffrey Trevino, 39, was arrested based on this recording and other evidence discovered in the house. He was brought to the station for questioning and became the primary suspect. Directly from the interrogation room, Jeffrey contacted his attorney, who advised him to exercise his right to remain silent. The police had enough evidence to charge him, but the body provided the most compelling evidence of his guilt. Nobody had any doubts that Kira had died. In late March, as the snowdrift began to clear, the police, Kira, his family, and some volunteers searched for her for months. Volunteers discovered a strange bag by the roadside at Keller Lake, a few miles from Trevino's home, and contacted the police. The bag held a bloodied pillow, a shirt, and a bra. The forensics team linked the discovery to Kira because her DNA was found on the items. The lake was still encrusted with ice, which hampered the search, but divers continued to survey it. They still found no remains in it. The area surrounding the lake was searched several times with search dogs trained to locate bodies, but this, too, proved fruitless. 2.5 months after Kira's disappearance, on May 8, 2013, the St. Paul Police Department received a disturbing call. The male caller informed the operator that he saw what appeared to be a dead body in the Mississippi River. What police recovered from the water turned out to be a body. There was no clothing on it. Kira Steger's body was identified through dental records. She sustained severe blunt force trauma to her forehead and a fractured index finger on her left hand. Due to the level of decomposition, the medical examiners were unable to determine an exact cause of death. Using the new evidence, investigators attempted to reconstruct the timeline of events leading up to his death and what happened afterward. They speculated that when Kira and Jeffrey returned home, he became aware or noticed that she was texting someone else. Kira refused to show her husband the correspondence, so he violently snatched her phone and broke her finger. After seeing the romantic correspondence, Jeffrey became even angrier and, in a fit of rage, took his own life before attempting to conceal evidence of the crime. He drove her car to the house, put the body in the trunk, and then went to a gas station before disposing of it in the river. He then drove back home, dumping the bag with the pillow and clothes along the way. The next morning, he went to a gas station and took out cash from an ATM because he knew he'd have to pay for a cab after leaving his car in the mall's parking lot, and he'd rather do so in cash. After disposing of the curious car, Jeffrey returned home and spent the rest of the day cleaning the house. Jeffrey's trickery was intended to give the impression that Kira had driven away in her car by herself that morning and was fine. However, due to surveillance cameras, his plan failed. In October 2013, a jury convicted 39-year-old Jeffrey Trevino, agreeing with the defense that his actions were not premeditated and that the crime was the result of a heated and unexpected argument after discovering his wife's infidelity. Before the judge announced the sentence, curious family members made statements. Carrie Ann Steger, a curious sister, described the monster as a calculated criminal who deserves no mercy. Marcy stated that Trevino showed no mercy to her daughter and dumped her like trash into the nation's most polluted body of water. She said. But her father Jay insisted that no punishment would ever compensate for the pain Trevino had caused their family. No amount of time spent with Mr. Trevino will suffice. Never enough, he said. In November 2013, Jeffrey Trevino received a 27.5-year prison sentence. He will be eligible for parole in 2031. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at a story that happened in Pennsylvania in the year 2017. On June 28, 2017, witnesses began calling 911 to report a car accident on one of the highways. When police arrived on the scene, they discovered a Chevy Malibu that had gone off the road. Unfortunately, the driver, Bianca Robertson, 18, did not survive. However, her death was not an accident, as initially assumed. Bianca Nicole Robertson was born on October 17, 1998, in Pennsylvania. She graduated from Bayard Rustin High School in Westchester with all A's. Bianca was a member of the Black Student Union at Rustin, where she also received several awards and was on the honor roll her senior year. She received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University in Jacksonville, Florida, and plans to major in criminal justice and become an FBI forensic agent. She has previously been a Girl Scout, a cheerleader, and a basketball player. She studied flute, violin, clarinet, and guitar. She was also an artist. Bianca, who lived with her mother and maternal grandmother, Josephine Perry, was excited to experience the freedoms and challenges of dorm life. Her mother explained that, unfortunately, all of her plans failed. On June 28, 2017, Bianca, her mother and grandmother went shopping at Walmart. Bianca was preparing to relocate to Florida and looking forward to a new chapter in her life. After purchasing everything, Bianca and her family went to the parking lot. They all got into separate cars. They intended to meet at home later, but her mother and grandmother had other plans, and Bianca immediately returned home. She had to drive approximately 10 miles. Bianca was very familiar with this road. However, this was the young woman's last car ride. About 10 minutes after she left the Walmart parking lot, witnesses to the accident began calling 911. The first responders arrived at the scene right away. Bianca Robertson was the driver of the Chevrolet Malibu. The paramedics were unable to help her, and she was pronounced dead on the scene. At first glance, Bianca's head injuries appeared to be the result of a severe blow when the car veered off the road. Many people driving along the highway at the time of the accident came to a stop near the scene before the police and ambulance arrived. After interviewing eyewitnesses, the police discovered one crucial detail. One of the witnesses claimed Bianca went off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck, which then fled the scene without stopping. "I hope it isn't Bianca." That was what the grandmother told herself as she drove past the car crash scene, intended to meet her granddaughter at home. She had no idea that the traffic she was stuck in was caused by a crash involving her granddaughter. When Bianca's grandmother returned home, 2 police officers had already arrived to report the car accident that claimed her granddaughter's life. Bianca's mother, Michelle, could not believe what was happening to her. The death of a child is one of the most devastating events that parents can experience. Michelle, a nurse in Delaware County, said she never imagined anything like this would happen. After losing her 22-year-old son, Michael James Rowley, to a heart condition in 2013, she hoped her pain would ease. Instead, it's doubled. "I'm not even sure who I am right now. I'm just existing," Michelle said. "They were my breath. My reason is to get up. I don't have any children right now." Michelle Robertson has lost her second child, and this is heartbreaking. She claimed she did not leave the house for quite some time and was constantly crying. Michelle and Rodney Robertson, who divorced in 2006, have become amicable co-parents thanks to Bianca. "Our divorce was not pleasant," Rodney admits. "Bianca didn't like the way I was talking to her mother, so she corrected me. Because we loved her, it caused everything to calm down." Bianca was devoted to her family, and she particularly enjoyed being her daddy's girl. "If I had a favorite, it would be Bianca, who, as her father put it, was looking forward to being on her own." Bianca's parents said she was pleased to be getting closer to realizing her dream of becoming a forensic specialist for the FBI. She was focused on her future, and nothing was going to stand in her way, said Bianca's father, who proudly stated that his daughter had received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University, one of the 4 schools to which she applied, and one of the 3 to which she was accepted. She was also accepted at Coastal Carolina and the University of Georgia. Detectives requested CCTV footage to confirm Bianca's claim that her car veered off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck. After all, if Bianca's death was caused by a collision with another vehicle, it was more than just an accident. It was a crime. If this was the case, the police had to find the perpetrator. But what they quickly discovered was even more shocking. While the detectives waited for the footage, there was another watershed moment in this case. Everyone assumed Bianca died after going off the road and hitting her head. However, during the autopsy, forensic experts determined that the cause of her death was not a car accident. They discovered a bullet in Bianca's head. It drastically altered everything. What appeared to be an accident, followed by a collision with a red pickup truck, turned out to be death from a gunshot to the head. After receiving the autopsy report, the detectives visited Bianca's family. They had to inform Bianca, her parents, that her death was not an accident. It was an even bigger surprise for everyone, particularly her mother. Michelle was puzzled. Why would anyone do that to her daughter? The family was unable to identify anyone who could wish Bianca harm. She had a friendly relationship with everyone. Robertson needed answers, and investigators were doing everything they could to find the person responsible for Bianca's death. The detectives found nothing suspicious while reviewing footage from cameras at Walmart, where Bianca and her family had gone on the day of her death. They scrutinized every move Bianca and her family made, from getting out of their cars to leaving the parking lot. The detectives ruled out the possibility that someone at Walmart chased Bianca and fatally shot her. After all, she did not get into any fights while shopping at Walmart. They simply bought what they needed, loaded it into Bianca's car, and left. It is possible that Bianca died as a result of an incident that occurred while she was driving down the highway toward her home. "We loaded all of the bags into Bianca's car," her mother explained, referring to the 2009 Chevy Malibu the family purchased from CarMax for her 16th birthday. Bianca did not ask for much, but when she did, she asked for big things, such as a car, according to her mother, who added that Bianca had chosen the car when she received her permit. "She got what she wanted," Michelle Robertson stated. "I do not call it spoiled, I call it loved." But Bianca was willing to work for her goals. She got her first job at McDonald's at the age of 15. She left fast food after 2 weeks to work as a dietary aide at the White Horse Village retirement community in Delaware County. Michelle said she has a stack of letters and cards from residents who loved Bianca. Soon after, the police obtained the traffic surveillance footage. There were no cameras near where Bianca veered off the road, but one was about a mile away. Let us look at Google Maps. Here's where Bianca got off the road. As you can see, the 2 lanes merge into one at this point. When the investigators watched the recording, they discovered evidence that confirmed Bianca's story about a disagreement with the driver of the red pickup truck. The video captured their cars driving side by side. They're approaching the point where the 2 lanes merge into one. Perhaps the conflict arose because one did not yield to the other. Knowing the outcome of the confrontation, the investigators suspected that the driver of the red pickup truck fired the fatal shot. Unfortunately, the footage was of low quality. The pickup truck's license plates were obscured, as was the driver's face. However, from that point forward, the driver of the red pickup truck was the primary and sole suspect in Bianca Robertson's death. Detectives needed to identify this man, but all they had at the time was a blurry image. None of Bianca's family members knew anyone with a red pickup truck. The police returned to speak with those who were present at the scene of the incident, and those who dialed 911. None of them noticed the license plate on this car. Friends and stuff, rangers young and old, too many to count, have reached out to the Robertsons in support, beginning with a vigil 2 days after her death. They've heard from teachers who have known Bianca for years. "Bianca changed my mind about how I would teach." According to one educator, Michelle Bianca was our Save the World child. Michelle confronted Bianca, saying that if a parent put a child out, she would sneak them into our house. Bianca might say something like, "Mom, wouldn't you want someone to do the same for me?" Bianca once saw a car accident and asked her mother if they could stop and help. If she noticed someone dining alone, her first thought was to invite them to the family table. The investigators determined the direction of the pickup truck's movement after the incident by reviewing recordings from cameras located further away from where Bianca's car crashed. They needed a higher quality recording to determine the car's make, model, and license plate. The police also asked the media to spread information about the red pickup truck, hoping that the public could help identify its owner. Detectives determined that following an incident, the driver of a red pickup truck turned onto Paoli Pike. They began walking around the neighborhood, visiting houses and shopping centers. "I was looking for cameras that could have recorded the pickup truck." They discovered one surveillance camera, and the footage was of high quality this time. While analyzing the recording, the detective noticed a red pickup truck driving down the road about 5 minutes after witnesses called 911 to report an accident involving Bianca Robertson's car, but the license plate could not be seen. Furthermore, it was unclear whether it was the same car or another that matched the description. While the investigators searched for additional recordings and moved from one door to the next, another breakthrough occurred in the case. 2 days after the incident, a woman called the police and said she had seen the car they were looking for. She also saw the face of the person sitting behind the wheel. This woman stated that her red pickup truck overtook her, came to a stop at the Paoli Pike intersection, and then turned left. This information was critical to the investigation because it limited the search area. Furthermore, it indicated that the pickup truck in this video was not the vehicle they were looking for. It was simply a similar-looking truck. The woman who contacted police assisted the forensic artist in creating the suspect's sketch. She described him as a white male between the ages of 25 and 35, with brown hair and a stubble beard. The police were hoping that someone would recognize this person and report it to them. They presented the suspect's sketch to Bianca's family. However, they didn't know anyone who resembled the sketch. The investigators also began to suspect that Bianca's death was a hate crime. Knowing that the red pickup truck had turned left at this intersection, The detectives went around the shops and houses on this street, hoping to find a high-quality recording that could answer some questions. Soon, they discovered what they were looking for. The owner of the house, which is less than half a mile from the intersection, provided the police with a recording from a surveillance camera pointed at his driveway. After calculating the approximate time it would take to get there from the crime scene, the police quickly located the required vehicle. Although the footage was of higher quality than the previous one, the angle of view prevented law enforcement officers from identifying the vehicle or the driver. The police worked hard to find another recording from the camera at a closer distance, and luck was on their side. Although they couldn't see the license plate, they did notice the car's distinguishing features. The vehicle had a sticker on the right side window, a vertical dent on the passenger door, and damage to the hood. These distinguishing characteristics could greatly simplify the search for this vehicle. The police wanted to expedite the process. As a result, they used the media to request assistance from the general public. They offered a $5,000 reward for information that could help them locate the truck or its driver. The investigators were confident that someone would recognize this particular vehicle. 3 days after Bianca Robertson died, a lawyer called the police station and said he had a client who wanted to turn himself in, mentioning the latter's involvement in the incident that resulted in the death of 18-year-old Bianca Robertson. This incident occurred on Wednesday, around 5:30 p.m. Bianca Robertson: I am 18 years old and recently graduated from Westchester Ruston High School. I am on my way to Jacksonville University. Her entire summer and life were spent in front of her loving family. She was driving on Route 100. Route 100 is a 2-lane highway that connects to Route 100 Spur just a few miles away before merging with Route 202. And where it merges, it reduces from 2 lanes to 1. That is the same merge that people in southeastern Pennsylvania perform thousands of times per day. People all over the world do this without issue. But last Wednesday, as Bianca was merging from 2 lanes to 1, a man in a red pickup truck joined her, and they were jockeying for position, which irritated him. So he pulled out his gun and shot Bianca in the head. The driver of the red pickup truck was identified as David Desper, 28, of Pennsylvania. He arrived at the police station with his lawyer. Desper refused to testify but consented to a search of his home. He also told them where his pickup truck was. Desper was arrested and charged with killing Bianca Robertson. The police found the pickup truck at the location indicated by Desper stickers on the side windows, and the rims made it clear that it was the vehicle they were looking for. During a search of Desper's home, investigators discovered the gun used to shoot Bianca Robertson in the head. The police were certain they had found the culprit. However, the motive for this crime was unknown. On July 7, over 800 heartbroken family, friends, and community supporters gathered at St. Paul's Baptist Church in the borough of Westchester, 25 miles west of Philadelphia, for her homegoing service. During the funeral service, a church banner read patience, kindness, goodness, gentleness, and self-control. Among those who paid tribute were her brothers, officials from Bayard Rustin High School, where she had recently graduated as chief admissions officer at Jacksonville University, where she was set to enroll in the fall, and friends. What emerged was a portrait of an extraordinary young woman, with speaker after speaker after speaker praising her brilliance and virtues. In his eulogy, Pastor Wayne Croft Sr. compared the shooter to George Zimmerman and Michael Dunn. Zimmerman killed black teenager Trayvon Martin in Florida in 2012. Zimmerman was acquitted of murder in 2013. In 2012, Dunn fatally shot Jordan Davis, another black teenage male, in Florida. A verbal altercation over music in the teenager's car escalated when he fired shots into the vehicle while it was driving away. He was convicted and sentenced to life plus 90 years in prison. The black community is unconcerned about whether Bianca's murder was motivated by rage or racism. All we know is that we have lost another bright young black star. The pastor announced that another good sister had passed away. At the September 2018 trial, they asked David Desper to explain his motivation for committing the crime. Instead of responding to this question, he asked for forgiveness from the Robertson family. Bianca's parents were not looking forward to confronting her alleged killer. Rodney had ordered t-shirts featuring Bianca's face on the front for family and friends to wear as they gathered at the Chester County Government Services Center. They also had bracelets engraved with the words, "Bianca Robertson, a rose in God's garden," and a banner reading "Justice for Bianca Nicole Robertson." who was murdered on Wednesday, June 28, 2017. I'm not sure how I'll react when I see him. My daughter was shot by the man who held the gun. I know I won't do anything stupid. Rodney claimed Desper simply stole her dreams. He did not have that. Right, Michelle claimed I couldn't get her back. I need to get her back, and I can't. I need to comfort her, but I can't. I'm her mother, and I can't do that while he's still here. She shed more tears, and he was able to talk to his parents and hug them. He is 28. She's just a teen, a baby. The prosecutor suggested that the traffic jam was caused by Bianca's failure to yield to Desper when the two lanes merged. He then rolled down the passenger side window and pulled the trigger. Recognizing the consequences of his actions, Desper fled the scene, leaving his pickup truck with a friend in Pennsylvania and attempting to flee to Delaware. However, when his sketch and the distinctive features of his pickup truck made the news, he decided to hire a lawyer and turn himself in. The police investigated his social media accounts and interviewed his friends, but found no evidence of a bias-motivated crime. As a result, they did not charge the man with a hate crime. District Attorney Hogan added that there was no evidence that we were aware that this was a race or hate crime. Many people disagree with that assertion. Before the sentencing, the defense described Desper as a harmless, almost juvenile 28-year-old who enjoyed playing with cars in his spare time. They called him a big kid and claimed that Desper essentially gave the government the case by turning himself in. According to the defense, Desper was driving home when a car unexpectedly approached him. He took the gun and shot it. They claimed there was no monster or threat. If you're a 28-year-old man driving a car with a loaded firearm, you're not a big kid, argued prosecutor Chris Miller. It turned out that Desper's mother had shared a Facebook post about police searching for the man who killed Bianca Robertson. She later realized it was her own son. Wendy Desper expressed her love for Bianca's family and prayed for her. "I apologize for what my son did." She said this while her son sobbed. Rodney Robertson struggled to speak through tears as he confronted his daughter's murderer. "My questions to the defendant are simple. Why in God's name did you shoot my daughter because she was young and black? Because she was a girl? You wanted to be the first on the road because you had a bad day?" "All of my dreams for Bianca were coming true," he continued, "until the day the defendant murdered my daughter. All I had of Bianca were my memories." David Desper admitted to third-degree deprivation of life. The court sentenced him to 40 years in prison, with the option of applying for parole in 20 years. Judge Anne-Marie Wheatcraft wiped away tears as she announced the sentence, telling Desper, "I don't believe you were afraid. I believe it was anger." County Judge Anne-Marie Wheatcraft imposed the maximum sentence for that level of homicide, which ranged from 20 to 40 years. Desper attempted to appeal his sentence, but it was denied. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story occurred in 2002. During her summer vacation in Kansas, 19-year-old Alexandra Kemp, also known as Allie Kemp, worked at an outdoor swimming pool. Her brother also worked there, but on different shifts. When he arrived at work one day and was unable to locate his sister, he contacted his father. The guy couldn't believe Allie was closer than he thought. Alexandra Elizabeth Kemp was born on October 11, 1982, in Lawood, Kansas, which is on the border with Missouri. She was the eldest of 3 children and her parents' only daughter. Alexandra graduated from high school with honors and attended Kansas State University. She had big life plans, including taking a trip in 2002. After finishing her first year of university, she returned to Leawood for her summer vacation. There was an outdoor swimming pool close to her parents' house. Her younger brother, Tyler, works there. Alexandra, too, decided to work part-time over the summer to supplement her income. It was not a busy place. The pool was primarily intended for the neighborhood's residents. By the way, this pool is still operational as of June 18, 2002. Alexandra was at work. The day was cloudy, so there were fewer visitors than usual. Tyler arrived at the pool around 5 p.m. to start his shift, but his sister was not present. Her phone and purse were on the table, where she usually sat. Confused, Tyler called his parents and informed them that Alexandra had disappeared. Their father, Roger Kemp, rushed to the scene. The first thing he did was look in the pool. Roger exhaled with relief as the pool was empty. Roger then went to a small pump room near the pool, which contained various water purification equipment, a ladder, and other items. Once inside, the man looked around but saw nothing suspicious. But then he noticed a leg sticking out from beneath the tarp. Running up and lifting the tarp, Roger saw his daughter brutally beaten. She was naked from the waist down, with numerous bruises on her face and body. The man immediately dialed 911. While speaking with the operator, he cried and begged Alexandra not to abandon him. When the ambulance arrived, Roger was administering CPR to his daughter. They transported the girl to the hospital. Unfortunately, despite their best efforts, Alexandra did not survive. She was pronounced dead immediately after arriving at the hospital. Alexandra died from strangulation, despite having suffered numerous severe injuries. Although her body was partially naked, experts discovered no evidence of someone forcing her into intimacy before her death. The police cordoned off the pool while they awaited the results of an analysis of the DNA samples taken from Alexandra's body, hoping to find clues that would help them identify the perpetrator. There were obvious signs of a struggle in the room where Roger discovered Alexandra's body. Her flip-flops were in 2 different locations. The police also discovered an open antiseptic gel with a cap inside. A few days later, while police were desperately searching for the perpetrator, Alexandra's family and hundreds of caring people said their goodbyes at a funeral ceremony. The first suspect was Phil Howes, whom Alexandra had been dating since high school. Phil also worked as the pool administrator. Alexandra died while working the morning shift, and Alexandra arrived at noon. Her shift was scheduled to last 5 hours. Phil used to stay after work to spend more time with his girlfriend Alexandra, but this time he left immediately after his shift because they had planned an evening date. As previously stated, Alexandra's brother arrived at work to find her already under a tarp in the pump room. However, Phil had a solid alibi, so the police quickly removed him from the suspect list. Speaking with detectives, he stated that Alexandra disliked being alone. Lawnmowers frequently stared at her and attempted to flirt with her. The police interrogated the mowers, but all of the men had an alibi. However, it was not an absolute dead end. Several men reported seeing a strange man sitting in the bushes with a video camera, liking the girls in swimsuits. They saw this man near the pool the day before Alexandra died. Furthermore, someone claimed that he left in an old Ford pickup truck to investigate the activity on the girl's mobile phone. Experts discovered that she communicated with a friend named Laurel on the day she died. They even agreed to meet, and Laurel reported to the police station for questioning. She told investigators that Alexandra invited her to sit with her until her shift ended. The weather that day was not ideal, so no one came to the pool, which made Alexandra feel better. According to Laurel, she arrived at the pool around 2:30 p.m. I parked a few yards from the fence, but Alexandra wasn't present. Laurel began honking, hoping that Alexandra would respond to the sound, but instead of her friend, she saw a man emerge from the pool house. The latter gave her a smile and waved. Laurel was unfamiliar with this man. She assumed it was Alexandra's boss and decided to leave so as not to cause any additional problems for her friend. At the time, she believed Alexandra would be in trouble if the boss discovered she was talking to friends during work hours. But that man was not Alexandra's supervisor or co-worker. The police were almost certain that Laurel had seen the criminal based on her description of the forensic artist's sketch of the suspect. The police were looking for a 30-year-old white man with stocky build, short brown hair, and driving a Ford pickup truck from 1980. The authorities received numerous clues. One person stated that the man named James was straight, looked very similar to the suspect's sketch, drove an old Ford pickup truck, and worked as a mechanic about 20 minutes away from the pool. When the police found the man and took him to the station, they were astounded by his resemblance to the sketch based on Laurel's description. James denied being involved in Alexandra Kemp's death. The man's employer confirmed his alibi, stating that James was at work on the day Alexandra died. As a result, they let go more directly. Meanwhile, the police received a report from the laboratory, which revealed male DNA on a tube of antiseptic gel found at the crime scene and on Alexandra's body. However, it was ineffective because the police discovered no matches in the databases when they searched for these samples. Alexandra's friends, family, and boyfriend were officially excluded from the suspect list because their DNA did not match the DNA samples discovered on her body. Alexandra's father, Roger Kemp, was the driving force behind this investigation. Losing his beloved daughter stripped him of the meaning of life, but he regained it by setting himself the goal of finding the person who killed Alexandra. In an interview, Roger stated that you have two choices: stay in bed and pull the blanket over your head, or go out and fight. I decided to fight. Roger's perseverance and tenacity impressed the police department, so he was given his own space at the police station, where he collected all of the information he received and shared potential leads with the investigation. After reviewing all available clues, Roger and the investigators contacted the producers of the television show America's Most Wanted and requested that an episode about Alexandra's death be produced. The creators agreed. It was once the longest-running television show, lasting 24 seasons. After the Alexandra story aired, the police began receiving hundreds of calls containing information. They investigated all the clues, but none of them led to a breakthrough. The investigation ended in a dead end. In February 2003, 8 months after Alexandra died, there was a new, seemingly solid clue. As a result of the search activity, a man has been arrested in Utah. They received 3 statements about this person over a span of several days. 2 women and a 114-year-old girl who are unrelated to each other told the police that a man forced them into intimacy. The criminal fled, but was eventually apprehended in Utah. This man turned out to be James Strader, the same man the Kansas police had previously interrogated. Strader's facial features were very similar to the sketch of the suspect. For some reason, no one collected his DNA sample at the time. Perhaps no one did this because Strader's boss convinced the police that he was at work on the day of the crime and had not left. Everyone thought the Alexandra Kemp case was about to be resolved, but Strader denied any involvement in her death. He admitted that he looked very similar to the suspect's portrait, but claimed he had not been by the pool that day. He provided a DNA sample for analysis. However, the outcome disappointed everyone. His DNA did not match that found on Alexandra's body, and the antiseptic gel tube ended up in prison on unrelated charges, and the Alexandra Kemp case investigation was once again stalled. Alexandra died a year ago and the police still have no suspects. Roger Kemp and Phil House, the man Alexandra was dating, continued their fight for justice. Phil, president of the student community, distributed the suspect's portrait via email to students at other universities. He also requested that students at other educational institutions watch an episode of America's Most Wanted featuring Alexandra Kemp. However, despite the best efforts of her relatives and the police, nothing was accomplished. Another year has passed. Roger Kemp refused to give up and continued to fight for justice for his daughter. He contacted America's Most Wanted again, this time requesting that the episode about Alexandra's death be rerun. When the creators asked Roger if there was any new information in the case, he replied, "No such determination of a father who lost his daughter impressed the show's creators. Therefore, the episode was shown again." Following that, the police received a high volume of calls. Roger offered a $25,000 reward for any information that could help identify the person who killed Alexandra. The city of Leawood increased it to $50,000. Roger also published an image of his daughter's sketch of the suspects along with information about the reward in newspapers. One day, he was driving down the highway and noticed the billboards. At that point, Roger realized that a billboard was an excellent way to draw attention. He began calling advertising agencies to see how much it would cost to place the necessary information on one of the billboards. One of the agencies Roger contacted was Lamar Advertising Company. When the company's owner learned that Roger Kemp wanted to rent a billboard, he refused to take his money. Instead, he told him that he could post information for free on multiple billboards. Roger decided to post a sketch of the suspect and information about the reward on billboards near one of the state's busiest highways. The police received hundreds of clues that took time to investigate. At the same time, some clues referred to the same man. 2 unrelated individuals reported on Teddy Hoover, the owner of an old Ford pickup truck. The man worked in pool maintenance and resembles the suspect's sketch. This many matches could not be a coincidence, so the police began looking for a man named Teddy Hoover. They found out his address in Kansas and went there right away. Hoover opened the door. He was surprised and visibly nervous, but it was not his fault. Many people become nervous when the police knock on their door. They inquired about his whereabouts on June 18, 2002. As expected, the man responded that he couldn't remember because it had been 2 years. Few people will recall where they were on a specific day several years ago. Hoover also denied any involvement in the pool's maintenance, where Alexandra worked. Nonetheless, the detectives asked him to voluntarily provide a sample of his DNA in order to eliminate him from the list of suspects. Hoover responded that he needed to consult a lawyer before proceeding. He stated that he would call the police himself after consulting with a lawyer. About a day later, Hoover's lawyer contacted investigators, stating that his client was concerned about his sample ending up in the database. Teddy allegedly believed in a variety of conspiracy theories. In other words, he believed the police would use it against him. In other cases, the investigators promised not to enter Hoover's DNA into any database and would only compare it to the DNA found on Alexandra Kemp. The lawyer said he'd speak with his client and call back, while waiting for a call. The police searched through the materials for the 100th time and discovered a piece of paper with a familiar name in one of the folders. On the day Alexandra died, detectives interviewed bystanders gathered by the pool, hoping to learn if they had witnessed anything suspicious. Ted Hoover was one of the people the police spoke with by the pool. It indicated that he was at the crime scene. Despite his claim that he had never been there, the police became increasingly convinced that Ted Hoover was the man they had been looking for 2 years. After several days of waiting, the investigators contacted Hoover's lawyer and asked if his client was willing to provide a sample of his DNA. The lawyer's response surprised the investigators. The man stated that his client refused his services and stopped contacting him. Police immediately went to Hoover's house, but their main suspect had already escaped. They added the 29-year-old man to the National Wanted list. However, he was able to cover his tracks quite successfully. Billboards featuring the suspect's image remained in place, and detectives had been searching for Hoover for months without success. In September 2004, a man called the police and claimed to have information about the suspect. He claimed to know the name of Teddy's girlfriend, with whom he lived in Kansas. Detectives decided to identify this woman, but they discovered that she left the state around the same time that Hoover fled. The woman's name was Laura Barr, and the U.S. Postal Service informed the Kansas State Police that she was receiving mail in Litchfield, Connecticut. A man named Benjamin Appleby also received mail at that address. The house where they lived was in a remote rural area. The police were certain that Benjamin Appleby was either a pseudonym or Teddy Hoover's real name. In 1997, detectives contacted the Connecticut State Police and asked them to assist in the search for Appleby. The man had legal issues in Connecticut, and a warrant for his arrest was issued. The man exposed himself in front of a schoolgirl. However, Benjamin fled the state, and the police were unable to locate him. With an arrest warrant, the detectives went to Benjamin Appleby's mail delivery address. They discovered the man at home and arrested him immediately, as the Kansas detectives suspected Benjamin Appleby and Teddy Hoover were the same person. In 1997, Appleby got into legal trouble in Connecticut. He fled the state and lived as Teddy Hoover. But when detectives in Kansas wanted a sample of his DNA to determine his involvement in Alexandra Kemp's death, he returned to Connecticut, began living under his real name, and attempted to maintain a low profile, assuming that everyone had forgotten about his wrongdoings. Appleby refused extradition to Kansas, so the Leawood detectives traveled to Connecticut, assuming he will again declare his innocence. The detectives tricked him. Before bringing the man to the interrogation room, they hung crime scene photos, as well as Alexandra and Appleby's pictures, and placed folders on the table with his name on them. The police went to great lengths to give him the impression that the investigation was thorough. When the man arrived in the interrogation room, he was speechless. One of the detectives inquired, "What do you think will happen after we get a sample of your DNA?" Appleby burst into tears and claimed responsibility for Alexandra's death. He recounted the events of the cloudy June day. Benjamin noticed Alexandra, and she appeared attractive. He decided to hit on her, and when she entered the pump room, he followed her and locked the door, preventing her from leaving. Appleby touched the girl, and she hit him back. He beat and strangled her out of humiliation. Alexandra lost consciousness, and Appleby decided to satisfy his lust by partially undressing her. He took a tube of antiseptic gel from the first aid kit and intended to use it as a lubricant. Alexandra's friend, who was sitting in the car behind the fence and beeping, stopped him from carrying out his plan. He was afraid of being caught red-handed, so he covered his body and left the room. When he saw Alexandra's friend, he smiled and waved. Then he got into his pickup truck and drove off. A few hours later, he returned to the crime scene and joined the crowd of onlookers gathered by the pool. The DNA analysis confirmed that the DNA found on the gel tube and Alexandra's body belonged to Benjamin Appleby. Thus, after more than 2 years, and largely due to Roger Kemp's efforts, the police discovered the man who killed Alexandra. Appleby told investigators that he was willing to fully admit guilt in order to quickly close the case and spare Alexandra's family from another emotional ordeal. But at the first court hearing, he declared his innocence, claiming that he confessed under pressure. You can say a lot, but disputing the DNA analysis is pointless. There was only one DNA sample on the victim's body, which belonged to Benjamin Appleby. Realizing this, his lawyers attempted to persuade the court that their client had no intention of killing Alexander. They said Benjamin admitted to killing Alexandra Kemp, but denied doing so on purpose. However, forensic experts reminded everyone that the criminal had been strangling the girl for approximately 10 minutes. He could have stopped, but chose not to. According to the prosecution, he came to the pool for one reason: to watch her. Unfortunately, on June 18, 2002, the pool was cloudy and empty. Appleby took advantage of the situation. In December of 2005, a jury found him guilty. The court sentenced him to life in prison with the option of petitioning for parole after 50 years. He received an additional 19 years for attempting to force her into intimacy. Appleby appealed the court's decision in 2019, and his life sentence for first-degree deprivation of life was upheld. The Court of Appeal ruled that an attempt to establish intimacy with Alexandra was considered when the first sentence was passed. Thus, Appleby was sentenced twice for the same crime. Based on this, the court reversed the second conviction. Even if released on parole, Appleby will be 81 years old at the time. The investigators admitted that Roger Kemp's perseverance helped them find the criminal. When Appleby was in prison, Roger and his wife started a self-defense class for girls, through which tens of thousands of girls and women across the country learned basic self-defense techniques. Billboards were not a new concept in 1991. Following the death by strangulation of 34-year-old Kathy Page, her father began placing billboards criticizing the police, and this story inspired the filmmakers. 3 billboards outside Ebbing, Missouri. However, after Roger Kemp posted a sketch of the suspect on billboards, people began using this method across the country. Furthermore, many people continue to use it today. Roger's persistence in the investigation, as well as his subsequent efforts to benefit society, were not unnoticed. At the White House, he received the Presidential Citizens Medal from President Barack Obama. Roger Kemp, 77, passed away on March 1, 2022. Until his death, he worked for a foundation named after his daughter. He stated that he would consider his efforts successful if they saved at least one person. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss the events that took place in Costa Rica. Maria Luisa Cedeno, 47, was found unresponsive in a hotel room. The mysterious death of the woman prompted a large-scale investigation. Maria Luisa's body had bite marks from several different people. The hotel staff heard nothing. Only the woman's dog was barking, which gave reason to suspect something was wrong. Maria Luisa was born May 29, 1977, in La Fortuna de San Carlos, Costa Rica. Her family had 5 children, and she was the youngest. She graduated high school in 1994. Maria Luisa, a dedicated student, aspired to be the first in her family to graduate from university. Determined to succeed in life, she chose to study medicine. Maria Luisa graduated from the medical faculty at the University of San Jose. She holds master's degrees in both anesthesiology and surgical rehabilitation. Maria Luisa was a highly regarded anesthesiologist. Many people who devote their lives to achieving professional success do not have time for a personal life. Maria Luisa was one of those individuals. She dated a doctor whom she met while studying at university. However, their relationship did not last very long. They broke up in February 2020, which caused her to become depressed. The restrictions imposed everywhere due to the virus spreading around the world exacerbated the situation. Maria Luisa sought respite from her problems by spending the weekend at a peaceful coastal location. She reserved a room at the Law Mansion in Cape Coast Punta Arenas. Her room was on the ground floor, with two entrances. The first entrance was from the hotel lobby, and the second led to the courtyard. Maria Luisa chose this room to be with her beloved dog. She checked in on Saturday, July 18, 2020, and was scheduled to leave the hotel on Monday, July 20th. Everything went as planned. The woman checked into her hotel room on July 18th. The next day, she enjoyed a day at the beach with her dog. Then she walked through the neighborhood and took photos, which she shared with her loved ones. Maria Luisa ordered a bottle of wine, 2 glasses, and water for her room. On Monday, July 20th, she had to eat breakfast and travel to San Jose for work. Nonetheless, she did not attend the scheduled breakfast at 8 a.m. The hotel staff assumed she had simply decided to sleep in and thus did not bother her. After several hours, the staff became concerned when Maria Luisa still did not appear. Around 12 p.m., the maid began knocking on the door, but the woman did not open it. Her dog was barking inside, which was extremely alarming. After all, the dog's constant barking would have woken the woman up. As previously mentioned, Maria Luisa's room had 2 entrances. The maids approached the entrance from the courtyard. They kept calling out the woman's name, but all they could hear was the dog's constant barking. Since no one had locked the door, they decided to go inside. When they entered, they found bloodstains and Maria Luisa's body wrapped in sheets on the bed. One of the maids called the emergency services and requested an ambulance and police. Unfortunately, the woman had died a few hours before the call, so she could not be saved. Even in the early stages of the investigation, this case appeared strange. After all, the hotel was nearly empty as the virus spread across the globe. Nonetheless, there was always someone from the staff present, but none of them witnessed or heard anything. The door to Maria Luisa's room was electronically locked, and security could track every use of the key in their database. It was possible to determine who entered the room, and when the police checked the database, they discovered that only the woman had entered it. The staff had a duplicate key, but nobody used it on the night of the crime. But, as I mentioned, Maria Luisa's room had 2 entrances. The second entrance to the room was a sliding glass door that could be opened without an electronic key. Thus, the investigators assumed the perpetrator entered the room through this door. Another theory is that Maria Luisa allowed the criminal inside. The police almost immediately ruled out the possibility of theft as the motive for the crime. The valuable jewelry and money in the room remained intact. It indicated that the criminal had other goals. When the criminologist examined Maria Luisa's body, they realized what the criminal intended to get. The woman was naked and fighting for her life. The criminal's DNA remained under her fingernails. She had bite marks on her face and chest finger marks on her ankle. Her face is bruised from heavy blows, and there are traces of strangulation on her neck. According to the reports, she suffered genital and seminal fluid injuries. The police noticed distinct footprints on the floor next to the bed. The woman's phone lay next to her, and there were 2 glasses, an open bottle of wine, and water on the table. Forensic experts determined that head and neck injuries were the cause of death. Experts expected DNA samples from bites on Maria Luisa's body. Even the most experienced people were surprised by the exam results. The bites on the woman's chest and cheek contained saliva. However, a person cannot bite their own cheek. It meant that the perpetrator used the woman's saliva to contaminate the bites on her body, masking their DNA. Surprisingly, the perpetrator washed Maria Luisa's body before wrapping it in a sheet and placing it on the bed. Perhaps this is how the person who killed the woman intended to destroy the evidence left on her body. To some extent, this individual succeeded. Maria Luisa's death presented an unimaginable challenge for her family, particularly her parents, who were over 80. It wasn't only death. Maria Luisa's torture prior to her death exacerbated her family's grief. None of his friends, colleagues, or relatives could believe that this kind, cheerful and sympathetic soul had left them. News of the brutal crime that claimed the life of a well-known anesthesiologist spread quickly throughout Costa Rica. The police wanted to find the person responsible for Maria Luisa's death as soon as possible. The police began their investigation by checking everyone who worked and lived at the hotel during Maria Luisa's time there. Although there were CCTV cameras at the hotel, the police were unable to obtain recordings because the cameras were not working. Due to the global situation, the hotel was almost completely empty. The lack of customers had an impact on the number of employees as well. Maria Luisa mentioned to a friend that the person who served coffee also had other responsibilities at the hotel. Despite this, she said she was having a great time there. The hotel's owner was Harry Bodanen, a Dutch businessman. He was born in The Hague in 1951. In the 1970s, he moved to the United States and began working for Hilton. He eventually became hotel manager. Bodan became the director of the National Press Club in Washington in the early 1980s. Officially, it is a journalists' club, but it is also a gathering place for politicians and presidents from around the world, as well as journalists. Bodan made connections over time and purchased real estate in a variety of countries. His possessions included a hotel in Costa Rica, where he lived with his young husband, Yader. Another hotel guest, Danilo Obando, was 38-year-old Teodoro Herrera Martinez. Martinez had a close relationship with the hotel's owner, Harry Bodanen, whom he met while working as a stripper at one of the bars. About a year later, Bodan invited him to work at his hotel but later fired him due to a lack of business. However, he let Martinez stay in one of the rooms for free. The two men had a friendly relationship. Martinez completed personal assignments for Bodan as well as hotel maintenance work on occasion. An official police dog led investigators to Teodoro Martinez's room door, making him the first suspect. Maria Luisa Sedena was most likely responsible for the scratches on his back and cheeks, while she was fighting for her life. The police discovered traces of blood on his shoes, indicating his involvement in the crime. Martinez was arrested on the first day after the crime and sentenced to 6 months in prison. During this time, the authorities had to complete their investigation, determine all the details of this crime, and take it to court. 5 days after Maria Luisa's death, police arrested another suspect. It turned out to be Luis Carlos Miranda, 36. The man, like Teodoro Martinez, was a close friend of Harry Bodanen when the latter business was thriving. Miranda worked as his public relations specialist. He also lived in a hotel but struggled with work. Initially, the police did not provide specific details about the evidence that led to Miranda's arrest. However, it quickly became clear that experts believed Miranda had left one of the bites on the victim's body. He, like Martinez, was imprisoned for 6 months. Initially, the police suspected that Maria Luisa had invited someone to her room. They arrived at this conclusion after learning that the woman had ordered 2 glasses for her room. After interviewing her family and friends, investigators discovered that Maria Luisa frequently drank 2 glasses of wine. She used the second one to hold water. A month after Maria Luisa's death, police arrested the hotel's owner, Harry Bodanen. One of the baits on the woman's body matched his dental cast, leading investigators to believe Bodanen was one of 3 people involved in the crime. All 3 arrested denied any involvement in the death of the well-known anesthesiologist. Miranda and Martinez received 6 months in prison. Harry Bodanen was under house arrest due to health issues. According to reports, he had Parkinson's disease and was undergoing cancer treatment. The police questioned Bodanen's husband, Yader Danilo Obando. He denied that Harry was involved in Maria Luisa's death, detailing the day and night of the crime. That day, as usual, he got up early to assist Bodanen with his bathing and dressing. Obando fell asleep at 12 p.m. He woke 8 and went to his office on hotel grounds. His job at the time was to create a website to increase hotel attendance while adhering to government restrictions. After work, he drank rum with Martinez and Miranda by the pool. According to Obando, he and Bodanen were sleeping when the latter's phone rang around 1 a.m. Bodanen received a call from a hotel security guard named Bodanto, who informed him that Martinez had stolen beer from the hotel bar and was wandering the corridors. Obando assisted Bodanen in getting up and led them to Martinez's location. They discovered him in shorts and shirtless, holding a beer in his hand. Bodanen snatched the beer from his grasp and tossed it on the floor. He told Martinez to go to bed and think about where he would live next, as he did not want to see him in his hotel anymore. Obando then said he and Baudin went to their room. It was the night of the crime. Despite Maria Luisa's severe injuries and fight for her life, none of the hotel staff or residents heard anything. The authorities suspected Yater Danilo Obando was involved in the crime but found no evidence. As previously stated, Harry Baudin was under house arrest. He had an ankle monitor and was not permitted to leave the hotel or contact other suspects. Baudin sold his hotel by the end of 2021. His health was deteriorating, and he needed to pay for the services of an attorney. The new hotel owners refused to let him stay, so he had to move. He gave the prosecutor's office his new address, but they identified him as a suspect who could flee the country. As a result, they lifted his house arrest and placed him in a prison hospital in March 2022. He did not like the care he received there. He criticized it and claimed human rights violations. The trial began in September 2022. The case became more detailed with each new court session. The prosecutor's office suspects Teodoro Martinez, who had scratches on his body and DNA found under Maria Luisa's fingernails. Martinez also left traces of seminal fluid at the crime scene. The trial was postponed several times due to the large number of people who wanted to attend and the large number of journalists who covered it. The courtroom couldn't hold this many people. Harry Baudin appeared in court in a wheelchair, accompanied by his lawyer, who filed a petition for his client's transfer to house arrest due to health issues. However, the court denied the request. The prosecutor's office presented its account of what occurred. They believe that between July 19th and July 20th, 2023, suspects entered Maria Luisa's room and attacked her. They entered through a sliding glass door, confident that no one would notice it in the database. Furthermore, there were almost no people in the hotel, as no one heard the woman's screams. Prosecutors determined that she was sleeping when the three of them attacked her. They probably covered her mouth with something so no one could hear her. Harry Baudin, Dawn, and Miranda left teeth marks on her body. These two likely held Maria Luisa, while Martinez fulfilled his sadistic fantasy. The exhausted woman fought for her life, but the forces were unbalanced. They severely beat her before strangling her, eventually breaking her cervical vertebrae. All three men realized they had enough time to cover their tracks. They washed her body, placed it on the bed, and covered it with a sheet. The bite marks on Maria Luisa's body were smeared with her saliva, preventing experts from finding foreign DNA. However, each defendant's lawyer devised a unique strategy. Baudin's defense claimed he had knee surgery prior to Maria Luisa's death and struggled to walk, making it difficult for him to commit the crime. The trial was postponed again because the expert witness who was supposed to testify about the teeth marks on the victim's body had left the country. Miranda's lawyer invited a Spanish orthodontist from Madrid, but the woman claimed the teeth marks on the skin were insufficient evidence. Her testimony was supposed to last 2 days, but she left for Spain a day later because she felt intimidated by the prosecutor's office. The latter questioned her competence and sought to bring her to justice because she was not accredited by a Costa Rican professional association and thus illegally posed as an expert. The Ministry of Justice and Peace concluded that the crime could not have been committed by a single person. As a result, they insisted that all three men were involved in the incident. Miranda's defense challenged the idea that more than one person was involved in the crime. The lawyers criticized the judicial authorities' examination and pointed out inconsistencies that should have resulted in Miranda's acquittal. During one of the trials, the court heard the lead investigator's statement on the case. He stated that it took them over 5 hours to thoroughly inspect the crime scene. They deduced that the criminals washed Maria Luisa's body before moving it to the bed by applying luminol in the bathroom because there were no marks on the hotel floor. However, there were finger marks on the victim's ankles. Experts believed that at least 2 people had carried Maria Luisa's body onto the bed. Teodoro Martinez faced additional evidence that proved his guilt. During the trial, it was revealed that Maria Luisa had blood on both the inside and outside of his shoes. It's possible he was barefoot at the time of the crime and stained his feet with blood before putting on his shoes. They also discovered blood on his phone and watch. Furthermore, his DNA and seminal fluid were found on the victim's body. Martinez, unlike the other two defendants, could not deny his involvement in the crime. Martinez admitted they had intimate contact, but denied doing anything else. During the investigation, it was discovered that Harry Baudin underwent knee surgery at the same clinic where Maria Luisa worked. However, she was not the only anesthesiologist at the clinic, and there was no evidence that she and Baudin had ever met. During his testimony, the man denied knowing Maria Luisa. According to him, he discovered she was staying at his hotel after receiving a call about a dead woman in one of the rooms. During one of the interrogations, they asked Baudin why the hotel's security cameras were not working. There were cameras, but they did not function due to funding issues. We had 5 or 6 low-quality cameras that gradually failed, Baudin explained. He also stated that the hotel's electricity was not working properly. However, the maintenance staff dealt with these issues. The only evidence of Harry Baudin and Luis Carlos Miranda's involvement in the crime was bite marks on the victim's body. As a result, the final question was whether dental prints could be considered irrefutable evidence. While hearing Miranda's case, the judge clarified several points, including highlighting the dental evidence. That is, the match between the teeth pattern and the bite marks on the victim's body could not be considered because no one read the accused man's rights before collecting a sample. Although there was some evidence against Baudin, the judge stated that it was impossible to tell whether his dental cast matched the bite mark. Forensic experts said the analysis of the teeth allowed them to rule out everyone who was in the hotel on the night of Maria Luisa's death, except Miranda and Baudin, but there was still a chance that someone else had left the marks on the victim's body. It meant that the judge did not find the evidence convincing on April 20th. Teodoro Martinez was found guilty of murdering Maria Luisa Dino and sentenced to 50 years in prison. The court also acquitted Harry Baudin and Luis Carlos Miranda, citing doubts about their guilt. However, the story did not conclude there. In October 2023, the Costa Rican Court of Appeal ruled that the case against Baudin and his 2 co-defendants would be reviewed by new judges. The Costa Rican prosecutor's office used the victim's teeth marks, allegedly left by Baudin and Miranda, as evidence. The prosecutor's office sought to persuade other judges of the teeth marks' authenticity as evidence. Given the failure of the prosecutor's office investigation and the numerous inconsistencies in this case, Baudin was not surprised by the Court of Appeal's decision. "I'm not surprised," he replied. He also accused the female prosecutor of bias, claiming she was using the case to advance her career. Baudin, who had already left Costa Rica, currently resides in the Netherlands. Even if the court in Costa Rica decides to detain him, he has nothing to fear because the 2 countries do not have an extradition treaty, and he's not returning to Costa Rica. Given my negative experience with the Costa Rican legal system, and the fact that I paid a high price in the form of nearly 3 years in prison, here is what he said in an interview with Dutch journalists. "It is not in my interest to return. There are too many policies, and they are driven by public opinion. The country has an out-of-date legal system, corruption, and a banana republic-style mass media. I cannot take any more risks at my age and with my illnesses." As a result, the case is still ongoing. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Take a look at this photograph. It features Rexford Lynn Keel Jr., also known as Lynn Keel, and his wife, Elizabeth Bess Edwards Keel. They were married for more than 20 years. In 2005, Lynn worked as a truck driver, while Elizabeth worked for Microbac Laboratories. Many of us probably have photos that, when we look at them, remind us that the lives of the people depicted in them changed dramatically shortly after the photo was taken. These words are equally applicable to this one. Lynn and Elizabeth lived in this house, which is in Nash County, North Carolina. As you can see from the map, the location is quite remote. Lynn and Elizabeth, like many others, were planning for the new year as 2005 came to an end. But on January 1st, 2006, trouble struck their home. It was cold, and the steps outside the house were covered in ice. Elizabeth slipped and fell while leaving the house, hitting her head hard on the concrete steps corner. The injury she received was fatal. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy concluded that Elizabeth died from blunt force trauma to the head, and her death was ruled an accident by her husband, relatives, colleagues, and friends. Elizabeth's sudden death was a huge shock. She was just 42 years old. After about a year, Lynn Keel decided to move on. He no longer drove trucks and instead worked in real estate. In 2007, during that trip, he went to Latin America for business purposes. Lynn, 45 years old at the time, met Diana, who was 19 years younger. Diana was from Bogota, Colombia. She was strikingly beautiful and a single mother of a daughter. Their relationship developed quickly. Diana moved to the United States, inspired by the American dream. She and Lynn moved into his home in Nash County, where his wife Elizabeth Keel was killed in an accident about a year before. Diana and Lynn married relatively quickly. A short time later, the couple welcomed a son named Max in 2017. Diana graduated from Nash Community College. The same year, she started working as an emergency room nurse at Wilson Medical Center. Their first few years together were nothing special, but their relationship gradually deteriorated. Diana told a close friend that Lynn was an overbearing man who spoke sharply to her and frequently verbally abused her. The atmosphere inside the house was almost always tense. Lynn would not let Diana be alone with anyone for extended periods of time. She started to consider divorce, but she was afraid of her husband because he threatened her. He manipulated her using the baby. He threatened her, saying that if she left him, he would deport her and she would never see her son again. Diana put up with it all because her children were her top priority. However, everyone's patience eventually runs out. Diana's daughter Laura was 18, a graduate of Southern Nash High School, and a freshman at the University of North Carolina at Wilmington, while 10-year-old Max lived with his parents. As previously stated, Diana worked as a nurse at Wilson Medical Center. She was loved and respected by both patients and colleagues. On March 7, 2019, Diana's mother, Esperanza Prada, who lived in Colombia, received a message from Diana that read, "Mom, I love you very much." The message arrived completely unexpectedly. Esperanza knew her daughter's marriage was unhappy, and she wanted to divorce her husband, but was afraid of him. It was only 3 days later that Diana's daughter Laura raised the alarm. On March 10th, she tweeted a plea for help in finding her mother. The message stated, "This is insane. You see what happens to everyone else and don't believe it will ever happen to you. My mother is missing. If you see or hear anything, please notify me. And please, retweet. This helped me spread the word. Thank you." Laura called the medical center where her mother worked the same day, but Diana's co-workers had not spoken to her in the previous 2 days. An employee of the medical center contacted the police and requested a welfare check on Diana. A co-worker informed the dispatcher that Diana had not been heard from in 2 days. She was scheduled to work tonight. She's on schedule. The Wilson Medical Center nurse stated that she is the type of co-worker who is always 30 minutes early and who responds reasonably to text messages. She has not completed any of them. The woman said Diana's behavior was out of character and requested that the sheriff's office conduct a welfare check. Diana was a devoted mother who communicated with her family every day. She checked her social media frequently, but her messages were now unread. Her FaceTime calls went unanswered. Lynn was present when a police officer arrived at the Keel home. It was surprising that his wife's disappearance was reported to the police by her co-workers rather than him. Lynn informed the police officer that he had last seen Diana 2 days before, on March 8th, when she left the house. Her car was still parked outside the house, which raised suspicions. Lynn was called in for questioning. When questioned, Keel 57 stated that his wife had gone out to run some errands but had not returned. He explained that she would leave from time to time and would not return for several days. The statement did not ring true. Free of charge, the man was released. Diana was reported missing, and police began a search for her. Investigators discovered that the woman had not used her cell phone or bank cards in the past few days, and this was not a good sign. As I mentioned at the start of the video, This house is in a remote area, and there are no neighbors to share important information with the police. Nonetheless, detectives discovered that on March 8th, the couple was seen in a heated argument on their front porch. A courier had delivered a package addressed to Diana that day, and he was the last person to see her, aside from Lynn Keel, of course. After the police interviewed Diana's co-workers, they revealed that she was having marital problems. There was no doubt that she would not abandon her son and flee. The only thing preventing her from divorcing was the fear of losing custody of her 10-year-old son. Everyone the detective spoke with named only one person as a possible suspect in Diana's disappearance. That person was her husband, Lynn Keel. Early in the investigation, an alarming discovery was made. Diana disappeared 2 years earlier. Lynn had insured her life for over $1 million, and he was the sole beneficiary in 2008. The sheriff's deputies responded to a domestic dispute at the house, but no further action was taken. Only 2 days had passed since the investigation started. In addition, during the emergency call, the police received a disturbing call. A man later identified as a North Carolina Department of Transportation employee reported finding something on Poe's Hole Road. It appears that something is lying in the woods. He said, "I am not sure what it is, a body of something. I do not know." "How far is it down?" the dispatcher inquired. "Right here, at the end." The caller stated that I would be waiting right here. Unfortunately, what the man who called the police saw was Diana's body, which appeared to have been there since her disappearance. It turned out that the worker was investigating an illegal dump when he noticed something suspicious. Poe's Hole Road is a dead-end street that leads to farmland. The fact that the body was discovered was fortunate. If fortunate is the right word under the circumstances, who knows how long it would have taken the police to locate Diana's body, given that it was 30 miles away from her home. I haven't heard anyone say anything negative about her. Nash County Sheriff Keith Stone stated, "What a tragic event, even more tragic. We now have a 10-year-old who has not had a mother," Stone added. "It's very difficult, especially when I realize how fragile life is. And now we have a child without a mother. It's extremely difficult. We have many unanswered questions. That is why we, at the Nash County Sheriff's Office, operate with compassion, honor, and diligence. Although it is unclear how the woman died, there is clear evidence of foul play." When the police discovered his wife's body, they only had one suspect, Lynn Keel. He was very surprised. He was brought to the station for questioning, and he answered the investigators. He claimed, as before, that Diana had frequently disappeared for several days but had always returned. These words contradicted what Diana's colleagues, relatives, and friends had said. Everyone knew Lynn Keel had complete control over his wife's movements. He even forbade her from seeing her friends following the interrogation. The man was released because the autopsy results had yet to be obtained. 2 days after the body was discovered, authorities confirmed that it was Diana Alejandra Keel's. Her death devastated her children, family, and friends. Diana's daughter Laura set up a GoFundMe page to help cover the funeral expenses. "My current priorities are to ensure that my mother is laid to rest in a manner more fitting than her death, and to ensure that my brother continues to feel the love that our mother shared with us on a daily basis," she wrote. "By doing so, I hope to honor my mother's legacy." Diana's cousin in Colombia told reporters that the mother of two came to North Carolina to pursue the American dream, but it turned out to be a nightmare. Javier Guevara said, "I can't believe it, I can't believe this. It's very sad." After the medical examiner's report was obtained, the terrifying details of Diana's death were revealed. She suffered extensive skull fractures as well as numerous sharp injuries to the left side of her face and neck. Some of the injuries were discovered after Diana had died, which could indicate that the perpetrator harbored a personal grudge against her. When police arrived to arrest Lynn Keel and search his home, he had fled. He was placed on a national wanted list, and a report stated that he may be driving a gold-colored pickup truck and that he could be dangerous. It was discovered that after being questioned at the police station, Lynn Keel drove his 10-year-old son to his parents' home, stole his father's car, and fled. According to the search warrant, Diana and Lynn Keel shared authority and seized a number of firearms including rifles, pistols, and revolvers. Swords, machetes, and knives were also seized. Warrants show that authorities discovered 2 pages from Diana Keel's 18-year-old daughter's diary inside a Dodge Ram owned by Lynn Keel. When asked about the contents, the sheriff stated that he did not feel comfortable disclosing what was written on those pages. Meanwhile, the search for Lynn Keel continued. It was determined that he had left the state, but his current location was unknown. Stone stated that the sheriff's office had received calls from Texas and Florida regarding Keel's truck, but no additional information about his capture was confirmed. He asked the public to drive by local motels and hotels and look for a pickup truck with the license plate number listed on the information sheet that had been distributed. We have no idea where he could be. He stated that this is an opportunity for the public to assist because this individual is dangerous. On March 17, 2019, 5 days after Diana's body was discovered, Lynn Keel was apprehended by Arizona State Police 34 miles from the U.S.-Mexico border. He had a large sum of cash and a large supply of canned goods. He allegedly intended to cross the border and flee into Mexican territory. Lynn Keel was airlifted to Nash County following his arrest and charged in connection with the death of his wife, Diana. Experts believed she was still alive when she was loaded into her own SUV, driven into the woods, and abandoned for dead. Lynn Keel was also charged with kidnapping. When forensic investigators searched the house, they discovered overwhelming evidence that Diana was attacked in her bedroom. According to the prosecutor, after taking Diana to a remote location, Keel went to a nearby Walmart and purchased cleaning supplies with which he attempted to conceal evidence of the crime. After he was arrested, Diana's daughter, Laura, posted the following on her Facebook page: "I know everyone has an opinion about what my stepfather did to my family. However, I beg you all not to spread hatred. My brother's heart is so pure that he doesn't need to see hatred. We all need to remember how wonderful my mother was in healing us as best we can." The brutality of the crime, as well as Keel's subsequent flight from justice, drew the attention of local, state, and national media outlets. The media attention prompted the public defender at the time to request a change of venue so that a jury pool could be selected outside of Nash County. Despite the widespread media coverage of the crime, the motion for a change of venue focused on perceptions in Nash County. The Nash County Sheriff's press conferences were among those covered by the media. There have been numerous written articles in local newspapers, online articles, television coverage, and social media discussions. The defendant's previous wife died, prompting media speculation. The motion stated that the state objected to the motion, but also expressed concerns about efficiency and a waste of resources and time if a trial began in Nash County and then had to be transferred to another venue after the trial process began in Nash County. According to the motion, Nash County Superior Court Judge Quinton Sumner ultimately decided to move the venue to Pitt County. Sumner stated in the document outlining his decision that there is prejudice against this defendant in Nash County, which prevents him from receiving a fair and impartial trial. Rexford Lynn Keel, 59, pleaded no contest to the charges against him in October 2021, avoiding a lengthy trial. A no contest plea, like a guilty plea, indicates that the defendant accepts responsibility for the killing charge and has pled to second-degree murder and first-degree kidnapping kills. Defense attorneys asked the judge to consider the fact that he has kidney failure and has been incarcerated for the past 2 years. However, at the sentencing, Diana's mother reminded the court of the reason her daughter had died. She said she wanted to tell women that if their partner was abusive, they should leave. Do not stay there. She begged the judge to impose a severe sentence. I want you to feel the same compassion for Keel as he did when he killed her. Diana's cousin issued the following statement: from all of Diana Alejandra Keel's family, we want to express our heartfelt gratitude to all law enforcement involved in apprehending and bringing Lynn Keel, the suspect in Diana's murder, to justice. I'd like to express our heartfelt gratitude to the Nash County Sheriff's Office, as well as the genuine empathy they showed, along with so many heartfelt messages of support and love since this nightmare began. We know Diana Alejandra has been viewed by the public as an incredible mother, daughter, sister, cousin, friend, and co-worker. She adored her 2 children more than I could ever express. All she did was for them. She brought joy to the world with her contagious laugh bright smile, and big heart for others, including animals, to everyone who knew her and would have liked to know her. Please think of her and her children with love and positivity. Thank you very much for your continued support. Lynn Keel did not reveal the motive for the crime. Perhaps he learned Diana was meeting with a lawyer and intended to start divorce proceedings. We should also remember the insurance policy worth more than $1 million. Lynn Keel was sentenced to 32 to 41 years in prison as part of the plea agreement. But that is not all. Lynn Keel's first wife, Elizabeth, died and the police had questions. Was her death truly an accident? Her family claimed they had always had questions about her death. Elizabeth Keel's family issued a statement saying they have always questioned his death and are deeply saddened that another life has been taken. We'll follow up on all of the leads and review the information from the first incident reports. Stone stated, "We'll speak with the district attorney's office. It's something we should consider." Elizabeth Keel was buried in a family plot in Spring Hope. Stone said he is currently working with a pathologist and reviewing all of the evidence. He stated that they are likely to exhume Elizabeth Keel's body. Dr. John Butts was North Carolina's chief medical examiner for 24 years. One would only go to exhume a body if there was a question that had not been answered at the time and could be answered by re-examining the remains. But he claims that there have been many cases in his career where a death that was thought to be accidental turned out to be murder. Someone died after falling from something. Then more information reveals that they did not fall. They were pushed, and there would be no difference in the examination. We would have the same results. However, the circumstances that led up to the incident have since changed. Butts stated that no new information regarding Elizabeth Keel's death has surfaced in the last 2 years. We can assume that authorities found no reason to reopen the investigation and exhume the body. But we may hear more about this case in the future. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel. And today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. During the mid-2000s, this high-profile case shook America and received extensive media coverage. The horrific crime was investigated for years before the killer was apprehended. One of the primary reasons for the delay was a lack of a visible motive and disconnected evidence, and no one could believe that this man was capable of it. The investigation took nearly 6 years to complete the puzzle. And the investigator at the trial openly stated that he had never seen anything like this in his many years of experience. In this tragic story, Jason Young discovers a location, a love triangle, a double betrayal, and an ominous omen that no one initially noticed. Little is known about him. Jason is from Brevard, North Carolina, where he was born in 1974. He grew up in a normal family. After graduating from high school, he enrolled at the prestigious State University in Raleigh, the capital of his home state, and after graduation, he secured a position as a salesman in a major retailer. At work, Jason Young demonstrated himself to be a valuable and promising employee who could always be counted on, but friends described him as erratic and unpredictable. He was fickle in his relationships with the opposite sex and frequently changed women, earning him a reputation as a womanizer, which he took pride in. Michelle Marie, a young maiden known as Fisher, was born in New York in February 1977. The girl was raised alongside her younger sibling, Meredith, with whom she had been extremely close since childhood. Linda, their mother, spent a lot of time with her adored daughters, trying to help them develop their abilities and talents. Michelle has been interested in law and economics since she was in school, and she hopes to devote her life to these fields. After graduating, she applied to several universities at once and received a positive response from North Carolina's capital. The girl diligently studied at the Faculty of Economics and Law, eventually earning a master's degree in this field. Michelle was hired for a high-level position at one of the state's leading accounting firms shortly after graduating. Yesterday, the student was earning well, supporting herself, and making ambitious plans for the future. She chose to spend her 24th birthday with her closest friends and colleagues at one of the city's most popular entertainment venues. They weren't having much fun when a stranger turned around and knocked the birthday girl's glass of cocktail out of her hands. The guy immediately apologized, and to make amends, he bought Michelle another cocktail. That young man's name was Jason Young, and the attractive young Michelle immediately drew his attention. He sat down at her table, struck up a casual conversation, joked a lot, attempted to be witty and interesting, and at the end of the evening, asked her out on a date. Michelle liked the casual acquaintance, so she gladly accepted his invitation. Deciding that fate had sent her a gift on her birthday, the couple began communicating, and they soon realized they had a lot in common. They both attended the same university. Although Jason received his degree 3 years earlier, he supported the same hockey team, and we both enjoy the same music group. Young people quickly developed romantic relationships, but living together, let alone getting married, was out of the question. Jason was still living at his parents' house in Brevard when he began his relationship with Michelle. He would only see his girlfriend and rally on weekends, or during work trips to the state capitol. During one of these meetings, his sweetheart told him she was pregnant. This news came as a complete surprise to both of them, as neither was prepared for childbirth. Young people were eager to work, confidently moving up the career ladder, and had no plans to start a family yet. Jason agreed right away, but Michelle hesitated before deciding to keep the baby rather than have an abortion. Jason reflected on the situation for about a month before relocating to Raleigh to be closer to his pregnant girlfriend. After a few more months, the couple's relationship was officially legalized, though neither love nor pregnancy played a role in this. But Michelle doesn't have health insurance. Childbirth would have cost the couple a lot of money, but marriage gave them the option. To avoid such expenses, the couple's daughter, Young, was born in the spring of 2004. She was given the name Cassidy. Elizabeth, the newlywed mother, jumped right into domestic life and family chores, assisting her as a mother and younger sister. It should be noted that Michelle's family calmly accepted her decision. They were wary of Jason, but attempted to avoid conflict. In the same year, the young couple with a child moved into their own large home, located in a quiet and landscaped part of the city. Mother Linda, who came to visit her daughter and granddaughter and assist with household chores, was the first to notice a tense atmosphere in this family. His son-in-law was too emotionally unstable and could orchestrate a scandal literally in the same location. But Michelle did everything she could to smooth over all of the disagreements and, in public, appeared to be the happiest wife and mother. Only Mother Linda could tell the truth about what was happening, an ominous omen. Michelle became pregnant for the second time when Cassidy was only 2. She gently broke the news to her husband, but he reacted calmly and appeared even happier about it. Soon, the family drove to Brevard to personally inform Jason's parents of the happy news. They came to visit for only the weekend. And on the first day, they celebrated the upcoming addition with their relatives. And the next day, they left their young daughter with her grandparents for a few hours. While driving home, the couple stopped at a restaurant to celebrate the occasion. Jason, who was driving, oversteered, and the car veered off the road into a ravine. The couple was concerned about a few abrasions and bruises, but their lives were not endangered. However, Michelle miscarried due to nervousness. Because of this, the young woman was extremely concerned. Jason handled the accident, the loss of a child, and the spouse's strange indifference, all with surprising calm. All of this seemed very suspicious. Linda Fisher later described the accident as a bad omen that no one took seriously at the time. The young couple had a mutual friend named Michael Monty, whom they had known since they were at the same university. They had not seen each other for quite some time. However, in the spring of 2006, shortly before the accident, Jason met an old acquaintance by accident while on a work trip. He told his wife about it, and they decided to invite Monty to see him. The young woman eagerly accepted the invitation, but during her visit, she began to complain about her unhappy family life and relationship issues with her husband. At the same time, she was constantly complimenting Jason and telling his wife how fortunate she was to be pregnant. Michelle was not alarmed by the guest's behavior. She genuinely wanted to comfort and support her friend, but she saw what was going on as a call to action. Jason had never missed a chance to flirt before, but this relationship quickly progressed beyond flirting and friendly support. Jason Young and Michelle Manny started calling each other nearly every day and sneaking out to see each other. Jason always justified his absence with business trips, and his wife never suspected anything. Michelle told her husband in the summer of 2006 that she was pregnant again. This time, however, Jason was not pleased. The wife didn't understand what was going on. She felt the beloved was away from her, but she assumed this was due to the miscarriage a few months prior. Jason was constantly thinking about how to break free from marital bonds with the least amount of himself. Michelle's husband went on another business trip in early November while she was 5 months pregnant. He drove 300 miles away from home in his own car, but he had reserved a hotel room about halfway through the journey. That evening, Michelle, who was pregnant, had a long phone conversation with her best friend, telling her about family problems and mentioning that she had a big fight with her husband the night before he left. After the conversation, she went upstairs, put her daughter to bed, and fell asleep beside her, around 10 o'clock in the evening. Jason arrived at the hotel and went straight to bed, claiming to be exhausted from the journey. In reality, he was scrutinizing all of the hotel's entrances, exits, and security camera locations, planning how to leave and then return undetected. Jason was preparing an impenetrable alibi for what he thought would be the ideal crime. During the early morning hours, Young called his wife's sister and asked for help. He explained that he wanted to give his wife a piece of jewelry for their wedding anniversary, but he had accidentally sent a page from an online store to the home fax machine. He was concerned that Michelle would discover his gift and be unimpressed. Meredith agreed to help her son-in-law, despite her dislike for him. When Meredith arrived at her sister's house, she entered through a secret door in the garage that only family members knew about, and it was never locked. The house was unusually quiet, although the landlady's papers, keys, and wallet were still in the hallway, indicating that she had not gone anywhere. Meredith went upstairs and noticed that the bedroom door was wide open, but neither her sister nor niece answered her call. When she entered the room, she witnessed a gruesome scene. Michelle lay on the floor by the bed, her skull fractured, in a pool of her own blood. Blood was everywhere. Blood was everywhere. Bloody footprints were visible on the walls, furniture, and the baby's body. Unfortunately, nobody could help the pregnant woman. She'd been dead for hours. Her sister rushed to call 911 when she heard rustling under the bed, looked down, and saw a small Cassidy staring at her in confusion. Cassidy was not harmed, but she was terrified. The girl witnessed her mother's death and then spent many hours near her body, as evidenced by the marks on the floor and the toys she brought her mother. Later, forensic experts discovered numerous bruises, abrasions, and fractures on the deceased's body, indicating a prolonged and brutal beating. Michelle had her teeth knocked out and her skull fractured with a blunt, heavy object. This instrument of crime was never discovered. A bloody pillow was found next to the body, with marks indicating that the victim had been smothered with it. Nothing was stolen from the house, implying that the night visitor had only one intention: murder. Furthermore, the locks had not been broken, and there were no signs of forced entry, implying that the perpetrator either had a key or was aware of the secret door, which was only known to family members. In such cases, the main suspect is always the deceased's spouse, but he appears to have a perfect alibi. He claimed that he checked into his hotel room, stayed until the morning, and then attended a scheduled business meeting. A check revealed that Young used his room key card to enter in the evening and leave in the morning. But a thorough investigation quickly revealed a slew of anomalies and inconsistencies. For example, a hotel employee discovered early in the morning that the emergency exit was not only open, but also propped up with a cobblestone to keep it from slamming shut. When the investigation decided to check the surveillance camera pointed at that door to find out who had done it, it was discovered that the same camera had been deliberately turned off on the night of the crime. Furthermore, it stopped recording about 30 minutes after Jung checked into his room. The weirdness did not stop there. It turned out that during the night, a man who resembled Jason was getting gas at a station between the hotel and the crime scene, but he was asked to provide identification as required by the rules. He refused to pay with cash and left without waiting for change. The gas station attendant at the inquest identified Jason as Young, but he continued to deny everything, insisting that he had slept in his hotel room that night. Another oddity was that on the day before the tragedy, young Jason called Michelle more than 24 times, and closer to the morning, he called his mistress 5 more times, with each conversation lasting no more than 15 seconds, implying that Jason was probably panicked. All of these calls were made outside the hotel, where, according to him, he had spent the entire night. He was also late for a scheduled business meeting with his partners and appeared confused. Despite years of investigation and a long-awaited verdict, None of this evidence, whether individually or collectively, proved that Young had indeed murdered his pregnant wife. For nearly 3 years, Jason lived the same life he had always known. Furthermore, he gained custody of his young daughter, which dealt a significant blow to his late wife's relatives. By that point, he had stopped concealing his relationship with Money, who had previously been friends with the murdered Michelle, heightening suspicion that she was responsible for this heinous crime. Jason was only arrested near the end of 2009. Despite overwhelming evidence, the jury failed to reach a verdict. However, the case was reopened in 2012 after more evidence was gathered and the testimony of witnesses who saw Jason Jung that night outside the hotel in various locations, including his rather conspicuous white car, which was seen parked on the night of the murder not far from his own house in an unlit lot. The case also included testimony from a child psychologist who described little Cassidy's strange doll play, during which the girl demonstrated how her father spanked her mother and then refused to get up from the floor. Manny testified in court. She admitted that Jason had cheated on his wife with her but justified it by claiming that he was deeply unhappy in his family life, as he told everyone, and other former mistress of the defendant admitted that she was afraid of his outbursts of anger when he lost control and threatened to hit her. Following a lengthy trial, Jason Young was found guilty of brutally assaulting his pregnant wife. For this crime, he was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. In 2014, convicted Jason filed his first appeal, which was denied. In 2018, he again requested a review of his case, but a panel of the State Court of Appeals denied it. Cassidy was virtually orphaned. Her mother was murdered, and her father was sent to prison for the crime. The girl is raised by her aunt and maternal grandparents. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman disappeared from her apartment, which she rented with her sister. The police couldn't find a single clue, and the case went cold for decades. It wasn't until 53 years later that they were able to uncover the gruesome truth, and it happened in a very unusual way. Pamela Dorrington was born on November 23, 1948, in the small American town of Helena, Montana. She grew up in a close-knit family and had many friends. Her acquaintances noted that the girl from an early age was responsible and could always come to their aid. Pamela also loved animals, and her parents bought her a black Labrador. She did well in the local school, and in high school, she was passionate about learning the Russian language. After high school, the young woman took a job as a surgical nurse at St. Peter's Hospital in her hometown. Although her parents' home was relatively close to work, Pamela sought to establish an independent life. For this reason, she moved out of her parents' house and moved into a rented apartment. With her cousin Mary, who worked at the same hospital, the young women rented a 2-bedroom apartment on the second floor of an apartment complex. Early in the morning on February 17, 1968, Mary went to work at the hospital. Pamela was still asleep since she had to go out for the evening shift that day. The Labrador also slept in her room. A few hours after Mary left for work, Pamela's father drove by their apartment complex near the building. He noticed his daughter's Labrador running around without a leash the week before. The dog had broken loose and run away from its owner, and Pamela had to pick it up from the local shelter, so what he saw didn't surprise the man. He knocked on the door of their apartment, but there was no answer. Thinking his daughter had gone to work, he took the dog and left at 3 p.m. Pamela was supposed to go to work, but she never showed up at the hospital. Her cousin tried to call the home phone at their apartment, but there was no answer. When she got home, Pamela wasn't there, and Mary and her parents began to get seriously worried. Pamela was a very responsible person and would never miss her shift without a good reason, especially without notifying management. Besides, if the young woman was going somewhere, she would certainly tell her parents and sister. Another cause for concern was the fact that Pamela's car was parked in the parking lot of the apartment complex. This fact also made it less likely that the young woman had gone somewhere on foot all day. The relatives waited until the next morning and contacted the police. They took a missing persons report but were in no hurry to start a search. Pamela was 19 years old, and investigators did not rule out that she left home of her own free will. After inspecting her apartment, detectives found no signs of forced entry or a struggle. Everything looked routine. They asked her sister to look through Pamela's things and tell her if everything was there. Mary noticed that her coat, terry cloth, robe, purse, and winter boots were missing from their apartment 2 days after Pamela's disappearance. Police organized a search operation within a 30-kilometer radius of her home. They searched fields, forests, and bodies of water while volunteers and the young woman's relatives handed out flyers on the city streets. A patrolman interviewed Pamela's neighbors, co-workers, and acquaintances. None of them had seen the young woman the day she disappeared and had no idea where she might have gone. Her supervisor at the hospital said Pamela was supposed to pick up a check for $200 that day but never showed up. This further indicated that the young woman was unlikely to have run off somewhere, leaving behind the money she had earned in the first days of the search. The police interviewed more than 100 people who had anything to do with Pamela. Some of them were interrogated by polygraph, but it yielded no results. Investigators were also unable to find any evidence that the young woman might have left town with no leads in their hands. The police concentrated all their efforts on the search operation. They expanded the area to about 50 kilometers around the city and brought in additional forces because many parts of the area were not easily accessible to pedestrians and cars. The search involved many officers on horseback. Speaking to reporters, the sheriff said that this was the most effective as a person on horseback could see better and an animal could smell a dead body and demonstrate this behavior. The search continued for a month but was inconclusive, and eventually the sheriff decided to suspend the search operation. Since then, the case has essentially come to a standstill as the detectives have had no leads on their hands. In April, 2 months after Pamela disappeared, something unusual happened. A patrolman in Great Falls, a town about 140 kilometers from Helena, stopped a car for speeding. He issued a warning to the woman behind the wheel and let her go. Later, as he was writing the report at the station, his colleagues noticed one odd thing. The driver's license the woman showed the officer was issued in the name of Pamela Dorrington. The Helena detectives asked for a description of the woman's appearance, and from what he said, it looked very much like she was the one behind the wheel. This news gave new hope to the relatives of the missing young woman, except that investigators never managed to find the car and its driver. On June 13th of that year, nearly 4 months after Pamela's disappearance, the sheriff's office received a call from a national park ranger just a few miles from Helena. Helena was walking near the docks of the lake and noticed a human body in the water. Police officers arrived on the scene and extracted a human torso about waist and knee from the water. It was turned over to experts, who proceeded to examine it and determined that it belonged to a woman about 17 to 23 years old. Detectives almost immediately made the assumption that the deceased was Pamela Dorrington. Along with it, they found several items of clothing that were similar to items from Pamela's closet. They showed them to her sister and parents, and they confirmed that Pamela did have something similar. Medical examiners found several stab wounds on it and signs that the young woman had been abused, but the torso alone could not be identified. All of this was before DNA testing was available. The only thing the experts could surmise was the approximate time the body had been in the water. In their opinion, it could have been there for about 4 months, which coincided with the time of Pamela's disappearance and the weeks that followed. Investigators, along with divers, searched the lake and the adjacent Missouri River, trying to find missing body parts, but it was inconclusive. Despite failing to identify the deceased, the sheriff told reporters that the body was very likely Pamela's, so police were no longer investigating a missing person but a murder. However, this discovery did not bring them any closer to the perpetrator himself, as there were still no leads. Since then, there has been no progress in the case. Police told reporters and Pamela's family that they'd had several suspects, but it was impossible to determine their involvement without any evidence. A year after the murder, the sheriff contacted a psychologist in Detroit who specialized in particularly violent crimes. From the information available, he concluded that the perpetrator was a psychopath with twisted desires, which was the motive for the murder. Given this, it is unlikely that he could have stopped at one murder, and detectives should expect more similar episodes. At the same time, the experts suggested that this man was capable of easily hiding his true face and leading an ordinary lifestyle. The man gave the psychologist the names of his suspects and asked him to assess which of them could commit such a crime, but the expert could not draw such conclusions without additional evidence. Pamela was not buried until 7 years after the murder on June 14, 1975. In all that time, investigators never found her other remains, nor did they come any closer to catching the perpetrator. Nevertheless, they continued to consider all sorts of possibilities once the detectives even turned to clairvoyance, but the result was quite expected. 15 years after the 1983 murder, something interesting happened. The landlord of the apartment Pamela and Mary had rented was found guilty of murdering his wife. In 1968, a man named Brooke Atlas lived on the first floor directly below their apartment. He had been on the list of possible suspects since the early days, but a complete lack of evidence prevented any conclusions about his involvement. He later married and moved into a private home with his wife. In 1983, their home burned down and experts were quick to determine that it was arson. Moreover, the body of Ellis's wife was found in the house, but the cause of her death was not fire. The pathologist determined that she had been killed by strangulation. Investigators assumed that the man decided to get rid of his wife and house because of financial problems shortly before he declared bankruptcy, and the loss of his insured home could have resulted in a hefty payout from the insurance company. But instead, he received a life sentence for murder without parole and an additional 20 years for arson. Investigators in Pamela's case were interested in this episode. The man could have used a spare key, and over the months of living near the young woman, he may have well learned their work schedules. Detectives talked to Atlas, but he denied all allegations. Given that there was not a single piece of evidence against him, the cops had no choice but to accept it and hope that sooner or later new leads would emerge in the case. In the 38 years that followed, no progress was made. Pamela's parents passed away without learning the truth, and of her closest relatives, she had only a younger brother. He had given up hope of finding out what had happened to his sister. But in 2021, the case was given another chance. It was turned over to the Unsolved Homicide Squad, and the new detectives decided to reopen the investigation. Pamela's murder was not typical of such units. They usually reopened old cases where the perpetrator left his DNA behind. But because of the lack of analytical tools in those years, it was impossible to use that to catch the killer. In Pamela's case, there was no evidence at all, and the detectives could only hope for luck. They studied all the materials left by their predecessors, including a list of possible suspects. The man was 79 years old at the time and was still serving his sentence. Investigators realized that proving his guilt after 53 years would be very difficult, and the man was unlikely to live the sentencing. Not only could the trial drag on for years without a single piece of evidence, but no judge would even consider such a case, so the detectives decided to take a very unusual approach to the matter. They went to Atlas in prison and offered him a confession to Pamela's murder. In exchange, they guaranteed him that he would receive no additional punishment for it. Such moves on the part of law enforcement are quite rare, especially when it comes to a brutal murder. But in this particular case, they knew they had only two options: wait until they got their hands on some new evidence, which was highly unlikely, or get a confession, and given Alice's age, the second option could disappear at any moment. Besides, Pamela's only living close relative was her brother, who was also of advanced age. The detectives wanted him to know the truth and told him about the possibility of such a deal, and the man agreed. The investigators brought their offer to Atlas and waited to their surprise. The perpetrator said he was ready to confess, but the detectives were in no hurry to confess. They needed to make sure that the man was really involved in the murder, rather than taking the blame for someone else's crime. They spent many hours questioning him about the details of the murder. Atlas confessing that he had planned Pamela's murder in advance. After waiting for her sister to go to work, he went up to their apartment and rang the bell. When Pamela opened the door, he told her there was a leak in one of the pipes in her apartment and urgent repairs needed to be made. Pamela let the man in without a shadow of a doubt once. In the apartment, he attacked her and strangled her, then took her body back to his apartment and abused her. This was the main motive for what he did. Atlas then placed her in a barrel and took her to the warehouse of the small airport where he worked as a flight instructor that very day. A few hours after the murder, the man was quietly conducting a few lessons with his students. The barrel stood in the warehouse for several days, after which Atlas took it to the banks of the Missouri River, separated the body, and dumped it in the water. In addition, the man told police several facts and were never divulged, so only the killer could know them. With all this information in hand, the detectives said no doubt that Atlas was telling the truth. 53 years later, they finally succeeded in solving the case. Though they had to guarantee the murderer full immunity, remarkably, the murderer decided to accept the deal for a reason. He said that during his imprisonment he believed in God, began to feel remorse, and apologized to Pamela's relatives for what he had done. The Detroit psychologist's analysis turned out to be quite accurate. Atlas really seemed like a decent man for a long time. He had worked as a heavy equipment operator, then he began teaching flight lessons and started a family. Only after the murder of his wife did his true nature become clear. The victim's brother thanked the investigators for bringing the case to an end. The man understood that a conviction and an additional life sentence for Atlas wouldn't have changed anything, and thanks to the detectives, the case was over. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story, set in 2003, is reminiscent of a thriller plot. The residents of the small town of Nome, Alaska's west coast, were shocked when the naked body of a local resident, 19-year-old Sonia Ivanov, was discovered on the outskirts. Nome's population at the time was slightly more than 3,000, and everyone knew each other by sight. The terrible discovery made residents wonder how well they knew their neighbors, friends, and co-workers. After all, maybe the murderer was one of them. Sonia Dora Nikyuk Ivanov was born April 13, 1984, in Unalakleet, Alaska. She was one of 6 children of her parents and belonged to an indigenous population, specifically the Inupiat, an Eskimo people. Sonia, who graduated from high school with honors, decided to attend college. After spending her life in a harsh climate, she wished to relocate to Hawaii, but she needed money, which she decided to earn on her own. Sonia relocated to Nome in 2002 from her hometown of Unalakleet, which had a population of approximately 600 people. She took a job as a secretary at a local hospital and began saving for her dream trip to Hawaii in the fall of 2003. Sonia was supposed to travel to Hawaii, but her plans were ruined weeks before she left. Sonia moved to Nome and began living in the same room as her friend T. Mayer. On the evening of August 10, 2003, they went out to meet their other friends. Sonia returned home shortly after 1 a.m., while her friend and roommate T. Mayer chose to spend more time with her friends. Nome residents knew each other. Sonia and her friends were not worried as she walked home. However, when Mayer returned home, she discovered that Sonia was not in her room. In the morning, she began calling her and Sonia's friends to find out where her friend was, but none of them knew. Mayer was one of those people who remained optimistic until the very end. She didn't report Sonia missing until August 12th at 5:16 p.m. About 40 hours after her disappearance, the police conducted an investigation and searched Sonia's room, discovering her valuables and some documents, leading them to the conclusion that the girl could not have simply left town on August 13th. The search began with local police officers and volunteers. The same day, at 8:30 a.m., one of the search teams discovered Sonia's body near a gravel pit on the outskirts of the city. At the time, the local police force consisted of 8 people, a chief and 7 officers in various positions. They all had one thing in common: they had no prior experience investigating such crimes. Realizing this, Nome's chief of police sought assistance from the state police. A team of investigators and forensic specialists were scheduled to fly in from Anchorage. While waiting for her, the local police did everything they could to preserve the crime scene. The rain was approaching, so they decided to cover the body with a tarp. A large number of photographs were taken beforehand in case the rain destroyed any potential evidence. On August 14th, Anchorage officers arrived on the scene and immediately went to work. Sonia's body was naked except for a sock on her left foot. She was wearing nothing. No clothing or personal belongings of the girl were discovered. During the initial examination, the forensic scientist discovered an entry wound from a bullet on the back of the head, hidden beneath the hair. After the work at the scene was completed, the body was transported for an autopsy. During the forensic examination, it was determined that the girl died from a bullet wound to the back of the head. Despite the fact that the body was naked, there was no evidence that Sonia had sexual intercourse before her death, nor were there any defensive wounds. Given that the bullet removed from her head was fired at close range, her death appeared to be an execution. While Anchorage officers examined the evidence, local police interviewed Sonia's friends and colleagues to determine who might have intended to harm her. However, this ultimately produced no results because the girl had no conflicts and could find common ground with everyone. The townspeople's tension grew as time passed because the perpetrator was most likely a well-known person who remained at large. 6 weeks after Sonia's death, on September 23, 2003, a patrol car with the tail number 321 was stolen from the local police parking lot. Officer Byron Redburn, to whom she was assigned, drove his personal vehicle throughout the city and surrounding areas in search of a stolen patrol car. He did it at night. Assuming that if a patrol car was stolen for entertainment, the teenagers would most likely turn on the flashing lights and be visible from a distance, Officer Redburn's personal car had a walkie-talkie tuned to a police frequency around 3:30 a.m. He heard his colleague, Officer Owens, who was on duty that night, request backup. Owens reported finding a stolen car near one of the mines and being shot at when he approached it. Redburn rushed to the rescue, and when he arrived, he discovered Owens. He was terrified, but thankfully uninjured. The shooter escaped by abandoning a stolen police car bearing the tail number 321. A few minutes later, more police officers arrived and the area was cordoned off. At dawn, a helicopter took to the skies in search of the man who stole the car and shot at a cop. However, the search was unsuccessful and the intruder escaped. The car with the tail number 321, in particular, piqued our interest. The window on the driver's side was broken. That appears to be how the hijacker got in. However, the envelope lying on the passenger seat was more important. Sonia's work pass, complete with her name and picture, was inside, along with a threatening letter. Among other things, it said, "I hate pigs, I hate cops, and I hate everyone." Sonia was simply a person in the wrong place at the wrong time. Every one of you should be more careful. I keep track of every move you make. You leave me alone, I will leave you alone. I will also shoot you in the head if you get too close. The author of the letter was unequivocally telling the police that they should stop investigating. Sonia skipped directly, implying that the person who left it was complicit in her death. There were no fingerprints, DNA, or other evidence on the envelope. What had happened only strengthened the suspicion that someone in the community, whom everyone must know, was playing a double game. In such cases, people lose confidence and become suspicious, even of those closest to them. A threatening letter was discovered in a stolen police car on September 24, 2003. Before we proceed, we must return to the night Sonia went home alone around 2:30 a.m., dated August 11, 2003. Two local residents, Florence Ambrose and her sister Dennett, were sitting on their mother's porch when they noticed someone walk past them on the sidewalk. That individual turned out to be Sonia. Dennett was a senior in high school and a knew Sonia because they both played in a City League basketball match. Sonia walked past the sisters about 5 yards away. They exchanged greetings, and Sonia continued walking. A block away, a car came to a stop next to Sonia. It was a properly marked police squad car. The sisters watched as Sonia leaned into the car and the passenger side window slid down. After a few moments, she opened the door and sat inside, but no one else saw her alive. On August 14th, city officials confirmed that the body discovered near the quarry belonged to Sonia Ivanoff. Florence, 32, knew she needed to report to the police that she and her sister had seen Sonia enter a police car that night. However, she was concerned that if she called the station, she would be speaking with the same man who had driven the police car that night, and then she and her sister might meet the same fate as Sonia. However, she realized that if she did not report what had happened, the perpetrator could avoid punishment. Florence contacted the police and told them everything. Over the next 3 weeks, she was anxious because no developments had occurred. Nobody contacted or interviewed her, which only fueled her distrust of the police. It wasn't until 3 weeks later that one of the investigators who flew in from Anchorage to look into the case found out about Florence's call. He immediately went to her house to record her statement. It was unclear why the woman hadn't been interviewed earlier. It was attributed to a backlog of work and a misunderstanding regarding phone calls. The new information significantly altered the course of the investigation, as the trail now leads directly to the police station, where, in addition to the chief, 7 other people were working. All local police officers were removed from the investigation into Sonia's death. It was necessary to determine which of the 8 local police officers had picked up Sonia before she died. The suspects were narrowed down to 2 after it was discovered that only 2 police officers, Officer Matthew Owens and Officer Stampless Goya, were on duty the night the girl disappeared. Owens and Bessie Pitt were questioned. Both officers denied making any contact with Sonia that night to determine which of them was lying. Officers were asked to take a polygraph test. The test was scheduled for September 24th and would take place in Anchorage. Owens and Bessie Pitt agreed to take the test and planned to travel to Anchorage by plane on September 24th. However, on September 23rd, a police car was stolen and later discovered by Officer Owens, who claimed that the perpetrator had shot him several times with a gun. On September 24th, Stan Bessie Pitt boarded a plane and flew to Anchorage, where he easily passed a polygraph test. Officer Matthew Owens needed a day to recover from the night shooting, so he did not fly to Anchorage. This made Matthew Owens the primary suspect, and investigators focused on him. A new polygraph test is scheduled for September 28th, and Owens failed. When asked to reconstruct the night's events, he was on duty. When Sonia went missing, Owens began to provide conflicting testimony. Interviews with witnesses revealed that no one in town saw him between 0:53 and 2:50 a.m. An investigation was conducted to recreate the events of the night of September 24th. Owens discovered the stolen car and was allegedly shot at. However, Matthew again provided contradictory testimony and was unsure of the details, leading investigators to conclude that the entire incident was staged on September 23rd. He was on duty and knew he was about to take a polygraph test, which he was certain he would fail. Owens, who had access to the parking lot's keys, stole another officer's squad car. He organized this performance to divert attention away from himself and to avoid taking a test for a valid reason. After analyzing the letter found in the stolen car, the police profilers concluded that the person who wrote it had most likely called the police officers pigs on purpose to make everyone believe he was not one of them. Only 2 people, Stan Bessie Pitt and Matthew Owens, would want to deflect suspicion away from themselves. Officer Bessie Pitt had gone to Anchorage to take a polygraph test, which he easily passed, leaving only one person who wanted to deflect suspicion. Matthew Owens. When Sonia's body was discovered, Matthew had the day off, but he still showed up at the crime scene, despite having no knowledge of it. Information about the discovery was not distributed through police communication channels for fear of it spreading throughout the city ahead of time. According to the investigation, none of the co-workers who discovered the body reported it to Owens, but he still showed up at the scene. After speaking with his ex-wife, detectives discovered another important detail. The woman recalled Matthew calling her on August 12th and asking her to pick up their 4-year-old son, who was visiting him that day early. This occurred at 4:30 p.m., and Matthew explained that he needed to arrive at work early because a girl was missing in town. It is important to note that this conversation occurred before Sonia's friend reported her missing. Owens claimed that his wife mistook the date of the conversation about Sonia, but this appears unlikely given that she recalls that it was his birthday. On October 25, 2003, Matthew Owens, 28, was arrested. Shortly after, he was fired from the police force and charged with tampering with physical evidence in the Sonia Ivanov case, which involved a staged theft of a squad car. He continued to claim his innocence. Following his arrest, several women contacted the police, alleging that Owens used his official position to force them into intimate relationships while on duty. He threatened them with violence and told them not to even consider going to the police because the police station would believe him rather than some native woman. All of the women affected by the police officer's actions had 2 things in common. First, they were indigenous. Second, they were intoxicated during the incident. The official investigation revealed that the local police office had repeatedly ignored reports of violence and women who were harmed by Matthew Owens' actions, and the police department's inaction in general sued the city of Nome. Both cases were resolved outside of court. All of this led investigators to believe that on the night of Sonia's disappearance, Owens followed a familiar pattern. Perhaps he offered the girl a ride home, which is why she got in the car. But it's also possible that he pointed a gun at her and forced her to get in. Sonia, unlike the previous victims, had not been drinking. Knowing how things turned out for her, one could conclude that she refused to submit to Owens and meet his demands. He was afraid the girl would report him, so he decided to get rid of her. Owens, who was familiar with crime investigations, forced Sonia to undress for fear that his DNA would be found on her clothes. This is only the official version. Owens never made a confession. During the investigation, detectives discovered that he was seen at a hunting camp a few days after Sonia died, burning some items. According to court documents, police searched the fire pit for evidence, including eyelets. Sonia's jeans and shoes matched the brands she was wearing the night she went missing. A key that resembled the key to Sonia's house was also discovered during the search. However, due to the severe deformation caused by the fire, experts were unable to definitively determine whether it was the same key. During the investigation, Owens told the known police chief that he didn't know Sonia, but at least 7 witnesses testified otherwise. The murder weapon was never located. Naturally, the police officer did not commit the crime with his service pistol. Furthermore, according to court documents, the threatening note to the police was printed on a printer that Owens had access to. On December 6, 2005, a jury unanimously convicted Matthew Owens of the murder of Sonia Ivanov and sentenced him to 99 years in prison. In addition, he was sentenced to 2 more years for tampering with physical evidence. After 34 years, he will be eligible for parole. The Sonia Ivanov Act, signed into law by the Alaska legislature in 2007, imposes a maximum sentence of 99 years in prison for police officers who commit first-degree murder while on duty. Owens attempted to appeal the sentence several times but was unsuccessful. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Texas blue-eyed butcher, Susan Wright. Anger is a strong negative emotion in which a person usually tries to harm themselves or those around them. The English playwright John Dryden once said, "Beware the wrath of a patient man, for he will exact revenge when you have forgotten both the man and the cause of the wrath." Long-held negative emotions, pain and resentment will inevitably find an outlet, and a person who always forgives and gives another chance to make things right can become the most ruthless judge and executioner. Susan Wright's case in the early 2000s stunned everyone with its incredible cruelty. But the merciless perpetrator stood in front of the court, and it appeared that he had received just punishment. However, several years later, it was revealed that not everything in this story was so clear-cut, and a bloody conclusion came after many years of patience, resignation, and silence. At first glance, this family appeared to be ideal, but no one could have predicted what was going on behind closed doors. But first, let us try to understand the case of the blue-eyed butcher and what drove a fragile young woman, a mother of 2 children, to commit such a desperate and simply monstrous act. Who exactly is Susan Wright? Susan Lucille Wright was born on April 24, 1976, in Houston, Texas, into the simple family of Velma Sue and Jimmy Lawrence. She was the eldest of 2 children raised alongside her biological sister Cindy. Susan was a lively and sociable child with artistic abilities from a young age. During her school years, she was very interested in dancing and aspired to be a choreographer someday. The girl had a bright, attractive appearance and a slender figure, and after graduating from high school, she enjoyed being the center of attention. Despite her best efforts, she was unable to attend college. She did not give up, however, and instead decided to take a short break to save money for her education. She spent several months working as a dancer in one of the city's popular nightclubs. There, the young blonde performed topless, gaining notoriety for which she was not proud. She quit her job and never returned, instead using her savings to pay for evening classes at a nursing school. Susan had always aimed for independence. To support herself while studying, she worked as a waitress in a restaurant. She quickly realized that medicine was not her true calling, and she struggled to pay for her education. As a result, the young blonde dropped her classes and focused on her work instead. In the summer of 1997, Susan, then 21, met her future husband, Jeffrey Andrew Wright. Their first meeting was at a Galveston restaurant where she worked as a waitress, and he came in for a meal. He was immediately captivated by the blue-eyed blonde's beauty and radiant smile, leaving generous tips and becoming a regular customer since then. Jeffrey took a while to ask her out, but he eventually mustered the courage to get her number. Susan later recalled that the man began calling her daily, sometimes multiple times a day, to arrange romantic dates and small surprises, such as sending flowers with heartfelt notes to her workplace, and that in the evenings he would meet her and walk her home. The man was 8 years her senior, but the small age difference didn't bother them. He was attentive, sweet, and caring, and quickly won Susan over. However, it quickly became clear that Jeffrey had some issues with alcohol and controlled substances. He claimed to have stopped using drugs in the past and promised to completely abstain from alcohol. The innocent young woman believed him. She was truly in love for the first time, and she believed they could overcome any challenges together. Susan soon discovered she was pregnant and hurried to tell her beloved. Wright seemed pleased with the prospect of becoming a father, but made no decisive moves. He did not propose, and the couple continued to live separately. Susan, perplexed by her boyfriend's behavior, took action on her own. She insisted on having their first child in wedlock, and her partner simply accepted her conditions. By the time the couple officially legalized their relationship, Susan was already 8 months pregnant. They chose a quiet wedding without guests or witnesses, rather than a grand celebration with a white dress and a tiered cake. Around this time, they purchased their own home in quiet Harris County, Texas, and moved in just a few weeks before their child was born. They were the ideal family. In December 1998, the Wrights welcomed their first child, a son named Bradley, who was born in 2001. Susan became pregnant again, and in the spring of 2002, she had a daughter named Kaylee. The couple also got a small dog named Buck, had their own comfortable family car, and appeared to live a life that embodied the American dream. Jeffrey worked at a local construction company, and Susan agreed to become a stay-at-home mother after their children arrived. She was responsible for raising the children and creating a comfortable environment in their family home. Mrs. Wright's neighbors described her as a kind, friendly, and sociable young woman, a caring mother, and a loving wife. The family appeared to be perfect, but the reality was very different. It was later revealed that her husband was extremely demanding in every way. Susan spent her time cleaning, doing laundry, and cooking. Jeffrey only ate fresh, home-cooked meals, and she couldn't prepare meals for more than 2 days or reheat leftovers. The house had to be in perfect order and cleanliness, which was nearly impossible with 2 young children. Jeffrey had to wash his clothes almost every day because he never wore the same thing twice. If one of these rules was broken, it resulted in insults, humiliation, and even physical abuse. Financially, Jeffrey turned out to be incredibly frugal. The romantic who wanted flowers and presents was gone, and he now only gave his wife $100 per week. This was intended to cover cooking, housekeeping, and purchasing all of the children's necessities. Susan was required to account for all expenses for her husband and provide receipts. Jeffrey did not stop drinking as promised, but that was only the beginning. He began using drugs again. He categorically denied addiction, describing his drug use as light doping to deal with work stress and stay in shape. However, while under the influence of these substances, he frequently became aggressive, hitting his wife and even their young son. When Susan pleaded with him to seek professional help and undergo rehabilitation in order to overcome his destructive habits, Jeffrey reacted angrily. He saw no issue with his behavior, claiming that Susan married him knowing about his alcohol and drug use, so she should accept and live with it. Interestingly, Jeffrey's parents were also aware of their son's flaws. They empathized with their daughter-in-law, but felt powerless to help her with the final straw. According to the woman, her husband became aggressive towards her almost immediately after they started living together. This resulted in physical, emotional, and intimate abuse. Initially, he would apologize and promise it would never happen again, and she wanted to believe him. Jeffrey soon stopped apologizing and family violence became commonplace. Jeffrey went to the gym 3 times per week to practice boxing. He said the workouts allowed him to let off steam and that he would definitely take his son with him once he was a little older. On Monday, January 13, 2003, Wright went to the gym as usual after work. He returned home on edge, exuding excitement and nervousness. While his wife was preparing dinner, he decided to teach his son about boxing and demonstrate some techniques. He got carried away, misjudged his strength, and hit the 5-year-old boy. The child burst into tears, and the father tried to console him while hoping his wife would not hear. Susan did pretend not to notice, but this was the last straw for her. After dinner, she went to put the kids to bed while her husband stayed in the bedroom and took another dose of controlled substances. What happened next varies depending on the account. The woman claimed that as soon as she entered the room, her husband attacked her, took advantage of her, and attempted to kill her with a knife, but she was able to wrestle the weapon from his grasp, and the resulting confrontation was solely for self-defense. However, her story changed several times, and the investigative version presented at trial appeared more credible, eventually becoming the official account of how she was seduced, immobilized, and brutally murdered. Susan resolved to use her dancing abilities to seduce her husband and lower his guard. She entered the room wearing a short silk robe over her bare body, putting on a seductive show for her husband. She then proposed a role-playing game involving tying up, to which he readily agreed. She secured Jeff's hands and right leg to the bed with 3 of his neckties. His left leg was secured with her robe's silk belt. Susan improvised a gag using her own underwear, adding to the guise of an intimate game. To set the mood, she lit candles and turned off the lights. Jeffrey was bound hand and foot, firmly fastened to the bed with a gag in his mouth and surrounded by dim lighting. Mrs. Wright first lit one of the candles and poured hot wax onto the man's chest. Although painful, it felt like part of their game. The same fate befell his intimate area, and the pain became unbearable. Jeffrey was initially unaware of what was going on. He attempted to free himself and scream, but was unsuccessful. Meanwhile, his wife repeatedly struck him with a small, sharp knife that she had brought from the kitchen. She began by slashing his genitals, legs, abdomen, chest, arms, neck, and face, then moving up and down the groin. Susan began slowly, voicing her grievances with each strike, recounting the insults, humiliations, and abuse she had experienced. Then she started crying and striking faster and faster. Forensic experts discovered 193 shallow knife wounds on the deceased's body. The majority of these wounds were not fatal, and the man was conscious throughout the ordeal. Her actions indicated that she was in despair and emotional turmoil, and her lawyers insisted on a state of effect. She couldn't stop even when her husband showed no signs of life, and she hadn't thought about what she'd do next or how she'd handle the body. Shallow grave in the backyard. For several hours, the woman sat on the floor next to her husband's body on the bed. She then looked around and realized the room was covered in blood, and she needed to act before dawn. Susan cautiously peered out the window, ensuring that no neighbors had turned on their lights and that the outside was quiet and deserted. Her gaze fell on a shallow pit dug by Jeffrey over the weekend to install a fountain in the backyard. A plan came together instantly. This pit would become the final resting place for her despised spouse. Susan used a common garden wheelbarrow to move the body from the bedroom to the yard. This aspect raised numerous questions for the investigators. As a petite, slender woman, she was able to load and transport a man twice her height and weight out of the house on her own. There was suspicion of an accomplice. However, none of these speculations were confirmed. The seemingly amazing strength that appeared out of nowhere gave the defense another reason to insist on a state of effect. The woman moved her husband's body into the pit and buried it at night, though a light covering would be more accurate. She then showered, removed the blood-stained curtains and bed linen, placed them in trash bags, and disposed of them in various bins. The bloodied mattress was simply flipped over to the other side because she didn't know what else to do with it. The remaining time until dawn was spent cleaning blood from the floor, walls, and carpet. The carpet presented a challenge because a large stain proved impossible to remove creatively. The lady doused it in bleach, hoping that the chemicals would remove any evidence of the violent confrontation that had occurred in that room. She attacked and fled. Susan sobbed as she called her husband's parents, who lived in Austin, Texas. She informed them that her husband, who was under the influence of alcohol and controlled substances, had assaulted her and their young son, then wreaked havoc in the house, spilling a bottle of bleach on the carpet before declaring himself fed up and leaving. Her Jeffrey's parents were stunned. They were aware that their son was far from perfect and felt deeply sorry for their daughter-in-law. But when they learned he had hit the child, they immediately invited Susan and the children to stay with them for a while. However, the young mother declined. She went on to say that she would file a police report and disclose everything that had happened in their home. Mrs. Wright went to the police station 2 days later because her husband's sudden disappearance was raising new questions and something needed to be done. She reported that she and her children were victims of domestic violence at the hands of her husband and required protection. Susan was able to obtain a restraining order to prevent her husband from approaching her and the children, despite the fact that she knew her significant other would never be able to come near them again. Susan displayed bruises and cuts on her arms as evidence, claiming that her husband inflicted them with keys while she tried to fend him off. Bradley had a small bruise on his face, and he admitted that his father had hit him. At first glance, the woman's story seemed plausible and logical. Her husband, under the influence of alcohol and controlled substances, attacked his wife and young son, then fled because he was scared of what he had done. But Jeffrey made no contact over time, which raised suspicions. He appeared to have fled without his belongings or documents, leaving even his mobile phone at home. The man had not shown up for work or to see his parents, and none of his friends or neighbors had noticed him. It was as if he had vanished completely. Such behavior is typical of criminals who decide to hide, but he hasn't killed anyone or caused serious injury to warrant such a flight. The horrifying truth is that Susan found it unbearable to remain in the house where she confronted her husband and buried his body. She began to believe he was still alive and about to rise from his grave for vengeance. On January 17th, she was practically losing her mind, as was their dog, but she kept barking and attempting to dig up the grave. After taking her children, the perpetrator went to her mother's home. Her mother was aware of what had occurred, but after seeing her daughter, she realized the full extent of the situation. Velma simply asked, "You killed your husband, didn't you?" Her daughter started crying and nodded. She confessed what had happened and revealed where she had hidden the body, repeatedly saying she had no idea what to do next, on her mother's advice. Susan called Neil Davis, a lawyer, the next day and confessed to killing her husband and attempting to conceal her crime. The experienced defense attorney learned all of the details and considered all possible scenarios. On January 19th, I called the Harris County District Attorney's office. Davis reported that Mrs. Wright had committed suicide and buried her husband's body in the backyard, as she had admitted, and was prepared to give a statement at the police station. Susan voluntarily went to the police on January 24th, 2003, and stated that she would make a complete confession. Her story was disjointed. She became confused by the details and sometimes contradicted herself. She spoke of her late husband as if he were still alive, claimed to be afraid of him, and asked for protection. As a result, she underwent a psychiatric evaluation, which revealed a nervous breakdown and depression. Overall, Wright was capable of comprehending her actions. The gruesome discovery came when the deceased husband's remains were extracted from a makeshift grave in the backyard. Investigators were astounded because they had never witnessed such brutality before. Experts discovered 193 knife wounds on the victim's body, including 8 in the groin area, approximately 30 on the legs, 23 on the shoulders, and 22 in the abdomen. 46 for the chest, 23 for the neck, and 41 for the face. Only one head wound could have caused death. All other cuts were superficial and did not pose a direct threat to life, implying that the man died in agony while conscious after his wife repeatedly struck him with a small knife. Jeffrey's wrists and ankles bore deep marks from the ties and belt that his wife used to bind him. The victim's injuries indicated that he attempted but failed to free himself. Notably, the ties and belt remained on the person. Candle wax was also found on the deceased's chest and groin. Mrs. Wright claimed it was an accident after her husband knocked over a lit candle onto himself. However, the prosecution believed that the hot wax was more likely a form of torture inflicted on the bound victim with the intent to cause suffering. The deceased's wife's underwear remained in his mouth, acting as a gag that prevented him from screaming or calling for help. Toxicological tests revealed traces of alcohol and several controlled substances in the deceased's system. Under the influence of such a cocktail, the man might have acted aggressively and irrationally. The bedroom where the confrontation occurred appeared normal at first glance, save for a large bleach stain on the carpet. Susan had clearly spent a lot of time cleaning up, but when special chemical agents and equipment were used to reveal blood traces, the scene took on a completely different light. Blood was found everywhere, including on the ceiling, and the mattress was thoroughly soaked in it. The trial begins, and the defense presents its version. The accused's trial began in late February 2004. Mrs. Wright had been in custody for a year, and her children were being cared for by her parents and sister Cindy. Her lawyer was well prepared for the trial and had worked closely with his client. Susan was almost always in tears as she described that horrific night and the events leading up to it. The woman claimed that her husband had abused and treated her cruelly for years, but when he began raising his hand to the children, she couldn't take it. The defendant claimed that on that fateful evening, her husband returned from his training in an agitated state, began demonstrating boxing techniques to their 5-year-old son, and promised that the boy would also take boxing. When Bradley refused, his father struck him in the face. Susan then put the children to bed and decided to have a serious talk with her husband, encouraging him to seek medical attention. He got angry, grabbed his keys, and was about to leave. She attempted to stop him, resulting in a struggle in which she sustained palm and wrist injuries. The defendant then claimed that her husband struck her, causing her to fall and temporarily lose her bearings. When she arrived, she noticed Jeffrey holding a knife. Following that, the woman's testimony became increasingly inconsistent, and she was unable to explain how the weapon ended up in her hands. Her lawyer attributed this to a state of affect, claiming that it was the reason his client, after seizing the knife, began to strike and did not stop until she had inflicted multiple wounds all over her husband's body. Susan claimed that after the confrontation, she tied the victim's limbs to the cart and transported him to the yard. As previously stated, the wax allegedly landed on his body by accident from a candle on her bedside table, which she lit in the evenings instead of a nightlight. However, she was unable to explain why her underwear was discovered in the deceased's mouth, as well as the prosecution's version and the verdict. The prosecution's version and arguments were much more persuasive and logical. Experts demonstrated that the deep wounds and abrasions on the wrists and ankles were inflicted while the man was still alive, implying that the binding was part of an intimate game played by the defendant too. As a result, the man's gag could be reasonably explained. Furthermore, all injuries were delivered at a specific angle, as if the perpetrator was above Jeffrey's body or sitting astride him, rather than in the midst of a struggle, which would have resulted in a different pattern of injuries. All of the cuts were made from the front, while the victim was lying on his back, securely fastened. It was unclear whether Susan planned her husband's death and intended to bury him in the pit he dug for the fountain. However, the prosecution leaned towards the theory that she had meticulously planned everything in order to receive a large sum from insurance. The case received a lot of attention, and Susan was dubbed the blue-eyed butcher or blonde meat grinder in the press. Jeffrey's relatives demanded the harshest possible punishment for her. While most neighbors sympathize with the woman, she recalls occasional bruises on her body that resembled signs of physical abuse, which she attributed to her clumsiness. The prosecutor initially sought life in prison for Mrs. Wright, but later reduced their demands to 45 years. In March 2004, the accused was found guilty and sentenced to 25 years in prison. She did not react to the judge's words and appeared completely detached. Susan's lawyers filed an appeal a year later, but it was denied due to new developments and a reduced sentence. Wright and her defense team appealed again in 2008. This time, a new witness testimony had a significant impact on the course of the case. The witness was Misty McMichael, wife of former NFL champion Steve McMichael. In the mid-90s, she had a long-term relationship with Jeffrey Wright and was even engaged to him for about a year. She shared her experiences with Wright's physical abuse, humiliations, and cruel treatment, which prompted her to end the engagement and permanently cut ties with him. Susan's prison sentence was reduced to 20 years in 2014, when she was 38 years old, based on these new circumstances in the witness testimony. She was eligible for parole for the first time, but was ultimately denied. In July 2017, she received a second denial. Finally, in the winter of 2020, after 16 years in prison, the blonde meat grinder was released. She was 44 years old when she was released. Reporters and photographers waited for her outside the prison walls, and she burst into tears and begged to be left alone. It's worth noting that Mrs. Wright's trial received extensive media coverage and was even broadcast on the National American Television Network CTTV. This story later became the basis for an episode of the popular documentary TV show 48 Hours Mystery and an episode of The Secret Lives of Stepford Wives titled Deadly Love, which aired in 2014. Blue-Eyed Butcher, a feature film starring Sarah Paxton as Susan Wright, was released in 2012. In 2014, Canadian documentary filmmaker Chloe Bland released The Wheel of Fortune, a 17-minute short film inspired by the Jeffrey Wright trial. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman arrived in the parking lot of her school to go to a sporting event and disappeared. Without a trace, soon a very creepy discovery awaited everyone, and the police got involved in the case. It took detectives a full 28 years to solve this creepy mystery, and none of them had any idea that this case would be the first of its kind. Sarah Yarborough was born on June 12, 1975, in Portland. Her parents soon moved to another state, settling in the town of Federal Way. It is near Seattle, and is essentially a suburb of it. Sarah also had two brothers, helped her parents take care of the younger one, and was very close to him from an early age. Sarah was involved in music and ballet. The girl always strived to do well in school so she could get into a good college because of her academic performance. She flew twice to New Zealand in the school program. Later, Sarah joined her school's cheerleading team. She also had a great many friends. She was a kind and non-confrontational person trying to help anyone in need. On Saturday morning, December 14, 1991, when she was 16, Sarah gathered for an event with her cheerleading team. They were together at the school building where the bus would pick them up. She took her dad's car and drove to school, only Sarah got the time wrong. She thought the bus would pick them up at 8 a.m. when in fact it wasn't supposed to arrive until 9. All her friends gradually started arriving at the place, but none of them saw Sarah. Some students saw her car in the parking lot, but there was no young woman inside, not even when the bus arrived for the students. Her friends thought this was strange, but no one could contact Sarah because none of them had cell phones at that time. Around the same time, two 12-year-old boys were walking around the school grounds, walking through the wooded area behind the school tennis courts. They noticed a strange man. He came out from behind the bushes, looked at them, and walked away in the opposite direction. He seemed strange to the children, but they did not pay much attention and walked just a few meters away. A shocking sight awaited them: a young woman lying on the ground with no signs of life, thinking she was dead. The school children ran home to tell their parents, while the parents of one of the boys went with him to the place. The father of the other decided to follow the suspicious man the children had seen. His son told him that he saw a car that looked like a Chevrolet Nova pulling away from that spot. Given that he lived near the school, his father decided to go outside and try to track down that car. At one point, he managed to locate a similar car, but it quickly disappeared from his sight, and the man was unable to find it again. Meanwhile, the other boy's parents came to the school and realized that the young woman on the ground was probably dead. They immediately ran to the school building and called the police offices. They arrived on the scene and confirmed that the young woman was indeed dead. They were also quickly able to determine that the deceased was Sarah. From the marks on her neck, the officers concluded that the victim had most likely been strangled. Next, the body was some of her belongings, including a jacket, underwear, and socks, with no other items near her. The officers found her purse and car keys inside the car in the school parking lot, leading them to believe that the perpetrator may have attacked her directly next to the car and then dragged her behind the trees. The body was turned over to medical examiners, and the police set about looking for clues. The first thing they did was try to interview all the people who were on and near the school grounds. The two guys who found Sarah gave a rough description of the man who had come out from behind the bushes near her body. They said he was a tall man in his early 20s with shoulder-length blonde hair, a dark raincoat, and black pants. Soon the police found another witness, and here a very surprising story awaited them. A man out for a jog noticed a strange picture in the same wooded area. A young woman was lying next to the bushes with a man hovering over her. The young woman was not moving at all. and the witness thought that some couple had just decided to have some privacy. A few minutes later, he ran down the same road in the opposite direction, and the man and the young woman were still there. In both cases, it did not appear to him that he was watching a felony being committed. The witness himself explained to the police that he had only recently immigrated to the United States from another culture and was not sure what behavior was the norm in that country. But nevertheless, this witness gave the police a rough description of the killer, which matched the words of the children who discovered the body. Detectives interviewed several dozen other people who had been near the school, but no other useful leads were found. Meanwhile, medical experts examined Sarah's body and concluded this triangulation was the cause of her death. Apparently, the perpetrator used her own pantyhose. In addition, a serious injury was found on the young woman's head. The experts assumed that from this below the victim lost consciousness, which was consistent with the runner's story. He saw that the young woman on the ground did not move at all. Forensic investigators studied Sarah's clothing, and on almost every item, they found traces of male semen belonging to the same person. But in 1991, there was no common DNA database yet, so all the investigators could rely on was a direct comparison of DNA samples from specific suspects. There was another nuance that was brought to the detectives' attention. Even though forensic scientists found traces of male semen on Sarah's clothes, the medical examiner stated that there were no signs of sexual abuse on her body. With all this information in hand, investigators formed their own view of what happened. Sarah arrived at the school almost an hour early, and there was no one in the parking lot, but her attacker most likely spotted her there, waited for the young woman to get out of the car, hit her on the head with an object, and Sarah lost consciousness. He then dragged her from the parking lot behind the trees, where her body would later be found. The perpetrator removed some of her clothing and performed lewd acts on her before strangling the victim with her own stockings. When one of the children who found Sarah's body told police about the car in which the perpetrator allegedly fled, the scene detectives put out a search for a Chevrolet Nova, and soon they were able to find her, but here they were disappointed. It turned out that the driver of that car had just been delivering donuts that morning. He provided his DNA sample, which did not match that found on Sarah's clothes. Apparently, the kids just saw the car that drove down the road next to them and thought the perpetrator was behind the wheel. In fact, none of the boys could recall exactly whether they saw a man approaching any car from the bushes. Over the next few days, police continued to search for witnesses and new leads, but no significant progress was made. On Monday, school classes resumed even though all the students were horrified by what had happened. In addition to the fact that the murder had taken place only a few meters from their school, the perpetrator was still at large and his identity remained unknown. The young women were afraid to walk the grounds alone, so the boys on the sports teams arranged to walk each student to her car or bus so they would not be left alone on the street. Detectives determined that there were about 70 potential witnesses in and around the school that morning, and they talked to each of them, but no new details could be learned. Based on the accounts of the two children and the jogger, a rough portrait of the killer was compiled and distributed to all local newspapers and television stations. The story received extensive media coverage, and over the following weeks, the police received hundreds of tips. Investigators checked every one of them, but in all cases, they hit a dead end. At one point, they received a tip about a man who matched the killer's description and had a criminal history, but here the detectives encountered a setback. His DNA did not match the perpetrator sample. Since then, the case has been stalled for many months. In total, the police received about 4,000 different leads, and the detectives encountered a setback. His DNA did not match the perpetrator sample. Since then, the case has been stalled for many months, and they tried to work with each of them, but the resources of the local police department were simply not enough to cope with so much information. Time also played against them, even as investigators continued to search for the perpetrator, and each month there were new cases to be investigated. When Sarah's family learned that the police didn't have enough resources to handle all the tips, her grandfather tried to help as much as he could. He worked for a technology company and convinced management to temporarily provide the police department with a very powerful computer for $150,000. It was a colossal sum in the 90s, but management still went along for $150,000. With this computer, police officers could store information about all the leads in one place, process them at an increased speed, and sort them in a convenient form for quick study. Despite all this, every lead led them down a dead end, and they made no progress in the years that followed. 2 years later, Sarah's classmates graduated, and before graduation, they decided to memorialize their friend. They raised an impressive sum of money and spent it to create a memorial. It was a bench on which Sarah's things were cast in metal. Next to these things, there was also a picture of the young woman's dog reaching for her purse. Over the years that followed, the case was periodically reopened, re-examining all the available evidence, but the result was the same. They were still unable to get any closer to catching the culprit. During this time, the police interviewed several thousand people and took DNA samples from nearly 300 possible suspects, but all this was inconclusive. He heard about a company that began working in the field of genetic genealogy. The policeman contacted them and asked if they could try to locate relatives of the person who left his DNA on the victim's body. The experts undertook the task, but unfortunately they failed. First of all, in 2011, genetic genealogy was just gaining momentum, and the experts were very limited in their capabilities. For example, they had not learned to search for male and female relatives in one sample. If they had the DNA of a man, they could only look for family ties with other men, and vice versa. Second, they had another obstacle in front of them in the form of various laws that prohibited the use of genetic data samples to search for relatives of suspects. Nevertheless, it bore some interesting fruit. For one thing, the team of researchers approached by the detective had already been working for several years to create a genetic pedigree of the first people who sailed to the United States from Great Britain in 1620 on the ship Mayflower. After studying the DNA of the killer Sarah, they discovered that the man was related to one of the ship's passengers, Robert Fuller. However, it was almost impossible to trace him through this chain, especially in those years when there were just over 100 people on the ship. But over the centuries, the number of their descendants has exceeded 25 million, and secondly, the detectives had no idea that he had made the Sarah Yarborough case the first of its kind. Although his idea was not successful, it was the first crime that was attempted to solve. With the help of genetic genealogy, the detective tried to use the information available and track down several men with the Fuller surname who were living in the area of his town. At the time of Sarah's murder, he found photos of them and met the only dozeness, a jogger and two men who had found the body as children. Unfortunately, neither of them recognized the killer in the photo. Finally, the investigators asked for DNA samples from all Fuller in the area and sent them to the laboratory. None of them matched the DNA of the killer, but something interesting happened here. The experts established that one of those men was indeed a distant descendant of Robert Fuller from that very ship. However, he was definitely not the killer, and also did not know that any distant relatives live near him. The perpetrator may have been so distantly related to him that their families simply never knew of the connection. The detective retired in 2017, and the case was turned over to a new team of investigators who revisited the company, which had taken on the killer's DNA sample in 2011. By that time, the ability to study genetic material had advanced a great deal, and experts agreed to try to trace the perpetrator's lineage. It took 2 whole years. The experts used public databases to find even the most distant relatives of the killer, then manually tried to trace their family ties and reach people who lived in Federal Way at the time of Sarah's death. In all, they had to weed out several thousand people before they finally got lucky. Experts determined that a DNA sample from Sarah's clothes was highly likely to belong to one of the 2 brothers at the time of the murder. The older one turned out to be a criminal with an impressive criminal record. He had been imprisoned for violent crimes, and his DNA sample was in the FBI database, which meant that he had nothing to do with Sarah's murder, because then his DNA would have shown a match back in the 90s. As for the younger brother named Patrick Nicholas, he too has been on the police's radar for violent crimes, including crimes against minors, but that was before the DNA samples of such criminals were added to the database. Detectives immediately organized a surveillance of the man who was 55 at the time, lived in a neighboring town called Wellington. The cops had been following his every move for 2 days, and soon the opportunity presented itself. Patrick went to the laundry, and while he was waiting for his clothes to be washed, he went out to smoke and threw a cigarette butt on the ground. One of the cops immediately took it into an evidence bag and returned to his car. Patrick went out to smoke a second time, and this time a rag handkerchief fell out of his pocket. The men didn't pick it up and went back to the laundry room, and the police were happy to take the second piece of evidence in case the experts were not able to get a DNA sample from the cigarette. However, the experts were easily able to extract samples from all these items, and the very next day they told the detective the long-awaited news: Patrick's DNA was a perfect match for the semen found on Sarah's clothes in 1991. The judge immediately issued a warrant for the man's arrest, and the police took him into custody. It all took 5 days from when investigators first learned his name to the formal murder charges. When his biography was leaked to the media, many began to ask the perfectly logical question, why was a man with such a criminal history not even considered a suspect for all those 28 years at age 19? Patrick Nicholas approached a young woman and got into her car. Where he tried to abuse her, the victim managed to escape, but to do so she had to jump into the river and swim for a long time until she was a safe distance from the perpetrator. Patrick spent 4 years in prison, after which he was released. The next crime that the police caught him for was in 1994 when he tried to abuse an underage young woman. He was arrested again, but his DNA was not entered in any database. The reason for that is strange. The article he was prosecuted for was not hard enough to collect DNA, and the police never came across his name in 3 decades. He also didn't appear in any of the 4,000 leads obtained over the years. It also turned out why genetic genealogy experts could not trace them back to Robert Fulleret. It turned out that Patrick's biological grandfather was adopted and grew up under the adopt-a-family name. One of the men who discovered Sarah's body as children in 1991 immediately stated that Patrick was without a doubt the killer. He admitted that the incident had had a profound effect on him. He was only 12 at the time the body was discovered, and the perpetrator had seen his face for years. The witness was constantly afraid that the killer would come after him, and it was only after Patrick's arrest that he finally felt safe. Patrick's trial did not begin until 2023. The man insisted on his innocence, and his lawyer tried to challenge the main evidence. In his opinion, the presence of Patrick's semen on the clothes of the murdered young woman did not prove his guilt, but this argument did not work. The lawyer also tried to challenge the accuracy of the DNA analysis itself, but the experts declared the absolute invalidity of such claims. Patrick was eventually found guilty of first-degree murder without prior intent. On May 25th, he was sentenced to 45 years and 8 months in prison, virtually eliminating the possibility of ever getting out during the pronouncement of that sentence. Patrick showed no emotion. Unlike Sarah's relatives, they also spoke before the judge, thanking everyone involved in the trial and the investigators for bringing the killer to justice, even though he had managed to evade justice for 28 years. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman mysteriously disappeared from her own home, and her friends decided to go to the police. At first, it looked as if she herself had gone somewhere, but with each new clue, the case became more and more creepy. Eventually, investigators were able to uncover the mystery, and the truth turned out to be quite frightening. Mindy Schloss was born in 1955 in New York City. When she was 25, she moved to Alaska, where she graduated from a local medical university. The woman earned a degree in psychiatry and took a job as a nurse at Fairbanks Hospital. Though most of the time she had to work on the field, many people in remote areas of Alaska were not able to go to the hospital on their own, so Mindy and her colleagues would use all manner of transportation, including boats and airplanes, to get to them. She loved her job and took it as seriously as she could. Mindy lived about 600 kilometers from the hospital in Anchorage. She took a plane to work and stayed in a hotel all weekdays, going home on weekends. It was August 2007. Mindy, who was 52 years old at the time, returned to Anchorage for the weekend and was soon to fly back to work during her absence. She always asked her best friend Jerry to stop by her house to feed her cat and give him the medicine he needed. On Saturday, August 4th, her friend called her to discuss the matter, but Mindy never came to the phone. She still hadn't been able to reach her all day, and it was strange, so Jerry contacted their mutual friend, but he too had not called Mindy that day. At first, Jerry thought Mindy had gone somewhere on business, but she didn't answer her phone the next day either. Then her friend decided to drive to her house. No one answered the door knock either, and Jerry used her spare key. At first glance, everything seemed normal. The house was in order. There were no signs of a struggle or any other evidence that something bad had happened to Mindy. It was only on the way out the jury noticed something strange. The doorknob of the front door was loose, and the woman decided to tighten the screws with the screwdriver. After that, she went to work without knowing where her friend had disappeared to. On Monday, August 6th, Jerry called the hospital where Mindy worked. To her surprise, the woman never showed up for work, which was completely out of character for her, nor did she contact any of her co-workers to alert them of her absence. All this indicated that something might have happened to the woman, and Jerry decided to contact the police. The police department took a missing persons report, and Jerry and the detective went to Mindy's house again. No sign of a break-in was found. There was also nothing of value missing from the house. This ruled out the possibility that a burglar had broken into the woman's home. What's more, Mindy had some medications in her home that were only available with a doctor's prescription. Any burglar would most likely have taken them since they were in demand among people with drug addictions. Upon entering the garage, they discovered that Mindy's car was missing. It was also very strange. The woman always took a cab to the airport and only used her car to get around town. The police concluded that something really bad had happened to the woman. A forensic team examined the house, trying to find any clues, but it was inconclusive. At the time, the kidnapping theory was unlikely. The police thought Mindy might have probably had an accident. She often went to the countryside, and the terrain in those parts was quite dangerous. People could have fallen prey to wild animals, or just accidentally fallen off a cliff, but this theory did not bring the police any closer to solving the case, and they decided to begin a search for suspects who in theory could have been involved in her disappearance. The first thing they did was check on Bob, Mindy and Jerry's mutual friend. The man was eager to cooperate with the investigation, and the detectives quickly determined that on the day of the woman's disappearance he was at work many miles away from her home. As the exact time of Mindy's disappearance, the police had no clear answer. The woman had now been in touch since Saturday. After examining her computer, experts determined that the last time she used it was at 1:30 a.m. that same day. With no solid leads, police decided to enlist the help of the public. They posted flyers around town with information about the missing woman and distributed the information to local TV stations. The same day, they began receiving calls from witnesses, but most of the leads led nowhere. People reported seeing Mindy in various places and even in other states. None of these leads were ever helpful. Meanwhile, Bob and his co-workers decided to comb the area where Mindy might have gone. She had been out in the countryside quite often for berries or just out for a walk. Unfortunately, the search also yielded no results. The detectives decided to go a different route and contacted the bank the woman used. They asked them to check to see if there had been any activity on her cards in recent days, and this is where a serious lead finally awaited them. Early Sunday morning, the day after Mindy went missing, someone had withdrawn $500 from her debit card, the maximum amount available for withdrawing in a 24-hour period. Police immediately obtained the ATM camera footage from the bank, and they got a disturbing sighting. It turned out that the money had been withdrawn by an unknown man. His face was covered by a bandana, so they could not identify him. He pulled down the bandana only after his face was out of the camera's field of view. As a result, the police had no choice but to wait until the man tried to use someone else's card again. Meanwhile, the detectives received another tip. They learned from Mindy's co-workers that the woman was planning to renovate her home and had hired workers. At some point, she had a conflict with their supervisor over the cause of the work. Mindy later admitted to her co-workers that she was afraid of him because he acted strangely during visits to her home. The police checked on the man, but he turned out to have an alibi for the day the woman disappeared. They also questioned another worker who came to her house on Friday around 7 p.m. The man was also uninvolved, and he couldn't remember anything suspicious that night. It wasn't long before detectives had a new lead. Bank security reported that Mindy's card had been charged $500 again in the early morning hours, but this time from a different ATM. After studying the security footage, the police immediately realized it was the same man as the first time, but there was something odd on the tape. The man withdrew the money and left, but returned to the ATM a few seconds later. He walked around it for a while, pushing buttons, and eventually left. Again, after calling the bank, detectives found out the reason for his strange behavior. The unknown person forgot to take the card out, and the ATM then takes it away to prevent the theft. The real owner can get it back by going to the bank with his ID. Of course, this was not an option for the criminal, so he lost access to Minnie's account forever. This time, the police managed to find a witness. He drove up to the very same ATM when an unidentified man came out of there. According to the witness, he got on his bicycle and rode away. It was a significant lead since most people were traveling by car or on foot, but all that information was still not enough to get any closer to a clue, and detectives decided to interview everyone in the Mindy area. They asked people to recall any oddities or to point them to neighbors who were suspicious. To their surprise, many residents named one particular house right near Mindy's house. According to them, parties were constantly held there. The residents were always making noise and disturbing the peace. The detectives went there and found out that quite a number of people were living there, but they weren't willing to talk to the police. The detectives then went to a woman who lived directly across the street from the house. She said she did not see anything suspicious, but her demeanor showed that she was very nervous. The next day, the woman called the police station and asked the detectives to meet, but not at her house. They met at another location, and the woman shared a creepy story. shortly before the detectives first visited. A man who lived across the street had stopped by to see her. He said police were walking around the neighborhood and asked the woman not to tell them he lived here. When asked why, he said he was on parole and did not want the police to know his location. At night, the woman heard someone walking on the porch of her house. She looked out the window and saw that it was the same man. He stomped around, looked in several windows, and left. The woman was greatly frightened and decided to tell the police about it. Detectives learned his name was Josh Wayne, who was 27 years old at the time. After running him through the database, they found out that the guy had been convicted of murder 7 years earlier. At the time, he was accused of beating a woman to death, but a jury acquitted him. As a result, Josh was accused of tampering with evidence and sentenced to 6.5 years in prison. After spending 3 years behind bars, he was released early. Detectives immediately identified him as a prime suspect. After talking to his housemates, they found out that Josh didn't have a car and that he got around mainly by bicycle, but there was just one problem. When the police began looking for him, the man had disappeared without a trace. On Thursday, August 9th, police suddenly had another lead. A local trucker called them and said he had spotted Mindy's car in a parking lot near the airport. He had seen its picture in the newspapers and immediately recognized the car. Detectives arrived on a scene and confirmed that the car was indeed Mindy's. They also noticed that a surveillance camera was pointed at the parking lot from a nearby building and requested a recording. It showed a man driving this car into the parking lot at 2:30 p.m. on August 4th, getting out and wiping down the door handle. Apparently, he was wiping off his fingerprints. Unfortunately, the quality of the recording did not allow his face to be seen. CSI examined the car for prints or traces of DNA and were able to recover some samples. However, it took time to study them, and there was no guarantee they would be useful. In the case of Mindy's purse, which could indicate that the woman had been in the car with the perpetrator alive or dead, they are now getting the results they wanted using modern analysis tools. The detectives decided to use search dogs. Few believed this idea would succeed since it had been a week since Mindy had disappeared, but for lack of other options, they still turned to film dogs. The service dog was taken to the ATMs from which the unknown man had withdrawn money, as well as Mindy's car. The dog picked up the trail and headed down the street toward the woman's house, located 3 blocks from that location. After sniffing the front door, she went straight to the very house where Josh Wayne had previously lived. The detectives, who until recently had not believed in the search dog idea, were shocked. The service dog directly pointed them to the fact that Josh was in Mindy's car, near her house and near those ATMs. The next day, the police repeated the experiment with another search dog. The result was the same. The dogs walked the entire distance and stopped at Josh's house. Though it was not an unqualified piece of evidence that would work in court, the detectives decided not to waste their time and obtained a warrant for the suspect's arrest. They went to his house, but the man hadn't been there in days. After searching the building, they found the same jacket that the unidentified man had been wearing on the cameras near the ATMs, and in the pocket was a cash withdrawal slip from Mindy's card. Next, they discovered a woman's gold watch and immediately showed it to Jerry. The woman confirmed that the watch belonged to Mindy. The experts were able to compare the DNA samples found on the steering wheel of Mindy's car, the samples from items from his home, and they matched. This indicated that Josh had been in the missing woman's car. This evidence was already much more serious, and the police were focused on catching the suspect. Leaflets with his name were posted all over the city, and they even rented several billboards. According to detectives, it was one of the largest manhunt operations in Alaskan history. Virtually every law enforcement officer was working on the matter, and locals reported any suspicious evidence. At one point, police released ATM camera photos and were approached almost immediately by a woman named Lisa. She said she had met Josh before and was sure he was the one in the photo. The important thing here is that the police did not name the main suspect, but what followed was the turning point in the case. Another acquaintance of Josh's came to the police with a confession. For the past week, she had been helping him get around town by transporting him in her car. One day, he left his backpack in the back seat, and the young woman and her mother looked inside. They found several more ATM receipts as well as a phone in the gallery. They also found a photo in which Josh was supposedly holding a gun in his hand. This information only added to the alarm. Detectives already feared that the suspect might attack someone else while they were looking for him, and thanks to his phone, they found out that it was also armed. The cops tried to convince his girlfriend to help them catch Josh. They wanted the young woman to take a tape recorder with her and go to meet him, where they would try to get him to talk about what he had done to Mindy, but the young woman was too scared and refused. Soon, however, she had to participate against her own will. On September 2nd, Josh came to her house and, in an aggressive manner, began demanding her backpack Given that the young woman gave it to the police, she had to come up with an excuse on the fly, realizing she didn't have the backpack. Josh asked her to take him somewhere far away from here to hide from the police, but the young woman refused. Instead, she offered to let him stay at her house, but Josh suspected something was wrong and left. The young woman realized that she would now be safe until the police caught the man, so she decided to follow him discreetly in her car, calling the detectives along the way. At some point, Josh reached his acquaintance's house and went inside. By that time, the police, SWAT, and FBI had already begun to converge on the scene. Everyone feared that the suspect would not surrender without a fight, and those fears proved to be true when using weapons. Josh took 2 people who were in the house with him hostage. A lawyer was invited to negotiate with him, who after several hours managed to convince him to surrender during the interrogation. He hardly spoke to the police, but the investigators were in no hurry to accuse him of killing Mindy. At that point, they already thought the woman was probably dead, but without her body it would have been extremely difficult to prove it, so Josh was only charged with stealing Mindy's bank card and watch. The FBI agent decided to get crafty. He listed the charges to Josh and he said they were all lies. The investigator then stated that they had evidence that he was the one who withdrew the money from someone else's card, and Mindy herself had gone to the police to report the card theft. Upon hearing this, the suspect ruined and asked what games they were trying to play with him. From this reaction, the FBI agent was finally convinced that Josh had killed Mindy, but the police still had to find her body. In order to charge Josh with murder, they had to work against the weather. It was snowing early in that area, and they would have no chance of finding Mindy if her remains got snowed in. On September 13th, police received a call from an electrician working near the town of Wasilla, about 100 miles from Anchorage. He spotted the body of a woman in a wooded area and immediately thought it was Mindy, and experts from the lab confirmed it. The deceased was indeed Minish Laws. The medical examination revealed that the woman had been shot in the back of the head, and her remains had been disposed of by fire. After the bullet was recovered, it was determined that it had been fired from the very weapon with which Josh had been apprehended. All the police had to do now was figure out how the events that led to Mindy's death unfolded. Meanwhile, the experts continued to examine every millimeter of her house, trying to find any trace of Josh's presence. It was extremely difficult to do so, so they had to collect virtually every hair from the floor of Mindy's house and then examine it in the lab. It took months, but eventually they were able to find a hair that belonged to Josh. This in the lab. It took months. This was confirmed by DNA testing, and the detectives now had proof in hand of the suspect's presence in the victim's home. On May 18, 2008, 10 months after the murder, he was finally charged and brought to trial while gathering witnesses to testify against Josh. An interesting situation occurred. His ex-girlfriend Lisa, who had identified him from a photo near an ATM, refused to testify in court. She regularly visited her ex-boyfriend in prison, and at one point the couple announced their intention to marry. Investigators were shocked by this turn of events, but they quickly realized what was behind the move. The U.S. Constitution allows relatives not to testify against each other, and in all likelihood, Josh convinced Lisa to marry him for these reasons. There was one problem, though soon after the marriage was consummated, it was declared null and void. The estate law prohibited weddings with inmates, but the detectives wondered why Josh was so intense in shielding Lisa from questioning and testifying. Was it really all about some pictures outside an ATM where you couldn't even see his face? Most likely, the young woman knew a lot more. Investigators tried to get her to talk, but at first they did not succeed. However, at some point Lisa herself contacted them and said that Josh confessed to her about the murder during one of her visits to the prison. According to his story, there was a party at his house Friday night. Josh, who had no means of livelihood, decided to sneak into the house next door and steal something. That house turned out to be Mindy's place. Josh opened the door of the house and began to search the house for valuables. At one point, Mindy walked into the room, and he immediately realized that if he let her live now, he wouldn't be able to avoid jail. He didn't want to go there again, so he grabbed the woman, took her to the bathroom, and tied her hands. The perpetrator then went to his house to get a gun, taking some handy things to kidnap her with. Before returning to Mindy's house, he put bags on her legs and secured them with duct tape so as not to leave any trace. He then took the woman to the garage, put her in his own car, and drove out on her legs and secured them with duct tape so as not to leave any trace. After an hour of driving, he stopped in a wooded area and drove Mindy away from the road where he killed Josh, then returned to her house, cleaned, vacuumed the carpet, and left. The trial did not begin until the spring of 2009. The prosecution had offered Josh a deal: he would confess to killing Mindy and another woman 7 years earlier in exchange for waiving the death penalty. This way, the authorities hoped to close two high-profile cases at once, and Josh agreed. As a result, he was sentenced to 99 years in prison without parole. During the reading of the sentence, Josh cried, but at one point things heated up when the judge called him a coward for taking the lives of two women. The criminal jumped up and shouted, "What about the man I killed?" At this point, his lawyers grabbed him and silenced him before he could say anything else. That shouting kept the detectives busy for 5 long years, until in 2014 Josh himself offered authorities a new deal. He agreed to confess to the murders of 3 men if he was transferred from a local prison to a federal prison. Apparently the conditions there were much higher. Considering that the criminal's request was insignificant, the authorities agreed. Josh said he killed one man in Anchorage in 1994. When he was only 14 years old, he committed the next murder in 1999, and he killed the third man a year later. On the same day, he massacred the woman. The first 2 men had been identified, but the identity of the third is still a mystery. Investigators have no doubt that Josh was indeed involved in the murders, but they are more concerned about another question: whether there are no other crimes under his belt about which he is silent. In any case, the police have managed to permanently isolate him from society and prevent other murders that would surely have followed. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman spending time with her family on a normal Saturday morning heard the doorbell ring and went to answer it. What happened next resembled more the plot of a horror movie than a real-life incident. It took the detective more than 30 years to unravel this terrible mystery, the ending of which shocked and angered everyone. Marlene Warren was born on April 15, 1950, in Michigan, USA. She grew up without a father, and since her teenage years, she has dreamed of having a large and close-knit family. Very soon, that dream came true. The girl married a man named John, and they had 2 sons, but just a few years later, an unexpected tragedy struck the family. Marlene's husband died suddenly of an illness, and the woman was left alone with 2 small children. Since then, she has spent most of her time at work trying to provide for her sons alone. Although she struggled with this, she sacrificed everything for her children. 6 years after her husband's death, she met a man named Michael Warren, and they soon married. The man was a used car salesman, and after their marriage, he opened his own business in that area. By that time, Marlene was already making good money, but instead of spending all her money, she tried to save it. The woman invested in Michael's company and also helped him in the management. The man himself was also good at this business, and in the following years it began to bring them decent money. Over time, Marlene and her husband expanded the business. They bought several properties to rent, and their finances took off. The family moved to an upscale Miami suburb called Wellington. Buying a large house there, they seemed to have built a near-perfect life. But in 1988, Marlene suffered another tragedy. Her oldest son was killed, and a woman and her youngest son, Joseph. It was a huge blow. After all the difficulties they had gone through, their life had just got better when suddenly fate presented them with yet another test. Yet they found the strength to move on. After this tragedy, Marlene became even closer to Joseph because he was her only closest relative. Her husband also helped her to recover from this loss. After the death of her son, the woman began to think about selling the properties that she and Michael were renting out. Despite the fact that this business brought in good money for Marlene, it was associated with constant worries. There were often situations when tenants delayed rent or lost in him altogether. In each such case, the woman did her best to find the best solution. It was very hard for her to put people on the street because she was a good-natured person and well remembered the financial difficulties she experienced with 2 small children. On the other hand, she and her husband could not let people live in their homes for free. And eventually Marlene wanted to get rid of the business so that she would no longer face such moral dilemmas. 2 years had passed since her son's death. The family was just beginning to recover and return to normalcy, but something terrible and unforeseen awaited them once again. On the morning of May 26, 1990, Marlene was at home with her son and 3 of his friends who came over for breakfast. Their kitchen was located so that they could see the driveway through the windows. At some point, the doorbell rang and Marlene went to open it. Her son saw a white Chrysler parked in front of their house. The next second, the woman opened the front door and saw a man in a clown costume holding 2 balloons and a bouquet of flowers on the doorstep. Marlene said, "How cute is that?" But the next second, something unexpected happened. The clown pulled the gun out of his pocket and shot the woman in the head. Her son and his friends rushed into the hallway, where a heartbreaking sight awaited them. Marlene was lying on the floor with blood everywhere. The man in the clown suit looked at them for a few seconds, then got back into his car and drove away. My son called an ambulance, after which he decided to chase after his attacker. At the time, his leg was in a cast after an injury, and the guy couldn't drive. He told his 2 friends to stay with his mother. He asked his friend to drive and drove with her in the direction the attacker had gone, but by that time, the clown was out of sight, and they never managed to find him. Marlene was taken to the hospital in an unconscious state, and the detectives began their investigation. The first thing they did was talk to everyone in the house. The woman's son said that he could not see any signs of his attacker. He was wearing a suit and makeup. He was wearing gloves on his hands and a wig on his head. The only thing the son remembered was that the perpetrator had very dark eyes. His friends added that the clown was quite tall, and his shoes stood out strongly against the costume. They looked like work shoes. A neighbor who was walking his dog near Marlene's house also saw the clown, but he was unable to share any significant sightings with police. Investigators put out a search for a white Chrysler and began searching for other evidence, of course. Marlene's husband Michael was the first to be suspected that morning. He had just left for the racing stadium in Miami, and at the time of the attack on his wife, he was not at home. From the first hours of the investigation, the police had several good reasons to think about his involvement. First, they found out that Marlene and her relatives really liked clowns. There were a lot of pictures and figures depicting these characters in their house. This suggested that the attacker knew this fact and chose such an outfit for a reason. Second, just 2 hours after the incident, the police received an anonymous tip from a woman who called the investigators and said they should look into Michael Warren. A woman named Sheila Keen Sheila, who was 26, worked with Michael at his car rental company. Digging deeper, the detectives learned of rumors that there was a secret affair between them. Their relationship had been speculated about by some colleagues, so they immediately shared this information with the investigators. Here, the police discovered another possible motive if Michael was in a relationship with another woman and wanted to break up with Marlene. He had one problem. Most of the real estate and business that the family owned were written down to his wife. In that case, Michael would lose an impressive part of his fortune in a divorce. The police immediately checked the man's whereabouts at the time of the attack, and it turned out that Michael was in a car but 110 kilometers away from the house and had 2 friends with him. Investigators concluded he would not have been physically capable of committing the crime upon learning of the attempt on his wife's life. Michael rushed to the hospital and has not left her room since officers spoke with Sheila, and she stated that there was no romantic relationship between them and she had nothing to do with the crime. The woman added that she was at work at the time. Detectives also interviewed Sheila's husband, who said he was aware of rumors of an affair between his wife and Michael, but could not confirm whether or not it was true. The man added that his wife had moved out about a month ago, and in fact they were no longer together, although the police had no evidence to link Michael and Sheila to the crime. They continued to consider their involvement highly probable given that the husband could not have physically been outside his house that morning. The police wondered whether Sheila could have been the clown. Because of the costume, none of the witnesses could determine the gender of the assailant for certain, and Sheila was known among her colleagues for her character. The woman was responsible for dealing with clients who were delinquent in rent payments, and most of these cases, she had to take the car away from them. Most of these cases, she had to take the car away from them. Most of these cases, she had to take the car away from them. Sheila was adamant that some of these cases led to serious conflicts, so she always carried a gun with her. After doctors removed the bullet from Marlene's head, experts determined that it had been fired from a .38 caliber handgun, remarkably the same caliber as Sheila's. The cops went to her again to examine the weapon, but the woman said the gun had been stolen or lost months before the incident, and the detectives were again left with nothing. The cops continued to dig deeper and learned that after Sheila moved out of her husband's house, she had moved into a rental apartment, and investigators also heard rumors that Michael was paying for the place. Here, a new interesting discovery awaited the police officers. All the while, their colleagues were trying to establish where the perpetrator took the clown costume, balloons, and flowers. At first glance, it seemed a very difficult task, but the detectives were lucky. They found that on May 24th, 2 days before the attempt on Marlene's life, a woman came to the costume store near Sheila's apartment. The employee said that at the time the store was closed and they were about to leave, but the woman persistently knocked on the door until someone opened it for her. She stated that she urgently needed a clown costume, a wig, face makeup, and a red nose. The clerks tried to explain to her that this door was already closed and asked her to come back tomorrow, but the woman was adamant, so the staff still sold her the items. There were no surveillance cameras in the store, so the police officers had to rely on verbal descriptions of the woman's appearance. The salespeople told them that she was tall and thin with dark hair. Detectives showed them pictures of several women, and the officer said the customer looked like one of them, Sheila. As for the balloons and flowers, they were traced to a supermarket about a mile from Sheila's apartment. The salesman stated that the same items had been bought by a woman just a few hours before the attempt on Marlene's life. He described her exactly like the costume store employees, a tall, thin young woman with long dark hair. The salesman added another interesting fact. According to him, the female customer exhibited rude and to some extent even masculine manners. By that time, the investigation had lasted 2 days, and on May 28th, the doctors told the police that Marlene had died. Despite their best efforts, the effects of the point-blank shot were too severe. As a result, the case was reclassified as a homicide, and detectives continued to look for more possible evidence against Sheila. They asked the judge for a warrant to search her apartment. While the police were waiting, something else happened. They were informed of a similar car in a parking lot located 13 kilometers from the victim's home. Investigators got there and quickly verified that it was the same Chrysler the killer was driving inside. They found some long dark hair and orange fibers that looked like pieces of a clown wig. During a search of Sheila's apartment, the police found the exact same orange-colored particles, and they also found work boots that matched the witness's description, a similar model worn by the clown on the day of the murder. Despite all this, the police had one major problem. DNA analysis was barely used at the time, and without it, all this evidence was circumstantial, with a high probability that the court would have acquitted Sheila, in which case it would be impossible to charge her again with murder. The detectives wondered where the car the clown drove to Marlene's house came from, and then they found out something very interesting. An employee of Michael's company told them that 1.5 months before Marlene's murder, they had received a call from a man to rent a rental car, but there was one problem. This man had mixed up the phone numbers, and he had taken the car from another company, the main competitors of Michael. When the employee told the boss about it, Michael behaved very strangely. Instead of telling the customer about his mistake, he told the man to just bring the car to the parking lot and leave the keys in the cabin. Then Michael asked the employee to bring him and Sheila to the parking lot and never to tell anyone about what had happened. The employee watched. They got into that car and drove away. It was the same white Chrysler. Notably, not long before that, there had been a serious disagreement between Michael and his competitors. The problem was that Michael was portraying his competitors in a bad light in his advertising, and they didn't like their brand being portrayed in a negative light. Detectives decided to look into Michael's business in more detail. During the audit, they found numerous violations of the law, including tax and insurance manipulation. Moreover, they found evidence that Michael sometimes resorted to illegal methods of returning cars, even when customers paid on time, and did not violate any terms. During this audit, the police also spoke to an employee who recalled something interesting. According to him, Michael and Marlene once had an argument in the workplace. When the woman left, Michael asked the employee, "How much would you charge to make my wife disappear?" Although it all sounded highly suspicious, detectives still had no evidence linking Michael to the murder. He was nevertheless arrested for various business manipulations. The court initially sentenced the man to 8 years in prison, but he was released after 4 years later. In 2002, Michael married Sheila, and they moved to another state, even though the detectives were never able to prove their involvement in the murder. They continued to watch them. The cops discovered that after the move, Sheila began introducing herself to everyone she knew under a different name, Debbie, and that she had dyed her hair from dark to blonde. She and Michael opened their restaurants, and it seemed that they had managed to build a wonderful life in the new place. However, soon rumors began to circulate among the employees of their establishment that Sheila had murdered Michael's ex-wife. Apparently, one of them stumbled across information about this crime and learned that the police still suspected them. However, detectives still could not prove their guilt, and the case finally froze. It wasn't reopened until 2013, and a new team of investigators requested a re-examination of all available evidence. By then, technology in the examination of DNA and other physical evidence had advanced to a new level compared to 1990. It took several years to examine the evidence. First, experts compared the orange flecks found in Sheila's apartment, the car, and the murder scene, and analysis showed they were identical, but the biggest clue was waiting ahead. Experts took a DNA sample from several hairs found in the white Chrysler and compared them to Sheila's DNA. They were a perfect match. Detectives thus obtained incontrovertible evidence that Sheila was in the very car in which the clown drove up to Marlene's house, enough to take the case to court, and the woman was arrested in 2017. At the time, Sheila was 54 and still denied guilt. She was denied the right to bail and awaited trial in a cell. As for Michael, he insisted that he had nothing to do with Marlene's murder and believed that Sheila had nothing to do with it. He hired expensive attorneys for her, and the way for the trial stretched on for years. In preparation for it, the police uncovered some facts not previously known. It turned out that a year after the murder, they were approached by a lawyer who had worked with Michael on his business. He said that about a year before the murder, Michael had asked him an extremely odd question: if the husband kills his wife, what happens to the property recorded in her name? Will the husband get it? The lawyer was surprised by such a question, but that didn't stop him from actually giving Michael advice. He said that if the husband asked his acquaintance to commit this murder and the court could not tie the husband to the man, he would get all his wife's property. But the lawyer went on to say something that later shocked investigators. He told Michael that if the killer wore some sort of costume, such as a clown, he would never be identified and would escape punishment. Another shocking confession came from a man whose father worked for Michael at the time of the murder. He confessed that his now deceased father had helped to run illegal schemes at extra cost, such as swiping mileage meters to sell cars at a higher price, but on the day of the murder, Michael asked him to do something far more terrible. He told the man to get rid of the gun and of the car. Apparently, the current question was the one in which the killer moved after he abandoned the Chrysler in the parking lot, and the employee complied with these requests before he died. He told all this to his son and added another important detail. The man said that the second car was hidden in the river canal. As soon as the police received this information from his son, they combed the canal and indeed found the car there. Unfortunately, no evidence of it survived, but the very fact that it was there confirmed that the witness was telling the truth. The beginning of Sheila's trial was repeatedly postponed until finally a final date was set for May 12, 2023. But on April 25th, something unexpected happened. The woman pleaded guilty in exchange for not receiving the death penalty, which she would face if she were to lose her murder trial. Her attorneys explained the situation as follows: Sheila is innocent of the murder, but she fears for her life, which is why she took responsibility for someone else's crime. However, there is a much more logical explanation under the terms of the deal. She pleaded guilty to murder in the second degree, which implies a sentence of 12 years in prison, which is exactly the sentence she received. But furthermore interesting, the court deducted from that term the time the woman spent behind bars since her arrest, about 5.5 years. But that is not all. The judge reduced the remaining term due to the good behavior of Sheila. As a result, the woman was to spend between 16 and 24 months in prison. Her attorneys assured her that they could secure her release after the minimum bar of that time expired. So Sheila was found guilty of murdering a woman in cold blood in front of her son, and received a frankly ludicrous sentence for it. As for Michael, his involvement is still unproven and he remains free. Most likely he will never be charged again for the murder of his wife because there is not a single piece of evidence against him. Despite all this, the son of Marlene thanked the detectives who were able to get to the truth and did not give up on the case for many years. The death of his mother was the strongest tragedy for him because she was his only relative. Nevertheless, he was able to cope with the pain, opened his own small construction firm, and got his life together. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After Hannah Potts, 23, went missing, the FBI launched an investigation. The case received a lot of media attention, and the revelations about the mysterious disappearance shocked many people. Hannah's family had no idea who would ultimately be charged. Hannah and her large family lived in Gibson County, Indiana, a southwestern American state. Many of the residents, including the Potts family, were farmers. They had their own small farm, which Hannah's parents considered a good and safe place to work, live, and raise their children. It was indeed a safe environment. But, as you know, things can change. The summer of 2020 marked a watershed moment for the Potts family, forever altering their lives. Hannah couldn't sleep on the nights of July 23rd and 24. She told her mother that she was going to walk around the farm, look at the animals, and possibly take some photos. She then grabbed her phone and camera, exited the house, and headed to the barn. Hannah's family discovered she was not at home in the morning, and a post on her Facebook page shocked everyone. She posted a video clip based on the image that was recorded in the dark, because the image is a black screen throughout the video, and she was saying, "Mom, are you there? Hello. Mom, if you can hear me, please say something. I really need to hear your voice. Something happened. I was out taking photos of animals, and this guy appeared out of nowhere. He's the same guy I saw in the maroon car yesterday morning. He grabbed me and pushed me inside the truck. Oh God. Where will he take me? Mom, please consider Hannah's point of view. He's black, about Jerry's height. On the jury I work with, his voice is deep, and the way he referred to me as baby girl sent shivers down my spine. I do not like it. Please, Mom, if you're there, could you say something to me? I'm in a room with a little light. There are 4 walls. I don't think they know I have the phone, so I'll have to tell the cops everything you're going to show them in the videos, so maybe they'll find me. I do not know where he is. Where did he say this? What exactly did he say? He mentioned something about Ohio. God, I love you, Mom. Tell Dad that I love him too. Please take care of Gigi for me. Please. If I do not make it back. I love you. I really love you. Hannah's parents immediately contacted the police, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the fact that even minutes can change everything. The FBI became involved in the case. The video quickly gained traction on social media. Hannah's kidnapping was covered by all of the country's major television stations on the same day. Extensive media and social media coverage helped attract a large number of volunteers who, along with the Potts family, distributed several thousand informational flyers on the first day, stating that Hannah was last seen at home around 2 a.m. She wore a gray shirt and sports pants. It was also stated that the person who abducted her was driving a maroon vehicle. The police appealed to anyone with information to come forward. Hannah's family used every available resource to find her. One of these resources was social media, which allowed information about the kidnapping to spread rapidly. Hannah had a twin sister named Lauren, and she posted a request for help with a broken heart. I never imagined I would be posting something like this. I need help. Please share this post with your Facebook friends. Share this photo. Please help us. My twin sister Hannah posted a video this morning describing how she was kidnapped. If you have seen or heard from her, please contact Princeton, Indiana, police or my family. Hannah, I miss you. Please come home. When the FBI attempted to track Hannah's cell phone, they discovered that on the day of her abduction, a cell tower located about a few miles from the Potts family home received a signal from her phone. Hannah posted the video to her Facebook page around 6 a.m. She was already being held hostage at the time, and a cell tower near the house was still picking up her phone signal. This meant Hannah was being held in a room close to her family's home. The police were desperately looking for a man driving a maroon car, but it was impossible to find a man who fit that description within a 5-mile radius of the Potts family home while researching Hannah's life and determining whether anyone she knew was involved in her disappearance. Detectives discovered that prior to her disappearance, she had been in close contact with Maria Hopper, a 34-year-old woman who lives just a mile away. When investigators arrived to speak with Maria, she confirmed that she knew Hannah but had last seen her a few days prior to the abduction. It looked like another dead end. However, when police obtained a report from a cell phone carrier and gained access to Hannah's social media page, where she posted her heartbreaking plea, it became clear that Maria Hopper lied when she claimed to have seen Hannah a few days before the abduction. Hannah disappeared in the early hours of July 24th. 2 days later, on the morning of July 26th, several police officers arrived at Maria's house and she once again told them she had no idea where Hannah was. Maria's boyfriend, 45-year-old Joshua Thomas, was also present, and he told police that he knew nothing about Hannah. Officers asked Maria for permission to look around the house. The woman reluctantly gave her consent, but immediately stated that Hannah was not in her home. Except for the stairs in the kitchen that lead to the basement, the police found nothing suspicious. Maria stated that there were only unnecessary items in the basement. However, law enforcement officials decided to inspect the basement firsthand. Among the dusty items in the basement, the police discovered a sheet of plywood that was unlike anything else. There was no dust on it, and it appeared that this sheet of plywood had not been in the basement as long as the other items. The plywood appears to be blocking the passage to another area of the basement. As one of the officers began to move it away, Maria Hopper made a significant announcement. But first, we need to return to Hannah's recording. When the video was shared on social media, people immediately noticed Hannah's strange and illogical behavior. She recorded a 6-minute video. Many people questioned why she was wasting time recording the video instead of calling 911. Why didn't the kidnapper search her or take her phone? What was she going to photograph at the farm at 2 a.m.? While recording the message, Hannah initially claimed she was kidnapped by a man, but after a few minutes, she is heard saying it appears there were multiple kidnappers. She then used social media, so she had internet access at the location where she was being held and could have pinpointed her exact location. For some reason, she didn't. Of course, the authorities were aware of all of these strange occurrences. However, because everyone behaves differently under stress, the investigation was underway, and Hannah's disappearance was presumed to be a kidnapping until proven otherwise. The truth was revealed when the police obtained Hannah and Maria Hopper's correspondence. When the officer asked to see what was behind a sheet of plywood in Maria's basement, she revealed that Hannah was hiding there. The police officer pushed the plywood aside and directed her to approach him. When Hannah entered the light, the officer noticed that she had fully functional handcuffs on her right wrist and shackles on her ankles. The young woman immediately admitted to police officers that she had not been kidnapped and was sitting in the basement of her own free will. Hannah had planned her own kidnapping, with Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas assisting her. This was clear from their social media interactions. The tone, content, and context of the messages read like a fantasy fiction story. The police filled out the arrest records. All three were brought to the police station for further investigation. Of course, everyone wanted to know why she did it. Hannah informed the investigators that she was writing a book and had decided to stage her own kidnapping as inspiration and to learn how kidnapped victims feel. Maria and Joshua were characters in her story who helped her keep everything organized. They hid her in their basement, brought her food and drinks, and, per Hannah's instructions, destroyed her cell phone so the police couldn't find it. Hannah's heartbreaking video on Facebook was pre-recorded, and she said she rehearsed for about a week before recording it. No one in her family knew what she was up to. After the truth was revealed, the Potts family apologized to everyone who assisted with the search. And to everyone who was concerned for Hannah, her sister, Brittany, issued a public apology on her social media page. It particularly included these words: "As word spreads that Hannah has been found, I need to make a public statement about it. I neither publicly disowned nor wish to have any future contact with my sister. She's dead to me. I hope she is prosecuted to the full extent of the law. My family is deeply embarrassed and hurt by her actions, and the fact that she attempted to blame this on someone of color. I hope no black man driving a maroon car was targeted because of her blatant lie. She has caused a great deal of grief for my family and others. Shame on you, Hannah. You made my 6-year-old son cry, believing that something bad had happened to you. My 6-year-old baby loved you so much. I hope you are prosecuted to the full extent. I have no words. I just feel like I owe an apology to the public. I am very angry and embarrassed." While in the basement of her friend's house, Hannah kept a personal journal in which she revealed that she was aware that her social media posts would go viral. Hannah Potts was charged with making false reports of a kidnapping. Miss Potts' actions are criminal in nature. She had many people in her family and community concerned about her personal health and safety. Gibson County Prosecutor Michael Cochran stated in a news release that by providing a false description of the alleged abductor, she risked involving innocent people. Finally, the number of hours spent by multiple law enforcement agencies during this period of limited resources cannot be recovered. This callous disregard for others simply cannot be tolerated. His statement concluded that Maria Hopper and Joshua Thomas were charged with perjury and concealing information during a police interview. Hopper admitted to taking pots from her home and lying about harboring her. Thomas also admitted to knowing about the kidnapping hoax and the presence of pots in the house. All three were released on bail and remained at large pending trial. Hannah Potts pleaded guilty in September 2020 to knowingly filing a false kidnapping report. She was sentenced to 1 year's probation and 120 hours of community service. Joshua Thomas and Maria Hopper also received probationary sentences. Many people who are familiar with this story believe Hannah was not only looking for inspiration, devising a plan for her own abduction, but also wanted to create a stir around her person, laying the groundwork for successful book sales. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Amato family case illustrates how obsession can transform a quiet person into a monster. Like many serious addictions, which can be compared to severe illnesses with psychological, biological, or social underpinnings, this case involves a destructive habit, such as an urge for alcohol, prohibited substances, gambling, or an obsessive need for a specific activity or interaction with a specific person or group. It is tragic when addiction affects not only the individual but also their loved ones who sincerely want to help. The once prosperous and happy Amato family faced a dilemma head-on. Because all of the family members were healthcare professionals, they felt confident that they could handle the situation on their own. It was too late for them to realize how serious the situation was. This isn't a story about addiction, but of a young man's intense obsession with a woman he'd never met. His addiction to illegal substances, combined with the pathological proclivity for theft, exacerbated the situation. The situation devolved into a horrific outcome. Let's look into this case to see if there was a way to change the course of events and avoid the tragedy. On January 25, 2019, a concerned man called Seminole County Police in Florida. He reported that his close friend and colleague, Nurse Cody Amato, failed to show up for his shift at the hospital, which was highly unusual for him. The day before, Cody had left work about 15 minutes early due to urgent family matters at home, leaving so quickly that he forgot to collect his pay for the day. Attempts to reach Cody, 31, by phone were unsuccessful. He was simply not responding. Cody's girlfriend, with whom he had recently lived, stated that he went to his parents' house the day before at his father's request but never returned to her place, and she, too, was unable to contact him. All of these signs triggered alarming thoughts, prompting the dispatch of police officers to the specified address. The Amato family home, located in a suburb of Orlando, had a large adjoining area with a stable and a horse walking area. Cody's car was parked in the driveway, and lights were turned on in several rooms of the home. At first glance, everything appeared normal. There were no signs of forced entry or struggle, and the doors and windows were intact. When the sheriff's deputy knocked, there was no answer, and calls to the landline went unanswered. The police then requested permission to enter and, once granted, cautiously unlocked the back door with a knife to slide the bolt. Inside, an eerie silence filled the lit room, implying that someone was present. Indeed, the homeowners were present. The officers found the lifeless body of 59-year-old family patriarch Chad Amato on the kitchen floor in a pool of his own blood, with close-range gunshot wounds to the chest. Cody was then found curled up on the staircase opposite the main entrance, dead in a large pool of blood. Finally, they discovered 61-year-old Margaret Amato sitting at her computer in the home office. At first glance, she appeared to be sleeping with her head resting on her arm, if not for the blood splatters on the monitor and the large spreading stain beneath her head. The murder weapon and Iowa Jericho 941 pistol discovered next to Cody's body were later determined by forensic experts to have his fingerprints, with no signs of breaking or external presence. and no items missing from the home. Cody appeared to have ended their lives and then shot himself in the chest, possibly as a result of a family dispute. However, smeared blood on the front door indicated that it was locked by someone leaving the house following the incident, implying that the perpetrator was not one of the deceased family members. Few people questioned the likely suspect. Those who knew or were connected to the Amato family mentioned their youngest son, Grant, who had gone missing since that evening. His car, a white Honda, and some personal belongings, including a laptop from Grant's room, were missing, implying that the owner had taken them. Grant was declared a person of interest, and a search was launched for his whereabouts. What is known about the Amato family? Margaret Ann Amato, née Wade, and Chad Robert Amato got married in the mid-1980s. Margaret, your senior Chad, was already raising a 3-year-old son named Jason from a previous marriage. Chad was undeterred by her having a child. Instead, he was prepared to raise Jason as his own. In 1988, on May 20th, 1989, the couple welcomed their first child, Cody, followed by their youngest son, Grant Tiernan Amato. The brothers had a close relationship since childhood. They grew up in a wealthy family and rarely faced denials. To earn certain privileges, they had to follow family rules, perform well in school, assist with household chores, and demonstrate good behavior. They strived to be the pride and support of their parents. Both parents had advanced degrees in healthcare. Margaret was a senior operational manager at a prestigious private clinic. Chad began his career as a clinical pharmacist but later specialized in software. The family was quite wealthy, living in a large suburban home and raising their own stable-bred, thoroughbred racehorses as a hobby. Jason left home at the age of 18, went to university, and began his own life. He married, raised a family, and relocated to another state while maintaining close ties with his parents and younger brothers. Cody and Grant were almost inseparable. They went to the same school, played on the same sports team, and spent weekends at the shooting range with their father. The Amatos had an impressive firearm collection, including rare pieces that were only accessible to the family patriarch due to safety concerns. Grant, the family's youngest son, received the majority of everyone's attention and admiration, as is customary. As a child, he was frail and sickly, so everyone tried to show him love and care. He grew up to be a modest and shy boy who struggled to connect with his peers and relied solely on his brothers for friendship. Grant became especially close to Cody after their eldest brother, Jason, grew up and left the house. Following high school, the brothers pursued medical degrees together and eventually became anesthesiologists. Cody excelled in his studies, becoming the top student in his class, whereas Grant struggled and received low grades. Nonetheless, both were able to find jobs in their field at a hospital. Cody built a reputation as a dependable professional, but Grant was prone to making mistakes and needed his work double-checked. Grant's hospital career came to an abrupt end in the summer of 2018 when he was caught stealing strictly controlled sedatives that caused euphoria and hallucinations and were rarely used for anesthesia. The discovery prompted police action, and Grant was arrested. During interrogation, he admitted to the theft, claiming that he gave the drugs to patients who, in his opinion, were undertreated. Many people believed Grant was using or selling drugs illegally. Even though there was no direct evidence, he was immediately suspended and later fired. His criminal case for theft was eventually dismissed, reportedly due to parental intervention. He was unemployed and relied heavily on the internet. After losing his job, the 29-year-old man, who was already a loner, became even more isolated. He spent weeks indoors glued to his computer, primarily browsing adult websites. Grant had no girlfriends and struggled with social interactions with women, making him feel inadequate. He watched adult content and frequently interacted with webcam models on specialized platforms, attempting to fill the void of an absent personal life. This private interaction, of course, cost money. Grant could easily access funds from his parents' and older brother's accounts for these activities. This obsession quickly developed into an addiction, exacerbated by irregular alcohol consumption. But Grant seemed content with his lifestyle, relying on his family and spending their money without contributing anything in return. Eventually, his father issued an ultimatum: find a job soon or leave home and lose all financial support from his family. Grant promised his father that he would resolve the issue, but he had no intention of seeking employment. He stated that he would become a streamer, earning money by broadcasting video games. His parents, seeing this as preferable to nothing, agreed to set up a streaming station for him. Once everything was in place, Grant pretended to be streaming, requesting privacy. But in reality, he was locked in his room, indulging in his favorite pastime, browsing adult-only websites while on a trip to Japan. Cody took a vacation from work in August 2018 and decided to travel around the world for a change of scenery, with the goal of visiting Johan. He invited his younger brother Grant and his best friend Jeremy. Cody and Jeremy had saved up for the trip on their own. Grant's vacation was funded by their parents. However, instead of giving the money directly to Grant, they delegated it to Cody, who was more responsible. Grant appeared disengaged throughout the trip, which lasted nearly 2 weeks. He showed little interest in tours or landmarks, instead focusing on his smartphone screen. He often stayed at the hotel and used his brother's laptop. On the day the group visited Lake Kawaguchi near Mount Fuji, Jeremy accidentally left his credit card in their hotel room. Seizing the opportunity, he hacked into Jeremy's account and withdrew thousands of dollars, which he spent entirely on private sessions with his favorite webcam model. Jeremy discovered the theft later but had initially suspected fraud. He was unable to identify the perpetrator and continued to investigate the incident after returning home, unaware that Grant was involved. Sylvia releases his lava. Now, Sylvie, let's get to the most intriguing part: the identity of the mysterious webcam model. Grant became obsessed with a website where Grant paid for private online interactions with various women. He met the stunning Sylvia and expresses his love for Ova from Bulgaria. Also known as Sylvie, she captivated him with her striking appearance, confidence, charisma, and passion. Sylvie made Grant feel special, loved, desired, and distinctive. He began to believe that her feelings for him were genuine and that they could form a real relationship. Brand was convinced they were in a relationship, and he needed to separate this fiery brunette from her other admirers. He spent hours and thousands of dollars every day to make sure she didn't have time for other men. Grant also showered her with gifts such as expensive lingerie and jewelry, which she wore during their video calls. Desperate to impress Sylvie Grant, she constantly made up stories, losing touch with reality. He claimed to live alone in a large house, own a profitable business, and could afford to lavish her with money. He supported his claims with money transfers, initially sending a couple of $1,000, $10,000, and even $100,000 as birthday gifts. Naturally, his parents were aware of his lavish spending because he was using their accounts. At first, he explained that it was an investment in his own online project to build an audience. However, Chad and Margaret soon realized their son was lying. A scandal escaped the rehab clinic, and a serious family feud broke out at home. The patriarch demanded that the youngest son pack his belongings and leave right away, but his mother and Cody stood up for him. The family recognized Grant's severe internet addiction. However, they were perplexed as to how he had spent nearly $200,000 from their accounts. A thorough search of his room revealed vials containing potent substances. Grant explained that he used them to avoid going insane. The parents announced that they would deactivate his accounts and send him to mandatory drug and internet addiction treatment. Grant responded by declaring that he was tired of everything and wanted to end his life. He then dashed out of the house, jumped into his car, and drove off at high speed in an unknown direction. Later, it was discovered that Grant had gone to his aunt and uncle's house, crashed through their fence, and hit the garage wall. Knowing about the turmoil in the Tomato family, his relatives sympathized with him and offered him a place to stay until things settled. He readily agreed, but the next day he robbed his kind-hearted relatives, taking thousands of dollars from their accounts to pay for interactions with Sylvie. When Grant's aunt and parents met, they asked her not to contact the police, promising to resolve the situation and return the stolen money. That same day, Chad personally went to their house and took Grant, who desperately needed help. Chad, Margaret, and Cody realized that reasoning with him was pointless, and if he left home, he was likely to commit theft again. They then presented the Grant with a different ultimatum: either go to a rehabilitation clinic for addiction treatment or face jail time for theft. Grant reluctantly agreed to enter the clinic, where he would spend 2 months free from temptation. He was admitted to the medical institution near the end of December 2018, a grown man's little secret. While Grant was in treatment, his parents checked his computer and discovered that he was spending thousands of dollars each day from their family accounts. They discovered the profile of Sylvie, the woman who had a profound impact on their son. After reviewing their correspondence and discovering hundreds of recordings of their intimate private online interactions, which were treasured and frequently revisited, the comatose decided to inform Sylvie that her admirer, who had showered her with money and gifts, was not a businessman but an ordinary unemployed man suffering from drug and internet addictions. They also stated that the funds transferred to her were stolen, potentially exposing him to criminal charges. However, Sylvie remained unconcerned for her. It was simply a job, and she had no intention of returning the money. Grant abruptly returned home on January 5, 2019, only a few weeks into his treatment, having completed less than a quarter of the required rehabilitation program. He had fled the clinic, where he was known for his complete lack of cooperation. Grant tearfully promised to change his life and find work, but he threatened to commit suicide if forced to return to the rehab facility. His parents agreed but imposed strict rules. Grant was prohibited from using the computer. He had to adhere to a strict schedule, and all of his earnings were closely monitored. He was also given a part-time job at a local grocery warehouse. For about 3 weeks, Grant appeared to comply, leading his parents to believe he had matured and overcome his addictions. However, everything changed on Thursday, January 24, 2019, when Grant persuaded his mother to let him use the laptop briefly to check his email and post his resume on the internet. He hopes to find a more challenging job than his current warehouse position. Margaret trusted her son and let him use the laptop, making a fatal mistake. Naturally, Grant attempted to contact Sylvie, only to discover that his parents had already written to her, revealing the truth about him. He saw it as a betrayal. Furthermore, his parents had humiliated him in front of the only woman he loved, and they had to pay the consequences. The brutal dismantling of the family. Remember the previously mentioned home firearms collection? Chad had kept it in a large, special safe with a key he didn't trust. However, Grant was aware of another gun stored in his parents' bedroom, which his father always kept loaded, and he chose to use it. His mother was working on the computer in the home office when her youngest son quietly approached her from behind and shot her in the back of the head. Her body position indicated that she did not have time to turn around or understand what was going on. Next came his father, who was about to return home from work. Chad was confronted with Grant as soon as he entered the kitchen and was shot twice in the chest. Grant tensely considered his next move, devising an even more monstrous strategy. He decided to frame his own brother Cody, the only person who had ever defended him, assisted him, and been his best friend. Cody had already moved out of the family home and was living separately with his girlfriend. To bring Cody home, Grant used his now deceased father's phone to send several messages requesting that he return immediately, because something terrible had occurred. He didn't elaborate, knowing that this information would be enough to make his brother rush home from work. The Grant calculation was correct, and Cody did arrive, even leaving work early. When he entered the house, he only made it to the bottom of the second-floor staircase before being shot and collapsing. Cody did not die instantly. He had time to recognize the horror of the situation but was powerless to change it. After killing his family, Grant wiped his fingerprints off the pistol, placed it in his brother's hand to leave his prints, and then left it next to the body, making it appear as if Cody had shot their parents and then himself. The killer spent the rest of the evening calmly packing his belongings, downloading video files of his conversations with Sylvie from the computer, and even texting her. After completing his tasks, he loaded his belongings into the car and drove away. Arrest and trial. It took police just over a day to find and arrest Grant, who was hiding in a small roadside motel in Orange County. He was not surprised, rather disappointed that he had been discovered so quickly, but he vehemently denied any guilt. During his interrogation at the station, he told unbelievable stories about his father's extreme cruelty, alleging mistreatment of his mother and brother. Grant also discussed his father's attempts to separate him from his beloved girlfriend Sylvie, with whom he claimed to share true and pure love, following the events at their family home on the evening of January 24, 2019. His account was unclear and inconsistent. He suggested that his father and brother got into a fight. Cody grabbed a gun and killed Chad, with Margaret being an unintentional victim. Grant claimed he could only guess the chronology of these horrific events because he was not a witness, and that he spent the night in his car with his belongings after his father kicked him out. In the morning, he claimed he simply drove away, unaware of the tragedy that had occurred at home. His story seemed disjointed and unbelievable, and the evidence indirectly pointed to him as the sole perpetrator. As a result, Grant was arrested as the prime suspect in his family's triple homicide. He was held on a $750,000 bond and was unable to post it, so he remained in custody awaiting trial. The trial began on July 15, 2019. Notably, almost all of the witnesses in court testified against Grant, including his older brother Jason, relatives, and Cody's friend Jeremy, from whom Grant stole money during their trip to Japan. Those who knew the defendant personally described him as a pathological thief, a liar, and someone who struggled with addictions. The main evidence against Grant was a large bank transfer from Chad's account to his younger sons. This transaction took place late at night, when all family members had already died. To confirm the transaction, the defendant used his deceased father's finger as identification. The prosecution advocated for the death penalty, while Grant's defense claimed that he was ill and needed treatment. The final verdict was issued on August 12, 2019. Amato, 30, was convicted of first-degree triple homicide and sentenced to life in prison without parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at a story from 2016. Michelle Lang, 25, had always wanted to study in Australia, and one day she realized her dream. Unfortunately, her story did not have a happy conclusion. Meng Mei Lang, also known by her middle name Michelle, was born on January 29, 1991, in Chengdu, Sichuan Province, China. Michelle grew up to be a kind, responsible, and respectful young lady. Michelle had a very close relationship with her parents, so it was devastating for her when her father died in an earthquake in 2008. She excelled in school and aspired to live in Australia. Her mother, Mei Zhong Leung, remained supportive throughout and believed that if her daughter received an education in Australia, she would have a bright future. Michelle began attending the University of Technology, Sydney in 2011. This enabled her to travel to Australia and realize her long-held dream. Michelle's aunt, her mother's sister, lives in Australia and has offered her a room in her apartment. She also had a daughter who was 2 years younger than Michelle. Michelle's aunt, who was 44 at the time, married Derek Barrett, a man 20 years her junior. Derek was a temporary unemployed professional who was only 3 years older than Michelle. Michelle, her aunt, cousin, and Derek have since lived together in suburban Campsie, New South Wales. The first few years went well. Michelle excelled in her studies, made new friends, and found a part-time job. Begin in 2016. Michelle's aunt frequently visited Wollongong for work, and Michelle, her cousin, and Derek continued to live in an apartment in Campsie. Michelle's aunt left for another business trip in April 2016, with a return date of April 24th. Michelle, 25, had been out with friends 3 days before that date. Around noon, she took a bus from the University of Technology Sydney to a downtown shopping mall. Around 3 p.m., security cameras captured Michelle shopping on Pitt Street in Sydney's central business district. She was alone, and the footage showed she was fine, unconcerned about anything. The vision also showed her taking a train from St. James to Campsie, arriving around 4:30 p.m. Michelle Lang was last seen alive at the Campsie train station. However, she used her cell phone to communicate with friends and family until late that evening. Those who spoke with Michelle that evening reported no anxiety or unusual tones in her voice. Derek drove to the train station on Sunday, April 24th, to meet his wife after she returned from a business trip. And when Michelle asked Derek about her niece, he said he hadn't seen her in 2 days. Derek was unemployed at the time, so he spent his time on the computer and slept late. So he claimed he and Michelle had not seen each other. He also mentioned that Michelle had been spending a lot of time with her girlfriends and going to nightclubs recently. Michelle's cousin often stayed overnight at friends' houses, so she didn't see her for a few days. Michelle hadn't been seen since April 22nd, and her phone was turned off. This was unusual because she communicated with friends and family members living in China on a daily basis. It was also odd that Michelle didn't log into her social media accounts. The truth is that if someone who was previously an active user of social media and spent several hours per day on it suddenly stops logging into their accounts, there is a good chance that something has gone wrong. Michelle's aunt searched her room, trying to figure out where she had gone. The room was in perfect condition. Michelle's belongings were all in their proper places, and it appeared that she had simply vanished. The next day, Michelle's aunt and husband, Derek, went to the police station to file a missing persons report. They also informed the Chinese embassy about Michelle's disappearance at the police station. Derek told them about the last time he saw Michelle, and her aunt explained that she had just returned from a business trip yesterday, and they had been unable to locate Michelle on their own, much to the disappointment of everyone who cared about Michelle. Her body had already been discovered when the police report was filed the day before, around 10:30 a.m. On Sunday, April 24th, several people called the police after seeing a body floating in the water near Snapper Point. That's approximately 80 miles from Campsie. The same day, some Australian media outlets reported the discovery of a woman's body. According to the report, a woman's body was found face down inside a blowhole on the New South Wales Central Coast. Police said the death was suspicious, and a crime scene was set up yesterday at Snapper Point in the Munmora State Recreation Area. The unidentified woman was found near Mooney Beach between Gosford and Newcastle. She is described as Asian in appearance, between the ages of 20 and 35, and stands about 170 centimeters tall. A post-mortem examination will be performed to determine the cause of death. A rescue helicopter spokesman said it was unclear how long the woman had been there or how she ended up in the water. Detective Chief Inspector Gary Jubilant of the New South Wales Homicide Unit stated, "We are creative in the way that we recapture the area and what has happened in the area, so we're looking through CCTV footage to see if we can find anything like that. I won't say what we discovered, but we're getting a pretty good idea of what happened in that area." During that time, he stated, now that the police had received a report of Michelle's disappearance, they quickly cross-referenced this information with a woman whose body had been discovered at Snapper Point and whose identity had yet to be determined. Michelle's relatives were devastated to learn that she had been discovered dead. Inspector Jubilant stated that police had informed Ms. Ling's family, who live both in Australia and overseas, of the news. "We spoke with Michelle's auntie, who she lives with. Then I called Michelle's brother, who lives with her in China. He said it was terrible news to deliver, and you can imagine how upset they were. Police have asked anyone with information about Michelle's weekend activities to come forward and report it so that detectives can determine who is responsible for this heinous crime as quickly as possible." When the body was retrieved from the water, there were several injuries indicating that Michelle had been severely assaulted. During the autopsy, the medical examiner found over 30 stab wounds on her body. She fought for her life and attempted to fight back against the perpetrator, resulting in defensive wounds to her arms. Michelle's mother flew to Australia a few days after learning of her daughter's death, still unable to accept her loss. "Even today, we cannot accept that she has left us and that we are still in great pain." Miss Lang stated that the time when Meng Mei and I lived happily together would never come back. She said, "You cannot imagine how painful it is for me. The saddest thing in life is losing someone you care deeply about." While investigating the case, the detective spoke with Michelle's aunt and husband because she lived in their apartment and they were the most familiar with her. Derek stated that he last saw Michelle on the evening of Thursday, April 21st. Following dinner, they watched a movie before Michelle went to bed in her room on Friday, April 22nd. When he awoke, Michelle had left the house. He woke up late, so it was not surprising that she had already left. According to him, Michelle had not yet returned when he went to bed, so he assumed she was out having fun with friends. The following day, he awoke late, and Michelle was still missing. He wasn't sure if she was coming home, so he texted her, asking where she was and if she was all right, but the message went unread. Michelle's aunt didn't say anything because she was on a business trip. Steele. According to some Australian media, Michelle's aunt told the detective that she checked Michelle's Facebook correspondence on her laptop and discovered that her niece had recently dated an Australian guy whom she described as having golden hair, pale skin, and fierce eyes. As a result, the police assumed Michelle had gone on a date with a man she met online. However, that version was quickly pushed aside. In fact, investigators had already identified a suspect in Michelle Lung's death. Derek Barrett was the last person who saw her alive. The police were skeptical of his claims about waking up late and not seeing Michelle. They called him in for questioning and began asking him about his relationship with Michelle, when he last saw her, and so on. Derek then refused to answer the questions and requested a lawyer, after which he was informed that he had been arrested as a suspect. The truth is that investigators checked his cell phone signal and discovered that he had been in the same area where Michelle's body was found on April 24th. This information contradicted the man's claim that he had not visited Snapper Point that day. A police officer also obtained camera footage of a car matching Barrett's description in the early hours of April 24th. Near Snapper Point, however, the image was blurry, and Barrett began to claim it wasn't his car, which the police denied. Detectives discovered video footage of Derek Barrett paying for gas and purchasing beverages at a gas station on his way to Snapper Point. The image is of good quality and clearly shows Barrett. When told that he was lying about what he was doing on April 24th, he began to claim that he had memory problems and couldn't recall specific periods of time because he frequently used illegal substances. Barrett's phone was seized and handed over to experts for analysis and recovery of previously deleted data. What was discovered on the phone proved beyond doubt that Derek Barrett was not only involved in Michelle's death, but also had an unhealthy interest in her. His own stepdaughter was also the focus of his desire. A 15-minute video from September 2014 shows his wife's daughter, his stepdaughter, taking a shower. Derek installed a hidden camera in the shared bathroom, concealing it behind toiletries. In another video, investigators saw Derek enter his stepdaughter's room while she slept, stand next to her bed, and express his satisfaction. After some time, Derek Barrett's attention shifted from his stepdaughter to his niece. Experts recovered a half-hour video of Michelle taking a shower from his phone. In another video, Derek satisfied himself by standing next to Michelle's bed while she slept. The phone also contained images taken shortly before Michelle died. We now know that Michelle returned home around 5 p.m. On April 21st, she sent her last text message around midnight, and no one has heard from or seen her since. Derek Barrett began carrying out his insidious plan shortly after midnight. He attacked, so Michelle tied her up and taped her mouth shut. In pictures on his phone, investigators saw Michelle, bound and naked, lying on a bed, terrified. Michelle had not yet sustained the injuries that caused her death, according to the 17 photos. Derek's last picture was taken around 8 a.m. Michelle was still alive around 4 p.m. On April 22nd, that same day, when Derek's stepdaughter returned home, she had no idea her cousin was tied up in the next room. When questioned by investigators about that day, she stated that she had been home for approximately 3 hours before leaving again. She didn't hear Michelle's call for help. Experts were unable to determine the precise time of death, so it's unclear whether Michelle was alive at the time, but she was definitely present in the apartment. She spent the entire 3 hours at home. Derek was in the bathroom with the shower the following day, April 23rd. Derek left the apartment 4 times to remove trash bags. This was captured on surveillance cameras. Michelle was reportedly dead by this point, and Derek was cleaning the house. Michelle's aunt, Derek's wife, told investigators that when she returned home from a business trip, it was spotless, but she didn't think much about it at the time. At 3:19 a.m. on April 24th, Derek drove to Snapper Point. On the way, he stopped at a gas station to buy drinks and fill up his car with gas. When he arrived at Snapper Point, he disposed of Michelle's body and took some photos around 9 a.m. An hour and a half later, police received information from eyewitnesses who saw the body in the water. Derek visited his parents in the meantime, who did not notice anything unusual about his behavior, and then returned home to Campsie. Derek Barrett was indicted on 27 counts, including unlawful imprisonment, secret videotaping, and murdering Michelle Lang. It is worth noting, in particular, that he was not accused of soliciting for lustful purposes. Derek, like many criminals, began to complain about his difficult childhood, including being bullied at school. Some people believe that a difficult childhood is an excuse for their abusive behavior. The trial started in October 2017. The psychiatrist who examined Derek concluded that he could be held fully accountable for his actions. A psychiatrist testified that Barrett told him, "I lost everything because of a stupid weekend." Derek wrote a letter of apology to his wife and Michelle's family, stating, "No words can begin to describe the emotional pain I have caused you and your family. I can only imagine what you're going through after your loss. Every single moment of my life. I wish I could go back in time and undo that terrible day. My own problems spilled over into the family home, and they paid the price. In some small way, all I can do is dedicate my life to making amends for what I have done." Tam Mei Jiang, in her mother's translated victim impact statement, requested that the judge sentence this vicious rapist, malicious torturer, and cold-hearted murderer to life in prison. In April 2016, the death of Humong may have caused great pain to my entire family, and as a single mother attempting to support her daughter, who was an international student in Sydney, she stated that my healthy mother was in such grief that she also died. Not long after learning of Meng Mei's death, my family was dealt such devastating blows that we are still suffering irreversibly. Derek Barrett pleaded guilty after being charged with multiple counts. In December 2017, he was sentenced to 46 years in prison, with the possibility of parole at 34 years and 6 months. Barrett sat with his head down during his sentencing, barely reacting. He was supposed to become eligible for parole in 2050. But circumstances changed. Detective Gary Jubilin spoke to the media outside court, welcoming the lengthy sentence. The courts recognized the gravity of the offense with the sentence imposed on Mr. Barrett. He stated, "From an investigative standpoint, it is satisfying that we have justice, but there is no joy in a situation like this. It's just a very sad case." Michelle's family asked the judge to sentence Barrett to life in prison, so they were dissatisfied with the outcome. The story does not end there. However, another event occurred, forcing Barrett back into the courtroom and causing additional distress for Michelle's family. For years after the crime, a woman discovered a USB drive in the hands of her elderly mother, who suffered from dementia. The elderly woman was not related to Derek Barrett and lived about 6 miles from where he lived before being arrested in 2016. Because of her memory issues, she couldn't recall where she obtained the USB drive. It's still a mystery. Her daughter decided to view the contents of the flash drive on her computer. The video she saw shocked her, so she immediately called the cops. Derek Barrett was identified by investigators as the man who repeatedly satisfied his desire and treated Michelle as an object rather than a person in the videos. The footage was captured on April 22nd and 23rd, 2016. An offender who enjoyed hurting, humiliating, and degrading Ms. Ling defiled her personal integrity cruelly. According to the police statement, the new videos were discovered and reported to Michelle's mother. This caused her even more distress, and she claimed that when the police informed her of the contents of the videos, she began to faint. Barrett set up 2 video cameras in Michelle's room to record his actions from various perspectives. Supreme Court Justice Helen Wilson, who handed down Barrett's original maximum sentence of 46 years, told the court that if she had known the full extent of his crimes in 2017, she would have sentenced him to life in prison. Judge Wilson described the disgusting contents of the 9 videos discovered on the USB drive. She said a compilation of the videos provided by police lasted about 60 minutes and began with Barrett entering his bedroom. She was clearly shocked and alarmed by his entry into her bedroom and didn't want him there. The recordings clearly show that Justice Wilson intended to relive that enjoyment later. She claimed that the offender went to great lengths to make the USB stick, and that his disposal of it indicated a desire not to be caught. After new evidence was discovered, Derek Barrett was charged with Michelle Lang's carnal abuse. Barrett pleaded guilty and made no statements. In March 2021, he was sentenced to another 20 years in prison. Unfortunately, both of his sentences will run concurrently. Nevertheless, he will be eligible for parole 2 years later than originally planned. He will be released from prison no earlier than October 27th, 2052. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman who worked at a jewelry store disappeared without a trace during her lunch break. When investigators began to unravel this mystery, they were only able to find a few unusual clues and witnesses. Only several decades later, the truth finally became known, and it was a big surprise for the detectives. Linda Reed was born in 1962 in the Australian city of Gold Coast. She grew up in a loving family, was a cheerful and energetic child, and had many friends in her school years. Linda met a guy named Robert. The couple began dating, and at 19 years old, the young woman married him. They dreamed of creating a large and friendly family as well as building the house of their dreams. The newlyweds started working on this. Almost immediately after the wedding, they bought a plot of land and began saving a significant portion of their income for construction in order to have the house ready as soon as possible. The couple decided not to spend money on rent and lived in a trailer on Robert's parents' backyard. Linda got a job as a salesperson at a jewelry store located in a large shopping center. She immediately liked this job and found common ground with the team, and the decent income allowed her to save up for her dream home even faster. December 1983 was a tense month, as there was a frenzy in the store due to the approaching holidays. Linda, who was 21 years old at the time, had to work in an intensified mode. December 13th was no exception. From the beginning of her shift, Linda worked diligently, and only at 12 p.m. did she have the opportunity to take a break. Usually she had lunch in the same shopping center and returned earlier than the allotted time, but on that day, it didn't happen. Linda's colleagues were very surprised that she did not return from her break at the appointed time, as the young woman had never been late before the workday went on and Linda still did not show up. Everything looked as if she had simply decided to leave her ship without informing her colleagues, but they doubted that the young woman could do such a thing as she approached her job with the utmost responsibility. Her husband was also surprised when Linda did not return home after her shift. He waited for some time and then contacted her colleagues. They told the man that his wife did not return from her break, and Robert started to seriously worry. He went to the shopping center and started walking around in search of Linda. After that, he visited several other places that the young woman regularly frequented, but she was nowhere to be found. With each passing minute of searching, he became increasingly concerned that something bad had happened to Linda. So by 7 p.m. that evening, the man decided to call the police. The operator told him that a report of a missing adult would only be accepted after 24 hours had passed since the disappearance. Linda's mother also tried to contact them but received the same response. In the end, the relatives had to wait until the next day before the report was accepted. The police began investigating and tried to find out what Linda was doing during her break. They learned that the young woman went shopping for New Year's in several stores located in the same building. After that, she visited her bank branch and received a check to pay bills. The last person to see her was the shopping center security guard, who noticed Linda leaving the parking lot in her car. The police could not find any other information. The young woman's relatives had no idea why Linda left in the middle of her shift, and most importantly, where she was headed. The police sent out alerts for the young woman and her car and began keeping an eye on Robert. According to statistics, husbands are more likely to commit crimes against their wives, but in this case, Robert had a reliable alibi. No other suspects were found. According to everyone who knew Linda, she never had enemies and was generally a very positive person. As investigators tried to find new leads, several days had passed since Linda's disappearance. On the third day, the police received a report about an abandoned car that matched the description of the young woman's car. It was located in a suburban area 20 kilometers from the shopping center. Arriving at the scene, the police realized that it was indeed Linda's car. The vehicle was parked on the side of the road next to bushes. In the 1980s, this area was almost undeveloped, with most of it covered in bushes and trees. Inside the car, the police found Christmas presents that Linda had bought before her disappearance. The doors were unlocked and the ignition key was inside. In the salon, the police found an unusual clue. An empty menthol cigarette pack was lying next to the front passenger seat. Linda and Robert never smoked, So investigators came to the most obvious conclusion: the pack could belong to the kidnapper. The police immediately began to search for evidence, and soon they made a sad discovery. About 40 meters from the car, in the stream bed of a small creek, they found Linda's body. Her hands were tied with a bikini and eyeglass cord. The victim's relatives said that she never owned either of these items. Medical experts determined that the cause of death was asphyxiation, and the young woman was also subjected to violence, but at that time specialists could not extract a DNA sample from the criminal. Thus, the investigators presented an approximate chronology of events. In their opinion, an unknown criminal attacked Linda in the parking lot of a shopping center. When she came to put the gifts she bought in the car, he forced her to sit behind the wheel and drive to the place where they later found her body. After that, he subjected her to violence and killed her. There were no leads that could lead the investigators to a suspect. Then they decided to try to interview all the visitors of the shopping center who were there during Linda's lunch break. Of course, this was an extremely difficult task to attract people's attention. The police took the victim's car and placed it in the shopping center, attaching a photo of the young woman and information about her disappearance to it. Investigators hoped that such a visual installation would help visitors who saw Linda that day remember some details. Several witnesses told the police that they saw a teenager with light hair in the shopping center parking lot, but investigators could not identify him. Other witnesses told something more interesting. On the day of Linda's disappearance, they saw a man who was trying to catch a ride on the highway less than a kilometer from where the victim's body was found. Soon the driver of the van turned to the police and reported that on the same day he had picked up a man who was hitchhiking on the road in the same location where other witnesses had seen him. Here's where things got interesting. The driver recounted that the man was smoking menthol cigarettes, but he was holding them all in his hand without a pack, since an empty pack of menthol cigarettes was found in the victim's car. This became the first significant lead for investigators. Forensic specialists examined the driver's van and found a fingerprint on the glass near the passenger seat that did not match the owner's prints. Unfortunately, a comparison with existing databases did not yield any results. The suspect's description that the driver provided was also superficial and did not help the authorities find the man. No other evidence was found, and the investigation into this case came to a standstill for many months. A new lead only appeared just over a year later, in 1985, when a prisoner in one of the state's prisons who was a police informant gave investigators an interesting tip. His cellmate Craig Andrew McConnell had confessed to him about Linda Reed's murder. According to Craig, he and another man were trying to steal a car from the parking lot of a shopping center when Linda noticed them. Fearing that she would remember their faces and report them to the police, the criminals abducted and killed her. Detectives had come across this name before. Craig had received 2 life sentences for murders committed in 1984, and he was considered a suspect in Linda's case, but the police could not find any connection at the time. After the tip from the informant, they talked to Craig in prison, but he claimed that he had nothing to do with the murder. He added that his cellmate had made it all up, and they never talked about the case, but the police were not quick to believe him. Craig committed 2 brutal murders just a few months after Linda's death, and the story told by the informant could very well be true. Forensic experts compared the suspect's fingerprints to those found on the van's glass, but they did not match. Despite this, the detectives continued to consider Craig a possible killer, and in 1986 they decided to bring the case to trial. The only arguments against him were the words of an informant. However, he himself did not live to see the start of the trial. The man died shortly before from an overdose of illegal substances. Nevertheless, the prosecution had his entire story. According to the informant, Craig drew him a rough map of the place where he left Linda's body. Experts concluded that it matched the terrain fairly accurately, right down to the location of the trees. In addition, Craig said that Linda told the kidnappers that Rob would seek revenge. The young woman really did often call her husband by his incomplete name. The suspect also told the informant that he ate a cheese and vegetable sandwich that belonged to Linda after her car was found. Experts did find traces of cheese in her purse. Despite such precise details, all of this with circumstantial evidence, and did not provide sufficient grounds for a guilty verdict. For this reason, Craig was not found guilty of Linda's murder. Investigators continued to believe that he was involved in the crime and tried to find additional evidence that would allow them to secure a guilty verdict, but other attempts led to a dead end, and ultimately the case stalled for many years. In 2014, 30 years after the murder, detectives reopened the investigation and decided to review the existing evidence. They handed samples of fingerprints from the van's glass to experts who tried to reconstruct them using modern technology, and when they finally succeeded and loaded the data into the Database the police finally had a match. The fingerprints belonged to Troy James O'Hara, who was already serving a life sentence 1.5 years after Linda's death. He killed a 22-year-old young woman, and the details of this crime were very similar. His victim was returning from a shopping center with purchases for her upcoming wedding. When she approached her car, James forced her to sit in the car and drove her to a remote area where he subjected her to violence and killed her, tying her hands beforehand. Despite this similarity, James was never a suspect in Linda's case and was not even on the police's radar. The detectives remembered another fact. During the early stages of the investigation, several witnesses reported seeing a fair-haired teenager in the parking lot of the shopping center, and given that James was only 17 years old at the time, he fit the description. Despite this, the police wanted to find as much evidence as possible, and an interesting turn of events awaited them. It turned out that a DNA sample of the person who assaulted Linda had been stored at the warehouse all this time. Although it was no longer listed as evidence in the documents, the investigators discovered it almost by chance. But here was one problem: the sample was very small and had already begun to degrade, so local experts were unable to extract the perpetrator's profile from it. Then the investigators sent it to a modern laboratory located in New Zealand. The experts managed to extract the profile, and it fully matched James's DNA. All of this took several years for the investigators, considering that the criminal was already serving a life sentence. They could take their time and properly prepare the case for trial. In the end, James was only arrested on August 26, 2018, almost 35 years after the murder. At that time, the man was 51 years old. He had spent more than half his life in prison and had earned several more charges during that time. James twice attacked guards and even managed to escape from prison once, but he was caught the next day after his arrest for Linda's murder. He denied his guilt, and preparation for trial began. The process lasted for several years, but in March 2021, the criminal decided to confess. He said he AW'd Linda in the parking lot. The young woman was sitting in her car eating a sandwich. He got into her car and threatened her to drive to a remote location where he assaulted and killed her. When the judge asked him about his motives, James noted that he simply wanted to kill a random young woman that day. As a result, James was sentenced to 30 years in prison for Linda's murder, although he was given the right to apply for early release in July 2022 since he had already served more than 30 years in prison. At the moment, he continues to serve a sentence, although he may be released in the next few years. Unfortunately, Linda's father did not live to see the police find her killer. He had spent decades wanting to know what happened to his daughter, but he passed away after a long battle with cancer. After his wife's death, Robert vowed to never marry again, as his heart belongs to Linda forever. At the trial, after the verdict was given, he thanked the investigators and declared that James had forever deprived him of his family. As for Craig and the informant's story, things are quite ambiguous. It should be noted that the informant was a hardened criminal himself and could have received significant benefits from helping to solve the case. It is possible that he lied to the police, and all the key facts about the case could have been gathered from the newspapers. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss the events that took place in Texas. On April 4, 2011, Robert Frisbee arrived at the police station because he couldn't find his 17-year-old daughter, Bridget. Robert assumed she had spent the night at her friend's place, but when Bridget did not return home, he became concerned and attempted to contact her via phone. All of his attempts were unsuccessful, so Robert headed to the police station. Bridget was born December 17, 1993. There isn't much information about her early life because she was raised in an orphanage before being adopted by Catherine Randall Frisbee and Robert Frisbee at the age of 18 months. When I mention Robert and Catherine, I'll refer to them as Bridget's father and mother, not her adoptive parents. Bridget grew up to be a cheerful, energetic, and inquisitive young lady. She enjoyed poetry, painting, and horseback riding. Unfortunately, the difficulties that had followed Bridget like a shadow since birth did not fade as she grew older. Catherine Frisbee, Bridget's mother, died from a long illness when she was 6 years old. Her passing was heartbreaking for both Bridget and her father, Robert Frisbee. Catherine died at age 49. Robert tried everything to make his daughter happy. They had a warm, trusting relationship, But Bridget was getting older, and her rebellious side began to show. On April 3, 2011, teenagers riding motorcycles through the woods on the outskirts of Katy, Texas, noticed something suspicious on the ground among the trees. They decided to stop and take a closer look at what they saw. As they approached, they discovered a young woman lying on the ground. She was clearly dead and had been lying there for quite some time. They reported the discovery of the body to the police. The police officers who arrived at the crime scene quickly determined that the location where the teenagers discovered the young woman was the site of her death, but she didn't have any identification with her. The detectives had no idea who she was or how she ended up in the woods. Thus, one of the detectives' primary responsibilities was to identify the victim. She looked about 20 years old. When the expert examined the body, he discovered an entry bullet hole in the back of the victim's head. The bullet passed through and through, as evidenced by the exit wound on the forehead. Police discovered a 9mm pistol shell casing next to the body. At the time, the shell casing was the only clue that could be used to solve the case. When investigators examined the crime scene, they discovered another suspicious detail. There was a small hole a few yards away from the body. It was clear that someone had removed the topsoil, but it was unclear whether this was related to the crime. In search of answers, the police began interviewing residents near the crime scene. It was a quiet, wooded area, and residents became concerned about their safety after learning about a brutal crime committed near their homes. The police wanted to know if they had seen anything strange. Perhaps someone noticed strangers or unfamiliar cars near their home. Any clue was valuable. The officers went door to door, but no one reported seeing anything unusual. However, one of the locals stated that she had heard something strange. She spent the night before with friends in the backyard. At approximately 2 or 3 a.m., they heard a loud bang, like a gunshot. They paid little attention to it and did not call the police. At the time, this was not a major concern. However, learning about the discovery of a dead young woman nearby has raised serious concerns. Thus, the police estimated that the crime occurred between 2 and 3 a.m. No other residents have provided significant information to the police. To solve this case, detectives first had to identify the victim. In most cases, the perpetrator and victim know each other's names, occupations, social circles, and enemies. The police were able to track down the criminal detective, who began reviewing missing person reports in the hopes of finding someone who matched the description of a young woman found in the woods, but no one did. The following day was April 4, 2011. Robert Frisby visited the police station. He became concerned after learning that the police were investigating the death of a young woman whose identity had not yet been determined. Robert couldn't contact his 17-year-old daughter, Bridget. He informed detectives that he had last seen his daughter 2 days ago. She thought she was spending the night with a friend. He began to worry when she did not return home. Robert's worst fears were confirmed when the detective showed him photos of the crime scene. He recognized Bridget among them, and this, of course, caused him unimaginable emotional distress. Many years ago, he lost his wife, and now he's lost his daughter, whom he loved despite her rebellious nature. The investigators asked him to describe everything about the last time he saw his daughter and the events leading up to his visit to the police station. The police now knew the victim's name, giving them hope that they would be able to find the person who killed Bridget quickly. Robert Frisby testified that he had last seen his daughter on April 2, 2011. That day, he bought her a new rave outfit, including blue, green fox fur leggings, a skirt, and a top. Kendall Suto, Bridget's friend, visited them in the evening and stayed for dinner. Robert drove Bridget and Kendall to a rave party, but it was closed, so they returned home shortly after 10 p.m. Kendall's ride was supposed to pick him up at midnight, so he and Bridget settled in to watch a movie. Bridget was still dressed in her new rave outfit when Robert went to bed and set the alarm for midnight. When he awoke, Bridget informed him that the candle ride had not yet arrived. When Kendall left, Robert wanted to lock up the house. When Robert awoke at around 3 a.m., he discovered the back door and garage door open. Bridget could not return without the man's knowledge because he was locked up. Then he realized his cell phone was missing. He had recently taken away Bridget's phone, so he assumed she had taken his when she went out. Robert repeatedly called his cell phone and searched the internet for its GPS location. He gave up waiting for her to return after being unable to contact her or locate the phone. The next day, he called several of Bridget's friends, but none of them knew where she was. Later that evening, April 3, He read on the internet about a body discovered nearby and began to suspect it was Bridget. He therefore decided to contact the police. Thus, based on Robert's information, investigators had their first potential suspect, Bridget's friend, Kendall Suto. But Robert Frisbee didn't think Kendall could hurt Bridget. He claimed that only one person could have personal motivations to harm her, Bridget's ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson, with whom she had a complicated relationship, became the second potential suspect. Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, was also considered a suspect by investigators. They needed to know what these three people were doing and where they were during the crime. The first person investigators decided to speak with was Bridget's friend Kendall Suto, who was at Frisbee's house and may have been the last person to see her alive. Kendall had no prior issues with the law. When the police called, he agreed to meet with them. During a conversation with detectives, he admitted to watching TV with Bridget on the night she died. However, Kendall allegedly left Frisbee's house shortly after Bridget's father went to bed. He denied involvement in Bridget's death, claiming they were friends, and he had no reason to harm her. The man was prepared to provide the investigators with any assistance they required. He mentioned it while he and Bridget were watching television. She was upset due to a disagreement with her ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson. They were together for several months, but the relationship was troubled and they eventually split up. Investigators checked Kendall's alibi, which appeared to be confirmed. Nonetheless, he was not removed from the suspect list because the case was still unclear. Next, the investigators decided to approach Jonathan Larson, whose name they had already heard from several people, in the hopes of catching him off guard. They showed up at his house without warning. However, they were not expecting a pleasant surprise. The house was empty. Larson's family apparently left the house quickly. The most surprising thing, however, was what the investigators discovered outside the windows. The front door and walls were bullet-ridden, as was revealed 3 weeks prior to the police visit. Someone fired all of those bullets at Larson's family home in a drive-by shooting. The police department investigating the murders was unaware of the shooting because no one was injured. When someone shot the house, the owner called the police, but the case remained unsolved. The police only had shell casings and bullets, but they had no idea who was responsible for them. After interviewing the neighbors, the investigators discovered that the next day after the drive, they shot Larson and fled because they felt unsafe. Detectives were now investigating whether Bridget Frisbee's death and the shooting at her ex-boyfriend's house were connected. Let me remind you that Bridget's body was discovered on April 3, 2011, and the drive-by shooting happened 3 weeks ago. On March 14, Jonathan Larson was identified as the primary suspect, so the police began searching for him. During the investigation, police went to Bridget Frisbee and Jonathan Larson's school. The school administration stated that Jonathan had not attended school in several days. When they couldn't find Jonathan, they decided to speak with Bridget's classmates. They wanted to know who she was feuding with, who might wish her harm, and if she had any enemies. Alexander Olivieri was among those with whom the investigators spoke. He claimed that he and Bridget were friends who frequently spent time together. Alexander claimed that Jonathan Larson was the only one with a motive to harm Bridget. When the investigators asked Alexander about the last time he saw Bridget, he stated that they were supposed to meet on the night she died. They agreed to meet at her house, then travel to Houston together to pick up Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, at the bus stop. Alexander stated that he arrived at Frisbee's house with his friend Alan Perez, but Bridget was not present. She was supposed to be waiting for him on the street near the house, but she was nowhere to be found. Alexandra Olivieri stated that he and Alan Perez returned to Frisbee's house a few hours later, but Bridget was still not present. According to him, it was around 5 a.m. No wonder Bridget was not at home. She had already died by that time. Olivieri stated that he learned about Bridget's death from a news report. After visiting the school, the investigators added 2 new names to their list of potential suspects, Alexander Olivieri and Alan Perez. However, the main person of interest in the investigation remained the same, Bridget's ex-boyfriend, Jonathan Larson. Detectives discovered that Jonathan's mother did not leave the city following the drive-by shooting. She lived in a friend's apartment for a while. During a conversation with investigators, she stated that she sent her son to live with relatives in Austin, Texas. Following the incident, the woman stated that her son frequently got into trouble, and she was certain that their house had become bullet-ridden as a result of him. That incident, she believed, was a form of vengeance against her son. She also claimed Jonathan fought with another man shortly before the drive-by shooting. She was certain there was a connection between the fight and the shooting at their house. The woman's relationship with her son was not ideal. She had no idea where Jonathan was at the time of Bridget Frisbee's death. She gave officers the address of her relatives in Austin, where she claimed Jonathan was supposed to be. However, the case's breakthrough came before the investigators discovered Jonathan. A lawyer representing the Perez family approached the police. He stated that his client, Alan Perez, has important information regarding Bridget Frisbee's death. When the investigators spoke with Bridget's classmate, Alexander Olivieri, they learned the name Alan Perez. The latter then stated that he came to Frisbee's house with Alan Perez. Alan was now prepared to share important information, but only under certain conditions. He was willing to discuss Bridget's death in exchange for an immunity agreement. The authorities needed answers, so they accepted this condition. Alan Perez claimed that the drive-by shooting at Jonathan Larson's house was linked to Bridget Frisbee's death. This shooting occurred just 1 week after Jonathan and Bridget split up. Alexander Olivier Airy, 17, whom investigators had previously spoken with at school, assisted Bridget in exacting revenge on Jonathan and firing the shots at the house. Perez and Olivieri met in high school. They joined the National Guard together, but when Olivieri returned from basic training, he began attending a new school. According to Perez, Bridget was one of Olivieri's new friends at his new school. Perez testified that Bridget had been bragging about participating in a drive-by shooting with a friend, and that Olivieri later told Perez that he was the shooter. Specifically, Olivieri told Perez that Bridget drove, and he shot at her ex-boyfriend's house with his Hugo semi-automatic rifle. Perez testified that Olivieri approached him for a favor on the evening of April 2, 2011. Olivieri explained that he wanted to punish Bridget for informing friends about the drive-by. He wanted Perez as a backup. Olivieri told Perez to bring a weapon. Perez arrived carrying a .380 caliber pistol and dressed in a green military uniform, mask, and gloves. Olivieri carried a 9mm Beretta pistol in a shoulder holster beneath his jacket. According to Perez, they arrived at Olivieri's house after midnight. Olivieri then called Bridget and asked her to accompany him to pick up her boyfriend, Zach Richards, from the bus station. Bridget declined, citing her busy schedule. Olivieri went to Bridget's house and instructed Perez to hide under a blanket in the back of his Suburban. Olivieri informed Perez that he wanted to get Bridget into his car. That's why Perez had to sit under the covers and remain silent. Perez was supposed to follow them from a distance once they arrived at their destination and exited the vehicle. Bridget was leaving on her four-wheeler to meet friends when they arrived at her house, so they left. They went looking for her again a little later, and they found her pushing her four-wheeler because it had run out of fuel. Olivieri requested her assistance in locating a cache of random items. She initially declined, but he eventually persuaded her to go with him. Bridget parked her four-wheeler and got into the passenger seat of the Olivieri Suburban. Perez was still hiding in the back of the car, under blankets. Olivieri returned to the same neighborhood where he and Bridget had conducted the drive-by shooting. They got out of their car. Perez waited a minute before following them. Perez spotted Olivieri carrying a shovel and leading Bridget with a flashlight. Olivieri pointed out a spot and instructed Bridget to begin digging. As she bent over to dig, Perez noticed Olivieri reaching into his jacket, pull out his gun, place it against the back of Bridget's neck and fire. Perez testified that he was shocked because he expected Olivieri to threaten her with the gun, but he had just shot her. Olivieri ran towards Perez, who cursed at him for a while. Olivieri told Perez to shut up and run towards the car while he got his shovel, flashlight, and Bridget's cell phone. Then they left the crime scene and drove to Perez's house. Before they reached their destination, they smashed Bridget's phone with a shovel before hitting it. After this, they drove home to Olivieri. They moved everything from the Suburban into Alexander's room. According to Perez, he and Olivieri arrived at the bus station around 4 a.m. to pick up Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards. Perez invited Richards to spend the night at his house, so the three of them drove to Perez's home and went to bed. They told Richards nothing about the crime. Olivieri informed Perez that they needed to be each other's alibis. When questioned by police, Perez had to explain that he stayed at Olivieri's house, hung out, watched a movie, and then they went to pick up Richards together. Alexander Olivier persuaded him that saying the same thing and providing each other with an alibi would not put them in danger. Olivier also told Perez that he was going to get rid of the gun he used to kill Bridget. Bridget was upset because Jonathan Larson, with whom she was in a relationship, cheated on her. Olivier offered to exact revenge on him by shooting at his home. However, he had not anticipated what would happen next. Bridget failed to keep the drive a secret, which concerned Olivier. This incident may put an end to his plans. He wanted to be a military man, but now his dream was hanging by a thread. That's why he went to great lengths to keep Bridget quiet. He decided that the only way out of this situation was for Bridget Frisbee to die. During the investigation, the police heard the name of Bridget's boyfriend, Zach Richards, several times.
So they decided to speak with him.
They wanted to know whether Richards would confirm Alan Perez's testimony, or if the latter was attempting to absolve himself of responsibility. The situation seemed perplexing. Bridget's boyfriend Richards testified that in March 2011, Alexander Olivier Airy said he was going to deal with something, grabbed his AK-47 and left with Bridget in her car. Later, Olivier told Richards that he shot at Bridget's ex-boyfriend's house from her car as she drove by. Olivier told Richards that he participated in the drive-by as a favor to Bridget and simply because he could. Richards testified that Bridget continued to brag about the shooting, and Olivier confronted her and told her to stop telling people. On April 3, 2011, Olivier agreed to drive Bridget to the Houston bus station to pick up Richards around 1 a.m. When Olivier did not show up, Richards took a ride to Denny's and finally called Olivier at around 2:30 or 3 a.m. Olivier informed him that he was at home, but would come pick him up. Alexander finally arrived several hours late, and Perez accompanied him. When Richards inquired about Bridget Olivier, he stated that he attempted to contact her and visited her house, but she was not there. Richards stated that he went to Bridget's house after sleeping for a few hours. Her father answered the door and explained that Bridget had been out all night, and he had no idea where she was. Richards spent the next few days attempting to locate her through friends before learning of her body's discovery. Richards told the investigators that he had previously visited the woods, which have now become a crime scene, with Bridget and Olivier. According to him, Olivier was familiar with this area, and it was not unusual for him to carry a weapon at all times. Thus, everything pointed to Alexander Olivier being responsible for Bridget Frisbee's death. 4 days after her death, police issued an arrest warrant for Olivier. Given that the suspect possessed a variety of weapons and was proficient in their use, the police requested assistance from SWAT teams in apprehending him. After the surveillance team confirmed that Alexander Olivier was at home, the SWAT team began their work. Fortunately, they did not have to use weapons, and Olivier surrendered without resistance. He was calm and emotionless. He understood why he was arrested, but he denied having any involvement in Bridget Frisbee's death. Alexander's father, Samuel Olivier, agreed to a search of the house and car. The police discovered neither the AK-47 nor the Beretta, but they did find an instruction manual for a 9mm Beretta pistol. It matched the shell casing discovered at the crime scene. In Olivier, police discovered a blanket, a shovel, a rifle, and shotgun shell casings, as well as trace evidence samples such as fibers from the passenger seat and floorboard. Ballistics testing revealed that the shell casing from the Suburban match was recovered during the drive by shooting at Larson's home. Fibers lifted from the car's passenger seat matched Bridget's new Rave Fox fur outfit, which she was wearing when her father last saw her on the night of April 2. During his trial, Alexander Olivier claimed that he did not see Bridget on the night she was killed. Olivier's defense claimed that fibers discovered in their client's car matched the fibers of Bridget's new Rave Fox outfit and arrived there a few weeks before her death, but this theory was rejected. During the trial, Robert Frisbee provided a credit card statement that showed Bridget's outfit was purchased on April 2, 2011. She died several hours later. It showed that Bridget was undoubtedly in Olivier's car before her death, implying that he was lying when he claimed he hadn't seen her that night. The court saw a video posted on YouTube in 2010. Approximately a year before Bridget died, it was called Me and My Beretta 9mm. It shows Alexander Olivier firing a variety of firearms, including a Beretta pistol. Alan Perez testified at the trial that the video showed the same gun that Olivier used to kill Bridget. On August 1, 2012, the court sentenced Alexander Olivier to 60 years in prison. He will be eligible for parole in 30 years, but Robert Frisby believes Olivieri will be imprisoned for at least 50 years. It is critical that this man be removed from the streets and remain so for the rest of his life. Robert Frisby stated that after spending so many years in a small cell, he will be a broken man when he gets out. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In February 2018, the quiet town of Deltona, located in eastern Florida off the Atlantic coast, was shaken by the brutal murder of a young man named Patrick de la Cerda. The 25-year-old man was discovered dead in his home, and the severity of his injuries indicated that the perpetrator harbored a personal grudge against him. The Patrick de la Cerda case is an example of a near-perfect, elaborate and planned crime that may have gone unsolved. Although the murderer was identified almost immediately, there was no direct evidence to prove his guilt. As later claimed, investigator Chad Weaver, who investigated the case, knew from the start that it would be a true detective worthy of a screen adaptation. What happened? Who is Patrick de la Cerda? Patrick de la Cerda was born in June 1992 in Miami, one of Florida's most picturesque cities. His mother, Patricia Runza, was born and raised in France, while his father, Max de la Cerda, was a native of Spain. But in the 1980s, he moved to the United States, where he married and had a son. The de la Cerda family was extremely friendly and cheerful. Patrick grew up in an environment of love, caring, and mutual respect. He was a very nice, intelligent, and sociable guy who did well in school, could easily become the soul of any company, and had a lot of friends. Furthermore, the boy was very close to his parents from childhood, and they spared no effort or money to ensure that their son received a good education and grew up to be a worthy man. The family patriarch had spent his entire life working in the construction industry and was a highly skilled professional. The family was not wealthy, but they were well off by city standards. After graduating from high school, Patrick decided to pursue a career in construction to continue his father's legacy. When the young man was in university, his parents decided to divorce after nearly 25 years of marriage. It should be noted that they parted in a quiet and peaceful manner, with no scandals, property division, or other issues. The mother relocated to the quiet town of Deltona in the state's east and remarried shortly thereafter. The adult son decided to stay in Miami with his father, where they both work and are well known in the construction industry. Despite the divorce of the parents, all family members remained close and friendly to one another. They were constantly in contact with one another, calling and communicating on a regular basis, and we were always available to assist when needed. Patrick paid regular visits to his mother in Deltona, where he told her about everything going on in his life, including his joys and experiences meeting the girl of his dreams. Due to his French and Spanish heritage, Patrick had a bright appearance and enjoyed great success with fair sex from a young age, but it had always been an example of the family in which he grew up, so he did not seek frivolous and fleeting affairs. He dreamed of a bright mutual feeling and his own strong family. De la Cerda met the girl of his dreams by chance on the internet, on one of the popular sites where lonely hearts find each other. He registered and created an account at the suggestion of a friend, but he didn't fully believe that he could meet his soulmate there. One June evening in 2017, he was browsing the site's girl profiles without much enthusiasm when his attention was drawn to a photo of a searing brunette with an unusually bright appearance. She had big, bottomless eyes and a lovely smile. Patrick was completely enchanted and decided to write to the stunning stranger. She responded to his message, and they began to communicate more comfortably. The girl's name was Jessica Devnani. She was born in 1988 in Orlando, Florida, which is located in the state's central region. After graduating from high school, she enrolled in one of the local universities to study banking, and after graduation, she worked at a bank branch in her hometown of Orlando. Jessica was also immediately drawn to the handsome young man. They exchanged phone numbers after a few days of active correspondence on the website. For the next few weeks, they called each other every evening and talked for hours about anything. The couple quickly established mutual sympathy and trust. so the young people decided to meet in person. Because they lived in different parts of the state, they chose a location about halfway between them for the meeting. Already on the first date, Patrick realized Jessica was the girl he had been looking for, and now refuses to let go. She liked him right away, and Jessica was perplexed by the age difference because she was 4 years older than Patrick. On the way home, Patrick called his mother and told her that he had met the girl of his dreams, whom he wanted to marry and start a family. Patricia recognized the joy and excitement in her son's voice and knew he was serious. She was happy for him. This long-distance relationship lasted several months and posed a significant problem because the couple could only see each other on weekends and in neutral locations. Usually, they rented a hotel room in a cozy, secluded location and simply enjoyed each other's company. However, everyone flew home on Sunday night because they had work the next morning. Marriage proposal. To be closer to his sweetheart, Patrick relocated to Deltona, where his mother lived, in December 2017. He purchased a house in a quiet neighborhood and began repairing it, preparing a cozy nest for his chosen one's move. Jessica couldn't leave work right away, so they planned a housewarming party for early spring next year. On New Year's Eve, when the couple met, the young man decided to surprise his girlfriend. He set up fireworks in the backyard of the house, and, as Jessica watched the fireworks, she got down on one knee and held out a box with a ring, asking her the most important question: will she become his lawful wife? Jessica was overjoyed and, unsurprisingly, agreed with him. Patrick admitted that he had been looking for an engagement ring for a long time, but had not found the right one in any of the jewelry stores. He believes that none of them are attractive or refined enough for such an occasion. He chose the best of what was available in order to make a proposal before the new year, but then ordered another from the jewelry workshop, an exclusive ring designed by the young man himself. Something had happened to Patrick. 2 months have passed since the engagement. Preparations for the wedding and upcoming housewarming were underway. Their parents approved of the couple's decision, and they were ecstatic to be embarking on a new chapter in their lives. The young people intend to hold a lavish celebration in Miami on the Atlantic Ocean's shores, or in France, the groom's mother's homeland. On February 27, 2018, Patrick's father, Max de la Cerda, got a call from a courier. The father's phone number was added as an additional contact. The courier confirmed that his son's order had been delivered to the specified address, but the customer does not open the door or answer the phone. This was so unlike Patrick, so the father was immediately concerned. However, because he was at work at the time, he was unable to pick up the order while also checking on his son's well-being. Max decided to ask his future daughter-in-law. He called Jessica, and his voice was filled with anxiety as he explained that he could not reach his son. Jessica had attempted to contact her fiancé since the morning, but he did not return messages or make calls. When she mentioned this to Patrick's father, Max concluded that something had happened to Patrick. Jessica immediately dropped everything and dashed to the groom's house. When she pulled up, she immediately noticed Patrick's car in the driveway, indicating that he hadn't left. She had her own key. Jessica entered the yard and called out to her lover several times. However, there was no response. Jessica carefully opened the front door and discovered a terrifying image. Her fiancé lay practically at the entrance in a pool of his own blood. He showed no sign of life. Jessica immediately called 911, but when paramedics arrived, they were unable to help Patrick and declared him dead. By the time the cops arrived, Jessica was sobbing in the backyard of the house where Patrick had proposed 2 months prior. When one of the officers approached her, she simply looked at him and told him she knew who had murdered her lover and destroyed her entire life. A wealthy and powerful ex-boyfriend can help you understand this difficult situation, and to understand who would want to kill a young guy who appears to have no enemies or ill wishes, you must go back in time to when he and Jessica first met. The girl was then in a relationship with Gregory Bender, a wealthy businessman who ran his own investment fund. Jessica met Gregory while she was a student. He was 20 years older than her, and he literally turned the young ladies' heads. The businessman wooed her beautifully, gave her expensive gifts, and took her to luxurious resorts. Jessica believed she had found her one and only love, but she soon noticed some oddities in his behavior. Gregory sought to exert control over his girlfriend by closely monitoring where she went and who she communicated with. If Jessica had an admirer, he quickly got rid of him with threats and intimidation. At the same time, he told her very little about himself. This relationship lasted nearly 8 years, and Gregory never revealed his chosen one to his family or friends. Gregory rarely invited his girlfriend to his house, and they only met, spent time together, or went on vacation when he wanted to. He argued that he was extremely busy. Jessica, of course, wanted to have a normal family and have children. But Bender insisted that it was not yet time for that, and when she tried to end the relationship, Gregory gave her a ring and proposed marriage. Jessica agreed, but nothing had changed. They continued to live apart and only saw each other when the groom said so. Gregory was involved in a car accident that left him in a hospital bed. Jessica rushed over to him when she heard about it, but first she stopped by his house to get some items for Gregory. Jessica encountered a woman she had never seen before and inquired as to her identity. Rather than responding, the stranger asked her a similar question. Jessica showed the ring on her finger and announced that she was the bride of the house's owner. The woman then laughed and showed her the ring, claiming to be Bender's legal wife, Damara Sanchez. Bender? After such a shocking revelation, Jessica decided to immediately end her relationship with the businessman who had cheated her for so long. However, the boyfriend began to literally pursue Jessica, begging her to return and promising to divorce Damara in the near future so that they could marry. She renewed her faith in this man, but time passed and nothing about their relationship changed. Jessica became tired of this affair and filled out a questionnaire on a dating site where she met Patrick. After beginning to communicate with him, she made the firm decision to end her relationship with Gregory, which she informed him of, but he refused to let go. Obsessive stalker. Bender initially persuaded Jessica to return to him and try to restart their relationship, promising to divorce his wife. He then proceeded to make threats and harass others. When he realized that all of this was pointless, he decided to look for a rival about whom he knew nothing. He had to hire professionals to hack into Jessica's account and discover who she was communicating with. Gregory began sending Patrick threatening messages and demanding that he break up with Jessica, whom he referred to as his fiancée, after discovering his identity and obtaining his contact information. Patrick did not react to the threats and remained calm, believing that the situation would not escalate beyond threats. But Jessica was terrified because she realized her ex-boyfriend could expect anything from her. He was a wealthy and well-connected man with an extensive collection of firearms at his disposal. Jessica suggested that Patrick end their relationship before anyone was hurt, but he refused. Then they decided to contact the police, providing evidence that Bender was stalking and threatening them. The couple obtained a restraining order against Gregory, preventing him from approaching them or attempting to make contact in any way. Gregory was also ordered to surrender all firearms stored in his home. Things settled down for a while, and the lovers began to believe that the stalker had left them alone. Jessica, on the other hand, persuaded Patrick that it was necessary to install CCTV cameras around and inside the house because she was concerned that Gregory would break the bane, conduct a crime scene investigation, and test the first theory. But let's return to the tragic events of February 27, 2018. During the initial examination of the crime scene, the criminalist immediately ruled out the robbery theory and stated that, based on the nature of the mutilation, this murderer had a personal motive and literally despised his victim. A 25-year-old man was found with gunshot wounds in his thigh, chest, and head. The experts also discovered injuries and bruises consistent with a fall from a ladder. The body was lying on the floor between the front door and the stairs to the second floor. Investigators suspected that the killer had snuck into the house and was waiting for the owner on the second floor. When an unsuspecting Patrick entered and climbed the stairs, the intruder stepped out to meet him and fired the first bullet into his leg. The wounded young man rolled down the stairs, and the perpetrator followed him down, firing another bullet into his chest before killing the victim with 2 follow-up shots to the head. The murder weapon was not discovered, but it was a rather uncommon model of pistol that was difficult to obtain. The first shell casing was discovered on the second floor of the house. 2 more similar shell casings were discovered downstairs, but the 4th casing was not present, so it was assumed that the perpetrator took it with him, possibly as a trophy. Despite Jessica's claims that she knows who killed her fiancé, the first person suspected was the murdered man's neighbor, with whom he had a serious disagreement a few months prior. The man was a combat participant and veteran of the United States Army who was injured and severely concussed during the war. resulting in a mental disorder. He was an expert with firearms and could easily obtain a rare model of gun in December 2017. The veteran mistook his new neighbor for a burglar and opened fire. Fortunately, no one was hurt, but the neighbor was admitted to a psychiatric hospital due to an exacerbation of his condition. After he returned home, he continued to follow Patrick, calling him a spy and promising to expose him. The mentally ill neighbor may have a motive based on his unhealthy imagination. So the man was detained and decided to interrogate Patrick. He made no secret of his dislike for him. However, at the time of the murder, he had a complete alibi, which was confirmed by several people looking for evidence and attempting to provoke the perpetrator. So the original version of the robbery was canceled because everything in the house was in its proper place and the money and valuables remained untouched. Only hard disks containing recordings made by video surveillance cameras were missing, making it impossible to determine who entered and exited the house that day. In addition, no evidence was discovered at the crime scene. Forensic experts were unable to locate a single fingerprint, shoe print, or DNA trace. The murder was meticulously planned, and while the investigation had little doubt that Gregory was responsible, it appeared at the time that he would get away with it. The police decided to go undercover and ask Jessica to call her former lover and invite him to a candid conversation. Jessica agreed without hesitation, dialing Bender's number and making a spectacle of herself. She blamed him for what had happened, cried, and repeatedly asked why he had done it. However, Gregory appeared to have figured out what the investigators were up to from the start and persisted in pretending he didn't know. When Jessica revealed that he had killed her fiancé, the businessman pretended to be surprised, and after expressing his condolences to the ex-girlfriend, he attempted to persuade Gregory to confess in order to enrage him or force him to make a mistake, but it never worked. The police had no reason to stop or question the man. He could only be called to testify, but he followed the restraining order and appeared to have let his ex-girlfriend go long ago. The killer's notes. While the investigation was treading water looking for leads, the police received a call from Daymara Sanchez Bender, who claimed to have important information about the Patrick de la Cerda case. The woman was immediately invited to the station for an interview, during which she stated that shortly before the crime, she noticed a strange notebook on her husband's desk in his office. Looking into it, I discovered a detailed plan of some stranger's house, along with a strange algorithm of actions. She had not paid attention to it at the time. However, when Daymara saw a news report about a young man's brutal murder and the story showed the plan of his house, she immediately remembered the sketches of her unfaithful husband, with whom she was on the verge of divorce, and decided to tell the investigators that this information gave the police enough reason to search the alleged perpetrator's home. The mysterious notebook about which the businessman's wife spoke was found in the office, but the pages containing the house plan and other records had been removed. However, they were quickly discovered in the office. But, in a trash can that Gregory had apparently failed or forgotten to empty, he simply ripped out the pages, crumpled them up, and tossed them away. Apparently, he was confident that his house would not be searched because the sheets of paper contained no evidence against him. In addition to the layout of the house, there was a detailed plan of the crime itself, indicating that the criminal had planned extensively and thoroughly, working out every detail. It was specifically mentioned that the phone should be turned off, gloves should be worn, and shoe soles should be lubricated with a special compound to avoid leaving traces on the floor. The records revealed that Gregory followed his victim, knew when Patrick returned home, and was aware of the presence of surveillance cameras in the house and yard. In addition, Gregory disposed of the crime weapon, dirty clothes, shoes, and gloves. He was only disappointed because his own records had not been destroyed in time, and by his wife's curiosity. In addition, a fourth missing shell casing was discovered on the table in a cigar box that the gunman was supposed to have taken as a trophy. Forensics determined that it was the same shell casing from the crime scene. The trial and defense attorneys attempted to shift the blame onto Jessica, but the evidence was sufficient to arrest Gregory and begin the trial. The main issue was that all of the evidence found could be considered circumstantial, because the criminal weapon was never found. There was no evidence that the accused had ever visited the victim's home, and there were no witnesses. Bender's trial didn't start until May 21, more than 3 years after the atrocity. During this time, he hired the best lawyers who had enough time to fully prepare for the case. The businessman was upbeat and appeared to believe he'd get away with it. Jessica was a key witness. She detailed her long-term relationship with Gregory, including how she discovered he was married and attempted to end it, as well as the harassment and threats he made against her and Patrick. She provided saved screenshots of correspondence and phone records. In response, Bender's attorneys attempted to shift all of the blame to Jessica. The defense claimed that Jessica provoked Gregory with her behavior by registering on a dating site and beginning a new relationship while still in a relationship with Gregory, which hurt his pride and ego. Jessica was also accused of mercantilism, with some claiming that she enjoyed receiving expensive gifts from wealthy suitors. In the main evidence sheets containing records of the murder plot, the lawyers described it as a fantasy of a wounded man seeking vengeance on his rival. At the same time, the defense claimed that the defendant's involvement in the crime was limited to plans and fantasies, so no traces of him were discovered. Furthermore, the lawyers claimed that the search of their client's home was illegal and violated, so the second evidence was a shell casing that he could simply plant in the process. The crime weapon was also not discovered, and Jessica identified the model of the gun from a picture, claiming that she had previously seen it in her boyfriend's collection, but she could be mistaken because she was not well versed in weapons, according to her ex-wife's testimony and final verdict. At one of the sessions, the defendant's now ex-wife, Damara Sanchez, was called as a witness. The man who had previously appeared indifferent suddenly became animated and confessed his love for her. The ex-wife was moved by this confession and appears to have changed her mind about testifying against Gregory. She erred in her testimony, citing forgetfulness, and finally stated that she had lived with the man for many years and doubted his ability to commit murder. Despite defense attorneys' attempts to challenge the legality of the defendant's home search, his ex-wife's unexpected statement, and a lack of direct evidence, the jury found Gregory Bender guilty of first-degree murder after hours of deliberation. He received a life sentence and will never be eligible for parole. As the judge read the sentence, the defendant stared at Jessica, seemingly without blinking. He was literally glaring at her, making her feel sick and nearly causing a panic attack. She sat next to her late fiancé's mother and, at one point, started sobbing and choking. Despite numerous attempts by Bender and his well-paid lawyers to appeal the verdict and have the case reviewed, all of their appeals were denied. Not least among these factors was the case's widespread societal resonance, because a wealthy millionaire businessman murdered a simple working man in cold blood and attempted to evade justice. Patrick de la Cerda's story received widespread media coverage. Gregory Bender is still behind bars at the moment. Jessica Devnani says she feels safe and will continue to live for Patrick and honor his memory. She wears the ring that he gave her as a gift. In addition, Patrick never gave her the exclusive piece of jewelry he promised. Jessica has a close relationship with her deceased fiancé's parents, who treat her like their own daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Brianna Warren, a young woman, was awakened abruptly by an unexpected phone call at 1:45 on December 18, 2013. In the morning, she picked up the phone and found her best friend Heather on the other end, sobbing. Heather shared a recent conversation she had with her ex-lover, Sydney. Sydney had called her, revealing that he had split from his wife, expressing regret for their own breakup and urging Heather to start over. Brianna inquired as to why Heather had answered his phone call. The number turned out to be unknown, prompting Heather to pick it up. After listening and briefly calming her friend, Brianna insisted that Heather had only recently recovered from the difficulties of their breakup and should not get involved with Sydney again. She persuaded Heather to return to sleep and rest, and they exchanged goodbyes. The picturesque Horry County in South Carolina is frequently regarded as an ideal place to live. This region is well known for its beautiful beaches, with Myrtle Beach being particularly beautiful and popular. Aside from the beaches, there are dense forests, vast rivers, and numerous friendly towns to explore. On December 19, Horry County police discovered an abandoned car, a green Dodge Intrepid, parked in a remote area along the Waccamaw River. Peachtree Landing was approximately 8 miles from Myrtle Beach. This location served as a dock for small boats and was at the end of a long, little-known road that was rarely traveled by cars. The police checked the car's registration in their system and discovered that it was registered to Terry Elvis. Officers were dispatched to his home. They knocked on his door and told him about the found car. Terry was at home, watching TV on his living room sofa. It turned out that the car belonged to his daughter Heather. Terry attempted to contact Heather by phone, but she was unavailable. He agreed to accompany the police to the Peachtree Landing for further investigation. Terry was surprised to see his daughter's car in such a strange, secluded location, but he was not initially concerned about her safety. He assumed the car had been stolen because it was strange that it was there without its owner. After receiving a spare key from Terry, the police opened and thoroughly inspected the vehicle. They discovered no personal items in the cabin, including Heather's purse, keys, or cell phone. Terry's concern grew, so he attempted to contact Heather again. "I'm still not getting a response." He called the restaurant where she works. Heather had not shown up for work, according to the manager, and she was not scheduled until the following day. Terry informed the police of his concerns, stating that such behavior was completely out of character for his daughter and that something had gone wrong. At the time, the car and the riverbank where it was discovered were not considered crime scenes because there was no evidence of a struggle, broken glass, or blood. Nonetheless, authorities decided to conduct a missing persons investigation. Police and volunteers searched the land while divers investigated the riverbed. During the search, human remains were discovered in the forest. However, they were identified as belonging to an unknown man, not the missing woman. Investigators searching for leads investigated the missing woman's background. Heather, 20, was the daughter of Terry and Debbie Elvis, who lived in the county. She shared a close bond with her parents and younger sister. Heather's father mentioned that their family has always been close and supportive of one another. Heather was independent, but she remained close to her father, communicating with him every day by phone in 2011. Heather told her family that after graduating from St. James High School, she wanted to live with her best friend, Brianna Warren. Her parents were fully supportive of this decision. At 20, Heather worked as a waitress at the Tilted Kilt, a Scottish-themed restaurant in Myrtle Beach, and wanted to be a cosmetologist. Heather's younger sister Morgan revealed that her interests included makeup and working in front of the camera, and she was known for her creativity and ambition. Heather was also well known in her town for her kindness, carefree attitude, and positive outlook. Her friend Brianna observed that when people remember and talk about her, they smile because she always had a positive attitude. Heather was described by another friend as sociable, free-spirited, and enthusiastic about life. She was always determined to live life to the fullest. Heather had spent the previous year in Myrtle Beach with her best friend Brianna. She was doing well in her studies, and everything seemed perfect. However, everything changed when Heather had a chance encounter at the Tilted Kilt, which set her on the path to tragedy. Heather was working the day shift at a busy restaurant one warm June afternoon, while chatting with customers, taking orders, and transporting trays to the kitchen. She ran into Sidney Moore, a 37-year-old father of 3 and handyman. Sidney owned a small kitchen appliance repair business in Myrtle Beach and had received an order from the restaurant that day. They struck up a conversation, and Heather was instantly drawn to the man. Their interactions increased after that day. They discovered that they had many of the same interests and hobbies. Heather even hinted at her feelings on Twitter, saying she was drawn to older men. By the end of July, Heather had begun sending intimate messages to Sidney, who was renovating her restaurant. She also told her friends and co-workers about Sidney, revealing that he was the same person she'd mentioned on Twitter. Sidney liked Heather's attention and began visiting the restaurant on a regular basis. They frequently entertained in the kitchen while Sidney worked on appliance repair. By July, their relationship had most likely progressed from innocent flirting to something more serious, as evidenced by Heather's 2 tweets sent within a minute of each other. In one tweet, she mentioned that she had done something, while in the other, she stated that she was too deep to stop. Heather's co-workers were aware of her feelings for 37-year-old Sidney, and they began gossiping about their relationship. One co-worker later admitted that everyone was aware of their relationship and disapproved because Sidney was married. Furthermore, they frequently addressed Heather by different names, and once decided to play a joke on her. Two colleagues called the restaurant and pretended to be Tammy Sidney's wife. In August, the rumors were finally confirmed. Sidney began to appear more frequently at the restaurant. She was constantly bringing Heather coffee and sweets, sitting in the dining area, and waiting for her at the back door after her shift so they could leave together. The couple frequently discussed their relationship with friends, and Sidney even told acquaintances about his plans to hire Heather as a full-time nanny when he and his wife relocated to Florida. Heather also told her friends about Sidney's plans, and they all thought it was strange. The lovers were constantly on the phone and frequently drove to remote and secluded locations in their cars for intimate calls. Heather knew this was a toxic relationship. Sidney repeatedly told her that he was tired, dissatisfied with his wife, and wanted to leave. However, it appears that these were empty promises. Heather's friends warned her that Sidney was only using her. By mid-September, Heather appeared to be aware of her situation. On September 21, she tweeted that an angel and a demon fell in love, but it did not end well. Perhaps that was the day she attempted to end her strange relationship with Sidney. The turning point came when Tammy Sidney, 34, discovered her husband's secret affair after 34 years of marriage. She called Heather and started humiliating her on the phone. Heather's roommate, Brianna, witnessed the conversation and later told investigators that Heather had tolerated the insults for a long time. Tammy once claimed that Sidney was only using Heather for his fantasies, and she even had Sidney tell her this over the phone. Sidney echoed his wife's words, telling Heather that she is unimportant to him and an easy target. Naturally, this upset the girl. Sidney and Tammy made her feel terrible and almost completely destroyed her identity. Prosecutor Chris Helms later determined that Tammy held a commanding position in the Maurier household, dictating where and when Sidney should work and controlling all of his activities. Helms also stated that Tammy was enraged by the betrayal and could not forgive Sidney and Heather, so she decided to ruin the young woman's life. After the truth was revealed, Tammy began handcuffing Sidney and tying him to the bed at night, preventing him from leaving while she slept. She also changed the password on his phone and forced him to get a tattoo of her name on his stomach. Sidney agreed to everything in the hopes of preserving his marriage and family. Brianna Tammy claims that her attacks went beyond phone calls and turned into systematic acts of hatred. Tammy began making repeated phone calls to Heather's workplace, demanding that she be fired. She continued to call Heather from Sidney's phone and send pictures and videos of the two of them together, including intimate moments. Heather wrote Sidney a letter begging him to stop Tammy's harassment, which was causing problems at her job. She was saddened and upset by how the man she loved treated her. Heather tried everything she could to get her life back on track, including starting to attend church with her best friend in early November. Tammy sent Heather new threatening messages, demanding that she provide her address. Tammy warned Heather that if she did not comply, she would find her and impose severe consequences. Tammy also stated that she had been monitoring Sidney since January 2012 and that Heather could no longer influence him. Heather was completely exhausted, both physically and emotionally, and couldn't understand why Tammy wouldn't let her go, especially since her relationship with Sidney had ended and she wanted to forget everything. Heather told her friend that Tammy appeared to be obsessed with her. Things finally settled down by the end of November. More than 2 weeks after Tammy's threatening messages arrived, Sidney and Tammy left for a 3-day trip to California with their 3 children in their new Ford Phone 150 SUV. With more family out of town, Heather was finally able to relax and enjoy the moment, free of Tammy's threats. Heather also experienced a happy event in her life when she was able to land her dream job as a makeup artist at a beauty salon. She was supposed to start work before Christmas. Heather was overjoyed and eagerly shared the news with her friends and family. However, fears began to emerge in her life, which could only worsen her problems with Tammy. Heather and her co-workers at Tilted Kilt noticed in early November that she had gained weight unexpectedly and quickly. Heather became concerned that she might be pregnant with Sidney's baby. Angered and terrified, she decided to take a pregnancy test at the restaurant. Heather's manager, Jessica Cook, later told police that she was desperate about the situation and feared Tammy would do something terrible to her. However, the test turned out to be incorrect. Heather had no idea if she was pregnant with Sidney's child at the time. Heather's best friend also stated that when Heather took a pregnancy test at work in early November, she had not been intimate with anyone other than Sidney. Despite her concerns about a possible pregnancy in the winter of 2013, Heather remained optimistic. She decided it was time to move forward and make a new start. She hoped for a new, happier, and healthier relationship and agreed to go on a first date with Steve Gerald, a man she had met briefly but was genuinely interested in. Heather and Steve met on December 17 at around 10 p.m. and decided to drive around Myrtle Beach to see the Christmas lights. They eventually stopped at a nearby parking lot, where Steve taught Heather how to drive his manual transmission car. Excited, Heather sent her father a picture of herself behind the wheel of the car with the caption, "I just learned to drive like a true professional." Steve later stated that they had scheduled a second date and he dropped her off at her Carolina Forest apartment. Detectives struggled to find specific clues or leads around 1:15 a.m., so they decided to create a timeline of events preceding Heather's disappearance on December 17 and 18. The prime suspect was Steve Gerald, with whom Heather had spent the evening before her disappearance. However, after questioning, no evidence of his involvement was discovered and suspicions were dismissed. Heather's family and friends were surprised to learn that, while they were working hard to find the girl, they were also reaching out to the general public and offering a reward for information about her whereabouts. Tammy Moore, at the same time, became active on social media and continued to insult Heather. On December 20, Brianna and her restaurant colleagues told police about Sydney and Heather's affair, causing outrage and drawing the attention of investigators leading the investigation. Detectives summoned Sydney for questioning. Sydney was evasive and reserved throughout the interrogation, claiming that he was not near the Peachtree Landing on the night of December 17-18. He also claimed that he had no contact with Heather and was traveling with his wife Tammy at the time. Detectives suspected he was lying but needed proof. That's when investigators looked into Heather's call history and phone records, and they discovered the first clues. By reconstructing Heather's movements on the day she vanished, they attempted to establish Sydney's connection to these events. According to Brianna, Heather received a call from an unknown number on December 18 for only 5 minutes. Heather then repeatedly attempted to call the number back. Starting at 1:35 a.m., she dialed the number 9 times, indicating her desire to speak with someone she knew. The police were able to determine the exact location where the call was made. There was a payphone near a gas station in Myrtle Beach. Surveillance footage revealed that an unknown male was entering the phone booth at the time Heather received the call. All of this evidence was presented to Sydney, who initially denied making the call before admitting that he called Heather to request that she leave him alone. Tammy Moore was also called in for questioning, where she discussed her marriage and the situation but denied any involvement in Heather's disappearance. She also stated that Heather led an inappropriate lifestyle and that her behavior was abnormal. Tammy contended that the issue was not only Heather's infidelity, but also her overall behavior. Based on their suspicions, detectives decided to check all of the neighborhood's security cameras, which quickly yielded evidence. Shortly before Heather's call, Sydney was caught on video purchasing a pregnancy test at a local supermarket. When asked if the test was for him, the man responded that it was for his wife. Even more compelling evidence was discovered later. Footage from cameras installed along a remote stretch of road leading to the Peachtree Landing. These tapes featured a Ford Phone 150. It's very similar to Sydney's vehicle approaching the location where Heather's car was discovered at 3:36 a.m. After about 10 minutes, they leave the area. Experts later confirmed that the SUV seen on video belonged to Sydney. He was the last person Heather spoke with, and investigators believe he was the last person to see her at the Peachtree Landing. Using Heather's phone records, investigators were able to create a timeline of her recent movements. At 2:30 a.m., Heather's phone called the payphone number Sydney was using, but there was no answer. She then went to Longbeard's Bar and Grill in Carolina Forest, which is not far from her apartment. She stayed there for about 15 minutes before heading towards Augusta Plantation Drive. She then returned to her Longbeard and remained there for an additional 15 minutes. Heather tried calling Sydney again but received no answer, so she went to her apartment and stayed for 5 minutes. Sydney's phone received another call at 3:25 am, which he answered, and they spoke for 4 minutes until 3:37 am. Heather's phone was at Peachtree Landing, and she attempted 3 times to call Sydney, all of which went unanswered. The last call to Sydney was made at 3:41, and by 3:42 the phone had been disconnected. Security footage of Sydney's vehicle served as incriminating evidence. However, additional compromising evidence was discovered during a search of the Moore's home after investigators obtained a warrant. Suspiciously, the Moores removed their home video surveillance system on December 20 and replaced it the next day. Although investigators were unable to obtain footage from the previous system, they did seize recordings from the new one. The video shows Sydney and Tammy thoroughly cleaning the interior of their car and then burning the rags they used to clean it all on the day the new surveillance system was installed. In 2014, months after Heather Elvis's disappearance, police made a breakthrough in the case. On February 21 that year, Sydney and Tammy Moore were arrested on charges of kidnapping Heather. They were later charged with murder, despite the fact that Heather's body had never been found. However, while in jail, the Moores refused to testify. The police continued their search for Heather's body because they lacked sufficient evidence to prosecute the felony charges. Ultimately, the murder charges were dropped. However, the kidnapping charge remained. Debbie, Heather's mother, was disappointed that the charges had been dropped but relieved that she would not have to attend the trial and learn the details of what may have happened to her daughter. Heather's family hoped that it would motivate potential witnesses to testify. Finally, Sydney Moore's 5 months in custody aren't the end of it. In 2017, he was convicted of obstructing justice and sentenced to 10 years in prison. Following this, Sydney and Tammy were scheduled to stand trial for Heather Elvis's kidnapping. The case sparked intense public interest and received extensive media coverage. In 2019, 6 years after Heather disappeared, several lengthy court hearings were held, during which numerous witness testimonies, evidence, and proof of the couple's involvement in the crime were presented. After 2 hours of deliberation, the jury reached its decision, and justice was served. Sydney and Tammy Moore were convicted of kidnapping Heather Elvis. The Moores were sentenced to 30 years in prison, each for their crimes and the associated conspiracy. The husband and wife will serve their terms concurrently. Following the verdict, Sydney requested to speak in court. Despite the conviction, he remained adamant about his innocence. He addressed Heather's parents with understanding and sympathy, saying that their daughter was a wonderful girl and that as a father, he regretted the tragedy that had befallen her. He admitted that he could not undo what had happened between him and Heather. But nothing could change now. Heather's parents gave an interview following the trial, which was extremely difficult for them. They expressed hope that this was not the end, and that Sydney and Tammy would eventually reveal the truth about the crime. They described their daughter as a bright and sincere young lady who suffered at the hands of deceitful and cruel men. Heather's loved ones organized a campaign on her birthday in the public park where her car was discovered. Residents in the area brought flowers and donations to the memorial site. The funds raised were donated to a center for missing persons as a tribute to Heather and to assist her family in their search for their daughter and discovering the truth. Heather Elvis' body has yet to be found. Every year on her birthday, her family posts missing person announcements in the hopes of attracting attention and keeping her and other missing people's memories alive. Debbie, Heather's mother, stated that she could not find peace until she knew what had happened to her daughter. She remains hopeful that her persistence will help uncover the truth and that someone will eventually tell them what happened to Heather. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will talk about what happened in Windsor, Canada in 2018. Autumn Taggart, 31, lived on the 3rd floor of this building with her son, Gavin. On June 10, the boy awoke and went into his mother's room. Her room was completely disorganized. He tried to wake up his mother, but Autumn lay motionless. The Autumn Taggart case received widespread attention, and Canadian police enlisted the assistance of their American counterparts to locate and apprehend the suspect. Autumn Taggart was a single mom in 2018. Her son Gavin was 9 years old, and they lived in Windsor, about a mile from the border between Michigan and the United States and Ontario, Canada. On Saturday, June 9, 2018, Autumn and Gavin spent the afternoon with the child's father, Chris Sherwin. Autumn maintained friendly relations with him after their breakup. They both did their best to ensure that the breakup did not have a significant negative impact on Gavin. At the end of the day, The three of them went grocery shopping before Chris drove Autumn and Gavin to their third-floor apartment. After that, Chris returned home. Before going to bed, Gavin played video games with his mother, unaware that the following night would be an unimaginable nightmare for him. Gavin awoke to a noise while it was still dark outside. He was startled and opened his eyes to see an unknown man standing next to his bed. Before leaving Gavin's room, the stranger instructed him to close his eyes and sleep. His mother's room was behind a wall. It's on the right in this image. After about a minute, Gavin heard her scream. The boy had never felt such fear before. A few minutes later, silence hung in the air. His mother stopped screaming, and he quickly fell asleep. When Gavin awoke, it was already morning, and he was getting out of bed. He first went to his mother's room. Everything there was shattered and destroyed. Autumn was lying on the bed. Gavin, 9, initially believed his mother was sleeping, but when he saw the blood on her nose, he knew she was dead. It shocked him. The boy was unwilling to believe it was true. He spent the first half of the day playing on the console and watching YouTube videos, attempting to distract himself from the fact that his deceased mother was lying in the next room. In the afternoon, he couldn't take the pressure anymore. He began crying and decided to tell someone about it. After entering his mother's room, he took her phone and used Messenger to contact his father. He texted him that Autumn hadn't woken up. Chris and his girlfriend drove immediately to Autumn and Gavin's house. After parking and exiting his car, Chris noticed his son standing behind a sliding glass door on the third floor. Chris did not have an electronic key to enter the building, so Gavin went downstairs and let him in. He asked his son to stay with his girlfriend while he investigated why Autumn hadn't woken up, then entered the apartment and the bedroom. Chris noticed that Autumn was very pale. She had bruises on her face and body, and her nose was bleeding. The man immediately dialed 911. The police and an ambulance arrived at the address he provided, but the paramedics were forced to declare Autumn dead due to the injuries on her body and the signs of a struggle in the bedroom. It was clear that it was not an accident. Investigators began searching for possible evidence in the apartment. Meanwhile, a child interrogation specialist speaks with Gavin and learns about the overnight guests who told him to sleep. The boy claimed he heard his mother's screams, but they quickly stopped. He described the man he had seen in his room at night. The boy thought the man was white, about average height, and had messy hair. He looked like he'd just gotten out of bed, the boy testified. I believe he was thin, but not too thin. I believe he was skinny. The forensic experts who conducted the autopsy determined that Autumn died as a result of strangulation. Someone beat her up before she died. Furthermore, there were injuries in her genital area and male DNA samples found on her body. Among other things, the police had to answer the following questions. How did the perpetrator enter the apartment? What was his motivation? And, most importantly, who was the man who entered the building? People required an electronic key. The police immediately ruled out the possibility that the killer was one of the building's tenants because Gavin knew all of his neighbors, and the man he saw on the night of the crime was not one of them. In addition to obtaining an electron key to enter the building, the perpetrator had to enter the victim's apartment. However, there were no signs of forced entry on the door leading to Autumn's apartment. This could indicate that she let the perpetrator in herself or that she failed to lock the door. Eventually, the police will discard both of these assumptions after discovering evidence that the perpetrator climbed to the third floor. He began by ascending to the second-floor balcony and then to the third. The door was open, and he entered the apartment without difficulty. In addition to the DNA sample, the police discovered fingerprints whose owner they were attempting to locate. Only 12 days after the body was discovered did the police release the victim's identity in the hopes of receiving tips from the public. Authorities have urged anyone with information that could aid the investigation to contact detectives. On the night of the crime, someone noticed a new black SUV, possibly a Honda Pilot, in the parking lot next to the building. It was there until around 6 a.m. Detectives suspected that the owner of the SUV was involved in Autumn's death. They believed he first climbed onto his car's roof and then went higher from there. The building's corners have repetitive, decorative protrusions that could have served as steps for the criminal as he climbed from the second to the third floor. The crime happened at night, So investigators began looking into the activity of mobile phones in the area where Autumn lived. In this case, the fact that the crime occurred at night simplified the task because most people are asleep at that time. There were few phone numbers that were active near the crime scene. During the investigation, the detectives learned that one of the phone numbers belonged to Autumn's neighbor, despite living in the same building as Autumn. She stated during the police interview that she knew nothing. However, she was not only talking on the phone in her apartment, she had moved around the city several times and turned off the phone around the same time that someone had killed her. She was either in her apartment or close to it at the time. It was impossible to say for certain because there is always an error rate when determining the phone's location, but there was no doubt that this woman was concealing information from the detectives investigating the case. So they went to speak with her again. Her name was Michelle, and she insisted that she didn't know or hear anything. But the police warned her that if she withheld critical information for the investigation, she could become an accomplice to the crime. She therefore began to speak. She said that around 2 a.m. that night, a man they knew as Jay contacted her boyfriend, who was looking to buy an illegal substance and hire an escort girl. All three drove to the ATM, where Jay took out cash. They then gave Jay some of the substance. Michelle admitted that she and her boyfriend were dealing with the issues themselves. Jay eventually asked them to sell him more. Then, according to Michelle, she directed Jay to the parking lot near her building. The woman admitted that she and her boyfriend intended to rob Jay. When they arrived at the building, all three consumed illegal substances, and Michelle and her boyfriend decided to flee with the remainder. Interestingly, before fleeing, Michelle hid a bag of the substance in her genitals. Fortunately, there are no details on how she did it, but it's worth remembering this moment. It will be necessary in the future. According to Michelle, she and her boyfriend fled, taking not only the substance but also some of Jay's money. They dashed to the building's entrance and then went upstairs to their apartment, where they locked themselves in, sat quietly, and did not turn on the lights. Jay was unable to enter the building because he did not have an electronic key. He couldn't shout or honk because someone would have called the cops. Furthermore, according to Michelle, when they looked out the window, they noticed shoe marks on Jay's car roof. The man drove away around 6 a.m., and investigators assumed Jay climbed into the building to find the people who stole the substance and money from him, but he had no idea where Michelle lived. So he probably entered Autumn's apartment by mistake. The police now had the suspect's phone number and photo. These images are from a camera at the bank's entrance, where he was withdrawing cash to buy the substance, as well as an ATM camera. After checking the phone number, investigators discovered that his name was not Jay. The man's real name was Jitesh Bogle, and he was a 27-year-old Canadian citizen living and working as a car development engineer in Warren, Michigan. He also owned a black Honda Pilot SUV and used to visit Canada almost every day. To get to Windsor, he only needed to cross the river via bridge or tunnel. Authorities were able to track his movements and discovered that he had left Canada on the morning of June 10. The day Autumn died, he left the country and has not returned since. Jitesh sold his car after the police released details about the black SUV incident at the victim's home. The Canadian police contacted their American counterparts and asked for assistance. They learned that Jitesh was planning to relocate from Michigan to Washington State. His parents lived in Kent. After leaving a good job for unknown reasons, he returned to his parents' home. The fact that he decided to relocate, get rid of his car, and stop visiting Canada was very suspicious. However, the police required irrefutable evidence to arrest and extradite him to Canada. The Windsor police asked the U.S. National Security Agency to assist with the investigation and track the suspect's movements. The male DNA discovered on Autumn's body most likely belongs to Jitesh. To prove it, they needed to collect a sample of his DNA for comparison. Agents from the United States tracked the suspect's movements. They were aware that he was planning to relocate to Washington State and were concerned that he might leave for a third country. Jitesh also tried to change his appearance by removing his beard and wearing blue contact lenses. Fortunately, Jitesh was not particularly cautious. One day, he went to one of Warren's bars and drank. When he finished his last glass and left the bar, the agent seized the glass, obtaining a sample of his DNA. It took some time to compare it to the sample on Autumn's body, but the results were not unexpected. The victim's body contained male DNA that matched Jitesh Bogle. On August 17, 2018, more than 2 months after Autumn Taggart's death, Jitesh was arrested at his parents' home in Kent, Washington. The arrest surprised him. The man appeared to believe that the police would not track him down. The U.S. authorities have begun the extradition process to his homeland. In the extradition documents, the prosecutor stated that Jitesh was a threat to society, posing a flight risk and being unpredictable. Shortly after, Canadian police charged him with the murder of Autumn Taggart. The trial was postponed for an extended period of time due to country-imposed restrictions. It started in November 2021. There were 3 separate courtrooms, allowing for social distance. The main courtroom housed the judge, the prosecutor, the jury, and the defendant, along with his defense. The other 2 courtrooms featured large screens that showed the trial to Autumn's relatives and others. Jitesh Bogle pleaded not guilty to first-degree homicide, claiming that he accidentally killed Autumn. He described how some dealers stole money and an illegal substance from his car. It upset him, so he got out of the car to find them. He didn't remember much of what happened that night because he had consumed so much alcohol and other substances. He remembered climbing onto the balcony before entering the apartment. Autumn was asleep in her bed when he mistook her for Michelle, the woman who had robbed him. When Autumn awoke, she began screaming. He told her to stop making noise, but Autumn did not listen. He put his hand over her mouth, causing her to suffocate. According to the man, he realized he had accidentally killed Autumn after the scream stopped. He then performed CPR on her, but it didn't work. Jitesh couldn't remember how the genital injuries appeared on Autumn's body, or how he left her apartment. Jitesh and his attorneys asked the prosecution to dismiss the first-degree life deprivation charges because they believed it was an unintentional crime. According to them, Jitesh was unaware of his actions due to the large quantity of substances he consumed. The hand over the mouth indicates that they want to be quiet, not that they want to die. Bogle lacked the ability to form intent or understand the consequences of his actions. According to defense attorney Peter Thorning, there is only one explanation for his behavior: intoxication. It is true that terrible things can happen without our knowledge. That is what happened here. This death was unintentional. He was intoxicated or didn't realize that his actions would not result in death. He added, his lawyers also claimed that there was no evidence that the defendant had intercourse with the victim. This is an important consideration because it will have an impact on Jitesh's sentence. Yes, Autumn's body contained Bogle's DNA, but it was not seminal fluid. The lawyers believe it could have been caused by cross-contamination or DNA transfer from one surface to another. For instance, through a forensic expert's gloves. Bogle's lawyers attempted to persuade the jury that John Lasorda, who worked in the forensic unit during the investigation, performed his duties incorrectly by transferring their client's DNA to Autumn Taggart's body. Lasorda's role was to photograph the scene and collect any evidence that came into direct contact with the victim. Bogle's defense lawyer, Peter Thorning, suggested to Lasorda that rotating the body on the bedsheet, which the police seized, could result in DNA or fluid transfer from the body to the sheath, or vice versa. This is known as cross-contamination. It is not impossible, Lasorda stated during cross-examination. Thorning asked Lasorda if he had the necessary training to work as a forensic identification expert. Lasorda stated that he changed gloves between touching each piece of evidence and grabbing his camera to photograph it to avoid cross-contamination. Lasorda examined the evidence in Taggart's room, looking for fluids, urine, saliva, and sperm. Lasorda testified that the likelihood of actual assault increases when there is a deceased female victim compared to a male victim. The court heard that Lasorda discovered no fluid depositions consistent with a jewel assault. He admitted his examination of the body was limited because he was not a trained medical official, such as a coroner. Nothing overt on or around the body would indicate a sexual assault, Lasorda stated in court. He also stated that there were no visible signs of a struggle. Lasorda clarified in court that signs of a struggle would include broken furniture or glass, forced entry, tampered locks, or blood spatter, none of which were found in Autumn's apartment. However, the prosecutor held a different view. Recalling that Michelle hid the substance in her genital area, the prosecution claimed that the defendant was aware of it and searched for it in the same part of Autumn's body, and that even though he did so with his hand, nothing changed. He committed all of the assaults. You searched her, the prosecutor said, which is disgusting. I disagree, said Bogle. Why didn't he call 911? The prosecutor asked. Autumn stopped breathing. Jitesh responded that he was afraid the police would arrest him because he was sure no one would believe him. Nobody believed me. I barely believed myself. Bogle testified that he does not remember much of what happened in Autumn's room. He said he recalls performing CPR on Autumn after she stopped screaming. He previously testified that he remembered counting 5 or 6 ribs down before beginning CPR, and that he performed 15 compressions and 3 breaths. The prosecutor also disputed that the defendant's strangulation of the victim was accidental. After all, he could have simply placed his hand over Autumn's mouth to stop her screaming, but he also closed her nose, depriving her of the ability to breathe. And he needed to do it for a while, so he knew what he was doing. Autumn's son, Gavin, who has since turned 13, also testified at the trial. The boy testified at the trial. The boy testified in a separate room in the courthouse from the main room, which housed the judge, jury, lawyers, and accused. He was accompanied by a support worker as he gave his testimony. That was how he described the events of that night. Someone came into my room and said something I can't recall. He was kind of close. He also testified that no contact was ever made. When he left my room, it was quiet for a short while. Then I heard my mother scream that night. That scream lasted a while before ending. And then before I knew it, I had fallen asleep again and woke up. When the boy woke up in the morning, he went into his mother's room. Everything was knocked down, broken, and destroyed. My mom was sleeping. Well, that was what I thought at first, but there was blood on her nose, which led me to believe she had died. She was killed. He said I was shocked. He said I was shocked. I could not believe it. I cried, but I tried to cope with it. I simply went about my day unconcerned. The boy testified. He claimed to have spent some of the day playing video games and watching YouTube videos. The date was June 10, 2018. Later that day, he sent a message to his father using his mother's phone. I could not take it anymore. I needed to tell someone about it. Gavin said, Chris Sherwin Taggart, his former partner and their son's father, testified that he last heard from her via text message around 12:30 a.m. on June 10. In the morning, he texted again, but no one responded. At that point, he expressed concern. Later that day, he claimed to have received a text from Taggart's phone. He soon realized it was his son. A copy of the text messages was displayed in court for the jury to view. On December 1, 2021, a 12-person jury convicted Jitesh Bogle of first-degree life deprivation. They discovered no conclusive evidence that Bogle had intercourse with Autumn. I can't say we were not nervous. It's definitely the correct decision. Autumn deserved it. Her son deserved it. John Taggart, Autumn's father. Justice. That's exactly what we wanted. That's what we have. The family members hugged and expressed relief. On January 5, 2022, the court sentenced Jitesh Bogle to life in prison. He will have to serve 25 years before being eligible for parole. He appeared on video in jail wearing an orange jumpsuit and a black mask. He sat against a wall away from the camera while listening to the victim's impact statements. Finally, the judge asked if he had anything to say. It's difficult to express my sorrow and remorse, but I'm glad for the family that they have a sense of justice and can move forward. That day, a part of my soul also died. Bogle stated that we would still like to see the laws in Canada change from life to actual life, rather than 25 years and then parole. We want life to mean life for all victims, said John Taggart. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story from 2004 in New Jersey, USA. Brittany Gregory was born on April 1, 1988, in Brick Township, the youngest of 5 children in her family. Her parents divorced, and she was left to live with her father, but she remained close to all of her siblings, particularly her sister Brianna, who was 4 years older than her. Brittany excelled in school, and her teachers expected her to become a scholar. Her unusual dream, however, was to become a forensic scientist and investigate crime scene evidence. Brittany enjoyed being the baby of the family. Her mother described her as spoiled but not vain or arrogant. She celebrated her 16th birthday in April by keeping her mother's promise to let her get her belly button pierced. She adored pop star Britney Spears and had posters of her up in her bedroom. She enjoyed cartoons, particularly SpongeBob SquarePants. She also couldn't get enough of TV shows about forensic science, which she wanted to pursue. She and her mother used to watch the same shows and then call each other to discuss what they were watching. In 2004, Britney, 16, and her older sister Brianna, 20, lived in a small house near their school with their father, Joe Don, and his new girlfriend, Lori Peterson. Britney's father's house was the last one on the street, and it was near a wooded lot. Britney had been dating 18-year-old John Fitzgerald for nearly 2 years. He was a nice guy who Britney's family liked. They had a great relationship and were considered the ideal couple. At around 8:30 p.m. on Sunday, July 11, 2004, Britney's mother Deborah and sister Brianna drove to the town of South Toms River, about 15 miles from Britney's home, to visit her older brother and his wife, who had recently had a daughter. That evening, Britney called her mother from her cell phone and requested a ride to her boyfriend John's house. The girl's voice was extremely upset, indicating potential trouble. Her mother explained that she was out of town and unable to drive Britney, but that her sister Brianna could be there in about an hour. Britney agreed, saying she'd wait for her. Brianna was free about 45 minutes after Britney called, so she called her, but her sister did not answer. Brianna assumed Britney was asleep or that someone else had brought her to John's. When Brianna returned home in the morning, she discovered Britney was not there, but her belongings, including her phone, were still there. Brianna speculated that Britney had spent the night at her boyfriend's house, but it seemed strange that she hadn't told anyone and had left her cell phone at home. It was not like her. Looking for answers, Brianna began calling all of Britney's friends to see if they had seen her, but no one knew anything. Brianna decided to call John after unsuccessful attempts to contact her sister. He said he last spoke with Britney on the phone Sunday morning, and they hadn't seen or spoken to each other since Britney's father's friend Lori Peterson, who lived with them, said she returned home around 10 p.m. Britney was not present on Sunday night. Brianna sensed something was wrong and went straight to the police station to report Britney missing. The police initially dismissed Brianna's concerns about her sister's disappearance. They assumed the girl had simply run away from home or was out with friends. But Brianna persuaded the officers that she had already contacted all of her sister's friends and spoken with her boyfriend. But no one knew where Britney might be. Brianna was certain her sister couldn't have run away from home because she was an honor student who spent the majority of her time in the library. Britney never left the house without warning, and she left all of her belongings, including money and a phone, at home. Brianna persuaded the cops that her sister could not have run away from home on her own. The officers started their search. They first went to Britney's house to inspect her room and look for clues. They ensured that Britney's purse, containing her phone, ID, and makeup, was left in her room. The police found nothing suspicious in her room. They interviewed everyone who lived in the house and concluded that no one close to Britney was involved in her disappearance. The police then began searching the area around the house. They inspected all of the houses in the area, walked around the property, and spoke with neighbors. They looked for witnesses who could have seen or heard something. The officers noticed that the house was at the end of the street, with a wooded area across the street, except for one woman who reported seeing Britney walking down the street toward her house late Friday night when it was already dark. None of the neighbors saw anything suspicious. This occurred 2 days before Britney's disappearance, and while the information appeared insignificant, investigators paid attention to it. This information contradicted the image of a modest girl who spent the majority of her time in the library and did not leave without her parents' permission. What made Britney stay out so late? And was she allowed to go out at that time? The police were eager to determine whether Britney was a true home girl, as her sister had described her. Numerous police interviews with her family, neighbors, and teachers revealed that no one had negative things to say about the girl. Everyone spoke highly of her. Brianna told the police that Britney and her boyfriend John had a strained relationship recently. The couple had been arguing frequently, and on the day of her disappearance, Britney and John had another fight. Britney was upset, and she planned to visit John that evening to make amends. The investigators decided to look into John's identity more closely. They invited him to the police station to see if he saw Britney on the day she went missing. John said his last phone call with Britney was on Sunday morning. At the time, he was at the beach with friends, and Britney was disappointed that he went without her. They argued about it and haven't spoken since. He also revealed that he had broken up with Brittany a few days ago, but she was unable to accept it. Even though she knew he was already dating another girl, John insisted that he had no plans to go out with Brittany that night and had no idea she was coming to his house. The rumor that Brittany kissed another guy at the party sparked their breakup. Despite the fact that he did not see it, John decided to end his relationship with her and start dating another girl. He last saw Brittany on July 10, the day before she vanished. She gave him a letter expressing her desire to reconcile. The detectives asked John for permission to read the letter Brittany had written, and he handed it to them. Brittany apologizes in the letter for her behavior as well as for breaking John's heart. She also asked him to stay friends. John appeared genuinely concerned and worried that Brittany had not yet been found. The police found no evidence linking John to Brittany's disappearance, and after passing a lie detector test, he was removed from the suspect list. However, John did provide the detectives with one important detail. He claimed that Brittany frequently came to his house via the woods behind her father's house, and the story of Brittany's disappearance became increasingly complicated. Detectives began to wonder if Brittany attempted to reach John's house that night, which was about a mile from her father's house through the woods. It was already dark, and she might get lost or fall somewhere along the way. The police began a search in the woods where Brittany most likely passed. She may have walked along a path that began near her house. Being in the woods at night was frightening and dangerous. The question of why a young girl was not afraid to walk through the woods in the dark was perplexing. The search in the forest lasted 3 days, but nothing was discovered. When it appeared that the investigation had come to an end, the police were contacted by a woman who had been with her brother in a nearby park. The night Brittany disappeared, it was quiet and deserted, with only one car. The woman drove a Chevrolet pickup truck with distinctive wheels, and she noticed and remembered the car's license plate. Investigators discovered that the car was registered to Anthony Geiger, a 23-year-old. To determine Anthony's connection to Brittany's disappearance, police began investigating his past and discovered that he was Bobby Joe's ex-boyfriend. Brittany's sister, Bobby Joe, told detectives that they split up about a month ago because Anthony was overly jealous and focused too much on Brittany. She also stated that she began to suspect Anthony, who was 23 years old, had feelings for her younger sister, Brittany, and ultimately decided to end her relationship with him. Brittany's friend said Anthony always looked at her strangely and tried to flirt with her. They last met at lunch, when Anthony attempted to flirt with Brittany again. Detectives began to suspect Anthony of kidnapping Brittany and brought him in for questioning. During the interrogation, Anthony denied being in the neighborhood where Brittany lived on the evening of July 11. According to him, he did not arrive until the following day, July 12, when the police had already begun searching for the girl. He did not deny that he was on good terms with her and saw her frequently at parties and other gatherings, but he insisted that they were just friends and that he did not flirt with her. Anthony also stated that he knew Brittany was too young for him and that he only cared about her as a friend. Anthony testified that he spent the evening of July 11 at home with his new girlfriend. Although Anthony's girlfriend confirmed his alibi, investigators still suspected him because his house was close to Brittany's. Investigators returned to examine the letter Brittany had written to John and discovered disturbing signs that she was saying goodbye to her loved one. They became concerned that Brittany might be harming herself after ending her relationship with her boyfriend. Brittany's parents, however, rejected this version, believing that their daughter was intelligent and determined, and that her breakup with her boyfriend would not prevent her from pursuing her dreams. They thought Brittany was overly passionate about life. After the investigation stalled again, the police decided to use the media to contact the public in search of potential witnesses. In addition, police officers from other areas joined the investigation to help. Brittany's parents also decided to take an active role in the search because they were tired of doing nothing but waiting. They decided it was time to take action and began going door to door, asking people in the neighborhood. But it did not work. The police decided to return to where it all began, Brittany's home. Even if she had decided to walk through the woods to meet her boyfriend, it remained unclear why she had left her phone in her room. Could she have been kidnapped right outside the house? If so, did she know the person? Did she trust him? During a thorough search of the house, the police discovered something important in Brittany's room. Her personal diary, which contained a handwritten letter. The contents of this letter were extremely important to the police because they pierced the veil of secrecy surrounding family relationships. Brittany described her life, her relationships with her friends and boyfriend, her education, and how she prioritized her family. In particular, she wrote that she comes from a dysfunctional family, that she visits her older brother in jail every Sunday, that her mother is a drug addict who abandoned her when she was 9, and that she now lives with her father, with whom she is not particularly close, and his girlfriends. She also stated that she is not perfect and has done things she is not proud of. However, she does not want to be like her parents and wishes to succeed in life. She aspires to be a forensic scientist who helps solve crimes. After reading this letter, the police expanded their suspect pool and focused on Brittany's family, who had not previously been considered suspects. Detectives began checking on each member of Brittany's family and discovered that a male massage parlor was operating from her home. Lori Peterson, a friend of Brittany's father, serves various men every day, but everyone in the neighborhood knew she didn't give massages, but rather offered intimate services for a fee. It turned out that many people were aware of it, and Lori did not keep it a secret, handing out business cards throughout the area. Neighbors also reported that suspicious individuals frequently gathered at Brittany's father's home to use illegal substances for the police. This suggested that the atmosphere in Brittany's home was dysfunctional. Lori's services were sought by a number of men, the majority of whom she had never met. It was possible that one of her clients had taken Brittany from the house. More than 100 police officers began working to identify everyone who had visited Joe Dunn's house in the previous month. It was an extremely difficult task. However, a week after Brittany disappeared on July 18, police announced the arrest of a murder suspect. Brittany's family was shocked to hear the news because she had been reported missing and her body had yet to be found. When a picture of the suspect appeared on television, Brittany's mother, Deborah, recognized him. It turned out to be her longtime friend, 28-year-old Jack Fuller Jr., who had attended all of the family gatherings and had known them for 20 years. His daughter was engaged to Brittany's brother, who was incarcerated. Deborah was in shock. Why was Jack arrested and charged with murder when Brittany's body had never been found? The family couldn't believe Jack could have been involved in this case, given that his children were friends with Brittany. They hoped Brittany was still alive. Fuller, a hardened criminal, spent the majority of his adult life threatening his Howell neighbors. According to court documents and interviews, he broke into cars, houses, and garden sheds, used and sold drugs, threatened a man with a baseball bat, fought with police, and lied about his identity after being arrested for drunk driving. He has been arrested over a dozen times in the last decade alone. He has spent time in state prison for theft and parole violations. Neighbors claim that many of his crimes went unreported because people were afraid of him. The last time he was tried. He was sentenced to 5.5 years in prison and released a year before Brittany went missing. Brittany's parents assumed Jack would steal money or jewelry to buy drugs, but they didn't think he'd hurt their daughter. Shortly after Fuller's arrest, it became clear how the police had linked him to Brittany's disappearance. It all began with a call to the police station. The caller stated that he had met Jack a few days prior, who had complained to him about back pain that had developed after burying the girl's body in sandy soil. Jack assured him that the location where he had hidden the body would never be discovered, and he asked how deep the body should be buried so that the animals would not smell it. The police invited the informant to the station, suggested that he wear a listening device while meeting with Jack Fuller, and questioned him about the crimes, including the murder. The informant agreed, and during the meeting, Fuller revealed that he had buried the girl's body in a remote location and would never be discovered. He confessed to the murder, but never mentioned Brittany's name. In addition, Fuller stated that he needed to kill someone else who knew too much, referring to his friend Tommy, who was in the car and did not hear these remarks. The detectives were confident that Tommy knew something important that could aid in the investigation, or Jack Fuller would not have wanted to get rid of him. They went to Tommy's house and took him to the station for questioning, but he refused to cooperate, claiming that he knew nothing. The detectives knew he was lying, to prove their point. They played a recorded conversation in which Jack expresses his desire to kill Tommy because he knows too much. Tommy realizes he is in danger and agrees to cooperate with the police. He tells them that the night Brittany vanished, he and Jack were driving around the neighborhood while smoking crack. They came to a halt in front of Brittany's home, and Jack decided to go inside to speak with her father about some issues. When he entered the house, there was only Brittany. 5 minutes later, Jack returned to the car with Brittany, who sat in the back. Tommy expressed confusion and inquired as to what was going on. Brittany didn't say anything. She lowered her gaze, and Jack explained that he was about to take Tommy home. Tommy claimed Jack drove him home. When he got out of the car, Brittany, who was sitting in the back, also got out and took the front passenger seat. And then he and Jack drove away. When they met the next day, Jack said nothing about the previous day's events. They stopped at a car wash where Jack washed his car both inside and out. This was unusual because he had never attempted it before. The car wash attendant even made a joke about it. But Jack became enraged and told him to mind his own business, or he'd risk his life. Tommy explained that when he learned about Brittany's disappearance, he suspected Jack was involved and asked him directly what he was doing with her. Jack became enraged by the question and stated that he had taken her home and left rudely, instructing him not to ask again if he did not want trouble. Tommy assumed Jack had taken Brittany to the woods to rape her because he intended to use Lori's intimate services that evening. But she wasn't at home. The detectives realized Jack is just the man for them. When they arrived to arrest him, Jack was holding a can of gasoline and appeared to be preparing to burn his car. Was he planning to burn the car to destroy the evidence? Yes, it appeared that he was conducting the search. Blood was discovered in the car, and forensics determined that it was Brittany's. When the police discovered that Jack had visited a car wash after his trip with Brittany, they went there and confiscated the vacuum cleaner he was using. A criminologist discovered sand particles stuck together by blood inside a vacuum cleaner. Testing confirmed that it was Brittany's blood. Despite the evidence in front of the police, Jack refused to confess to Brittany's kidnapping and murder. Detectives interviewed all of Jack's acquaintances, and the majority of them were convinced that he was capable of murder. Many described him as a man who could handle anything. Despite the fact that Jack never worked, he was always financially secure. During the investigation, it was discovered that on the night of Brittany's disappearance, one of the patrol officers observed a car parked on the side of the road near the woods. That was Jack Fuller's car. Brittany had gone missing, but this was unknown at the time. When the officer approached Jack, he explained that he was looking for his dog, which had run off into the woods. Given this information, the search for the body concentrated on the area where the officer spotted Jack's car. The search, which involved police officers, canine units, helicopters, and volunteers, was ultimately unsuccessful. Investigators suspected Brittany was desperate for someone to drive her to her boyfriend's house that night. When Jack arrived at her house, she asked him to do it. Jack agreed to transport her wherever she needed to go. Instead, he took his friend Tommy home and decided to exploit the situation by raping and killing Brittany. To prove it, her body had to be discovered. While the police were attempting to question Jack and extract a confession, another witness came forward. A woman called the cops, claiming that if Jack Fuller really killed Brittany, she might know where he hid her remains. This woman was a former drug addict who Jack once held hostage for months before escaping. During that time, she had grown to know Jack Welch and knew all of his secrets, including where he went and what he did. He frequently visited the same places and accompanied her. One day, he showed her a location near a power line and told her it was an excellent place to bury her because no one would ever find a body there. The detectives didn't believe the woman at first and began questioning her. She stated that the site was in Lakewood and the soil was sandy. The police immediately remembered the words of an informant who told them how Jack had complained to him about how difficult it was to bury a body in sandy soil. The authorities decided to conduct a search in the area the woman had mentioned. It was only 3 miles from Brittany's home. After several days of searching, no results were found. However, the police continued their search after experts discovered a perfect match between the sand from Fuller's vacuum cleaner at the car wash and the soil in the area. Every day, more than 100 people combed the dense forest that borders Monmouth and Ocean counties. Brittany's grave was discovered on Tuesday morning, July 27, 2004, 15 days after she had been reported missing. She was discovered by 3 New Jersey canine officers who had brought their dogs on a weekend search to assist. The young girl's naked body was discovered in a hole, accompanied by a necklace bearing Brittany's name. The detectives knew right away that they had finally found her. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy confirmed that it was Brittany Gregory's body, but he was unable to determine the exact cause of death due to the girl's strangulation and head trauma. "I'm not going to deny that there was trauma to her head, but that was not the cause of death," said Ocean County Executive Assistant Prosecutor Robert Gasser. The body had decomposed for 2 weeks, and the medical examiner says he cannot rule out strangulation or suffocation. Gasser stated that Brittany's body showed no obvious signs of sexual assault. However, the medical examiner did not rule out the possibility of rape. After consulting with his attorney, Jack Fuller agreed to a plea bargain. Brittany's family also agreed to the settlement to avoid a lengthy and difficult trial. Brittany's mother stated that she opposed the death penalty for Jack because it would be too easy for him. She wanted him to spend the rest of his life in prison, suffering and regretting his actions. Jack stated that Brittany asked him to take her to her boyfriend's house, and he agreed. He took Tommy home first, then planned to take Brittany to see her boyfriend. But first, he stopped on the side of the road and began smoking. This infuriated Brittany, who began yelling at him and slapping him on the arm. This irritated him, and he started punching Brittany. He admitted to punching her in the face and head at least twice after she tried to stop him from smoking again. Following the beating, Brittany began to make gasping and gurgling sounds. Fuller continued to get high as blood flowed from her nose and mouth. Brittany stopped breathing when he finally turned his attention to her. He realized she had died and decided to dispose of her body. However, his story was not believed because the medical examiner discovered evidence of strangulation on Brittany's body that Fuller had not mentioned. Furthermore, he did not explain why he had removed all of Brittany's clothing. The prosecution suspected that the crime was sexually motivated. On February 9, 2005, the Ocean County Grand Jury indicted Fuller on murder charges. On October 18, 2005, Fuller pleaded guilty to purposely and knowingly causing serious bodily injury that resulted in death. On January 13, 2006, he received a 30-year sentence without the possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In 2016, a story broke that shocked everyone with its cruelty. A young woman was stalked by her ex-boyfriend, who grew more dangerous with each day. At one point, she had to call the cops. But what happened next shocked the whole of Britain. Today, we'll tell you what happened to Alice Ruggles. Alice Ruggles was born on December 24, 1991, precisely one day before Christmas. Sue Hills and Clive Ruggles already had 2 children when she was born, and another boy joined the family later on. They lived in the tiny English village of Tor Langton in Leicestershire County. The village was very close-knit, and the older children always looked after Alice and her younger brother. Alice joined the local school's drama club and quickly fell in love with acting. She performed in numerous theatrical productions, and all of her teachers recognized her natural talent. After graduating from high school at the age of 18, Alice enrolled at Northumbria University to study design. After receiving her diploma in 2014, she relocated to Gateshead and began working for Sky, a major British media company. Alice rented an apartment with her roommates because it was difficult for her to afford separate housing initially. Alice, 23, met Harry Dillon in October 2015. He found her Facebook account through a mutual friend's page. They began talking and quickly grew fond of each other. Harry was from India and came to the UK as part of a student program. He moved from a local Indian university to Queen Margaret University in Edinburgh. After finishing his studies, he chose to stay in England and join the army. After some time, he was sent to Afghanistan, where he began communicating with Alice via Facebook. They first exchanged messages, then began calling each other several times a week, and eventually formed a relationship. They eagerly awaited Harry's return to Great Britain so they could finally meet. When it happened, they went on a few dates, and Harry impressed Alice. They had a great time, and their mutual attraction grew even stronger. However, after a few weeks, they were forced to separate again. Harry had to return to Afghanistan for 2 more months, after which they intended to continue their relationship. The couple continued to communicate online until Harry returned to England in April. He lived on a military base in Edinburgh, nearly 200 kilometers from Alice's home. But Harry tried to pay her a visit whenever he could. Months after Harry returned to England, Alice invited him to a family celebration, and it appeared that their relationship was strengthening. However, over time, acquaintances began to notice significant changes in her behavior. Previously, she was always cheerful, sociable, and optimistic, but something was changing in her every day. Alice became withdrawn and depressed, and she stopped spending time with friends. She even stopped communicating with them on social media, and no one knew what was going on with her. Alice became increasingly irritable, and she even got into a fight with her apartment neighbors. She packed her belongings and moved into her colleague's apartment. Alice's family and friends began to suspect that her new boyfriend, Harry, was responsible for these significant changes. She was initially reluctant to discuss her relationship issues, but they became impossible to conceal over time. Harry was not the kind and caring man he had appeared to be in the first few months of their relationship. The longer they were together, the more he attempted to control every aspect of Alice's life. Harry was against her hanging out with friends or speaking with other men, even if they were old acquaintances or colleagues. He began to monitor her social media conversations and repeatedly accused her of wanting to cheat on him. Harry would throw a tantrum whenever she spoke to friends or planned to go out with them. What was even more intriguing was that Harry began openly cheating on Alice, meeting women on Tinder for one-night stands with no commitment. After that, he frequently mentioned these women to Alice in an attempt to make her jealous. It even got to the point where one of these women messaged Alice on social media in August. At that point, the young woman decided to end her relationship with Harry, but he refused to let go. He bombarded Alice with messages and phone calls, using any means necessary to get her back. He initially expressed his love for her, cried on the phone, and promised to change for the better. Then he began openly manipulating the young woman, promising to end his life and blaming her for everything. It even escalated to direct threats. It turned out that Harry had secretly photographed Alice while she was changing clothes, and he threatened to post the photos on the internet if she did not return to him. In the end, Alice chose to ignore him, and Harry changed tactics. He began calling her friends and relatives, requesting that they reason with the young woman. Recognizing that this was also ineffective, he began sending her letters containing poems about his love for her. However, he soon returned to threats and blackmail, but Alice continued to ignore his letters. Later, it was discovered that Harry had hacked her Facebook account and was monitoring her correspondence. He discovered that Alice had been communicating with a man named Mike since September, who was an army officer and was in another country at the time. Harry was infuriated. He began writing to Mike, claiming that Alice was still in love with him and sleeping with him, as well as saying various negative things about her. But Mike was already aware of Harry and paid no attention to his words. He continued his relationship with Alice, and it appeared that the young woman had gotten out of her situation with Harry. She regained her sociability, cheer, and happiness. Unfortunately, this did not last very long. On September 30th, Harry left her a voice message begging her to answer the phone. Alice ignored him, so he decided to go to her house. The man drove 2.5 hours from his military base to her apartment, but then acted strangely. First, he rang the doorbell and ran away. Alice was at home, but she did not open the door because she couldn't see anyone through the peephole. The situation occurred several times. A few hours later, Harry climbed over the fence and approached the window in her bedroom. Alice lived on the first floor of a 2-story home with a fenced yard. Harry knocked on the window and hid, leaving a box of candy and a bouquet on the sill. But what happened terrified Alice. She knew right away that Harry was responsible for everything. Furthermore, as she approached the window, she noticed a man hiding outside her field of vision. But that was not all. While hiding in her yard, Harry recorded several creepy voice messages, the contents of which caused Alice to panic. One of them began with the words, "You said guys like me end up killing people." He then repeatedly stated that he did not want to kill her. Alice got the impression from his tone of voice that he was primarily trying to persuade himself of what he said. Finally, he wished her good night and departed. All of this was enough for Alice to call the police. After what had happened, she began to seriously fear for her life and didn't know how else to defend herself against Harry. The operator gave her 2 options for resolving the issue: obtain a restraining order against Harry or request that the police issue an official police information notice, known in Great Britain as a PIN. It authorized the police to arrest the man if he approached or contacted Alice. The young woman chose the latter option. The next day, the police arrived, took her statement, and assured her that Harry would face the consequences if he bothered her again. After some time, the police contacted the military unit and informed the commanding officer of the actions taken against Harry. Interestingly, the police did not contact him personally, even by phone, let alone pay him a personal visit, despite the fact that they were required to do so by law. When he discovered that Alice had contacted the police, he became enraged and sent her another letter, along with a box of items that reminded him of her. In the letter, he stated that his phone, tablet, and laptop had been taken away as a result of her complaint. He also promised not to bother her again, but Alice was certain he would not simply calm down. When she first contacted the police, they instructed her to call them right away if Harry contacted her again. So she did. She informed the operator about the letter and the box of items, but he was unsure how to proceed in this case. Furthermore, he questioned Alice about the action she expected from them. Finally, he promised her that another officer would call her back. Of course, the police's response shocked Alice, and she had no idea what to do next. Several hours later, an officer called her back and heard her entire story. He then inquired whether she wanted the police to arrest Harry. Alice made a fatal mistake. She felt sorry for him and responded negatively. However, even if he had been arrested, Harry would not have faced any consequences. He would have been held in the station for some time before being released. Alice realized that the police couldn't help her in the situation, so she had to rely solely on herself. Alice was still depressed and scared on October 12th, 5 days after going to the police. She had hoped to distract herself from these troubling thoughts over the weekend. Mike was supposed to visit her, and they planned to spend the next several days together. Alice arrived home from work that evening and discovered that her neighbor was not there. She began getting ready for bed while talking with Mike about their upcoming meeting, but she had no idea Harry was standing in the courtyard of her building, watching her. Taking advantage of Alice's slightly open window, he climbed into her bedroom and went to the kitchen, where he grabbed a knife and went to the bathroom where Alice was. The events that followed unfolded quickly. Harry struck Alice 24 times with the knife, killing her almost instantly. After that, he left the apartment, got in his car, and drove back to his military unit. In less than an hour, Alice's neighbor returned home to discover that the front door had been locked from the inside. She knocked several times, hoping Alice would respond, but she didn't. The neighbor then went into the backyard to knock on Alice's bedroom window. However, what she saw shocked her. Alice lay in a pool of blood on the bathroom floor, visible through the open window. She immediately called the cops in a panic and told them what had happened, saying, "We knew this was going to happen." Her ex is a real psychopath. Less than 2 minutes later, the neighborhood heard police sirens and paramedics arrive, confirming Alice's death. They realized immediately that this was a murder. The police immediately began searching for Harry Dillon after the neighbor identified him as a potential killer. After running the numbers on his car, they discovered that he had driven from Edinburgh to Newcastle that day. His car was captured on several surveillance cameras. Only a few hours later, police arrived at the military base and arrested Harry. They took him to the station and started interrogating him. The man admitted that he had visited Alice but denied any involvement in the murder. He claims he approached her to talk, and she allegedly came out onto the street and hit him in the face during the conversation. Following that, Harry allegedly got into his car and drove back to the base. But detectives quickly realized that his story had nothing to do with reality. The surveillance cameras revealed that Harry had arrived at Alice's house before she returned from work. He parked his car and waited. But that is not all. Investigators examined his phone and discovered that while Harry was sitting in the car, he was messaging with a random girl on Tinder and planning to meet her that night. Detectives also discovered blood stains on Harry's steering wheel, which were later identified as Alice's. Furthermore, the man stole her phone and carried it with him, so the geolocation of the device perfectly matched the killer's movements that day. All of this was enough to file murder charges and take the case to court. However, the first hearing occurred nearly a year later, in April 2017. Harry's lawyers realized that with such a large body of evidence against him, they needed to come up with a new story. As a result, the man claimed that he had come to Alice's house to collect his belongings. But after an argument, Alice allegedly took a knife and attacked him, inflicting 24 wounds on herself. After that, he watched her die and heard her final words. She allegedly said she despised her family. Of course, no one took this delusional story seriously. Furthermore, during the court proceedings, another heinous fact surfaced. Prior to the murder, Harry had made several visits to Alice's house, sneaking into the backyard and taking photographs. The prosecution claims that he carefully planned the murder in advance. 11 days later, the court found him guilty and sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole in 22 years. During the verdict reading, the judge observed that Harry showed no remorse or compassion. Instead, he concentrated solely on creating the most plausible story. During the trial, another horrific detail about Harry's past was revealed. 3 years prior to these events, his ex-girlfriend obtained a restraining order against him because he stalked her in the same way that he would stalk Alice. However, the police were completely unaware of the situation. Following the murder, society and the media sharply criticized the police, accusing them of failing to protect Alice from a dangerous psychopath and allowing the case to go unsolved. Later, 2 officers faced discipline. The army also came under fire. The public was outraged that such an unstable and dangerous individual was permitted to join, and no action was taken against Harry when the pin was issued against him. Alice's family eventually established a foundation named after her. Its goal was to ensure that stalking victims receive immediate and appropriate police assistance. Alice's case demonstrated that law enforcement agencies cannot provide such protection, so legislative changes are required. In 2019, a law was passed that makes it easier to issue restraining orders against stalkers. However, Alice's family continues to work on the foundation, hoping that it will help to improve the country's situation. All of her relatives and acquaintances now believe that the tragedy could have been avoided if the police had been more serious about their duties. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Envy and insatiable greed are powerful and dark emotions that frequently drive people to commit crimes. When combined with unbridled lust and an obsessive need to control others, these emotions can form a horrifying, lethal intent. It's a terrifying concept, made even more sinister when these emotions fester secretly within a family unit. This story takes place in a Sydney suburb and revolves around the Lyne family, a seemingly harmonious and large household. Their story evolved into one of the most notorious and bloody crimes in Australian history. The investigation's complexity and duration are noteworthy, as the perpetrator group was confident in avoiding justice. His meticulously crafted and brutally executed plan was nearly perfect. However, a minor, overlooked detail eventually provided the police with the necessary breakthrough. Let's start at the beginning of this story, exploring how a combination of greed, envy for others' success, and corrupt passion can drive someone insane, transforming them into a monstrous figure who didn't even spare children in their rampage. The Lyne family story depicts love, ambition, and a tragic ending. Min Lin and Yoon Lin. Lin's love story started in the late 1980s, during their college years at an Australian university. Both were native Chinese. They had each emigrated to further their education. Lily, through an exchange program, and Min, who was 2 years her senior, stayed in the country for a professional internship. After completing his bachelor's degree, their paths crossed in a university corridor, resulting in what they later described as love at first sight. They shared common roots and dreams, and while they felt like outsiders in a foreign land, their desire to start a new life in Australia brought them together. After graduation, the couple married and moved to the picture-scanned, tranquil suburbs of North Epping and Sydney. Their love grew into a large, tight-knit family that was deeply connected and committed to one another. In August 1994, they welcomed their first child, a daughter named June Brenda Lin, who was mostly known by her middle name, Brenda Henry. Their son was born in 1997, and Terry, their youngest child, was born in 2000. As the 2000s began, Min and Lin decided to start a business by opening a small newsstand. Their dedication helped transform this modest beginning into a thriving news agency with a publishing arm on Road Street. The Lin family's business thrived, allowing them to live a comfortable life with a large home, a luxury car, and prestigious private schooling for their kids. Min concentrated on business matters, while Yoon was dedicated to homemaking and raising their children in their community. The Lynes were well known for their hard work, kindness, and generosity. They were known as exemplary, caring parents who never argued. Brenda, their eldest child, was a stunning beauty and an excellent student with a compassionate heart for animals. Henry and Terry were both active and athletic, with a particular fondness for soccer. The siblings had an almost unbreakable bond, moving relatives from China to Australia. As the Line family settled in Australia and their financial situation improved, they began to invite relatives from China to visit, live, or even stay permanently during the early 2000s. Mine's parents were the first to relocate to North Epping, living nearby and caring for the children. Min's father also worked at the newsstand on weekends. A few years later, Min and Yun's parents moved to the Sydney suburb, where they purchased a small house. Irene, the Lin's younger sister, moved in with them and helped with housework and childcare. By this point, the Lin family business was reportedly generating close to $1 million in annual revenue. Their venture was more than just a shop or a publishing house. By the end of 2007, it had evolved into a local hub where people gathered over coffee to read and discuss the news. Min Lin's younger sister, Kathy Lin Nanashi, and her husband, Leon bin Robert Jai, also moved to Australia in search of better opportunities in the bustling city of Sydney. They had previously visited relatives in Australia and spent a short time in Melbourne before returning to China. This time, they were determined to stay in Australia permanently. Robert, a former successful ant doctor in China, decided to change careers and pursue entrepreneurship. The Exies opened their own restaurant in Sydney, investing all of their savings, but the business struggled and eventually closed. Subsequent attempts to open a cafe or snack bar were also unsuccessful. Robert struggled with his new ventures due to a lack of business acumen and financial management skills. Robert and Kathy eventually moved to North Epping to be closer to their family. Kathy found work, but Robert remained in a state of self-discovery, unsure of his next steps. The Lin and Xi families were linked not only by kinship, but also by a deep friendship. They saw each other almost every day, remained in constant contact, and frequently gathered for family meals. Their most recent gathering took place on the evening of Friday, July 17, 2009, at Kathy and Min's parents' home. Unbeknownst to them, this would be their last reunion. The Lin family home was the scene of a horrific massacre. On the morning of July 18, the Line family's shop was unexpectedly closed, surprising their regular customers. The shop, which had been open 7 days a week for years, showed no signs of opening and no notice or warning on the doors. Customers and neighboring shop owners were concerned about this unusual occurrence. Following several unsuccessful attempts to contact Min, one of them called his sister Kathy to inquire about the situation. Kathy was surprised and alarmed because her brother had never closed the shop without prior notice, frequently having their father or father-in-law cover for him. She tried calling Min and then his wife, Yun, but was unsuccessful. Her calls to their home phone were also unanswered. Kathy and her husband Robert, who were worried, decided to pay a visit to Min's house to ensure everything was fine. Arriving around 9 a.m., they noticed the family car in the driveway and discovered the front door unlocked, but there was no sign of the owners. Inside, the house was strangely quiet, and calls for family members went unanswered. The house appeared to be undisturbed, with no signs of forced entry. Kathy ascended to the second floor, calling out for her brother. She screamed in shock and horror as she opened Min and Yunlin's bedroom door, staggering back to face the gruesome scene in front of her. The room was covered in blood, including the floor, walls, ceiling, furniture, and curtains. The lifeless body of Lin Lane, 43, was found near the bed, mutilated beyond recognition. Irene, 39, slept in the adjacent room with her young sister. The scene was equally horrific. Irene lay lifeless in her bed, her face a bloody pulp in the children's bedrooms. Henry, 12, and Terry, 9, had also been brutally beaten to death, with their bodies found in different corners of the room. Brenda, the 15-year-old daughter, had fortunately been away on a school trip the day before and was not present during the tragic night. The body of the household head, Min Lin, could not be found, raising the possibility that he was still alive, possibly injured, taken hostage, or escaped. Kathy called 911 right away, but she was so shocked that she couldn't explain what had happened. She screamed and cried into the phone, pleading with medics to arrive quickly and save anyone they could. However, first responders could only confirm that all of the victims had died at the scene of the massacre. The morning following a chilling discovery, following Kathy's frantic call to emergency services, Robert left to pick up the Lynn parents, who lived about 10 kilometers away from the crime scene. The police and paramedics arrived in minutes, and what they found was one of the most horrific crime scenes they had ever seen. Unfortunately, it was too late for any member of the Lynn family. Each had been killed with multiple blows to the head from a heavy, blunt object resembling a hammer. However, the lethal weapon was nowhere to be found, leading investigators to believe that the perpetrator took it with them. Mainland's body was eventually discovered in his own bedroom, wrapped in a blood-soaked blanket, like his family. He had been beaten to death in a similar way. It appeared that he was the first victim, followed by his wife, her sister, and then the two boys. An initial inspection of the crime scene revealed no significant clues or leads. The lack of a lethal weapon, combined with the fact that valuables and money were left undisturbed, indicated that the primary goal was to eliminate the Lynn family rather than robbery. Additionally, multiple assailants were suspected, as it appeared unlikely that one person could single-handedly defeat so many. However, evidence suggested that the children were awake and desperately attempted to flee during the attack, as evidenced by bloodstains and splatters throughout the home. Interestingly, in addition to head injuries, all adult victims displayed signs of strangulation, possibly to reduce resistance during the assault. Each room contained identical bloody shoe prints with a distinct tread pattern, but the shoe brand could not be identified solely based on its size. No foreign fingerprints were found, implying that the killer or killers used gloves. Initially, there were no leads or theories about the identity of the perpetrator. Family, friends, and neighbors all agreed that the Lyns had no known enemies. The motivation for such a heinous massacre of 5 people was unclear. The attack occurred between midnight and 3 a.m. on July 18. Brenda Lynn, the eldest and now sole survivor of the extensive Lynn family, was on a school trip to New Caledonia when the tragedy occurred. She learned about the horrific incident on social media and initially refused to believe it involved her own family, hoping for a mistake. Her Aunt Kathy quickly called, confirming the terrible news with tearful sobs. Brenda was quickly flown back to Sydney, where her new guardians, Kathy and Robert, greeted her at the airport. Brenda moved in with them after the Lynn family's home was sealed as a crime scene. Brenda, who was distraught, was taken to the police station the next day to be questioned. However, she was unable to provide any new information, claiming that her family had no enemies or ill wishes and had noticed nothing unusual prior to her trip. Brenda inherited a large fortune, including property and the family business, after her parents died. However, because she was a minor and still in school, her legal guardians, Kathy and her husband Robert, were in charge of the estate. Brenda's grandparents also offered support, but Kathy and Robert insisted on being her primary caregivers. Robert even threatened legal action if the elderly relative requested custody, claiming they were too old to care for a teen. Eventually, the dispute was resolved amicably, and Brenda stayed with her aunt and uncle. Lynn's shop and publishing business, which had been temporarily closed, reopened shortly after disease control measures were implemented. Brenda hadn't yet taken over the business operations. Robert began actively reviewing the family's bank accounts, savings, real estate, and other assets, as well as conducting investigations and developing theories. Experts examined the crime scene multiple times, meticulously documenting every detail. Despite their efforts, no solid leads emerged. They concluded that the killer acted alone and entered the house quietly, implying that either the door was unlocked or the perpetrator had a key. Tiller wore size 9.5 shoes with a distinctive ornate tread pattern. The lethal weapon, believed to be a hammer, was never discovered in or near the house because the killer used gloves. No fingerprints or foreign DNA were left behind. Only traces from the 5 victims were discovered. A strange and significant detail was that bloodstains were found on the doorknobs of each bedroom where the perpetrators occurred, indicating that the killer's bloodied gloves had touched them. However, there were no bloodstains on Brenda's doorknob, indicating that the killer was aware she was not present. As one of Australia's most high-profile cases, the tragic incident received extensive media coverage. With no substantial evidence or suspects, a variety of unlikely theories emerged. Rumors spread about Lynn's alleged vast fortune, resulting in their demise. There were theories about a botched robbery and the involvement of local Chinese mafia clans. Given the area's history of burglary gangs, Such theories were not entirely dismissed. The Lynch shop had been attacked months prior to the tragedy, and Min had witnessed an armored car robbery a week before the fatalities. Though the criminals wore masks and Min was unable to identify them, it was speculated that he had been eliminated as a potential witness. Months passed with the investigation at a standstill. No theories were substantiated, and no suspects were identified. The robbery theory was eventually dismissed because money and valuables were unharmed, and the killer appeared to have a single goal: to eliminate the household members. Furthermore, the power was turned off in the house on the night of the fatal incidents, indicating that the killer knew where the electrical panel was. The assailants' familiarity with the house in complete darkness indicated that they had been there before and knew the layout, possibly even obtaining a key in advance. While reviewing the perplexing case, an investigator listened to Kathy's emergency call for the 100th time, looking for any overlooked clues. Surprisingly, a significant hint was discovered in the recording. The recording captured Kathy's hysterical attempts to explain the situation. Her words were jumbled, punctuated by cries and sobs. When the operator confirmed that emergency services were on their way, Kathy unexpectedly mentioned her husband's name, adding something in Cantonese and addressing him directly. This detail piqued the investigators' interest, so they translated her words. Kathy had pleaded with her husband not to leave her alone in the house. This was significant because Robert had decided to pick up the Lynn parents on his own, leaving Kathy at the grisly crime scene before the cops arrived. Robert's behavior appeared highly suspicious. 5 people had just been brutally removed from the house, and the killer could still be hiding inside, making Kathy a possible target. However, Robert appeared calm and simply left, as if he was confident that nothing bad would happen to his wife, the primary suspect in new evidence. After several unproductive months, the police finally identified Robert Dye as the primary and sole suspect. He was discovered to have a key to his brother-in-law's home, which Min had given him just in case shortly before the tragedy. Curiously, Robert never mentioned this during interrogations, and Kathy had no idea her brother had given her husband a key. Brenda unknowingly revealed this critical information to the investigators. Further investigation revealed that Robert's claim to be a successful ent doctor was a ruse. While he did have a medical degree, he had never held a steady job in the field. Rumors suggest that he fled to Australia to avoid prosecution in China for alleged bribery. In Australia, Robert struggled to establish himself professionally, spending the last of his savings on failed business ventures. After moving to North Epping, he became largely inactive, relying on his wife's income and occasional financial assistance from Kathy's family members. Once Brenda's guardianship papers were finalized, Robert pretended to inherit the Line family estate. His first move was to drive Yun's parents out of the house Min had purchased for them. Despite the fact that it was legally in the deceased's name, Min and Kathy's parents remained in the house purchased for them. Given these facts and circumstances, investigators hypothesized that Robert was motivated by intense envy of his wife's more successful and wealthy relatives, with a long-standing plan to seize their property, money, and profitable business. Brenda and Kathy, despite living under the same roof as the perpetrator of the crime against her family, were not deemed immediate threats. Brenda was unaware of the true nature of her cohabitant, whereas Kathy was required by Robert to maintain control over the family's assets. However, the police were unable to arrest Robert because there was insufficient concrete evidence against him. The investigation team obtained permission to install several hidden cameras in the XEI household through interrogation, surveillance, and arrest, with the goal of gathering evidence to prove Robert's guilt. The breakthrough happened sooner than expected. Kathy made an unexpected revelation during an interrogation, mentioning her husband's preference for a specific brand of shoes. A few years ago, Robert bought 2 pairs of sneakers from a limited edition series that he really liked. He had worn out and discarded one pair, but the other was still neatly stored in its box at home. Notably, Robert wore size 9.5 shoes, which were the same size as the killer's. The key evidence was captured on one of the hidden cameras as Robert meticulously destroyed the box containing the aforementioned shoes. This footage prompted a warrant to search the suspect's home, where a new pair of size 9.5 sneakers was discovered. The tread pattern of the shoes matched the prints discovered at the crime scene. In addition, a small smeared trace of blood was found in his garage. Forensic analysis confirmed that the blood stain contained the DNA of all 5 Lynn family victims. linking it to the crime scene. This evidence led to Robert's arrest, which provided the police with the concrete proof they needed to take action. An arrest, a trial, and shocking revelations in May 2011, 2 years after the tragic events, evidence led to Robert Xe's arrest. He vehemently denied any involvement, claiming that the blood in his garage appeared after they returned from the Lint house. He also dismissed the significance of the sneakers with matching tread patterns discovered in his possession, claiming they were brand new and that he had discarded the previous pair. While awaiting trial in prison for 3 years, Robert unknowingly shared cells with several informants. During one of these conversations, he confessed to meticulously planning the crime and carefully covering his tracks. He described purchasing the lethal weapon from a remote store without surveillance cameras and drugging his wife with sedatives and tea to keep her from waking up and discovering his absence. He disposed of the hammer, sneakers, gloves, and clothing in a way that ensured they would never be discovered. Robert denied everything during the trial, and the only evidence against him was the statements of his cellmates and the previously mentioned indirect evidence. As a result, the jury failed to reach a unanimous decision, and Robert was released on bail in December 2015. The trial resumed in June 2016 with testimony from another informant who claimed Robert admitted to having an obsession with Brenda since she was 13. This prompted a re-examination of Brenda, who tearfully admitted that Robert had coerced her into a sexual relationship shortly after moving in with them. She had remained silent about the abuse for years, fearing retaliation. Robert Xe was found guilty of all charges and sentenced to 5 life sentences, 1 for each fatal crime, with no possibility of parole. His subsequent appeals were denied. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss what happened in 2021 in Georgia, United States. Mariam Abdulrab was heading home after a shift at a bar. She arrived at her house but did not have time to enter it. What happened to her had a significant social impact. Unfortunately, Mariam was one of those whose deaths prompted the authorities to recognize that the laws against certain groups of people were insufficiently harsh. Georgia enacted Mariam's law before the criminal appeared in court, and the case was only recently resolved. Mariam Abdulrab was a 27-year-old bartender at the Reverie VR bar in Midtown Atlanta. Her co-workers and loyal customers adored her. Mariam was an outgoing individual who could always strike up a conversation. That is how her best friend, Alicia Kim, described her. She is the most compassionate person in the world. She would literally hand you the shirt off her back. She was a daughter, younger and older sister, girlfriend, and best friend. She worked in the service industry. She was aware that waiters and bartenders also rely on tips, so she's always been very generous with her own money. Mariam and her boyfriend, Jerry Antoine, lived in the park in Atlanta on August 13, 2021. She finished her night shift around 5 a.m. and drove home. She had to drive about 5 miles on a route she was familiar with. Unfortunately, nothing went right this time. When Mariam arrived at her house, another car pulled up behind her. She did not have time to go inside. Someone kidnapped her in front of her boyfriend. Jerry Antoine called the Atlanta Police Department's 911 operator to report a kidnapping. He stated that his girlfriend was kidnapped in front of his home at 501 Borough Street. He described the kidnapper's vehicle as looking like a Ford Escort or a Jeep. Antoine was shocked and distressed by the incident, repeatedly asking for assistance and expressing concern for his girlfriend's safety. Jerry Antoine gave his contact information and stated that he witnessed the kidnapping. He described seeing his girlfriend being forced into a black SUV by a man wearing a security shirt and wielding a gun. The operator instructed Antoine to remain calm and asked him a series of questions to learn more about the incident. Antoine confirmed that his girlfriend had called him 5 minutes prior to her arrival. He heard commotion outside, looked out his window, and saw the kidnapping taking place. The operator confirmed Jerry Antoine's address as 501 Borough Street South. Antoine mentioned that he was attempting to track his girlfriend's location using his phone but was unsure if she had dropped it. The operator assured him that a unit would be dispatched to his location soon to provide additional assistance. Shortly after that 911 call, police officers crowded the area where Mariam had been abducted. The authorities attempted to take all necessary steps to resolve this case because the chances of finding the girl dwindled with each passing minute. Nobody knew the criminals' motivations or what they were up to. In terms of motivations and so on, I do not know. Deputy Chief Charles Hampton Jr. told reporters immediately following the incident. Alicia Kim, Miriam's best friend, posted these words on one of her social networking pages. "My best friend was kidnapped last night at her home in Grant Park. She currently works as a bartender at Reverie and previously worked at Mother's Church. If you've met her, you know she's an amazing person. After her shift, she went to a gas station and someone followed her home. And as she approached her door, she was taken. Please send me any videos you may have of her from last night. If you see her in any vehicle, please contact the authorities." Detectives attempted to identify the abductor. According to one version, Mariam was a random victim who the perpetrator encountered at a gas station. Investigators discovered CCTV footage that captured the moment of the abduction. Mariam arrives at her home and exits the car, as seen in the video. A moment later, another car approached the house. The driver exits, grabs Mariam, and leads her to the vehicle. The car then disappears, backing away. Everything happened in a matter of seconds, and it was terrifying. Mariam was practically at the door of her home when she was kidnapped in cold blood. While the police were speaking with Miriam's boyfriend, 911 received 2 additional phone calls from the same area. The woman informed the operator that she had heard at least 4 loud bangs, which she believed were gunshots. About 5 hours after Miriam's kidnapping, another man called 911 and gave critical information. About 5 hours after Miriam's abduction, the woman who called 911 reported hearing what she thought were 4 gunshots. Later, another man called 911 from the corner of Lakewood Avenue South and Terrace Way South, near an abandoned house. He requested police and ambulance assistance, mentioning that the location was across the street from the Boys and Girls Club and near an Exxon gas station. He explained that the abandoned home was boarded up. The caller, Robert Dixon, described seeing a Caucasian woman lying face down near a mailbox while walking his dog. He described her clothing and appearance, noting that she appeared unconscious and could be a teenager or in her early 20s. He stated that he had not touched her and was unsure whether she was breathing. He was concerned about the lack of movement from her chest or back, as well as the presence of blood around her upper body. The dispatcher told him to wait for paramedics and offered reassurance. Dixon expressed concern about the woman's position, with her face and nostrils against the ground, which could limit her ability to breathe. The tragic news was confirmed at a press conference on the same day by Deputy Chief Charles Hampton Jr., the Division Commander for Criminal Investigations. He stated that when they arrived at the scene, they found a deceased female in her mid-20s, whom they now believe to be the same person kidnapped from 501 Borough Street. He expressed his condolences to the victim's family, recognizing the immense difficulty they must be experiencing. Unfortunately, Mariam had no chance of surviving. The perpetrator fired several fatal shots at her. Miriam's body was discovered near an abandoned house, about 1.5 miles from her home. At the same time, police officers were pursuing at high speeds. The driver broke traffic laws and refused to stop when officers ordered him to do so. The chase ended when the driver rammed another car, and an ambulance transported him and 2 passengers from the second car to the hospital. The driver, who attempted to flee the police, was apprehended after receiving medical attention. Investigators believed he was responsible for Mariam Abdulrab's abduction and death. Mariam had her entire life ahead of her, but now her family and friends must mourn her. Miriam's friends, co-workers, and family members have spoken out in the aftermath of her death, describing her as a kind and compassionate individual. "My daughter was the most loving and peaceful person I knew." Her father, colleague Abdul Rab Reverie, said she didn't deserve this. VR Bar also used Instagram to mourn the death of an employee. The post shared a photo of Miriam and wrote, "Our hearts are truly broken at the loss of a dear friend and family member, Mary, who brought light to every single person she came into contact with and will be missed forever. We will be closed this weekend to grieve and cherish our final moments with her. Please stay safe, everyone." Dylan Knight, the bar manager, claimed that every eye looked forward to seeing Miriam at work on both sides of the bar because she had a big heart and would go out of her way to assist or provide for others. DeMarcus Brinkley, 27, was believed by police to be responsible for Miriam Abdul-Rab's abduction and death. After 4 days at Wellstar Atlanta Medical Center, Brinkley was booked into Fulton County Jail on 6 counts, including deprivation of life. According to the state Supreme Court ruling, as he fled from police, Brinkley allegedly told his mother that he did not want to stop for officers because he did not want to return to prison. Brinkley had previously served 7 years in prison. They released him just over a year before Miriam died in 2014. He pleaded guilty to 1 count of child molestation and received a 7-year sentence. According to court records, Brinkley was arrested on suspicion of molesting a 7-year-old girl in 2012. In 2013, they discovered him on top of a naked 6-year-old girl. In 2015, he pleaded guilty to child molestation. During one of the court sessions, Brinkley's defense attorney informed the judge that his client was one of 12 children. According to court records, the Georgia Division of Family and Children's Services removed him from his mother's care. When he was a teenager, he was admitted to a residential treatment program for children with severe emotional and behavioral problems. He stopped attending school in the 9th grade. The defense attorney also stated that Brinkley had a history of abuse by her stepfather. The state recommended that Brinkley serve 15 years in prison, followed by 15 years of probation. Despite this, the court sentenced Brinkley to only 15 years in prison and 8 years on probation. He also needed to register as a sex offender. Offenders are assigned to levels 1, 2, or 3 based on their risk of a repeat offense. Level 1 indicates a low risk of reoffense. Level 2 indicates a moderate risk of reoffense. Level 3, or sexually dangerous predator, has a high risk of reoffending, whereas some states level sex offenders on the day of sentencing and Georgia levels sex offenders after they are released from prison. Thus, after being released from prison in 2020, Brinkley was required to register as a sex offender, but he never received a risk level assessment. That's why Miriam's brother, Ali Abdul-Rab, thought there were ways to prevent what happened to his sister. "What happened to my sister was avoidable." Ali stated that it had broken my family. She was simply overjoyed. She always had a way of making people feel special. She was finally becoming the woman she aspired to be, and everyone around her could tell she was getting ready to live her dream life. Ali Abdul-Rab stated that it still does not appear real. It's still difficult to talk about. Brinkley has dealt with a wide range of state officials throughout his life, from judges in the courtroom to mental health counselors. Ali Abdul-Rab believes that his sister would still be alive today. If any of them handled his previous convictions differently, Miriam's family has advocated for changes to state laws to prevent similar crimes in the future. While DeMarcus Brinkley was still awaiting trial in May 2023, Georgia's Governor, Brian Kemp, signed legislation imposing new restrictions on convicted sex offenders. House Bill 188, also known as Miriam's Law, improved ways to track these individuals. The law requires sex offenders who have not undergone a risk assessment to wear an ankle monitor. After receiving their assessment, the most dangerous offenders are required to wear the monitor throughout their probationary period. Lower-level offenders may have them removed if approved by the State Department of Community Supervision. Her brother, Ali Abdul-Rab, stated that love always wins. The love Mary left behind played a significant role in the passage of this law. It will play an important role in preventing similar crimes to Miriam's. I believe it will save lives. There may be more DeMarcus Brinkleys out there. Ali stated that we don't want this to happen to anyone else. We immediately wondered why this guy was out walking freely in the first place, and we hear he works in security. This is insane. Ali said it hurt even more knowing that this guy slipped through the cracks in our system. DeMarcus Brinkley reached an agreement, pleading guilty to several charges during the trial in November 2023. On December 5, 2023, the court sentenced him to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years and an additional 15 years. Miriam's family was dissatisfied with the verdict, which is understandable. A criminal with a long track record may be able to leave prison one day. Michael Sidon, Mary's brother Ali, and Abdul Raab responded to the plea agreement reached by prosecutors and his sister's killer in a text message to Channel 2. We weren't pleased with the outcome of the sentencing. After all of this time waiting for a trial, DeMarcus Brinkley decided to plead guilty in the hopes of being granted parole one day after serving his life sentence for 30 years plus 15. Despite hearing the details of everything he has done in court, they still allow him to have the one thing that will make his time in prison a little more bearable. In these situations, it is easy to place the blame on the criminal. But the reason my sister was murdered in the first place was that a judge in court did not accept the prosecution's recommendation for his previous charges of sexually assaulting 2 children. The ruling in this recent case is all too familiar, and it appears that the judge's only goal is to make everyone happy. More so for the criminal defense attorneys, who I'm sure will take this as a victory. I understand that their role is to promote fairness and justice for their clients, but at what cost? The criminal justice system, as I understand it, is a never-ending cycle of injustice and reconsideration, particularly for potential victims and those who suffer. Our family believes it is not fair to the children whom this monster has harmed. It wasn't fair to my sister, who had her entire life taken from her. Miriam Abdul-Raab is more than a crime statistic. She is a real person with real family and friends who care deeply about her. The defendant will spend the rest of his life in prison and away from our community, where he has proven himself to be a serious threat to the public. According to District Attorney Fonnie Willis, nothing can be done to restore Mary Ann's life, which was tragically taken away from her, her family, and her friends. We hope that knowing that her killer will spend the rest of her life paying for her murder will provide some comfort. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this episode, we will talk about what happened in 2008 in Iowa. When the detectives arrived at the scene, they assumed it was a normal car accident. However, this case quickly proved them wrong. The police solved the mysterious death of 41-year-old Michelle Davis thanks to CCTV footage, which helped them determine what happened and who was responsible. Michelle Ann Cosner was born on December 15, 1966 in Iowa. In 2008, the 41-year-old woman lived in Des Moines with her 3 children. She was on the verge of a new chapter in her life. Michelle was excited to start a new life after the court nearly finalized her divorce papers. She has already moved into a separate apartment and obtained a restraining order against her husband, Randy Davis. The family had a strained relationship in the years preceding the divorce. Michelle was described as a friendly, active person who enjoyed adventures and motorcycles. She worked as a secretary for a trucking company, where she was treated with respect and authority. Michelle worked on Thursday, September 11, 2008. Colleagues noticed that after leaving her husband, she appeared to have released a burden that had been weighing her down for many years. Michelle was in a good mood that day, so she left work around 4:30 p.m. She had finished all of her business. Shortly after that, 911 began receiving calls from eyewitnesses informing the operator of an accident on Interstate 235. The Mercury Sable was upside down, with a woman still wearing her seat belt in the driver's seat. She was unconscious. Unfortunately, the paramedics who arrived at the scene were unable to save her. The deceased woman's name was Michelle Davis. After arriving at the scene, police determined that Michelle had lost control of the vehicle, resulting in an accident. However, the following day they excluded this version. Michelle did not die as a result of a head injury during the rollover, according to forensic experts. Her death was caused by a gunshot wound to the head. They extracted the bullet and sent it to be examined in the hopes that it would help them find the criminal. This was the first time the investigators assigned to this case had encountered something like this. While awaiting the results of the ballistic examination, the local authorities decided to ensure the safety of those on the street. After all, what if Michelle was a random victim, not predetermined? What if the shooter didn't stop with one victim? There are many cars on this interstate, and each one could be a target for the distraught shooter. It was critical to resolve this case as quickly as possible. As a result, the police increased their patrols throughout the city. When it became clear that Michelle's death was not an accident, detectives went to the crime scene to determine where the shooter was and whether he left any traces. However, it yielded no results. They discovered neither the cartridge case nor any other evidence that would aid the investigation. Furthermore, because the police initially assumed Michelle was the victim of a car accident, the traffic services cleared the scene. As a result, any evidence that existed was irretrievably destroyed. Despite this, the detectives remained hopeful that by reviewing traffic camera recordings, they would be able to find answers. CCTV cameras are increasingly used to assist police in solving various crimes, and this case was no different. The investigators immediately began studying the traffic camera recordings that they had at their disposal. First, they needed to locate the recording from the camera closest to the crime scene and rewind it to the point when people began calling 911. Half an hour later, the investigators discovered what they were looking for. The video showed Michelle's car upside down. However, the quality of the footage was subpar. As a result, the video was more akin to a slideshow, with separate, alternating images with intervals. As a result, the investigators only had a few shots to work with, none of which revealed what caused Michelle's car to roll. It was an unpleasant development because the investigators were confident they already had the necessary clue. Unfortunately, it was a false hope. All that remained for the police to do was to continue reviewing the remaining camera footage and looking for potential witnesses. While the police team continued to examine the recordings from other traffic cameras, the investigator assigned to the Michelle Davis case contacted her family to inform them that her death was not an accident, as previously assumed. Michelle's family was shocked to learn that she had been the victim of a crime. Michelle's mother, Patty, died before the end of her life. Michael Lee Cosner, Michelle's father, sued over the deaths of his second daughter, his first daughter, and Michelle's older sister, Cheryl. Michael Cosner's first child died in 1965 when she was about a year old, and 43 years later, he has lost another. Outliving their children is the worst thing a parent can go through. Michelle's family informed the investigator that her life was gradually changing, and she had no financial problems. However, the family believed that Michelle's husband, Randy Davis, was the only person capable of causing her harm. After all, the court almost finalized their divorce, and she sought a restraining order against him. At the same time, another detective went to the company where Michelle worked to speak with her co-workers. That's how the investigators discovered Michelle had a close relationship with another man after splitting up with her husband. His name was Matt Jorgensen, and he was her colleague. According to Michelle's friend, the couple's feelings were mutual. However, because Michelle was in the process of divorcing Randy Davis, they decided to keep their relationship private, so only a few colleagues and close friends knew about it. As a result, the police had two potential suspects, Randy Davis and Matt Jorgensen. All attempts to contact Randy were unsuccessful. All calls went directly to voicemail. The investigators met with Matt to ask him about his whereabouts on the day Michelle died. He didn't hide anything, admitting that he and Michelle were romantically involved. As he stated, they never argued or fought. The man was stunned by Michelle's death, so he described in detail what he was doing on the day she died. His alibi checked out, and he was removed from the suspect list. The ballistic examination revealed that the crime was committed with a .22 caliber rifle. Experts concluded that it was a close-range shot. Furthermore, because everything happened while Michelle was driving on the interstate, the police assumed the shooter was in another car driving next to her. Simultaneously, this case had a new suspect. The police received a call from the insurance company informing them that Michelle's brother Todd was claiming payment on her life insurance. Crimes committed with the intention of receiving money through life insurance are not uncommon. Was this case one of them? Could Todd have killed his sister to get this payout? The detective went to his house to ask some questions. When he began questioning Todd about where he was when Michelle died, the latter realized the police considered him a suspect. He told Todd everything he did on the day his sister died. Todd stated that their family was in a difficult financial situation and could not arrange a proper funeral for Michelle. He turned to the insurance company because he needed money for Michelle's funeral. Todd's alibi was checked by police, and they discovered that he was in another part of the city at the time Michelle died. Todd was not the one who shot her. Todd did, however, provide the police with information that enabled them to locate another suspect, Michelle's stepson Josh. When Michelle married Randy, he already had a son from his previous marriage. Josh had already reached adulthood when Michelle died. He was a Marine who had returned home from the Army shortly before Michelle was fatally injured on the road. Josh knew how to use weapons, which made him one of the suspects. The police began investigating whether Josh had a motive for committing this crime. Meanwhile, the police got another clue. A woman said she was driving on Interstate 235 on the same day. At the same time, Michelle's vehicle rolled over. She saw a red pickup truck, most likely a Ford F-150, whose driver swerved from one lane to another. It appeared that he was chasing someone. The woman described the driver as an adult white man wearing a baseball cap, and that is all she could see. This new information seemed significant, so the investigators started looking into it. They looked at traffic camera footage again, but this time they were looking for a red pickup truck, and the woman was correct. The video showed a red pickup truck following Michelle directly from her workplace. However, the police were unable to see the driver's face or the red pickup truck's license plates due to the poor video quality. After reviewing the footage from other cameras, the investigators concluded that the red pickup truck was driving along the same route as Michelle, following her every move. It wasn't a coincidence. Furthermore, as Michelle approached the scene of her death, the pickup truck was close behind her. This information suggests that the criminal fired the decisive shot while driving, with a few suspects in mind. Detectives quickly discovered Michelle's husband, Randy Davis, had a red pickup truck. Detectives immediately went to his home. Randy was not at home, but his son Josh was present. He was a Marine who knew how to use weapons professionally and had access to his father's car. Josh told detectives that on the day Michelle died, he went shopping with his sister before returning home and spending the evening watching TV. He described Michelle's divorce from his father as arduous because, among other things, she wanted half of the house's value. Josh also stated that his father came home around 5:30 p.m. Josh's story did not seem convincing on that particular day. Furthermore, this conversation revealed that he may have a motive for committing the crime. Josh was very upset when his stepmother decided to take a portion of his estate during his divorce from his father. However, these were only assumptions without any physical evidence, and no evidence means no arrest or charges. While Michelle's family prepared for the funeral, police looked for new leads. The police began searching all of the shops and gas stations along the route from her workplace to where she died, hoping to find more surveillance footage a few miles from the trucking company where she worked. The police discovered another crucial piece of footage for the investigation in a store. While the surveillance camera was inside the store, it was still recording in the parking lot. On September 11th, 2008, at around 4 p.m. On the day Michelle died, a red pickup truck drove up to the store and parked near the entrance. The police were aware that Randy Davis owned the pickup truck, but since his son Josh also had access to it, they needed to figure out who was driving it that day. The footage captured the driver exiting the car and entering the store. However, due to the poor video quality, investigators were unable to determine whether it was Josh Davis or his father, Randy. The man eventually disappeared from the camera's field of view. But after a while, he reappeared, bought something, and left the store. Then he got in his car and drove off. I'd like to remind you that all of this occurred at 4 p.m. Michelle departed work at 4:30 p.m. The police investigated the footage further and discovered that the pickup truck returned to the store several times within the next 30 minutes. However, the driver did not exit the vehicle, instead turning around and driving away. The pickup truck last appeared near the store when Michelle left work. I wasn't able to identify the suspect. The police made another attempt to contact Michelle's husband, Randy Davis. The latter eventually got in touch and arrived at the police station. The investigators explained his rights and clarified that he was not being arrested. Randy agreed to answer a few questions. They inquired about what he was doing on September 11th. Randy mentioned going through the arduous divorce process with Michelle. After all, they had been married for 17 years. He also stated that he worked as a carpenter and was at work that day. Randy hesitated when asked when he got home, but eventually stated that he arrived at 3:45 p.m. It contradicted the surveillance footage and Josh's testimony, which stated that his father arrived home around 5:30 p.m. Randy stated that he did not leave home after 3:45 p.m. He said he was home alone, but then his son Josh arrived and they cooked dinner together. This information contradicted Josh's testimony, which stated that he was already home when his father arrived, implying that the father and son were dependent on one another. And after speaking with Randy, the investigators discovered that one of them was lying. To see Randy's reaction, investigators informed him that Michelle died as a result of a bullet rather than injuries sustained in a car crash. Michelle's family were the only ones who knew about it because the police did not reveal this information. Randy barely reacted to the news, pretending to be surprised and lowering his eyes. Randy demanded a lawyer after the police asked him when he last saw Michelle. Thus, the conversation had come to an end. The investigation lacked the weapon used to murder Michelle, as well as any other significant evidence that could have led to his arrest, so he was released on September 5, 2008. 4 days after Michelle died, her family and friends gathered for a funeral service. Randy Davis was also one of those who came to say goodbye to Michelle. With his entire appearance, he attempted to convey that what had occurred was a significant loss for him. He even burst into tears at one point, but who was responsible for Michelle Davis' death? The investigators did everything they could to get a quick answer to this question. Help came from unexpected places. Josh Davis entered the police station with his lawyer and requested to make a statement. According to his statement, his father's car was parked in the driveway when he returned home from seeing his sister. He entered the house and saw his father holding a gun. Randy told his son that it would be best if he did not come now. Josh said he understood what his father was up to. He tried to stop him, begging him not to do anything he would later regret, but Randy got in his car and drove away. He returned and drove the car into the garage. Josh went to the garage, where his father admitted that he had shot Michelle. Randy Davis was upset when his wife filed for divorce and decided to sue him for a portion of the property. He couldn't accept it and decided to take drastic measures. Randy waited for Michelle to leave work on September 11, 2008, by parking his red pickup truck outside the store. He drove past the location where Michelle worked several times. "I'm afraid of missing out on the moment." It explained why Randy was seen on the store's CCTV footage several times. After Michelle left work, he followed. When the time came, he rolled down the passenger side window and fired. Randy Davis was arrested based on Josh's testimony, and he faces first-degree murder charges for Michelle's death. However, before going to trial, Randy agreed to plead guilty to second-degree deprivation of life in exchange for a reduced sentence. Based on this, 53-year-old Randy Davis was sentenced to 50 years in prison in 2010. His guilty plea indicates that there will be no trial. Perhaps we missed justice a little, but we did get what we wanted. We knew he had done it, and he admitted to doing it, according to Michelle's brother, Todd Cosner. He claimed Davis had destroyed their family. "I adored Randy. He was a member of my family for 17 years. Todd Cosner said, "I cared about him." Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The summer of 1985 in London was sunny and warm, with a strong sense of nature and tranquility. However, at 3:30 a.m. on August 7, Jeremy Bomber, heir to the White House farm, received a sudden phone call at his home. The young man, barely awake, answered the phone, wondering who could have called him so early. On the other end of the line was his foster father, whose voice was unusual. He was clearly in panic, and Jeremy couldn't understand his father's words. He tried to concentrate and figure out what had happened. However, his son's efforts proved futile. And then there was an eerie silence on the other end of the line. The last thing Jeremy heard from his father was, "Your sister has gone crazy. She has a gun and an alarm." Jeremy wasted no time in calling the police and reporting the frightening conversation. Emphasizing the potential danger from his sister, officers arrived on the scene an hour and a half late after receiving the call. They were followed by Jeremy. There was an unusual silence and stillness all around. This was suspicious given what the son of one of the farm owners had told the police over the phone. Because it was suspected that weapons were involved, the English police chose not to rush inside, as was their professional practice. The effectiveness of such actions can be debated endlessly, but it is ultimately up to the English authorities. When they arrive on the scene of call, they are usually unarmed and do not interfere with the situation, instead waiting for it to resolve itself or for a special unit to intervene. The police officers kept their distance from the house, while Jeremy remained close by. They asked him to tell them what had happened at the Bumper House the night before. According to Jeremy, they had sat around the dinner table as a family the previous evening. There was a minor misunderstanding at the end of dinner, but nothing major that could have resulted in such a tragedy. He also stated that he had left his weapons, a pistol and a .22 caliber carbine, with his parents. Both weapons were serviceable and loaded. A special team arrived on the scene and discovered that all doors and windows in the house were locked, with the exception of the window in the master bedroom on the first floor. They spent 2 hours using a loudspeaker to communicate with someone inside the house, but all they heard was a dog barking. It had been nearly 3 hours since the first police officers arrived on scene. At 8 a.m., the SWAT team finally entered the house where an eerie silence reigned. The group carefully moved around the first floor, inspecting each room. As they approached the kitchen, they saw chaos, including an overturned chair on the floor. A dead man lay in a pool of blood. It was Neville Bamber, Jeremy's father. Neville's body appeared disfigured, with bruises and abrasions on his arms and face, as well as a broken nose and jaw, indicating that he had fought hard. There was no way to help him. His chances of survival were completely eliminated after 8 bullet wounds, 6 of which were to the head. On one of the kitchen surfaces, there is a telephone with its receiver removed, as well as several rounds of .point caliber ammunition. The image shocked the police officers, but they had to proceed to thoroughly investigate the entire house. It was decided to inspect the first floor first, and then proceed to the second floor if no other family members were present. Every step had to be carefully controlled to avoid creating unnecessary noise. However, the creaky floor of the old house made this a difficult task. There was nobody else on the first floor. However, on the second floor, there are 2 bedrooms. 4 more bodies were discovered. June, Sheila, and 2 young boys, Daniel and Nicholas, were all killed by gunshots. June had been shot 7 times, while Daniel and Nicholas had 5 and 3 shots, respectively. Sheila lay on the doorstep of her parents' bedroom with 2 bullet wounds under her chin and a gun in her hands. A total of 25 bullets were used to kill 5 family members. The number of bullet points prompted questions. Was it possible that someone had deliberately removed the bummers? And what was the motivation? Could it be that the real culprit was attempting to mislead the police? Answers to all of these questions were required, so authorities immediately began investigating and researching the history of all deceased family members, the history of the Bamber family. The county of Essex, with its natural beauty, is close to the noise in crowded London, where there is always an endless stream of tourists flowing. However, it retains its value in the eyes of the locals, providing a respite from the hectic capital. The county invites you to unwind in both your body and soul. Enjoy the fresh air, walk through endless green meadows, taste crystal, clear lake water, explore medieval castles, and immerse yourself in fascinating stories. These benefits most likely drew the Bamber family to Essex, where they chose to settle. June and Neville realized their dream when they purchased White House Farm. June married Neville in 1949 when she was 25 years old, and the couple moved to their farm with the goal of raising a strong, prosperous family. Neville, a Royal Air Force veteran who had completed his service, was appointed magistrate of the local court. However, fate dealt the couple several unexpected twists and turns. June's lengthy attempts to conceive proved futile. They did not give up, however, and instead chose to place their 2 children in an orphanage. So Sheila, at 3 months old, and later Jeremy, at 6 months old, joined their family. June and Neville were exemplary parents, filling their children's days with love and care. Their children received an excellent education from them in prestigious private schools. The Bummers' financial situation was extremely prosperous, allowing them to give their children every opportunity. Despite his brilliant education, Jeremy had a withdrawn personality and preferred solitude since childhood. His tendency to rebelliousness was evident in elementary school, where he performed poorly, prompting his parents to send him to boarding school in 1970. When Jeremy was 9 years old, English boarding schools were rigid, and he quickly realized that he would face strict discipline. The years at boarding school were difficult, but they may have helped shape Jeremy's character for the better. After excelling at university, he became more relaxed, and his parents were proud of him. After graduating from university, Jeremy's father, Neville, offered him a job on a farm in England. The young man accepted the offer right away, and in 1982, he returned from his journey that began after completing his studies. His parents provided him with comfortable living conditions, including a cottage, a car, and a decent salary. They also expected him to help them in their old age. Despite outward success within the family, Jeremy experienced tensions due to religious differences. June, a deeply religious woman, experienced intense emotions because her children did not share her religious beliefs. Her attempts to lead them to faith were futile. She became depressed as a result of difficulties in her family relationships and frustration. She received treatment that included the use of electroshock, which was then considered a method of dealing with mental illness. Sheila Caffell, and Neville's daughter, had a significant impact on her mother's depression. Unlike her calmer brother Jeremy, she was fascinated by the fashion industry and wished to become a model. But June flatly denied the idea, saying she didn't want to hear about her daughter getting involved in show business. These were just a few of Sheila's many surprises for her parents. When she announced she was pregnant at the age of 17, June was faced with a difficult decision: either forbid her daughter from having a child out of wedlock, which was religiously unacceptable, or force her to have an abortion, which is also forbidden in the Christian world. In the end, June absolved herself of all responsibility and instructed Sheila to make the decision herself, but in such a way that no one in their family would ever know she had terminated the pregnancy. As a result, the mother and adopted daughter's relationship deteriorated. In 1977, despite her parents' objections, Sheila married Colin Campbell, the father of her first unborn child. The young men formed a family and had twins, Nicholas and Daniel. However, after a while, Sheila began to suspect her husband of infidelity and filed for divorce. This had a significant effect on her mental health. Sheila spent several months in a psychiatric hospital where she received electroshock therapy just like her mother. Meanwhile, Sheila's sons were sent to an orphanage where they spent nearly 2 years. Sheila's health only deteriorated. She became anxious, frequently expressing a desire to end her and her children's lives, claiming that they were under the influence of Satan. She had paranoid schizophrenia, and Jeremy used to cause a lot of problems for his parents. He settled down and was content with his life on the farm. Sheila reunited with her ex-husband Colin in 1985, and the two took their sons from the orphanage. In August, Sheila and her children were invited to meet her parents at the bamboo house. They planned to stay for a week, after which Colin and the boys would travel to Norway. He brought Sheila and the kids to the farm, and on Tuesday, August 6, 1985, everyone congregated at the lovely White House farmhouse. It ended up being the Bamber family's last dinner. The Bummers' funeral took place a few days after the tragedy, and Jeremy, of course, attended. It was a difficult and bitter situation for him. He cried a lot and was stunned by what had happened. But it was on this day that the investigation took a new direction. Jeremy's strange behavior was noticed, and relatives of the Bamber family reported it to authorities. During breaks between bouts of grief and tears, he would say ridiculous phrases about himself as the boss. Those around him noticed a smile on his face, an unusual smile, but one typical of a contented winner. All of these observations and remarks were reported to the authorities, who decided to conduct a more thorough investigation. On this ill-fated evening, everything seemed perfect. A family dinner, a cheerful atmosphere, and a delicious meal. However, one comment made by Neville in June changed everything. The parents suggested that Sheila return the children to the orphanage, emphasizing her inability to provide them with a proper upbringing. This provocative suggestion irritated Sheila, who reacted angrily, stating that she was already thinking about it and would make her own decision. The warm atmosphere of the evening was disrupted. At 9:30 p.m., Jeremy went home. At the same time, Barbara Wilson, the Bamboo Farm secretary, called about a work-related issue. When Neville answered the phone, Barbara noticed he was irritable. There were several loud voices in the background. People appeared to be arguing excitedly. Barbara was taken aback by the atmosphere, as such occurrences were uncommon among bummers. She was unable to determine the cause of the conflict. However, Neville abruptly terminated the conversation and hung up the phone. The next morning, all of the family members in the house had been shot. Jeremy was the only surviving member of the family, and he couldn't hold back his tears. The investigators were sensitive to Jeremy's emotions and gave him time to recover before beginning interviews. Before leaving the house, Jeremy shared all of the available information, including his sister's life difficulties and the dinner conflict on the evening of August 6. Given her mental state, Sheila's crime appears to be a desperate and most likely unconscious act. Under the influence of a parental remark, she couldn't take the new invasion of her privacy and lost her mind, so she turned to gun violence, shooting the bummers, her children, and herself. Investigators were certain that was what occurred. During an inspection of the house, it was discovered that the crime that destroyed almost the entire family was committed by the Bambers' mentally unstable adopted daughter, Sheila. This was demonstrated by the weapon discovered lying on her body, pointing upwards toward her chin. The detective's subsequent actions appear absurd. The police decided to clean up the house and organized an unusual process of burning the bloody bedding and carpets on which the bodies were lying. The police wanted to rid Jeremy of the horrible memories of what had happened, and the weapon found at the scene, which could be used as evidence, was picked up by the officer with his bare hands. To avoid jumping to conclusions when reopening the investigation, the scene needed to be thoroughly examined. The first step was for detectives to inspect the weapon. Several people's fingerprints were found on the barrel, including the investigator, who appeared to pick up an important piece of evidence without gloves. The presence of Sheila and Jeremy's prints raised no questions. Jeremy confirmed that it was his hunting gun. He'd bought it legally. Sheila's fingerprints as a suspect in this crime were quite expected. However, it is important to note that the alleged perpetrator was shot twice in different parts of her body. How did she come to take her own life? And that's when things became clear. Julie, Jeremy's girlfriend, began to question his innocence. She contacted the investigators and provided them with some interesting information. On the night of August 7, Jeremy called her to report problems at the farm. However, when Julie attempted to learn more, Jeremy abruptly hung up. She also recalled Ames complaining to her several times before the tragedy about his family's fatigue with his in-laws. However, the most shocking aspect of her testimony concerned the bombers' will. It turns out that the bombers had left a will stating that all of their property would go to their children after their deaths, and that their mother would rewrite their share in favor of the twins, Sheila. This fact turned Jeremy against his sister. He did not like this prospect, and he openly discussed it with his friend. Furthermore, Neville's will stated that Jeremy would have to work on the farm to receive his share of the inheritance. But the worst part was when Julie overheard him say that Jeremy fantasized about murdering his family and blaming it on the mentally ill Sheila. He showed some acting talent by portraying himself as a witness to the tragic drama in front of the police officers. According to Julie, she told the police about it not only to assist with the investigation, but also out of a desire for revenge. After learning about Jeremy's mistress, Jeremy gave the police the name of a possible suspect in an attempt to cover his tracks and divert the detectives' attention away from him. He went after a plumber he allegedly hired to work on the property. However, this cunning plan proved ineffective. The plumber was discovered and interrogated, but his alibi was strong. The plumber not only did not understand why he was being questioned about the crime, but he also provided clear evidence that he was not present at the time of the incident. As a result, the suspect list was reduced to just one: Jeremy Bamber. Despite his temporary detention, the lack of concrete evidence resulted in his release. Furthermore, the police did not limit his travel abroad. Although it was known that following the inheritance, Jeremy's financial situation had improved significantly. Soon, he had left England for a vacation in central France, and a few days later, he easily sold his father's car. Jeremy's cousins demanded that the theory that Sheila murdered her family be reconsidered. They went to the police and the media, and the deputy director of the SID once ordered the Bamber cousins to leave his office when they asked him to consider that James Bamber had orchestrated the entire thing. After that, one of the brothers decided to investigate the scene in secret from the others. His strong doubts about Sheila's involvement in the murder prompted him to seek additional evidence. By then, Jeremy had gotten the keys to his parents' house and was living there alone. His cousin made it through the door and around every corner of the house, hoping to find new evidence, and his search was fruitful. In one of the closets, he discovered an unexpected item: a silencer for a .2 carbine with bloodstains. It was something that prompted him to draw new conclusions. The weapon's length, including the installed silencer, indicated that the assailant would be unable to turn it on himself and shoot himself. This implied that Sheila could not have been involved in the crime. After being shot twice and bleeding, she would not have been able to remove the silencer and hide it deep in the closet. But, assuming she fired without this additional device, a new question arises: why were there bloodstains on the end of the silencer? Thus, it only confirmed that it had been installed on the carbine at the time of the crime. On September 29, Jeremy returned home and was immediately arrested and charged with the Bamber family's murder. The trial, which lasted 18 days, started on October 3, 1986. At Chelmsford Crown Court, Jeremy Bamber appeared arrogant as he took his seat in the darkness. Throughout the trial, prosecutors charged him with lying. The station's telephone technicians confirmed that Bamber's home phone line was busy that night. The medical examiner testified at trial that key injuries on Neville's body discovered by experts included several bruises, indicating that the elderly man resisted blows. The medical examiner concluded that Neville had been beaten with the same point by a .2 carbine. However, given Sheila's frailty and short stature, it is unlikely that she could have caused such severe injuries to her father before his death. It is more likely that Jeremy was capable of such an action. Neville's body was covered in bruises, and it was clear that Sheila had taken some blows during the fight. However, her body showed no signs of beatings or bruises. Jeremy's lawyers insisted that Sheila, despite her mental problems, was physically fit and capable of committing a crime. Her gun experience and excellent shooting skills were strong evidence that she could have committed the crime. They also noticed that Sheila's blood was fresher than that of other family members, which led them to believe that she had first massacred her family before killing herself. This could have been due to a realization of her actions, or, as the defense lawyer suggested, a reaction to the approaching police officers. After hearing these theories, the prosecution categorically rejected them. The silencer was discovered in the closet, along with Sheila's blood, but, logically, it should have been on the carbine. These statements were unquestionable. The defense was in a difficult position, with no additional arguments to counter the prosecution's case. The prosecution claims that Jeremy's anger at learning of the divided will motivated him to commit the crime. He planned the bloodbath for financial reasons. On the day of the incident, the housekeeper saw Sheila and noticed nothing unusual about her behavior the day before. 2 employees had seen her with the children and reported that she was happy and adequate. Barbara Wilson, the farm clerk, testified that she called Neville around 9:30 p.m. and believed she had ended an argument. Barbara reported that Neville was upset and appeared to hang up in frustration, which he had never done before. In her opinion, he was a calm man. Between 10:30 and 10 o'clock, Jeremy left his in-laws and went home. Late at night, he returned on the bicycle he had borrowed from his mother a few days before the events, steering clear of the main road to avoid being seen. Making use of an open window in a first-floor room, when Jeremy got inside, he discovered a pre-prepared and loaded gun. When he entered his parents' bedroom, he fired 2 shots that killed Jane. Then he pointed the gun at Neville, but his father awoke and attempted to defend himself. A struggle ensued, and the father and son went downstairs. Jeremy was able to kill his father in the kitchen. He then returned to the bedroom and killed Sheila and her children to make it appear that his sister was responsible for the crime. Jeremy placed the carbine in the dead Sheila's hands. He then returned to his bike and rode home. He first called his friend Julie, almost gave himself away with excitement, and then called the police to report his father allegedly calling. This call also prompted questions about the investigation. If Neville was in danger, he would have probably called the police rather than his son, and the phone in the bamboo house was not covered in blood. Even though, according to Jeremy's testimony, the father was most likely injured at the time of the call. This indicated that the telephone receiver in the house had been removed for staging. Jeremy's own actions also raised suspicions. Why didn't he rush to the scene after his father called him? After all, this was his family. Based on all of the known facts and assumptions, the jury retired to deliberate on its decision. Before doing so, the judge asked the jury 3 main questions. Who should be believed, Julie Mugford or Jeremy Bamber? It was also important to determine whether they were convinced that Sheila had not committed the crime. The judge emphasized that this issue was related to another critical question. Was the second fatal shot fired at Sheila with a silencer? If the answer is yes, it eliminates the possibility that she committed the shooting. Finally, Neville Bamber called his son in the middle of the night. The lack of such a call undermined Jason's entire version of events. On October 28, after more than 9 hours of deliberation, the jury unanimously found Jason Bamber guilty by a majority vote that was close to the minimum required for conviction. He received 5 life sentences in prison without the possibility of parole. Douglas Hurd, the Home Secretary, ruled in 1988 that Bamber should not be released. The case remains a source of contention. Despite the lack of direct evidence proving Jeremy Bamber's guilt, he is serving his sentence, and there is speculation that a miscarriage of justice occurred, with his sister Sheila Bamber insisting on his innocence through appeals. His lawyer claims that the judgment was skewed due to Jeremy's aggressive behavior in court. Jeremy Bamber believes there is no evidence of his guilt, and there are numerous unexplained points in the case. Tests on Sheila's hands were not performed. There was police misconduct at the scene, and Jeremy's ex-girlfriend may have retaliated. Bamber requested a trial, which was held in 1991, but much of the physical evidence was destroyed by a police officer in 1996. Jeremy's defense team described it as a disgrace. In 1997, a DNA test revealed the presence of Sheila and June's blood in the silencer, but the results were complicated and ambiguous. In 2012, gun experts from the US and UK argued that the injuries on the bodies were inconsistent with the use of a silencer. In 2015, Jeremy Bamber filed an appeal requesting that all evidence be turned over to the defense under the guise of a lawyer, for which he was sentenced to 14 years in prison for fraud, seeking evidence of his innocence. Bamber created websites to discuss the case and offered a large reward for evidence that could overturn his conviction. The Bamber family's case continues to draw public attention, raising questions about the verdict's accuracy. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more